Chapter 1031. My eyes intriguing. It appears that the individuals within this secret realm have a penchant for wielding supernatural abilities. How foolish of them. For such powers do not lead to advancement. Instead of expending energy in this manner, they would do better to focus on their own progression. The elder in white concluded his remarks and struck his body. Boom. A surge of azure light erupted, casting off the flames that clung to it, which fell to the ground. He emerged unscathed, once again directing his gaze toward Duoyan Hena. Brother Tuo, this fellow is yours to handle. I shall pursue that woman. Ensure she does not take her own life, as that would render the encounter quite dull. With that, the elder in white bypassed Ye Feng. Trying to leave, Ye Feng seized his ankle with a swift motion. Boom. A violent explosion ensued, causing Ye Feng to stagger backwards several paces, while the elder's shoe was dislodged. Young man, it seems you truly wish for death, the elder remarked. Brother Tuo, allow me to deal with him. He then summoned a small azure sword from his waist, which soared into the air. Senior, I bear you no ill will. Why then do you insult my wife upon our first encounter? Ye Feng's expression grew grave. Ha. What reason do I have to converse with a rustic like you? I desire her, thus I shall possess her. As for you, what are you? The elder retorted, pointing at Ye Feng. The azure sword, guided by his gesture, shot forth with a swift whoosh. Boom. The golden Dharma form reappeared, palms clasping together to intercept the azure blade. Bang buzz. The azure sword emitted a sharp wail upon impact. I remember now. Is this not the sacred demonic art of the Brahma? Excellent. It seems our journey here shall not be in vain. Hand over the Brahma's sacred demonic art, and surrender your wife to me, and I shall spare your life, the elder declared, retracting the flying sword to hover above him. Go to hell. Ye Feng seethed, his entire being leaping into the air. Boom. A radiant golden sun ascended. Ye Feng was propelled backward 50 meters, landing beside Duoyan Hena. In contrast, the elder remained steadfast, following Ye Feng's trajectory with unyielding intent. At the very moment Ye Feng touched down, the elder delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Puff! The ground beneath them was cratered by the impact, with Ye Feng sprawled within. Duoyan Hena hesitated, then swiftly retreated 50 meters away. She understood that their only hope lay in Ye Feng's fortitude. Boom! The two exchanged another blow. Ye Feng's heart raced with urgency. He wished for Duoyan Hena to flee immediately, for if she did not, escape would be impossible for him. A glance back revealed that she seemed to comprehend his intentions, quietly retreating. I have no choice, brother Bai. This woman is astute and wishes to flee. I shall capture her while you deal with this young man. He is merely at the initial stage of true martial, whereas you stand at the pinnacle of innate power. Do not disappoint me, the man named Tuo stated, moving swiftly to position himself before Duoyan Hena. Indeed, she was a captivating beauty, utterly enchanting. Ye Feng exerted all his strength to strike the elder in white away, soaring toward the Tuo sect cultivator like an eagle. Bang bang. The Taoist practitioner of the two surname showed no signs of retreat as Ye Feng lunged towards him. With astonishing speed, he struck 3 palms against Ye Feng's chest and abdomen. Suddenly, the divine manifestation shattered into a myriad of golden lights. At that moment, Duoyan Hena had already fled 1,000 meters away, heading towards the Jianjian Gorge enclave. Ye Feng, employing the blood-sucking technique, lunged forward, his hands slipping beneath the two practitioners' ribs, securing a lock on the back of his head. This was an inescapable close combat maneuver. You think such skills are sufficient? Alas, you are a blood mage. The two practitioner faltered, panic setting in as he sensed his vital energy being drained by Ye Feng's skin. Gritting his teeth, he struck towards his waist, but in the next instant, Ye Feng's leg encircled him, pinning his right hand down and preventing him from summoning his flying sword. Junior brother Bai, quickly help me restrain him. The two practitioner felt the vital energy cultivated over centuries rapidly dissipating, his fear escalating. Ha, brother two. You are so formidable, surely you can handle him. I must pursue that woman. If she finds refuge in one of the dangers within this secret realm, I may lose her trail. Driven by selfish ambition, he yearned to claim Duoyan Hena first, fearful of being outdone by the two practitioner. Curse it. The two practitioner gritted his teeth, tightening his entire body. His pores began to constrict, forming an impenetrable barrier. Ye Feng sensed his blood-sucking technique encountering resistance. Yet it was not insurmountable. The pressing concern was preventing the elder in white from catching up to Duoyan Hena. With fierce determination, Ye Feng sank his teeth into the back of the two practitioners' neck. Blood erupted forth in a torrent. Having cultivated the sacred demon art to its third level, his teeth were akin to a cutting machine, effortlessly tearing through flesh. The blood that flowed was swiftly absorbed. "Ah, you fiend!" The two practitioner roared in fury, his remaining left hand flailing wildly, but unable to reach Ye Feng. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and bit down again, this time tearing off a substantial piece of flesh, exposing the vertebrae. Ack! With another vicious bite, the two practitioners' energy surged outwards, flooding into Ye Feng's body as his strength waned. The energy Ye Feng had previously expended was instantly replenished, the potency of the blood-sucking technique becoming evident. He could continuously restore his vitality, while his adversary would perpetually deplete theirs. Under this reciprocal decline, the two practitioner found himself half-kneeling, his eyes devoid of spirit, staring blankly ahead. In truth, even in his current state, he possessed the power to eliminate Ye Feng in an instant, yet the locking technique rendered him powerless. The air was filled with explosions, clouds of dust swirling, yet they failed to strike Ye Feng directly. Ye Feng took another bite, this time sinking his teeth into the two practitioners' cervical spine. The intense agony caused him to tense his neck, blood gushing from his mouth. Ye Feng managed to glance towards the position of Duoyan Hena. He observed that the white-clad cultivator had already positioned himself in front of her. The fellow was utterly despicable. As soon as he made his move, he aimed to strike at Duoyan Hena's chest, exhibiting the utmost lewdness. Infuriated, Ye Feng tightened all his muscles. The severely wounded cultivator of the Tuo clan was instantly crushed by the overwhelming force, the sound of shattering bones resounding through the air. Boom! Ye Feng released the Tuo clan cultivator and swiftly darted towards Duoyan Hena's location. However, before he could reach her, Duoyan Hena suddenly pointed at the white-clad elder's eyes. The white-clad elder screamed in agony, clutching his eyes. My eyes, my eyes. Chapter 1032. Do not waste words with him. Let us attack together. He spun around in place, and the flying sword above his head appeared to lose control, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed continuously. Ye Feng swiftly scooped up Duoyan Hena and dashed towards the sword canyon. After an indeterminate time of running, Ye Feng finally halted. "Hena, are you injured?" He inspected her face and body. "I'm fine, and you?" Duoyan Hena also examined Ye Feng's body. "It's merely superficial injuries. My energy has been replenished through blood absorption." Just as Ye Feng finished speaking, his expression changed as he glanced behind him. Two figures were soaring towards him. The Tuo clan cultivator had a bandage wrapped around his neck, while the white-clad cultivator's eyes were covered with a black cloth. "You scoundrel! A mere true martial realm cultivator almost caused my demise. Today, I shall grind you to dust." With that, the Tuo clan cultivator swiftly approached Ye Feng. "I must flee." Ye Feng took off again. 2 hours later, Ye Feng arrived atop a hill and gently set Duoyan Hena down. During the escape, he had expended more energy, his breaths becoming labored. "Hena, stand on the hill and keep an eye behind us. If they approach, alert me immediately." After instructing her, he sat cross-legged, clutching a crystal pill in each hand to rapidly restore his strength. However, just as he positioned himself, two figures flickered in the distance. They were pursuing him once more. "This is troublesome," Ye Feng lamented, fleeing once again. After running 300 kilometers, Ye Feng paused once more. "Ah Feng, let me carry you." "You can absorb the crystal pills on my back," suggested Duoyan Hena. "You? How far can you run?" Ye Feng sighed. "At least we can create some distance. As long as we enter the protective clan formation, it will suffice. Most importantly, you can absorb the energy from the crystal pills during this interval." Duoyan Hena replied. "Very well." Ye Feng acquiesced, climbing onto Duoyan Hena's back, his hands busy maximizing the blood absorption technique. Ah Feng, what is happening?" "Apologies, the suction is too strong. It has drawn you in as well. I can only control my palms now," Ye Feng remarked, closing his eyes. Just as he took a breath, furious shouts echoed from behind them. "Run? Where can you escape to?" The endurance of the innate realm is formidable. Even after having absorbed a significant portion of energy from Ye Feng, they are still able to steadily pursue the two individuals. "Perhaps I should carry you as we run," Ye Feng suggested as he leapt down and embraced Duoyan Hena, significantly increasing their speed. After a brief interval, he managed to distance himself from the two pursuers. "Hena, how far are we from the One Sword Gorge territory?" he inquired. approximately 500 or 600 kilometers away. If we unleash the heavenly fire cannon now, the people at One Sword Gorge won't be able to see us, replied Duoyan Hena. This is dire. My energy is completely depleted, and I can no longer run, she lamented. You must hold your breath, Ye Feng instructed. Duoyan Hena, being exceptionally astute, quickly grasped Ye Feng's intention and complied. Ye Feng hastily began to dig into the gravel, burying her within. After ensuring her concealment, he deliberately moved a few hundred meters away. Indeed, 5 minutes later, the two old men resumed their pursuit. So, you even allowed your woman to flee first. Intriguing, they remarked as they charged toward Ye Feng. Come after me, fools. Ye Feng taunted, opting not to flee swiftly this time, but rather maintaining a deliberate distance to confirm that the two were closely following him. However, as the two elders approached the vicinity of Duoyan Hena, they abruptly halted in unison. This is bad, Ye Feng exclaimed, quickly darting toward her position. The two elders, too, moved towards her location. The three collided simultaneously. Ye Feng was sent flying 10 meters away, while the two elders were propelled 20 meters back. Ye Feng came to a standstill. The impact had allowed him to gauge the current strength of the two. They did not seem as formidable as he had initially feared. His prior retreat was prompted by their alarming display of power, compelling him to make a hasty escape. However, it appeared that they were not insurmountable. With a bit more effort, victory could indeed be within reach. With this thought, Ye Feng swiftly extracted Duoyan Hena from the gravel. Hena, retreat behind me, he instructed calmly. Understood. As she retreated 100 meters away, Ye Feng finally faced the two elders directly. Gentlemen, may I inquire how you discern the presence of individuals concealed within the gravel? He asked. The two exchanged glances, astonished expressions gracing their faces. This country bumpkin can't possibly be unaware of spiritual awareness, the elder in white mused slowly. It seems so, despite having attained the true martial realm. He lacks fundamental knowledge in many respects, the Taoist cultivator remarked, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, his gaze toward Ye Feng tinged with a hint of caution. Indeed, the world of cultivation mirrors the streets. It is only through instilling fear in someone that they will regard you with respect. Otherwise, they will not consider the consequences when they bully you. Are you truly intent on opposing me? Ye Feng's countenance darkened. He had come to realize that the elder in white, despite his impaired vision, could still track him accurately, relying on something known as spiritual awareness. Junior brother, cease your idle chatter and join me. Let us vanquish him and take that woman away. After our amusement, we shall present her to the master, who may bestow upon us immense fortune should he be pleased. The master? Surely, we are not yet worthy of a direct audience with him. Regardless, we must first eliminate Ye Feng. As they spoke, both reached for their waists, drawing forth their flying swords, which ascended into the air simultaneously. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Seizing the moment as the swords activated, he charged forward like an iron mountain. Boom! The elder in white was sent flying, and Ye Feng swiftly grasped the wrist of the cultivator with the surname Tuo. Draining. Bang! Before he could finish his words, a kick landed on his abdomen. Puff! A flying sword spun, narrowly missing his head. Ye Feng, shaken, touched the top of his head, realizing he was now balding. Do you think I would allow you to approach me again? Tuo demanded, pointing once more at Ye Feng. The sword above him shot forward with a whoosh. With no other option, Ye Feng plunged into the gravel below. Earth escape? The elder in white swooped back, directing his flying sword with a gesture. The sword instantly magnified 100-fold. Flash! The colossal sword struck down towards the spot where Ye Feng had vanished. Yet, in the next moment, the gravel erupted as a 3-meter-tall giant emerged, alongside a 6-meter-tall golden Dharma image. Clang! A hint of malevolence flickered in the eyes of the demonized Ye Feng as he clapped his palms together, countering the flying sword. Clang! The sword began to spin in midair, seemingly severed from its master's control. Chapter 1033. Something interesting, quite intriguing, the Brahma Saint Demon technique, and at the 3rd level. Junior brother, what are you waiting for? The two stood side by side, rapidly reciting incantations. The flying sword in the sky appeared to be guided, launching a flurry of chaotic strikes at Ye Feng. Clang, 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 clang. The Dharma image flickered in and out of existence. Boom. After a minute of relentless assault, Ye Feng could no longer endure the pain. While the spirit sword did not directly strike his true form, the sword's aura sliced across him incessantly. Aya! Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng suddenly propelled himself towards the two. Puff, puff. Two bursts of icy flames shot forth. However, given his speed, how could he possibly hit two pinnacle experts? They merely leaned aside, effortlessly evading the icy projectiles. Ye Feng had anticipated this. Seizing the moment they dodged, he charged fiercely towards them. Puff, puff. Another two bursts of icy flames ensnared the two seasoned warriors in place. Hena, run! Ye Feng bellowed, his fingers rapidly gesturing. Each time the old men attempted to shatter the ice, Ye Feng was able to replenish it. After firing off 200 to 300 shots, the energy within Ye Feng was nearly depleted. He suddenly leaped into the air, hastily fleeing towards the direction of Sword Canyon. 1 minute later, the two massive ice sculptures shattered one after the other. Two flames enveloped the elders. Damn it, do not let him escape. The two individuals were unable to extinguish the flames engulfing them, and two fireballs hurtled towards Ye Feng. He ran and ran, covering over 100 kilometers, until he finally caught sight of Duoyan Hena. Alas, her pace was far too sluggish. With a swift motion, Ye Feng dashed forward, hoisting Duoyan Hena onto his shoulder, and continued his sprint towards the sword cliff. Release the skyfire cannon, Duoyan Hena urged. Ye Feng nodded and reached to his waist. To his dismay, the skyfire cannon had been destroyed in the earlier battle. Left with no choice, the two could only rely on their legs to flee. Bang! Just as they were nearing the sword cliff, Ye Feng's back was struck with tremendous force, nearly robbing him of breath. Feng! Duoyan Hena gritted her teeth, extending her slender finger to point behind them. Not good, that wretched person. The Taoist practitioner named Tuo was taken aback, clearly remembering that his junior's eyes had been blinded by Duoyan Hena. Thus, both of them hesitated mid-air before plunging into the sand below. After half a minute, they emerged from the grains. Ye Feng and Duoyan Hena had transformed into two small black dots, diving headlong into the sword cliff. Tricked. That tactic of hers could only be employed once. Tuo fumed. Let us go, pursue them. I refuse to believe he can escape far. The two entered the sword cliff one after the other. This was their habitation area, and it appeared everyone had perished. After Tuo spoke, he swiftly ascended to the highest floor of the library, scanning the area within a radius of several dozen kilometers. He quickly spotted the enormous light barrier beside the gorge. Astonishingly, there was a protective clan formation, seemingly of considerable rank. Junior brother Bai, keep up. With a single motion, they vanished from the sword cliff and reappeared before the colossal light barrier. Inside, Ye Feng and Duoyan Hena stood side by side, having finally returned after great trials and tribulations. Their gazes met with intensity. Tuo pointed abruptly at the sky. The azure giant's sword emitted a thunderous roar, crashing down upon the light barrier. Whoosh! The immense barrier began to distort and morph, as if on the verge of collapse. Guogua unleashed the full power of the formation. Ye Feng commanded without glancing back. Yes, everyone within the barrier was alarmed, rising to the edge of the formation to gaze at the two elders outside the light barrier. Something remarkable. After Tuo spoke, he nearly poured all his vitality into the flying sword. The sword radiated brilliance, transforming into a colossal blade stretching 40 meters long. With a thunderous strike, the giant sword cleaved towards the barrier. Whoosh! Ugh! The barrier of the least territory was sliced open, and several laborers were directly torn to shreds. Ha ha ha! This is your protective clan formation? It's utterly feeble. After Tuo spoke, he withdrew the gigantic sword, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. That seemingly effortless strike had consumed 90% of his vitality. Junior brother Bai, it is your turn to take action. Deliver another strike, and the protective array shall be shattered. The cultivator with the surname Tuo declared, subsequently diminishing the colossal sword and stowing it away in his waist pouch. Very well. The elderly man in white was about to summon his flying sword when, unexpectedly, a flicker of light radiated from the protective array, and the previously severed gap began to gradually mend itself. Is this? Such a rudimentary array possesses an automatic repair function? The elder pondered, uncertain if he could decisively breach the array. Chapter 1034. A soft body in his embrace within the luminous screen, Ye Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief. The power of that last strike had been overwhelming, penetrating into the light barrier. Fortunately, as long as there were spirit jades present, the array could continuously restore itself. Hena, go instruct them to expedite the construction of the altar. The quicker, the better. We must integrate the divine spear's restrictions into the protective array, otherwise, I fear it will be unable to withstand those two. Ye Feng said gravely. Understood. Duoyan Hena nodded, hastening towards the engineering team. At this moment, the elder in white had also summoned his spiritual sword, delivering a ferocious slash at the light barrier. Regrettably, his sword only managed to cleave a 20-meter-long gash. And before he could retract his weapon, the wound was already beginning to close. This is bad. We cannot allow the array to recover. The cultivator with the surname Tuo exclaimed, propelling himself towards the opening. As he reached the gap, it had only mended by about 30 centimeters. With no other option, he grasped the edges of the opening, exerting all his strength. The slowly closing gap halted, held in place by his arms. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot forth, striking the Tuo cultivator squarely in the chest, sending him flying back several meters. Chunin gestured, and two soldiers promptly loaded another bolt into the groove. Good. Ye Feng nodded towards Chunin, acknowledging that the lad had not faltered at a critical moment. With a final resounding thud, the light barrier restored itself to its original state. Outside, only the two old men remained, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Junior brother Bai, it seems we are still unable to breach the light barrier. Our energies have been depleted by 80% after that skirmish with that young man. Thus, we shall rest for 7 days outside the array and aim to restore our vitality to its peak. The cultivator with the surname Tuo suggested. Yes, at that time, we shall strike simultaneously to shatter his protective array. As for that woman, I shall have my turn first, and once I am finished, it will be your turn. We shall then confine her in a secluded location for 1.5 years, and when we grow weary of her, we will erase her memories and present her to the sect leader, maximizing our gains. The elder in white unabashedly declared in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes twitched violently as he suddenly leaped towards the crossbow. Quick dodge. The crossbow struck the ice layer, sending a flurry of icy shards into the air, covering the two old men in a cascade of frozen fragments. Chunin pulled the string once more, releasing another bolt. With a resounding clash, the bolt sliced through the waist of the elder in white, leaving a long gash from which blood spurted forth. This bolt had been laced with venom, and the tip contained a trace of iridium. Even the flesh of a congenital realm master could not withstand such a formidable weapon. Quickly, move away to a quiet place to recuperate. The library we just passed is an excellent choice. We can even burn books for warmth. Let us depart. The two elderly gentlemen, supporting each other, fled into the distance. Ye Feng truly breathed a sigh of relief this time. These two were exceedingly formidable. He had exhausted all his abilities and still found himself no match for them. Seizing this precious moment, he resolved to reinforce the altar. Thus, with a swift motion, Ye Feng joined the construction crew. In the city of eternal life, on Spring Water Island, at the Spring Water Hospital, a grand medical competition was underway. 3 candidates vied for the position of hospital director. An hour later, the results were announced. Hao Yue claimed first place, Bai Chuxue secured second, and Qinglan came in third. He Lishuan rose to his feet to declare the results. From this day forth, the Spring Water Hospital shall be under the directorship of Hao Yue, who will focus on perfecting the formula for the antiparasitic medication. Bai Chuxue will serve as the executive vice director, managing the hospital's daily operations. Qinglan has been appointed as the chief physician. This list will be submitted to the council for their approval, after which it will take effect. Upon hearing this, He Lishuan initiated applause, which resonated throughout the hospital's conference room. Congratulations, clan leader. Qingjun stood and bowed deeply to her former superior. Congratulations, Director Hao Yue. Bai Chuxue approached to shake her hand. Thank you. I will ensure the hospital is managed well, Hao Yue replied, her excitement palpable. Congratulations to you as well, Qinglan added, joining in the celebrations. He Lishuan raised his hands to quiet the room. Now that Hao Yue has assumed the role of hospital director, I will grant you a recommendation for next month's citizens' election. If your approval rating surpasses 50%, you will become a citizen. Thank you, esteemed island master. Hao Yue smiled and nodded. Currently, within the entire protective barrier of Spring Water Island, her strength was unmatched, standing as a 5th-stage power emperor. Should she become a citizen, she would receive a steady supply of crystal pills with a purity of 100%, all meticulously refined by Ye Feng before his departure. A benefit exclusively for the citizens of Spring Water Island. Hao Yue believed that with such pure crystal pills, she could confidently break through to the 6th-stage power emperor, even in the arid expanses of the Great Desert. Today is indeed a splendid day, yet we are unable to celebrate. Director Hao Yue, Please expedite the perfection of the antiparasitic medication and ensure the production meets demand. He Lishuan once again assumed the authoritative demeanor of the island master. Yes, esteemed island master. I shall not interrupt your hospital's normal operations any longer. With that, He Lishuan departed the hospital, protected by 4 guards, to survey other areas of his territory. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. At the Sword Canyon concession, a towering altar was finally completed. Duoyan Hena, spear in hand, approached the altar step by step, pausing to kneel and pay her respects at intervals. At the same time, she murmured incantations. Ye Feng began to grasp the essence of the incantations in this world. It was not necessary to comprehend the words she spoke. What mattered most was the emotion conveyed. The emotions expressed by Duoyan Hena while chanting were the very heart of the incantation. There exists a tumult of emotions, anger, devotion, sorrow, and supplication, intertwined in a manner that resonates with certain formidable sentiments. Emotion is a manifestation of feeling, and feeling is the only form of communication capable of transcending the speed of light. A humorous anecdote once illustrated a scenario where a 2-month-old baby monkey was separated from its mother. The mother was placed on the moon while the baby remained on Earth. At a predetermined moment, when a person on Earth inflicted harm upon the baby monkey, the mother on the moon would erupt into a frenzy. Perhaps, the incantation uttered by Duoyan Hena is an attempt to resonate with the spirit of the ancient spear, awakening some residual energy left in the world by the spear deity. Whoosh! The spear in her hand soared above the altar, spinning gently as she recited the spell. Simultaneously, the once humble spear radiated a myriad of golden lights, transforming from a mere 2-meter length into a colossal 10-meter spear. Has it succeeded? Ye Feng stepped forward, filled with astonishment. At that moment, Duoyan Hena's expression abruptly changed. She coughed up blood and collapsed weakly upon the altar. My dear, Ye Feng rushed over, cradling her delicate form in his arms. Ah Feng, my strength is insufficient to activate the spear's restrictions. Something is still lacking, Duoyan Hena said weakly. Do not worry about the restrictions. Your well-being is paramount. Ye Feng tenderly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 1035. Swept away, however. The 10th day has already arrived. Those 2 individuals claimed they would only need 7 days, and they may soon assault the barrier. We cannot afford to wait. We must prepare the offerings. After uttering this, Duoyan Hena forced herself to sit up, her sharp gaze sweeping over the numerous powerhouses within the barrier. The expressions of these individuals shifted, and they collectively took a step back. Those who have attained such a level of cultivation possess a certain awareness. They understand what offerings entail. What kind of offerings are required? Ye Feng, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, directing his piercing gaze toward the crowd within the barrier. To activate the spear's restrictions, he would not hesitate to slay several power-level experts, as they were not citizens of Hot Spring Island. His principle was clear. As long as one was a citizen of Hot Spring Island, regardless of their misdeeds, if they had not betrayed the island, he would spare them. However, those from outside the island were of no concern to him. He often regarded them as mere tools. The sacrifice demands the blood of the strong. Do you see that pool above the altar? Duoyan Hena pointed upward. That pool is 5 meters deep and 5 meters in diameter, circular in shape. Are we to fill that pool with blood? Ye Feng's countenance darkened. After all, how much blood from powerful beings would be required to fill such a vast pool? It is likely that he would need to eliminate all power-level experts within the barrier to achieve that. It does not necessarily have to be filled. The stronger the blood, the better the effect. However, for the initial offering, it is best to fill that pool to fully unleash the spear's might. Otherwise, it may only activate a fraction of its potential, Duoyan Hena explained. Ye Feng let out a long sigh, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. The laborers below had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation, collectively kneeling in submission, 2,000 souls in total. Among them, the majority were mere laborers, with just over 100 wielding considerable strength, and 2 possessing imperial might. Please, my lord, spare our lives and release us from this great formation. From this day forth, we vow never to oppose Hot Spring Island again. Mr. Yi, how about this? Each of us can offer half a pound of blood. This should suffice to fill the pool. We implore you, do not take our lives. Indeed, what Brother Luo suggests is most reasonable. Mr. Yi, we are willing to donate half a pound of blood each, and if necessary, a full pound is also negotiable. These individuals seemed to have found a glimmer of hope, their pitiable eyes fixed upon Ye Feng. The extraordinary powers he had demonstrated had rendered them devoid of any courage to resist. Hena, is it permissible to only require their blood without demanding their lives? Ye Feng inquired of Duoyan Hena. It is worth a try. She nodded in agreement. Ye Feng exhaled in relief. This way, he could spare lives while simultaneously enhancing the power of the divine spear. Everyone, line up to donate blood. Rest assured Ye Feng, will not demand your blood without compensation. Effective immediately, for every pound of blood donated, you shall receive 1,000 hot spring coins. These coins can be exchanged for frozen fish, pest control medicine, various weapons, and an assortment of clothing. Furthermore, donating 2 pounds grants 1 month of residency rights in the concession. Ye Feng proclaimed loudly, aiming to simultaneously acquire blood and promote currency, an endeavor of dual benefit. I'll go first. I heard that occasional blood donation is beneficial for one's health. Chunin stepped forward, serving as Ye Feng's advocate. Excellent. Let us commence the blood donations. Nurses, please assist them in the process, and remember to provide proper disinfection and bandaging afterward. Wang Zhihe, as the branch manager appointed by Wang Zhihai, prepare the funds accordingly, distributing cash based on the amount of blood donated. No kickbacks allowed. Understood, Wang Zhihe responded promptly. The others, still unaware of the true utility of the hot spring coins, felt compelled to dutifully line up behind Chun and under Ye Feng's imposing presence. I will also donate blood, Susan declared, joining the queue. Me too, Ding Tuanchuan, a second-tier imperial power, asserted, her blood being particularly valuable. I shall join as well. The residents and citizens all flocked to the line. In that moment, the laborers, once coerced, found an unexpected sense of balance within themselves. Well, the citizens of Hot Spring Island are donating blood, so it doesn't seem like such a loss after all. Such is the nature of humanity. When a villain targets just one, it incites intense anger and the desire to resist. Yet, when the villain bullies everyone in turn, a sense of resignation sets in, leading one to feel that all are equally afflicted and thus disinclined to fight back. On a day when the villain merely gives you a light nudge, you feel gratitude, thankful, indeed, that you were not drained too harshly today. Meanwhile, the nurses were directly drawing blood into the pool. After 100 individuals had donated, the bottom of the pool was barely moistened. The journey to fill it completely remained a daunting task. Brother Feng, I have just drawn at least 2 pounds of blood, and now I feel dizzy and faint. Could you ask the kitchen to prepare some crucian carp soup for me to replenish my blood? Chun and weakly inquired. Crucian carp soup is for promoting lactation, not for replenishing blood. Perhaps see if they have some liver or similar items. Let the kitchen prepare something for you. Ye Feng replied. Very well. I shall head to the kitchen, Chunin responded, aided by Qiu Shui as she made her way. Despite her past connection with Ye Feng, Qiu Shui did not meet his gaze, seemingly having truly returned to her family. This subtle shift stirred a sense of melancholy within Ye Feng. Ha ha. At that moment, a long laugh echoed beyond the blue light screen, causing the entire screen to tremble slightly. Swish. 2 figures landed outside the light screen, their eyes fixed intently on Ye Feng. Not good. Those 2 fellows have returned. Accelerate the blood extraction. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he positioned himself before the light screen, locking eyes with the 2 old men. Ye Feng, today you shall witness the power of the peak of the innate realm, the elder in white declared, slapping his waist. A spirit sword shot forth, expanding rapidly in the wind until it transformed into a colossal sword measuring 20 meters in length, its blade shimmering with golden light. Exuding immense power, Ye Feng's face paled, for even through the light screen, he could sense the formidable force radiating from the giant sword. Should it strike the grand formation, it could potentially ignite 10 of the array flags. Quickly, continue the blood extraction. I will go out to hold them off for a moment. Crossbowman, take aim outside and be prepared to cover me, Ye Feng commanded before his figure flickered and he emerged beyond the light screen. Oh, ha ha ha, he's actually come out. Flash. The giant sword let out a thunderous roar as it descended towards Ye Feng. Puff. A golden Dharma form emerged behind Ye Feng as he crossed his fists before his chest. Boom. A radiant golden sun began to rise, causing Ye Feng to stagger back over 20 steps until his back pressed against the light screen. Meanwhile, the giant sword dimmed slightly. After a piercing shriek in midair, it resumed its assault on Ye Feng. Ice Flame Finger. Ye Feng flicked his fingers in rapid succession, his Dharma form mirroring his actions. Countless bursts of ice flames surged toward the flying sword. In Chapter 1036, wait, let us battle again. The initial 10 strikes were deftly avoided by the giant sword. Yet the final 3 strikes accurately struck the flying sword. The once menacing flying sword was instantly frozen, plummeting from the sky. However, in less than half a second, the golden light surged once more, shattering the ice. I shall strike again. Puff, puff, puff. Another 3 bursts of ice flames were unleashed, once more encasing the giant sword in frost. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng dashed forward and grasped the giant sword. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood-sucking technique began to absorb the spiritual energy from the giant sword. Not good. What kind of supernatural ability is this? I sense the spirit of the sword is diminishing. Brother Tua, you also take action. Do not engage in a stalemate with Ye Feng. Aim for a decisive blow. Understood. The cultivator named Tua slapped his waist, unleashing the flying sword, which struck fiercely against Ye Feng's back. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Feng was forced to retreat 3 steps from the impact. The giant sword wielded by the elder in white finally broke free from Ye Feng's grasp, spiraling through the air before descending towards his neck. Fire the crossbows, commanded Chunan, and 30 crossbows within the formation unleashed their fury simultaneously. This is bad. Cursed old fools. The 2 elderly men had no choice but to direct their flying swords back for defense, shielding their bodies as best as they could. Dozens of crossbow bolts were swept away or shattered, temporarily averting the crisis. Ye Feng coughed up blood, feeling a warmth spreading across his back, likely the result of the earlier strike from the surname cultivator. As 2 flying swords cleared the area, they resumed their assault on Ye Feng. Gasping for breath, he gritted his teeth and leaped into the protective barrier. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. Several strength cultivators stumbled and fell. Brother Feng, do not let your blood go to waste. Let it flow into the blood pool, shouted Chen. And all right, Ye Feng replied, swiftly moving to the side of the blood pool. The nurses were ready, collecting his plasma and directing it into the pool. Just then, a sound reminiscent of flesh being cleaved echoed through the air. The surname cultivator's massive sword had sliced a 2-meter-wide gash in the barrier. In the next moment, he vanished into the formation. The elder in white attempted to follow, but found the formation slowly sealing itself. Ha ha, I have finally entered the formation. Today, all within shall perish, proclaimed the surname cultivator, flicking his fingers. A powerful surge of energy shot forth, piercing through 3 individuals before its strength waned. Boom. Ye Feng had no choice but to confront him with a punch, both of them flying backwards 5 meters. You are so strong? Brother Bai. Quickly break through the barrier and join me in dealing with this brat. Though he is merely at the true martial realm, I sense his strength is not far from my own, yelled the surname cultivator. Understood, replied the elder in white, raising his long sword and striking fiercely at the barrier. Puff! A crack appeared, but a continuous stream of energy promptly repaired the breach. This, Brother Su, I fear I cannot breach the barrier alone. You must strike from within. Together we shall overcome, called out the elder in white. In truth, at their level of cultivation, they typically would not act impulsively. This attempt to breach Ye Feng's barrier evidently posed significant difficulty. Their motivation for confronting Ye Feng was deeply rooted. The beauty within the barrier, Duoyan Hena, was breathtaking, and they sought to capture her for their master, hoping to gain favor and advancement. Otherwise, they faced the grim reality of aging and dwindling vitality, with little hope of breaking through to the transformation realm. Without such a breakthrough, their lifespans would soon dwindle. In the vast desert, due to the sparse spiritual energy, lifespans were somewhat extended, yet this also implied an inability to ascend to the true martial realm, with a maximum lifespan of merely 1,000 years being remarkable. However, circumstances had changed. The gale winds were gradually subsiding, and the desert would slowly absorb external spiritual energy. With the merging of realms, the lifespan of those at the postnatal stage would likely be around a century. Certainly, they can extend their lifespan through various means, such as the use of holy water, typically enabling them to live for 1 to 2 centuries, albeit at the cost of depleting their vital essence, resulting in a rapid decline in their strength. In the realm of true martial, the foundational lifespan is doubled, extending to over 200 years. In the innate realm, one might expect a lifespan ranging from 4 to 5 centuries, determined by individual genetics. Following this pattern, each significant realm effectively doubles one's lifespan. However, on the Star-Mist continent, most cultivators, even when their lifespans are exhausted, refrain from consuming vital essence to prolong their lives. This is because if one were originally at the peak of true martial, consuming vital essence to extend their lifespan would lead to a sharp decline in their realm, potentially reverting them to the early stages of true martial. During such a vulnerable state, various adversaries would inevitably come seeking them. Even those who were once amicable might turn hostile, for a cultivator who was once at the peak of true martial would possess numerous treasures, which others would seek to seize in their weakened condition. Moreover, those who would strike first would often be the closest relatives or friends, as they are the ones who first perceive the decline in one's vitality. Suddenly, a cultivator of the Duoyan clan brandished a colossal sword, striking at the barrier within. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as the giant sword effortlessly sliced through the barrier, soaring beyond it. Yet, this strike did not yield an opening in the barrier, implying that the elder in white still could not enter. This was quite peculiar. Gritting his teeth, the Duoyan cultivator beckoned the giant sword once more. The sword returned to him, but upon attempting to breach the barrier again, it was met with a distortion that prevented its passage. What was happening? Was it easier to exit than to return? The Duoyan cultivator was taken aback. Determined, he gestured with his hands, commanding the giant sword to circle outside the barrier and strike once more. However, would Ye Feng grant him the opportunity to cast his spell? With a thunderous sound, Ye Feng swiftly approached, delivering a powerful strike to the Duoyan cultivator's back, causing him to stagger forward. Regrettably, the Duoyan cultivator had already gathered all his vital essence, preparing to launch the giant sword into the barrier once again, leaving him unable to retaliate against Ye Feng. Ye Feng, wait. Let us battle later. The Duoyan cultivator exclaimed, fixated on the barrier, not turning back. I shall wait for your mother, Ye Feng retorted, clenching his fists as a golden materialized, his fists soaring through the air. The Duoyan cultivator was startled, compelled to momentarily sever his connection with the flying sword and counter with a punch against Ye Feng. The resulting clash sent him hurtling back 30 meters, colliding with the altar beside him. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng followed with another punch. The Duoyan cultivator had yet to rise when he faced another strike from Ye Feng, causing him to slide several meters before barely landing in the blood pool. Duoyan Hena felt a surge of joy and quickly began to chant an incantation. An eerie scene unfolded as the blood that had settled in the pool seemed to come alive, engulfing the Duoyan cultivator entirely. Offing, deliver him another blow. Do not allow him to escape the blood pool, Duoyan Hena commanded. Understood. Ye Feng leaped 50 meters into the air, delivering a fierce strike to the blood pool with both fists. Chapter 1037. Alas, it was already too late. Boom. The cultivator of the Duoyan clan, who was preparing to rise, was once again thrown back into the blood pool. At that moment, the blood seemed to possess a life of its own, crawling over his entire body, with some even attempting to invade his mouth. Ugh! He roared in fury, a golden shield manifesting around him, repelling the blood. However, as soon as the blood was pushed away, it rapidly recovered his shield, nearly sealing him entirely. Duoyan Hena, her face pale, chanted incantations, various bizarre emotions unfolding within the spell: pleasure, comfort, joy, excitement. In the blood pool, the Duoyan clan cultivator's gaze became hazy, and an eerie smile crept onto his lips, as if he were recalling a pleasant memory. Boom! A gust of violent wind struck, shattering his protective golden light. The blood no longer faced any hindrance and enveloped his entire body. Even while wrapped up, the Duoyan clan cultivator continued to smile, seemingly reluctant to break free from the illusion. In that moment, he appeared to have returned to his childhood, cradled in his mother's warm embrace, gently humming lullabies. Hurry, offer your blood. This amount is insufficient to restrain him, Duoyan Hena shouted to those in line. Huh, what nonsense. Two mighty emperors exchanged glances, leading the retreat towards the back. Only a few kings remained, bewildered, unsure whose orders to follow. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng, that elder was incredibly powerful. I believe it is time for us to realign ourselves, declared the two mighty emperors as they prepared to flee beyond the barrier. White-robed elder outside. We are willing to submit to you. We only hope that after you eliminate Ye Feng, you allow us to enter the barrier, one of the mighty emperors called out. Now just 5 meters from the barrier. Within the blood pool, the Duoyan clan cultivator, who had already succumbed to the illusion, began to struggle violently, causing the blood to splash everywhere. Thinking of escaping? Ye Feng swiftly dashed forward, blocking the path of the two mighty emperors. What do you intend to do? They stammered. What do I intend to do? Ye Feng extended both hands, seizing the necks of the two mighty emperors and swiftly bringing them to the edge of the blood pool. Clang! Chunin unsheathed a curved blade and swiftly ascended the altar. Now is the time. Ye Feng pressed the heads of the two mighty emperors against the blood pool. Ugh! Mr. Yi, let us talk. I was momentarily confused. Mr. Yi, I am willing to bring my entire clan to submit to you. Before they could finish their pleas, Chunin swung his curved blade. Thud! The two heads fell into the blood pool, their blood gushing forth into the depths. The headless corpses struggled for a while until the last drop of blood was shed, and then they ceased to move. Boom! At that moment, the white-robed elder was desperately striking the barrier with a flying sword. Within the sanguine pool, a brilliant light surged forth as the cultivator of the Tak clan unexpectedly broke free from the blood orb's entrapment, weakly leaping before Ye Feng. Yet at this moment, his aura had diminished significantly, plummeting from the pinnacle of the innate realm to its nascent stage. Clearly, in his desperate attempt to escape the blood sphere, he had resorted to some form of self-destructive technique. Boom! Ye Feng struck with a powerful punch. The once formidable Tak cultivator failed to even react, being sent crashing back into the blood pool. Gritting his teeth, he radiated golden light once more and leapt to the edge of the pool. You are Ye Feng, aren't you? Fellow Taoist Yi, your strength is impressive, being able to engage me across such a significant realm. Let us speak amicably. I am from the sect of the Enchantress, and our leader is a master of the transformation realm. If you spare me, she will show her gratitude. Boom. Before he could finish his plea, Ye Feng delivered another punch, sending him crashing back into the pool. Countless strands of blood enveloped him entirely. Oh, Ye Feng, you wretched fiend. If you slay me, the leader will track you down using my essence and annihilate your entire clan. As the blood orb engulfed him, his voice was abruptly silenced. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood orb began to writhe, as if it were a stomach digesting the Tak cultivator. In a fleeting moment, a loud bang echoed as the blood orb exploded, leaving behind only a skeleton and two pouches. Outside the luminance, the Tak cultivator's massive sword emitted a mournful wail, plummeting into the snow, severing all ties with its master. The elder clad in white, who had been assaulting the grand formation, turned pale at the sight, hastily retracting his flying sword and stowing away the Tak cultivator's blade into his pouch. When Mani Padme Hum. In the center of the altar, Duoyan Hena's incantation grew solemn. The blood within the pool began to boil, rising into the air, swiftly absorbed by the divine spear until naught remained. The spear shone brilliantly. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable disturbance in the surrounding air. Not good, Dodge, he shouted. Alas, it was too late. A thread of gold flashed through the air, and a laborer of formidable strength was cleaved in two before he could react. The divine spear had merely activated its innate defense mechanism when it was in the temple, releasing a fraction of its true power compared to now. Dodge, run towards the altar. As Ye Feng finished his warning, the golden thread flickered in the air. His expression changed dramatically as he swiftly clenched his fists. 3 Sanskrit characters barely escaped his grasp before being struck by the golden thread, shattering into fragments. Yes, run towards the altar above. It is the only safe place. Chunin echoed, leading the charge towards the altar. Puff! The golden thread flashed again, slicing 5 powerful laborers and 1 citizen in half. Nevertheless, they continued to writhe towards the altar, emitting chilling cries of despair. Dalahuda! Another incantation resonated from Duoyan Hena's lips. The golden threads swirling around seemed to possess a life of their own, dancing above the heads of the crowd. With a sudden incantation, the threads vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. Only a few incomplete corpses remained on the ground. Outside the luminous barrier, the elderly man in white paced back and forth like a hyena, unwilling to depart. After finally reaching a secluded area, he felt an overwhelming need to extract some benefit, lest he return empty-handed. Meanwhile, Duoyan Hena slowly opened her eyes, her complexion pale. My dear, Ye Feng exclaimed, rushing to support her as she wavered. Have you merged the divine spear's restrictions into the protective clan formation? He inquired with concern. It has been integrated, and I have paused the sword formation for 1 hour. Now, I must place a curse on all citizens within the barrier, instructing them to line up first, followed by residents, and finally, the laborers. Hurry. We only have 1 hour, Duoyan Hena replied. Did you all hear that? Form a line quickly, Ye Feng bellowed, causing the crowd to snap to attention and orderly queue up. Chapter 1038. Eyes flickering restlessly. Hey, you're a resident. Why are you ahead of the citizens? Step aside. One shouted. I won't move. If I do, I'll end up at the back of the line. If you don't, I might have to beat you. In mere moments, chaos erupted, and the crowd began to clash violently. Chenin, maintain order, Ye Feng shouted. Understood. Chenin leapt into the fray. No fighting. If you do, I will throw you out of the barrier. I usually obey you, but today is different. This is a matter of life and death. Someone retorted. You think you can throw punches? Before long, Chenin was caught in the melee as the scene devolved into utter confusion. Good heavens! This rabble! Ye Feng exclaimed in frustration, pounding his thigh as he felt compelled to intervene personally. Yet, as he separated one group, another erupted into conflict. The air was filled with explosive sounds accompanied by various screams of agony. Although citizens typically refrained from using weapons against one another, a fierce fight could still result in severe injuries. In desperation, Ye Feng clenched his fists and unleashed a series of resonant roars. Roar, roar, roar. Chenin felt a sudden heaviness in his head and collapsed to the ground. All those below the level of Power King were rendered unconscious. A few first-tier power masters were instantly obliterated, their bodies erupting into clouds of blood mist. At last, order was restored. Hena, you may now place the curses upon them, Ye Feng instructed. Very well. Duoyan Hena began to bestow curses upon the crowd, ensuring that they would not be shredded by the cursed sword threads. After a frenzied hour of work, she finally completed the last curse. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted into Ye Feng's arms. Perfect timing. Chenin, having regained his senses, began to jump about excitedly. Ye Feng sighed in relief. Just then, a flash of golden threads surged through the air, heading directly towards him. Regrettably, I have yet to administer the curse upon you. It seems I am doomed. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as 3 Sanskrit characters materialized before him. Boom. The 3 characters were simultaneously shattered by golden threads, propelling Ye Feng backward 5 meters as he spat out half a kilogram of blood. This divine spear's power seems to have been unleashed at least 20%, perhaps even exceeding the might of the sword formation from Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng's expression shifted drastically. A gentle breeze swept by, revealing 2 strands of golden thread. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng forcefully pushed Duoyan Hena aside, swiftly darting out of the grand formation of Hot Spring Island and landing outside the luminous barrier. The 2 golden threads dissipated into the air upon reaching the edge of the barrier. A chilling laugh echoed in the air. Ye Feng looked up to see the elder in white coldly gazing at him from a distance. He inhaled deeply, gradually straightening his posture. Ye Feng, did you ever imagine that you would ultimately fall into my grasp? The elder in white declared, striking his waist, causing a flying sword to ascend several meters, transforming into a colossal blade. Within the luminous barrier, Susan and the others were paralyzed with fear. She was the first to rush over and embrace Duoyan Hena. Hena, please awaken. You haven't cursed Ye Feng yet. You must wake up. Mother, please awaken. Father is in danger from the villains. Ye Xing also rushed forward, vigorously shaking Duoyan Hena's arm. Step aside, let me. Chenin approached, forcefully pinching Duoyan Hena's acupoint. It's futile, let me handle this. Ding Tuanshuan pressed her palms against Duoyan Hena's lower back. Outside the luminous barrier, the battle had commenced. Ye Feng was spitting blood, desperately evading the assault of the flying sword. In the initial stage of true martial, facing a peak innate adversary proved to be a daunting challenge, especially given Ye Feng's prior confrontation with the Tuoist surname cultivator, leaving him utterly exhausted. Ye Xing, you can control the Goo God Cauldron. Surely you can also wield this divine spear? Please, give it a try. Susan's voice had risen in pitch, as it was evident to all that Ye Feng could not withstand much longer outside the barrier. I will give it a try. Ye Xing sat cross-legged, repeatedly gesturing towards Ye Feng beyond the luminous barrier. It's not working. I cannot administer the curse. Panic flickered across her youthful visage. Then, can you halt the operation of the Goo sword threads? Even pausing for an hour would suffice until your mother awakens, Ding Tuanshuan urged. I will attempt it. Ye Xing formed her hand seals once more. Is it working? Has it succeeded? Chenin pressed on. Hurry. Ye Feng can't hold out any longer. Susan's eyes widened as she witnessed Ye Feng being sent flying once more. It should be ready. Father, please enter. Guogua, create an opening in the blue barrier. Ye Feng shouted. All right. Bai Guo was swept across the formation plate, creating a gap in the blue barrier. Ye Feng's aura had now dwindled to the level of a mere strength master. Gritting his teeth, he flickered and leaped into the blue barrier. Ha ha ha, attempting to flee? The elder in white did not pursue him personally. Instead, he pointed at the colossal sword. The colossal sword and Ye Feng rushed into the luminous barrier in quick succession. With a swift motion, the enormous blade sliced through Ye Feng's artery, blood gushing forth with a startling intensity. Clutching his wound, he hastened towards the altar. The elder in white narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face as the massive sword spiraled menacingly toward Duoyan Hena. No, Ye Feng, enduring excruciating pain, interposed himself beside her. The impact hurled him 10 meters away. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically as she recited 2 incantations. A brilliant mass of golden threads materialized, ensnaring the colossal sword. No, my sword, my precious sword. The sword was visibly cleaved into over 70 fragments, cascading from the air. The elder in white spat blood outside the barrier, aghast at the loss of his treasured extraordinary spirit sword, acquired through a lifetime of sacrifice. As the golden threads, having severed the sword, surged toward Ye Feng, he exclaimed, "What have you done, son? Did you not stabilize the sword formation?" Startled, Ye Feng summoned his inner energy, 3 dim Sanskrit characters manifesting around him. Yet, at the moment the threads were about to touch him, they dissipated into thin air. "Brother Ye, are you all right?" Ding Tianchuan rushed over, supporting him. "Do I appear unscathed? Ouch, the pain is unbearable. I feel as though my bones are fracturing." It seems there is a considerable disparity between the initial stage of the true martial realm and the peak of the innate realm. Ye Feng alternately pressed his hand against his chest and his artery. The blood-sucking technique had automatically healed the wound, but he had nearly bled out. He feared that he would need to drain the blood of several powerful beings to restore his condition to 80%. The remaining 20 would have to be mended by time. Bai Xiang approached, collecting the shards of the spirit sword and rubbing them thoughtfully in his palm, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Chapter 1039. Sister-in-law awakens. These are fragments of a spirit sword. Perhaps they can be utilized to forge advanced armor, shields, or siege engines. Is Hena still unconscious? Ye Feng inquired, observing Duoyan Hena, who lay unconscious in Ding Tianchuan's arms. "Brother Ye, we should first take sister-in-law back to rest. This sword formation is peculiar. We may need to wait for her to awaken to fully integrate it into the clan's protective array," Ding Tianchuan suggested. "Very well. Assist Hena to her room, while I examine this sword formation further." A group of women promptly guided Duoyan Hena into a modest dwelling. The houses in the Sword Gorge enclave were rudimentary, some hastily constructed from stone, others from wood, far inferior to the former homes of the Ge tribe. Fortunately, the temperature within the barrier remained around 10 degrees, preventing anyone from succumbing to the cold. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ye Feng approached the luminous barrier amidst the throng of Chun, Un, and the others. Outside the barrier, the elder in white lingered, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Ye Feng. "Old fool, are you not leaving? Our sword formation is complete. Do you intend to force your way through?" Ye Feng admonished sharply. "A troublesome dog lurks outside, leaving an unsettling feeling in my heart." "Very well, Ye Feng. You have audaciously slain the protector of our U-Girl sect. Now, I shall return to report this to the sect leader, compelling her to personally traverse the desert and obliterate your formation in one fell swoop," the elder in white declared, striding away into the distance. In truth, he possessed a spirit sword, yet it had already recognized a cultivator of the Taoist surname as its master. To wield another's spirit sword, one must perform certain rituals. Even if he forcibly claimed the sword as his own, its power would diminish from a transcendent grade to a mere first grade. The optimal scenario occurs when the sword is forged and instantly acknowledges its master through blood. At its first recognition, the sword's might can be fully unleashed. If it recognizes a second master, not only does its power significantly wane, but the second master's control over it pales in comparison to that of the first. One might liken the spirit sword to a dog, which only obeys its first owner who raised it. A second owner will always be met with a hint of distrust. Once the white-haired elder departed, Ye Feng swiftly seized Chun An's telescope, needing to witness the elder's exit for his own peace of mind. Otherwise, he dared not venture beyond the protective barrier for fear of an ambush. At that moment, little Ye Feng approached and tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. "Father, The energy of the sword formation has been depleted. We must find a new source of energy. What? Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically. The sword formation on Hot Spring Island drew its power from earthworms. But what of the Sword Canyon? Given the potency of the divine spear sword formation, a mere crystal pill would likely be drained of energy the instant it was placed in the center of the formation. Wait, an idea suddenly struck Ye Feng. Son, when Jianjian attempted to attack me earlier, it vanished unexpectedly. Was it due to the sword formation lacking energy? He inquired. Ye Feng scratched his head and hurried toward the altar. Ye Feng's heart raced as he followed closely to the blood pool. To his dismay, he found that the blood within the pool had turned a dark brown, devoid of any spiritual energy. It seemed that his earlier escape was not mere luck, but rather a consequence of the blood pool being drained of energy. Brother Feng, should I drop a crystal pill in to see if the sword formation will strike at you? Shunin suggested. Are you out of your mind? With my current strength, I can't even withstand a single strand of Jianjian. Now, I can only hope that the white-clad elder does not return to test the sword formation again. Otherwise, our secrets will be laid bare. Simultaneously, I wish Hena would awaken quickly to cast the curse. Ye Feng sighed, settling cross-legged beside the blood pool. Brother Feng, it appears that the energy required by this sword formation is not solely reliant on crystal pills and pills of essence. It seems that the blood of powerful beings can also activate the formation. How about this? We gather that group outside and have them donate blood daily. Say 500 milliliters each. In return, we provide them with a blood donation certificate, and if they accumulate over 5 liters within a year, we grant them entry into the barrier. What do you think? Shunin proposed suddenly. What a splendid idea. It seems that sending you to learn management from Wang Zhihai was not in vain. Ye Feng gently patted Chun An on the shoulder. The once proud expression on Chun An's face darkened instantly. Brother Feng, why did you attribute this matter to Wang Zhihai? I came up with this idea all by myself. You know? Chun An said, visibly displeased. All right. It's truly impressive that you thought of it yourself. Chun An, you finally matured. Ye Feng had no choice but to bestow another compliment. Only then did Chun An's face brighten with joy. Blow the whistle and gather everyone outside the light curtain. Only those above the master level, Ye Feng instructed. All right, watch me. Chun An stepped forward and shouted towards the people outside the light curtain. Those above the master level. Do you want anti-insect medicine and food? If you do, line up outside the light curtain. A great opportunity awaits. Moments ago, the crowd had scurried into the ice houses upon seeing the arrival of 2 formidable experts. Hearing Chun An's call, they slowly emerged. In no time, tens of thousands of disaster victims had gathered outside. They looked emaciated, stumbling as they walked. Listen up, Wenquan Island encourages everyone to donate blood. For every donation, you will receive 500 Wenquan coins, which can be exchanged for a bottle of anti-insect medicine or 500 pounds of frozen fish. Once blood donation exceeds 5 liters, the island will grant permanent residency inside the light curtain. This policy takes effect immediately, so please sign up enthusiastically. Chun An's voice resonated. That's wonderful. I want to donate blood, but I'm so hungry I can barely walk. Won't I die after donating? A disaster victim hesitated. Excessive blood loss could lead to a drop in body temperature, making it difficult to withstand the frigid winds outside. Good question. Someone, have the kitchen prepare fish soup. Make sure it's thick and nutritious. Let those brave souls drink a bowl before they donate. Chun An instructed the head chef. As you command. The chef promptly set to work. Chun An, let's wait a bit longer before they donate blood. At least let Hena wake up first. Let's deal with the curse before anything else, Ye Feng said. Blood must be sent directly to the blood pool, otherwise, it would coagulate and fail to activate the sword formation. As long as the blood entered the blood pool, it would retain its vitality permanently. Using other containers might jeopardize its freshness, especially given their current circumstances, as they lack the means to construct a blood bank. Brother Feng, Chu Xue should know what temperature the blood bank needs to maintain. We should arrange for someone to bring her to Jianjian Gorge to help build a blood bank. Chun An proposed. Just then, Ding Tuanshuan's voice rang out from behind. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, is awake. Oh, Ye Feng swiftly made his way to the wooden house. Duoyan Hena lay on the bed, her complexion pale, a strand of hair falling across her forehead. Even in her weakened state, she exuded an undeniable beauty. Chapter 1040. A special meal for you, Ye Feng. I haven't placed the curse on you yet. Come here, relax your body. Duoyan Hena managed to prop herself up. Ye Feng quickly sat by the bed, cradling her delicate form against his chest. After a while, once the curse had been placed, Duoyan Hena collapsed back onto the bed. It appears that the activation of the Divine Spear Sword Array has drained her considerable energy. Feng, I neglected to mention that to unleash the full potential of the Divine Spear Sword Array, the efficacy of crystal elixirs and pills may prove insufficient. However, utilizing the blood of a formidable warrior will yield far greater results, Duoyan Hena suddenly remarked. My dear, I understand now. I have already arranged for someone to donate blood. Ye Feng gently replied, planting a tender kiss on Duoyan Hena's forehead. It is best if the blood comes from a strong individual, for the blood pool is limited. Should a powerful adversary invade, a pool filled with weak blood may only withstand a single strike, Duoyan Hena murmured softly. Very well, my love, you should rest, Ye Feng said, his heart aching for her, as he delicately stroked her hair to help her drift into slumber. Once Duoyan Hena fell asleep, Ye Feng returned to the luminous barrier. No longer intimidated by the sword's silk, it was time to draw blood into the pool. Fortunately, the kitchen had prepared barrels of fish soup, placed beside the barrier. Chunin gave the barrels a push with his foot, sending them tumbling outside the barrier. The disaster survivors collectively swallowed hard, their eyes filled with a ravenous longing for the fish soup. What are you all waiting for? Drink up. Chunin waved his hand. With a roar, a throng of survivors rushed forward, some scooping with bowls, others using their hands, while a few simply plunged their heads into the barrels to drink. One by one, the kitchen staff emerged, rolling out the barrels of fish soup beyond the great array. Outside, the people drank with abandon. One individual's belly swelled, as if he were 9 months pregnant, yet he showed no signs of stopping, seemingly intent on making up for months of deprivation. Everyone, once you are full, please return to rest. You have a day to recuperate. After you are well rested, you may come to donate blood. Our Warm Spring Island is quite humanitarian and will not demand blood donations immediately after you have feasted, Ye Feng said compassionately. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You are truly a kind soul. Mr. Yi, you are our great savior. Mr. Yi, I will come to donate blood once I awaken. But will there still be fish soup after my donation? One survivor inquired. Of course. Do you think our Warm Spring Island operates like unscrupulous capitalists? Rest assured, after your blood donation, we will provide 7 days' worth of fish soup to help you recover. After 7 days, you may continue to donate blood for more fish soup. Or you may choose not to donate. However, if you opt out, there will be no more soup, Ye Feng explained. Rest assured, I will definitely return to donate blood in 7 days. Some survivors, having eaten their fill, waddled back to sleep. Previously, they had struggled to sleep under conditions of hunger. But now, with full bellies, they would surely dream sweetly of becoming residents of Warm Spring Island, living a joyful and fulfilling life. Ye Feng did not linger long before the luminous barrier. Once back in his room, he embraced Duoyan Hena and fell asleep beside her. The fierce battle with the Elder in White had inflicted significant internal injuries on him, and without resorting to his blood-sucking technique, it would likely take years to fully regain his peak condition. Even with the use of a blood-absorbing technique for recovery, it would likely take a month or two. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon night had fallen. Ye Feng felt a tickle in his nose and could not resist opening his eyes. To his surprise, he found Duoyan Hena playfully nudging his nose with a strand of her hair, her face mere inches from his. My dear wife, I never imagined that the usually dignified you would indulge in such mischief, he remarked, tightening his embrace around her soft form. I used to be quite serious, Duoyan Hena confessed, but after spending some time on Hot Spring Island, I seemed to have succumbed to its relaxed atmosphere. In her previous life, she had been responsible for the entire Ga tribe, constantly fending off beasts and guarding against her own kin, living each day in trepidation, as if walking on thin ice. Maintaining an air of authority left no room for laughter. However, on Hot Spring Island, the light-hearted environment enchanted her, allowing her to express her true emotions without fear of reprisal, free from concerns about external threats. Who could resist becoming a little playful in such a carefree setting? Is it dark outside? My dear, please continue to rest. I shall step out to observe the blood donation process. All right, you go ahead. I shall wait for you here, she replied, gracefully reclining on the bed, igniting a fire within Ye Feng's heart. Upon exiting the room, he encountered a group of nurses emerging from the luminescent screen, engaged in taking blood from the donors. As the needles had yet to be developed, their method was rather direct. Thwack! A swift incision opened the wrist. Oh dear! Could you be a bit gentler? One donor exclaimed. Apologies, but your blood volume is insufficient. It requires a deeper cut. Don't worry. We'll provide you with a little extra afterward. That's more like it. The blood bags were promptly returned to the luminescent screen, swiftly poured into the blood pool. The entire process needing to be completed within 2 minutes, lest the blood coagulate. Fortunately, this was the blood of the strong. Ordinary blood would coagulate in less than a minute outside. The nurses, all young and beautiful, wore professional smiles, their tones kind and gentle. The donors outside the screen soon found that the pain of their wounds was considerably alleviated. The nurses here are truly stunning. Their figures and beauty are simply breathtaking, though their technique is a bit harsh. Oh dear, my wound aches terribly. Once the donors had completed their contributions, they received their share of fish soup, a blood donation certificate, and 500 hot spring coins. Upon returning home, they would give the coins to their wives and children, instructing them to purchase frozen fish on the other side of the concession. If someone fell ill, those 500 coins would merely suffice for buying deworming medicine. Life may have been tight, yet there was at least hope to hold on to. After donating 5 liters of blood, they could reside within the luminescent screen. This was their true goal. As for the 500 hot spring coins, they were of little consequence, meant solely for sustenance and enjoyment. Not to be saved, Chun and approached Ye Feng. Brother Feng, we ought to give the blood donation station a name, otherwise it seems rather unseemly and gives off an impression of informality, he suggested. From now on, let us refer to this place as the Northern Myanmar Blood Donation Center. Those who donate blood shall bear a valiant name, blood slaves. Ye Feng spoke with gravity. Chenin, the elderly man with white hair, arrived at the Gale Wind district, now nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the Sword Cliff concession. Chapter 1041. A twinge of reluctance, Brother Tuo. I never imagined that even a master of your caliber would fall within the secret realm. But rest assured, upon my return, I shall take good care of your beloved wife and daughter. Naturally, in return, I shall unceremoniously accept the treasures within your cave abode. The elder in white concluded, preparing to enter the Gale Wind district. At that moment, a flicker in the Gale Wind district heralded the emergence of 3 figures, side by side. Leading them was a pallid youth adorned with a voluminous robe embroidered with a golden character for Western. The Duke's manner? The elder's countenance shifted, and he hastily lowered his head. The ailing youth also took note of the elder in white. Isn't this by he from the female cultivation sect? What brings you here? The feeble youth queried lethargically. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the true martial realm. Yet the two behind him were both experts at the initial stage of the transformation realm, a full 2 major realms above him. Your Highness, should the Duke learn of our entry into the Gale Wind district, our lives would be in jeopardy. Perhaps it would be wise to eliminate this fellow to prevent any loose talk upon our return, suggested one of the middle-aged men, evidently a bodyguard to the ailing youth. No matter, I doubt he would dare to inform my grandfather. Moreover, the enchanting arts of your female cultivation sect are unparalleled. Those women still require his guidance. It would be a pity to kill him, the ailing youth remarked, a sly smile gracing his lips. Why he stood there, utterly motionless and compliant. Why he, since your sect has ventured into this secret realm, could it be that the women within possess remarkable qualities? The ailing youth inquired, casting his gaze towards Bai He. I inadvertently stumbled into this secret realm and did not come for women, Your Highness. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Bai He replied with humility. Duoyan Hena is exceedingly beautiful, and for now, he is reluctant to share her with these individuals. Should he do so, given their status, he might be left with nothing but scraps. It would be ideal if these men missed the Sword Cliff concession and did not uncover that grand formation. Bai He, do not depart just yet. Since you have entered this secret realm, you must be well acquainted with its geographical nuances. Guide us to some perilous locations. We seek to procure spirit herbs over a millennium old. Furthermore, assist us in locating some exotic beauties to indulge our whims, the ailing youth stated nonchalantly. This, however, I have already sustained injuries within the secret realm and wish to return to recuperate, Bai He protested. He was acutely aware of the ailing youth's nature. Despite his sickly appearance, he was merciless and bloodthirsty. Once, when this fellow sought women from the female cultivation sect, the next day, upon entering the room, they discovered the woman brutally slain, her skin utterly devoid of integrity. Bai He, do you believe that with a mere command, my guardians would not hesitate to slay you on the spot? The ailing youth abandoned pretense, coldly reprimanding him. Very well, I shall appoint a few individuals as guides. A trace of humiliation flickered across Ye's face, but he could only acquiesce. He immediately took the lead, with the three following closely behind. In Chongqing City, on Hot Spring Island, after more than a month of diligent labor, they finally produced an adequate supply of insect-repelling medicine, temporarily alleviating the rampant spread of the insect plague outside. However, the esteemed pharmacist Qinglan fell ill. She had endured hunger and cold outside the light barrier and had worked tirelessly for an entire month without rest. In the Grand Conference Hall on Hot Spring Island, Heli Xian was once again convening a meeting. Wang Zhihai occupied the vice seat, while across the long table sat 4 members of the council, dispatched to monitor Heli Xian. The council harbored distrust towards him. Had Ye Feng still been the lord of Hot Spring Island, they would certainly not have sent monitors, for they trusted him implicitly. Below Wang Zhihai sat the fairy of the full moon. She had now donned a pristine white lab coat, and her demeanor gradually exuded the elegance of a civilized individual. Yet, a string of bells remained tied around her ankle. Firstly, let us extend our congratulations to Dean Haoyue for successfully developing the 3rd generation of insect-repelling medicine. This remarkable remedy is highly effective. A single vial can cure the insect plague, making it the most potent special medicine available. The 2nd generation, while effective, requires a month of continuous use to eradicate the plague entirely. The 1st generation, unfortunately, is the least effective. It necessitates 3 vials per day and must be taken for 3 months to merely control the plague. Thus, I propose that we dispose of the 1st generation of insect-repelling medicine, Heli Xian remarked. Indeed, it is true that the 1st generation can be discarded, as it fails to provide a true cure for the plague, merely suppressing its rampant proliferation within the body. Were it not for the exceedingly rare materials required for the 1st generation, we might even consider destroying the 2nd generation as well. Bai Chuxue nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Zhihai raised his hand. My lord, esteemed council members, I believe we should not dispose of the 1st and 2nd generations of insect-repelling medicine. The 3rd generation is indeed commendable, yet it is not a viable commodity. Consider this. If we cure those outside in one fell swoop, how shall we continuously harvest their labor in the future? If they are free from ailment, they will not toil for Hot Spring Island. Which is the crux of the matter, Wang Zhihai spoke slowly. Recently, Heli Xian had been spending considerable time with Wang Zhihai, gradually aligning his thoughts with Wang S. Zhihai? Are you implying that Heli Xian leaned slightly forward, oblivious to the disdain evident in Wang Zhihai's gaze? My lord, esteemed council members, the 3rd generation of insect-repelling medicine shall be for our citizens. Of course, our citizens rarely contract the insect plague, as the environment within the barrier is warm and unsuitable for insect proliferation. However, there will inevitably be individuals who venture outside the barrier for work. Thus, the 3rd generation should be administered to our citizens. The 2nd generation, with its moderate efficacy, shall be given to the residents within the barrier to prevent them from contracting the plague and subsequently spreading it to our citizens. They would need to consume 30 vials of the medicine to recover, allowing us to continue our harvest of their hot spring currency. The most inferior 1st generation deworming medication should be administered to those outside, for they are neither citizens nor residents, and dwell beyond the protective veil. Thus any ailments that contract would not affect us. It is rather fortuitous, as this 1st generation deworming drug will tether their lives, preventing them from thriving or perishing, relegating them to an existence of perpetual servitude for our island, utilizing the labor of their 100 million to ensure our prosperity. Wang Zhihai spoke slowly. Bai Chuxue's face betrayed a hint of compassion. After all, she was a physician and possessed a modicum of moral integrity. However, she was taken aback by Wang Zhihai's perception of the hospital as a mere business venture. Several legislators pondered, their expressions mirroring her reluctance. Alarmed by their hesitation, Wang Zhihai continued, I am not acting unilaterally, but rather implementing the policies of the former island master, Ye. We shall have the 100 million outside sustain our mere thousands on the island, and the 1st generation deworming medication is the optimal control strategy. Chapter 1042. Intriguing indeed, deworming medication, in conjunction with sustenance and various auxiliary measures, is essential to maintaining stringent control over these individuals. Otherwise, the savages would prove difficult to tame. Wang Zhihai invoked Ye Feng's name, and with that, no one hesitated further, casting their votes in favor of Wang Zhihai. After all, the intellect of these individuals was limited, and they were oblivious to the fact that Wang Zhihai was merely cloaking himself in Ye Feng's authority. Director Wang, there are a full 100 million people out there. Do you truly think there are none with intelligence among them? If even one were to discern the truth, it could lead to a loss of trust in our island, and the value of our currency might plummet, Bai Chushua cautioned. That is simple. We shall complicate the process. For instance, when seeking medical attention, they must first register, and after registration, they must wait in line. During this waiting period, we will create some disturbances, perhaps employing a few actors to cut in line, thereby cultivating an atmosphere of busyness in the hospital. Furthermore, we shall instill in them the social nuances of our institution, such as the expectation of presenting a token of appreciation to the doctors, though we will not state this explicitly. We will discreetly disseminate information through actors, ensuring they comprehend the unwritten rules of our hospital. If anyone dares to report to Hao Yue, the celestial maiden need only emerge to dispel the rumors. After all, only our hospital can treat the goo worm disease, and whether they believe it or not, they must acquiesce. In essence, we must incessantly deplete their mental and physical resources, leaving them no time to ponder. Wang Zhihai chuckled. Bai Chushua cast a furious glance at Wang Zhihai, while the others exhibited a mix of anger and resignation. Among those present, a conscience still prevailed. Director Wang, your plan may at best stifle their intellect for 40 years, yet we each possess the potential to live for centuries. When they awaken after those 40 years, it may spell the end for our island. Have you truly considered the implications? Hao Yue interjected, her countenance darkening. Indeed, you are correct. Hao Yue, every scheme has a time limit. However, we can indefinitely extend those 40 years. In the meantime, we shall arrange various entertainment events, enlisting the Hongda Performing Arts Troupe to showcase their talents. Wang Zhihai responded with a smile. Subsequently, chess and poker, those advanced games, were introduced into their lives. With regular tournaments organized for chess and poker, the champions would be casually rewarded with several thousand spa coins, leading them to become utterly engrossed in these pastimes. Furthermore, arrangements were made for some intellectually numbing entertainment, drastically diminishing their cognitive abilities. Should they encounter individuals of notably high intelligence who were not constrained, a direct warning would be issued, advising them against speaking out. Should they disregard this warning, the island would cease to provide them with vermifuge, food, and would prohibit their offspring from attending the spa academy. Wang Zhihai calmly articulated this in the meeting room, which fell silent, transforming into Wang Zhihai's domain. Ye Feng was absent, as were Susan and Duoyan Hena. The entire spa island had nearly become his one-man show. Even the inept island lord, Heli Xian, had turned into his little admirer. The only aspect that instilled a sense of caution in Wang Zhihai was the House of Representatives. President Wang, oh President Wang. Hao Yu slowly shook his head and then nodded. Fortunately, I am now a citizen of Spa Island, Hao Yu remarked. At that moment, she comprehended that true strength transcended mere cultivation. A powerful mind constituted genuine strength. President Wang, please write down your strategy. We will present it to the House for a vote among all members to determine whether to implement your proposal, one of the representatives stated. Very well. Heli Xian, kindly fetch the calligraphy brush from the back table for me, Wang Zhihai instructed without lifting his gaze. Certainly, I shall retrieve it immediately. Heli Xian, oblivious to any impropriety, eagerly went to assist in fetching the brush. Several representatives exchanged glances, their expressions shifting simultaneously. President Wang, Heli Xian is now the island lord. Please extend him the respect he deserves. My apologies, esteemed island lord. Please sit. Allow me to fetch it instead, Wang Zhihai hastily replied. No matter. It has already been retrieved. It is merely a brush. Heli Xian, portly and oblivious to Wang Zhihai's authoritative presence, merely perceived that Wang Zhihai was indeed capable, seemingly able to resolve any matter. As time flew by, a month passed, and Ye Feng's injuries had healed to about 70%. Primarily due to the climate adaptation within the light curtain, he had relinquished all responsibilities regarding the management of the Sword Gorge concession to Susan. Chenin, let us go fishing and check on the progress of the blood bank's construction, Ye Feng declared, shouldering his fishing gear, with Yi Xing trailing behind him. Let us go. The blood bank is fully completed. The blood pool can no longer contain it, so we must store the excess blood in the blood bank. The two made their way towards the blood bank. Numerous individuals were busily entering and exiting, delivering bags of blood plasma to the cold storage. The temperature within the cold storage was maintained at 28 degrees. Should the blood pool experience any depletion, they would transfer some of the blood plasma back into the pool to sustain the operation of the sword array. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the light curtain. Ye Feng hastily set down his fishing gear and cast a sharp gaze towards the 4 individuals outside. The citizens also sensed that something was amiss, ceasing their blood draws and retreating into the sword array. Hey, do we still need to draw blood? Indeed, I have been queuing for 2 days. Why is the stall closed? The people in line remain oblivious to the impending danger. Ye Feng furrowed his brow as he approached the luminous barrier, casting a cold gaze at the 4 individuals outside. However, his expression soon relaxed. Let them come. After all, the blood pool is brimming with energy. Not to mention the old man in white. Even if 10 of him arrived, they would not dare to step into the sword formation. The 4 finally reached the luminous barrier, gazing at Ye Feng from a distance. To his surprise, there was a settlement of humans here, yet the women appeared rather ordinary. Their eyes vacant, as if their intellect had not awakened. Bai, do you wish for me to play the fool? The ailing youth remarked with dissatisfaction. Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. He initially intended to circumvent this Sword Canyon territory, but they encountered numerous groups along the way, all migrating towards the Sword Canyon, ultimately leading them back to square one. This formation is rather intriguing. Hey, those within. Does this grand array harbor any spiritual herbs or medicines that are over 1,000 years old? Or perhaps exceptionally beautiful women? The ailing youth asked without reservation. In his view, in such a desolate place, there was no need for restraint. One could simply state their desires outright. Given the spiritual energy here, the most one could expect would be experts at the true martial realm. Ye Feng's countenance darkened instantly. He could discern the ailing youth's realm, but the 2 individuals behind him were far from ordinary. They might even surpass Bai's level. Could it be? I apologize, but in this impoverished locale, we have no 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and as for women, they are all rather unappealing and aged. Thus, I advise you to return from whence you came. Ye Feng said coolly. Just because you say there are none, does that mean it's true? Release the grand array and allow us to enter, one of the guards retorted. Chapter 1043. A hint of panic finally appeared on their faces. Shut your mouth. Chenin shot back defiantly. What gall to insult this law king? The guard, enraged, struck the luminous barrier with a powerful fist. Boom. A gaping hole appeared in the blue barrier, and the force of the punch sent a tempest raging within. This is bad. Guogua, quickly, repair the grand array. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that a cultivator at the transformation realm could be so formidable, able to pierce the blue barrier with a single blow, rendering it incapable of swiftly mending itself. There is no energy to sustain it, Bai Guogua replied, her face pale after hastily manipulating the array plate. The blue barrier required crystal cores for energy, and the middle-aged man's punch had reduced the core at the array's center to dust, siphoning away its energy. Ha! Let us go, enter, commanded the ailing youth. And with that, he dashed into the luminous barrier. Don't. Your Highness, come back. They shouted. Your Highness, it seems there is another formation inside the barrier. Only after the ailing youth had entered the grand array did they cry out in anger. Unfortunately, it was too late. Above the altar, Duoyan Hena unhesitatingly closed the sword formation. What a beautiful woman. The ailing youth's gaze was immediately drawn to the lofty figure of Duoyan Hena, his eyes widening in astonishment, and drool escaping his lips involuntarily. Ha ha ha. You lie, claiming there are no beauties here. This woman, perhaps only the mistress of the enchantresses could be her equal. Come, my dear, I shall cherish you well. With that, the ailing youth pointed forward. You too, the kings of law, step forth and seize that woman. Remember, do not harm her, otherwise, our revelry shall be diminished. It was only after he spoke that he realized the 2 formidable kings of law had not charged into the sword formation, but were instead standing outside the luminous barrier, their faces ashen as they stared at him. Qiqian, Qiyu, what is the matter with you 2? Why do you not come in? The ailing youth turned, glaring at the pair. Your Grace, you must come out at once. The formation within is quite sinister. Even with our keen eyesight, we cannot discern its depths. Indeed. Hurry out. If a single hair of yours falls here, we shall face dire consequences. The 2 spoke anxiously. The ailing youth's expression shifted as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, Duoyan Hena altered her hand gestures. With a whoosh, a golden thread materialized in midair and sliced toward the ailing youth. Clang. In the next instant, Ye Feng's eyes widened. The supposedly indestructible golden thread failed to cut through the youth's garments. With a whoosh, 2 more golden threads appeared, striking at the youth once more. This time, the threads possessed greater strength and swifter speed. The sword formation had this characteristic. The initial threads were fewer in number, slower, and less powerful. However, as time progressed, the quantity, speed, and might of the threads would increase exponentially. Clang! The ailing youth was forced back several paces, realizing he was in dire straits. Consequently, he slapped his waist, affixing a talisman to his chest. A layer of white light emanated from his body. The 2 golden threads struck simultaneously against his protective barrier of white light. The light trembled, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the threads. Qitian, Qiyu, you 2 useless fools, are you not entering? Do you wish for me to perish? The ailing youth's tone was urgent, though he felt little panic. In their Xiyin County, he was akin to a deity, able to slaughter the common folk at will. He had never truly experienced fear. Qitian and Qiyu exchanged glances, yet only dared to linger outside the luminous barrier, too afraid to enter. Very well, I shall go out myself, the ailing youth declared, and with the confidence bestowed by his protective light, he strolled leisurely toward the luminous barrier. However, upon reaching the threshold of the sword formation's light, he was abruptly pushed back a step. What is happening? It was so easy to enter before. Why can I not leave? A hint of panic finally flickered across his face. Boom. A sword was swung, yet the luminous barrier remained undisturbed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For golden threads flashed through the air, striking the white light with lightning speed. Boom. The surface of the white light erupted with a series of explosive sounds, dimming significantly. The ailing youth was now thoroughly alarmed. He hastily clapped his waist, unleashing dozens of high-grade talismans that nearly covered his entire body. Various colored shields illuminated in succession, enveloping him completely. A series of golden threads emerged, swiftly severing the outermost layer of his protective barrier. More and more golden threads appeared, escalating to a staggering 5,000, nearly encasing the frail youth entirely. Uncle Qitian, Uncle Qiyu, please, come in and save me, hurry. The terrified voice of the ailing youth resonated amidst the swirling golden threads. Concurrently, the blood in the pool was rapidly siphoned by the sword formation. Yet, all was well. Within the blood bank, numerous nurses diligently poured plasma into the blood pool, ensuring the continuity of the golden threads. Ye Feng's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He had not anticipated that although the frail youth's strength was lacking, the treasures adorning him were abundant. The onslaught of over 5,000 golden threads was catastrophic. Even those at the innate level or transformation stage would be instantaneously rendered to nothingness. It appeared this fellow was replete with high-grade artifacts. With a final thrust, the last layer of protection was cleaved away, exposing the frail youth to the multitude of golden threads. The speed of these sword threads had now approached that of instantaneous movement. Before the youth could even react, they struck his body. Clang, clang, clang. To his astonishment, a white light emanated from the youth's garments, effortlessly deflecting most of the golden threads. Young master, the 2 guards turned pale with fear, not particularly concerned about the ailing youth's fate, but aware that should he perish, the Duke would hold them accountable. The individuals within the formation knew that the one ensnared by the sword array was the most favored heir of the Westernine Duke. If he were to fall here, it would not only spell disaster for those within the formation, but for everyone in the secret realm as well. Qitian's voice thundered in response. Ye Feng smirked, unfazed. For he would remain in the great desert eternally. The affairs of the Westernine Duke were of no consequence to him. Let them come forth if they dared, and witness whether he could breach the sword array of Sword Gorge. The golden threads twisted and multiplied, transforming into over 10,000. The youth's head, hands, and feet were left unprotected. In less than 5 seconds, all that remained was his torso. The head was gone, the hands and feet were gone. Why you killed our young master? The 2 middle-aged men retreated simultaneously. Why he, in sheer terror, collapsed to the ground. He had witnessed the dismemberment of a descendant of the divine origin realm. Previously, he had seen humanity meet grim fates, even witnessing deaths far more gruesome than that of the young master. However, the demise of herbivores ultimately lacked the power to instill true fear. Chapter 1044. What are your plans? This was different. Now, what had perished was a formidable carnivore. In the Westernine Duke's domain, there were only 2 masters of the divine origin realm, both residing within the Duke's residence. The sky had fallen. What do we do, brother? The young master, he is dead, and in such a horrific manner. Qiyu looked towards Qi Tian, whose brow was tightly furrowed, his face as pale as parchment. After a brief pause, he let out a deep sigh. Very well, let us henceforth avoid returning to Xin County and venture into other territories. Otherwise, the county lord will undoubtedly have us torn to shreds, Qi Tian proposed. Indeed, let us distance ourselves as far as possible from the site of the heir's demise. The greater the distance, the better, the two conferred before vanishing in a flash beyond the luminous veil. Ye Feng gazed on in bewilderment, having overheard none of their conversation. He presumed the two had fled in fright. Yet, that did not seem plausible. The aura emanating from them suggested they were at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Such adept individuals would pose a challenge for even 5 of himself if they did not charge into the sword formation. At that moment, Ye Feng's gaze turned towards the solitary figure of the white crane outside the shimmering barrier. Old White, are you not leaving yet? Do you intend to stir trouble beyond the veil? Ye Feng inquired indifferently. Me? The white crane's countenance darkened, but after a moment of steeling himself, he strode towards the area of fierce winds. The fallen one was the heir of the county lord's estate, and it seemed that as a witness, he too would be ensnared in the repercussions. However, the county lord's power, while formidable, would find it no simple task to lay blame upon the Maideness sect, which represented a significant force within Xin County. Should the county lord dare to confront the Maideness sect, it would provoke a coalition of other mid-tier powers to stand against him. Yet, he believed the sect leader would not hesitate to sacrifice him as a mere pawn to vent the county lord's wrath. Ye Feng approached the remains, observing the gruesome sight of the dismembered body. Only the upper torso and thigh had escaped the onslaught of golden threads. Everything else was obliterated. He reached out, gently unraveling a layer of translucent fabric, running his fingers over it thoughtfully. Others gathered around, astonished by the exquisite garment. Brother Feng, should you wear this attire? It would surely enhance your prowess, Chenin remarked. There is no necessity, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. If the third layer of the sacred demon technique, combined with the blood scales, cannot preserve my safety, donning an additional exquisite garment would only ensure that my torso remains unscathed. White Elephant, take this garment for your engineering department to study. Investigate it thoroughly and see if it can be mass-produced, Ye Feng declared, tossing the blood-stained fabric to White Elephant. Certainly. I shall begin my research immediately, he replied with evident delight as he departed with the garment. Ye Feng then led the group to the site of the blood pool. The blood had been entirely drained, and the blood bank staff were diligently refilling the pool with blood bags. It was fortunate that the blood bank had been constructed. Had they needed to draw blood on short notice, they would likely have been unable to unleash the power of the sword formation in time. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the other senior members. Construct additional blood banks. It is better to be prepared. Understood. The engineering and medical personnel promptly set to work. Although Ye Feng was no longer the island master, it was entirely due to his own reluctance to assume that role. Those beneath him had already come to regard him as their leader. Brother Feng, I overheard those individuals speaking earlier. It seems you have offended numerous factions within the Xingming continent. For instance, that Black Wind sect and the Maideness sect, whose leader is a woman and a master of the transformation realm. The most unfortunate individual was undoubtedly the one who was just slain. It seemed that his grandfather was a venerable figure, perhaps even a princely lord. I surmise that such a lord must possess at least the prowess of the divine origin realm, Chenin remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. After interrogating Meng Ding on Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng relayed all the intelligence he had gathered to the island and to everyone within and beyond the shimmering barrier, thus providing them with a fresh understanding of the world's realities. Consequently, Chenin was naturally aware of the other realms beyond the true martial realm. Ah Feng, what are your plans? Susan inquired. Ye Feng, his brow knitted in contemplation, found himself momentarily at a loss for a strategy. He was confident that the sword formation generated by the divine spear could withstand the so-called princely lord of the divine origin realm. However, one could not remain perpetually on the defensive, could they? What if that individual came here and besieged the One-Sword Gorge for a century? From where would the energy for the sword formation derive? The blood bank could only ensure that the blood remained unfrozen for a limited duration. It could not serve as an infinite reservoir. Thus, it was imperative to utilize living beings to store blood. At present, nearly 10 million individuals had congregated outside the barrier of One-Sword Gorge, and blood could only be extracted from them. As for drawing blood from the citizens of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng was reluctant, as it contradicted the founding principle of the island, to allow its citizens to live joyfully, leisurely, and comfortably. To require the citizens to donate blood would be in stark opposition to this ethos. It was precisely this strategy that had enabled Hot Spring Island to ascend as the dominant power in this realm. No one wished to become enemies with the island, but rather aspired solely to become its citizens. Effectively, he need not resort to violence. He merely needed to extend the benefits of Hot Spring Island. Even formidable figures like Hao Yue did not harbor thoughts of vengeance. Her singular desire was to become a citizen. After all, people are inherently lazy. Who would not wish for a simple and easy life on Hot Spring Island? Moreover, they could sustain themselves with the labor force of over 100 million outside the barrier. Whenever he wished to concoct some elixirs, procuring materials was a trivial matter. He merely needed to print some currency and issue a bounty, and millions would eagerly compete to gather the required materials. Notify everyone that we have repelled a formidable enemy today. Tonight, we shall host a grand banquet. Additionally, let us distribute some relief porridge to those outside the barrier. Allowing them to partake in our joy, Ye Feng commanded. Although Susan was currently in charge of One-Sword Gorge, she naturally deferred to Ye Feng's wishes. Brother Feng, what time is it? You should not be thinking of feasting. We ought to devise strategies to confront our foes, Chenin expressed with evident displeasure. Let us discuss that in a month. There are many matters to manage. For now, let us focus on fostering happiness and comfort. That is the utmost priority. Ye Feng reassured him, patting Chenin on the shoulder. Comfort? The mere thought of the impending adversaries sends me into a frenzy. Chenin retorted glumly as he proceeded to issue commands. That night, numerous bonfires were lit within the enclave, and the citizens gathered around them. Each table adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Sashimi, braised fish, steamed fish, grilled fish skewers, sour fish soup, grilled eel, shark fin soup, and fish head vegetable soup, accompanied by delightful fruit wine. Some gather around the bonfire, engrossed in storytelling, while others dance and sing, reveling in the joy of life. Onlookers outside the curtain gaze with envy, their mouths watering. The concession also offers fish porridge to those outside, with residents preparing it so generously that there are 5 hefty fish in a single pot of broth. They would never dare indulge so lavishly at home. Typically, a pot of that size contains no more than 2 fish. Chapter 1045, A Rare Moment of Tenderness. How I long to be among them. A laborer, sipping fish porridge, gazes longingly at the scene beyond the curtain. Indeed, if I could become a citizen of Hot Springs Island, life would be simply splendid. I envy them immensely. However, to gain citizenship, one must achieve great deeds for the island. No matter, opportunities will arise, even if I cannot achieve great feats. Accumulating sufficient wealth would still grant me entry to live within the curtain. Not being a citizen, but a permanent resident, would suffice. The 2 daydreamers are jolted back to reality by a sudden gust of cold wind that turns their porridge into a lump. Quick, let's return and reheat it. They dash towards their ice house against the biting wind. Around the central bonfire, 8 tables are set, encircling the flames. Ye Feng sits at the head, with Susan to his left and Duoyan Hena to his right. Chun-En and other senior members are gathered. All right, as the upper echelons of Hot Springs Island, we cannot remain lost in pleasure. It is time to devise strategies for our island, Chun-En asserts. Within a month, formidable warriors will arrive at Hot Springs Island. What plans do you have to defend against them? Ye Feng inquires. Brother Feng, I've already contemplated this. At worst, we can remain forever within the curtain, Chun-En replies. Are you foolish? Who will supply the blood for the blood pool? Can we rely on just the few of us in the concession? Even if we pooled everyone's blood, it would scarcely suffice for a single strike from a God Realm expert. Ding Tuanshuan retorts mockingly. Then what do you propose? Chun-En scratches his head and passes the ball to Ding Tuanshuan. After a moment's contemplation, Ding Tuanshuan turns to Ye Feng. Brother Yi, why don't we construct more blood banks? Ye Feng raises an eyebrow and looks at the others. Each of you, think of a solution. I am too weary to brainstorm, but I will judge whose idea is the most effective. Bai Xiang stands up. Brother Feng, if necessary, we can issue bounty orders, enlisting the help of the over 10 million outside to hunt our enemies, just as we did on Hot Springs Island. He has witnessed the power of bounty orders on Hot Springs Island, which can truly compel even emperor-level warriors to recklessly charge into danger. That won't work. The hot springs currency hasn't been fully circulated yet, and they are unaware of its significance. Moreover, bounty orders only inspire combativeness when there is not a significant disparity in strength. If we send those in the acquired realm to hunt God realm experts, it is evident they would be walking to their deaths. Susan shakes her head. Very well, then you all must find a solution. The white elephant sat down awkwardly. Why has it suddenly become so quiet? Come on, everyone, let's share our ideas. Ye Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Brother Feng, in the face of a formidable God realm expert, it seems we can only cower behind the barrier and await our demise, Chenin remarked. Sigh, I must think for myself, it truly pains me. Ye Feng rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, casting his gaze over the citizens and residents within the concession. Now, how many citizens and residents do we have? What is the total population within the barrier? Ye Feng inquired. Susan picked up her notebook. There are a total of over 9,700 people. Just under 10,000, Susan replied. Is that all? It seems a bit insufficient. Susan, as a citizen, I propose a suggestion to you, Ye Feng said, attempting to distance himself from the matter. What are you pretending for? The entire hot spring island belongs to you. You're still calling yourself a citizen? Susan rolled her eyes. Hey, regardless, I am currently just a citizen. As a citizen, you high-ranking officials have the obligation to protect me, care for me, and secure various benefits for me. Now, as a citizen, I wish to offer a suggestion. Anyone who has donated blood more than 5 times or deposited over 10,000 in the hot spring bank should be allowed inside the barrier. Initially, let them become temporary residents. To attain permanent residency, they must donate blood once a week for the next 5 years. In this way, the issue of the blood bank's inability to store blood long-term would be resolved. If a God realm expert were to attack the barrier, these individuals would be living donors, rushing to the blood pool to continuously donate. Only then could we withstand the assault of a God realm expert, Ye Feng posited. Indeed, the other's eyes lit up. Chenin was the first to give a thumbs up. Brother Feng, your strategy is brilliant. Only those with savings can reside within the barrier. If they dare to betray us, their hard-earned hot spring coins will be frozen by the bank, and they will understand the gravity of the situation. Exactly. The white elephant also stood up. Let those who have donated blood more than 3 times reside within the barrier. It is the warmth of their contributions that they will cherish. If we let them in for no reason, they will not appreciate the opportunity and could easily betray us. Hearing the two, the others understood Ye Feng's good intentions. Brother Feng, you are truly wise and formidable. Please allow us to call you the King of Hot Springs. They all exclaimed in unison. No, I am merely a citizen, not a king. Ye Feng firmly waved his hand. All right, Brother Feng, you are truly magnificent. The white elephant praised. Only at this moment did he grasp the depth of Ye Feng's intentions. Brother Feng, to be honest, I used to think you were too dramatic, overly idealistic, and indecisive. However, since the establishment of Hot Spring Island, I now comprehend the magnitude of the situation you have orchestrated, Chenin sincerely stated. In fact, he had felt that Ye Feng was being overly dramatic back in the Black Tree River region, where he could have comfortably remained aboard a warship. Yet Ye Feng chose to bring a motley crew aboard. Now, it seems that Ye Feng's approach was indeed quite correct. Despite facing numerous challenges, the reputation of the hot spring currency has been well established, and it has enabled them to amass countless crystal elixirs and pills, significantly enhancing the strength of their team in the initial stages. At the very least, as they emerge from the light barrier, they will not succumb to the cold like ordinary individuals. Had Ye Feng not promoted the hot spring currency in the Black Tree River region, they would have been forced to venture into the monster forest to hunt beasts for elixirs, resulting in far fewer survivors among their ranks and a slower increase in their capabilities. During that period, the coveted crystal elixirs, which were unattainable for ordinary people, began to flow into Hot Spring Island in abundance due to Ye Feng's currency, allowing every citizen to partake in them at least once a week. This laid a solid foundation for their early development. Their current objective is to continue promoting the currency, leveraging this infinitely printable paper to reap rewards from across the globe. Phone. Susan gently wiped Ye Feng's mouth. Do we have any long-term plans moving forward? I mean, after we secure ourselves against this wave of formidable foes. It was rare for Susan to display such tenderness. Chapter 1046. I simply cannot endure you. Simply put, I shall leave the remaining matters to you esteemed leaders. For now, I am merely a carefree resident of Hot Spring Island, preparing to enjoy a leisurely retirement while striving to advance my cultivation further, hoping to break through to the mid-stage of true martial realm. Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly, picking at his teeth with a fishbone. What do you think about continuing the promotion of the currency? We need to establish a reputation for the hot spring currency, but it must be tied to desirable items that others will covet. Susan mused thoughtfully. Indeed, my dear Susan. These items must be unique to Hot Spring Island, yet alluring to the inhabitants of the Star-Mung continent. You all can ponder this further, Ye Feng declared, downing a cup of fruit wine in one gulp. Brother Yi, our deworming medicine seems to be an excellent candidate. With the increasing severity of the parasitic disease, our deworming medicine requires an upgrade. Haven't we received news from Hot Spring Island that the parasitic disease is worsening? The director of the Hot Spring Hospital, Hao Yue, has already upgraded the deworming medicine to its 4th generation, Ding Tuanshuan suggested. That is a splendid idea. If the parasitic disease can infect the people of Star-Mung continent, and if there is no cure available there, our deworming medicine would be unparalleled in this world. Perhaps those at the divine origin or semi-divine realms may not be susceptible themselves, but they have lived for thousands of years and surely have descendants or disciples who would require our deworming medicine. Let us bind the hot spring currency with the deworming medicine. As for binding food items, that would only allow us to control people in the Great Desert region. The powerful figures of Star-Mung continent should find it quite easy to procure food. Ye Feng nodded, looking at Ding Tuanshuan with satisfaction. My little potato seems to have matured, now contributing strategies for Hot Spring Island. It appears that the adoration for me has waned, as I notice a hint of calmness in her gaze rather than the previous fervor. Brother Feng, this is splendid. We can once again harvest currency from the Star-Mung continent, Shunan exclaimed, leaping with exuberance. Stop jumping. Merely administering the deworming medicine will not ensure the stability of the spring currency. However, if we incorporate this, Ye Feng remarked, revealing a palm-sized, pure white crystal pill with absolute purity. Oh dear, I almost forgot. A crystal pill of such purity is non-existent in the vast desert. Only Brother Feng could produce it. The formidable beings of the Star-Mung continent undoubtedly possess numerous high-grade elixirs, which demand an even higher level of purity. This is truly remarkable. I am convinced that if we link the crystal pill of 100 purity with the spring currency, those powerful individuals will line up at Spring Island seeking our services. Shunan resumed his jubilant dance. Your antics are unbearable. You dance like a woman, Ding Tuanshuan remarked with a wry smile. Susan stood up, first sending Chun and flying with a kick before solemnly announcing, since we have reached a consensus, starting tomorrow, we will begin to absorb individuals with deposits into the light curtain, allowing them to become residents and providing vital energy for the sword formation. Next, we shall announce the deworming medicine from Spring Island and conduct a live broadcast. Those afflicted with parasitic diseases must stand outside the light curtain and consume our deworming medicine on site, allowing everyone to witness its efficacy. Word will spread, 1 telling 10, 10 telling 100, and these individuals will unwittingly advertise for Spring Island. We will then inform them that a bottle of deworming medicine costs 500 spring coins, and we only accept spring coins in exchange. No other items, regardless of their value, may be directly traded for our medicine. After Susan concluded, she turned to Ye Feng. A Feng can purify the pills to 100 purity, hence, as a citizen, you too must shoulder some responsibility for Spring Island. What responsibility? Ye Feng asked, his expression wary. I require you to live stream beside the light curtain starting tomorrow afternoon, demonstrating how you transform waste pills into those of absolute purity. While you broadcast, you shall promote our services, if anyone wishes to convert their waste pills into pure ones. Spring Island can provide this service for a fee of 10,000 spring coins. This will elevate the stability of our spring currency to new heights, Susan declared. I refuse. Ye Feng countered defiantly. You must comply. In my capacity as the acting ambassador of the Spring Island in the One Sword Gorge concession, I command you to do so, or I shall expel you from the concession, Susan asserted without hesitation. I feel as though I've lifted a stone only to crush my own foot. Ye Feng sighed, raising his hands in surrender. Laughter erupted around them as the gazes directed at Ye Feng softened. Behold, this is the advanced system of Spring Island. Despite possessing the power to annihilate every citizen in the concession with a single hand, he refrains from oppressing his own people. The next morning, Ding Tuanshuan, Chenin, and Susan busied themselves with recruitment efforts, brandishing large signs as they moved back and forth outside the light curtain. Commencing now, individuals who have donated blood more than 3 times may reside within the luminous barrier, and those with bank deposits exceeding 10,000 may also enter, becoming temporary residents. Please present your blood donation certificates and deposit slips for verification. Once confirmed, you shall gain entry to Hot Spring Island, Chun and proclaimed loudly. Having ascended to the rank of second-order strength king, his voice resonated across a vast expanse of several kilometers. In no time, a throng of individuals, resembling a horde of zombies, encircled him, all pressing towards the recruitment station, each brandishing their deposit books and blood donation certificates, anxious that a delay might alter the policies of Hot Spring Island. Form an orderly line. Form an orderly line. Chunin commanded, wielding his staff to maintain order. The sounds echoing sharply. Hurry up, go, urged Duoyan Hena. Father, quickly, prompted Ye Feng from the side. Ye Feng, his face flushed, approached the luminous barrier clad only in swim trunks, where tables had been set up. As instructed by Susan, Ye Feng, as a host, was required to don an eye-catching appearance. Thus he relied on his robust physique to captivate the audience. Outside the luminous barrier, a group of women gradually gathered, their astonished gazes fixed on Ye Feng and the sign above him, as well as the impressive package below. Greetings, dear family. I am host Ye Feng. After a millennium of research, Hot Spring Island has finally discovered how to elevate the purity of crystal pills to 100%. Behold, this is a waste pill with a mere 40% purity. The remaining 60% comprises impurities. Consuming such a crystal pill could lead to severe health issues. Concluding his statement, Ye Feng held the crystal pill in his hand. Yet he did not immediately employ the blood-sucking technique. Instead, he performed hand gestures and recited incantations directed at the waste pill, even bringing forth an inexplicable machine to process the crystal pill within. In truth, he had subtly invoked the blood-sucking technique, ensuring that the onlookers could not discern the method of purifying the crystal pill. After a brief interval, the originally dark crystal pill transformed into a pure white hue, devoid of any impurities. The gathering of women finally shifted their focus from the package to the pure white crystal pill in Ye Feng's grasp. So remarkable? 100% purity? Impossible. Even the most skilled alchemist cannot achieve such a level of purity. Attaining even 90% would require an element of luck. I suspect he swapped the previous waste pill. Deliberately trying to draw attention, one woman asserted, her skepticism evident. Dear family, if you harbor doubts, please present your low-purity crystal pills to me. I shall purify them to 100% right before your eyes using Hot Spring Island's purification machine, Ye Feng offered, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. All right, I possess a crystal pill with only 60% purity. I do not seek 100%, but if you could elevate it to 80%, I would be satisfied. A female strength practitioner declared, retrieving a crystal pill from her bosom. Ye Feng nodded, signaling to Ye Feng. Ye Feng hurried outside to retrieve the crystal pill. In just 2 minutes, Ye Feng had extracted all the impurities from the low-grade crystal pill. Now it's ready. He tossed the purified crystal pill outward. The female alchemist examined it closely, her eyes widening in astonishment. Incredible. This is 100% pure, my heavens. The purest I have ever seen in my life was only 97%. The female alchemist rejoiced. Others around her were equally ecstatic, their eager gazes fixed on Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly covered a substantial bag. Dear host, could you please help me purify this bag of crystal pills? In return, I shall share 1/3 of the purified ones with you. The female alchemist produced a small bag. All right, my father will help you purify them immediately. Ye Feng was about to collect the pills when a large hand rested on his shoulder. Son, do not go, Ye Feng said calmly. Why not? The female alchemist felt a sinking feeling, sensing something amiss. Our advanced purification machines require 10,000 spring coins for each purification. Do you possess that amount? If so, I can purify them right away, but the cost starts at 10,000 depending on the quality of the crystal pill. The higher the quality, the greater the fee. So think carefully. Ye Feng feigned greed. What? I have 10,000 spring coins, but I would rather buy more frozen fish. Why bother with purification? Moreover, this grade of crystal pill is not worth spending 10,000 spring coins for purification. If it were a higher grade, I might consider it. The female alchemist replied. Then let us discuss it when you have high-grade crystal pills. I too believe that purifying this low-grade pill for 10,000 spring coins is quite unwise. Ye Feng chuckled. At this moment, a growing crowd gathered around Ye Feng, having heard of someone who could purify crystal pills. Reluctantly, Ye Feng decided to showcase his skills a bit more for their entertainment. Meanwhile, Several young guards donned revealing outfits and began live streaming. On their table lay bottles of deworming medicine. Suddenly, a few infected individuals emerged from the crowd, clearly in dire straits. One bottle of deworming medicine was consumed, and the patient immediately shed his trousers, defecating in front of everyone, revealing numerous slender worms mixed in. The patient persisted, vomiting shortly thereafter, with writhing worms present in the vomit as well. Others gathered around, grimacing as they examined the afflicted individual. Look, his eyes. They've returned to their normal color. Previously, his eyes were a deep yellow, a common trait among those afflicted with parasitic diseases. How much for a bottle? I want to buy one. A throng of sick individuals clamored, eagerly pounding on the light screen. 500 spring coins per bottle. Please form an orderly line. If you lack the funds, fear not. You may seek a loan from the bank next door. However, the bank will record your fingerprints, footprints, name, and tribe. If the money cannot be repaid within the stipulated time, one may apply for an installment repayment plan, the nurse stated. Then I must inquire. What if I simply refuse to repay? How will the Hot Spring Bank deal with me? Among the crowd, there were individuals arranged by Hot Spring Island, whose purpose was to promote awareness and prevent these people from becoming defaulters. The consequence was simple. Should the individual become infected again in the future, Hot Spring Island would no longer provide deworming medication, and Hot Spring Bank would cease to grant loans. Furthermore, even their family members wishing to purchase deworming medicine would be required to pay in full, with no installment options available. The nurse provided a professional response, causing the group of potential defaulters to suddenly change their expressions, compelling them to return home and seek items to sell in hopes of gathering 500 hot spring coins. This information rapidly spread through various channels, and within 20 days, it had reached the entire Jianjian Gorge concession, known by over 10 million people. Concurrently, Susan wrote a letter conveying the policies of Jianjian Gorge to South Hot Spring Island, urging them to implement similar measures. On this day, Ye Feng was engaged in a live broadcast behind a luminous screen, unaware that a group of distinguished individuals had infiltrated the crowd. Among them, two masked figures obscured their identities with black cloth, their sharp gazes and commanding presence evident. The master should be arriving soon, right? One masked individual inquired. Indeed. We have been waiting here for 2 days. She should be arriving shortly, replied the other. Amidst the throngs of disaster survivors, one figure made their way towards the southern part of Hot Spring Island. Hey, you mentioned that information holds value. Is that true? The survivor discreetly asked Chunin. Of course, but it depends on whether your information is unique and beneficial to Hot Spring Island, Chunin remarked while absent-mindedly scratching his nose. It is indeed valuable. Here's the situation, the survivor whispered. At that moment, Ye Feng was promoting his skills in refining elixirs when Chunin approached him and quietly leaned in to share a secret. Brother Feng, I have news. Individuals from Xingming continent have arrived, 2 masked figures. One has chestnut-colored hair, stands at 2 meters 1, possesses pale blue eyes, and has notably large hands. He carries 3 bags of distinct colors, red, yellow, and black. After delivering this information, Chunin straightened himself. Chapter 1048, Collateral Damage with the Support of Hot Spring Coins. The Jianjian Gorge concession gradually exerted control over the more than 10 million individuals outside, excelling in intelligence operations to the extent of collecting information on their very excrement. Excellent. Ye Feng slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the gathered onlookers. His attention was immediately drawn to the 2 masked individuals. What is a blessing may not be. What is misfortune cannot be evaded. Has it finally arrived? Ye Feng smiled faintly. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted. The 2 masked figures simultaneously stepped aside, revealing a veiled woman who gracefully emerged, her azure eyes fixed intently on him. Despite her veil, her remarkable aura captivated the attention of the surrounding survivors. The half-naked man seemed to have noticed my presence. Have you betrayed our whereabouts? The woman's voice was icy, as if it could penetrate the very soul of a person. Yet, paradoxically, her demeanor was wildly uninhibited, creating a stark contrast. Ye Feng found himself yearning to peel away her layers, to discern whether she was genuinely provocative or merely coy. Master, we have not disclosed our location, this we can assure you. Since our arrival, we have not removed our veils, and we have concealed our auras. The 2 masked figures spoke with trepidation. Enough, you 2 inept fools. Since our whereabouts are already compromised, I shall communicate directly with Ye Feng of Hot Spring Island, she declared, slowly removing her veil and stepping boldly before the light barrier. Her features were exquisite. With a delicate nose and deep-set eyes, her lips slightly parted revealing pearly teeth. Her face bore the essence of the East, yet her features possessed a Western allure, harmoniously blending the beauty of both realms. Merchants, summon the leader of your enclave. I have matters to discuss with him, the woman stated, her bright eyes glimmering as they fell upon Ye Feng's impressive stature. This is quite substantial, she gasped in astonishment. As the mistress of the enchantresses, she had encountered countless men, yet none had ever matched this magnitude. Very well, I will fetch the leader immediately, but here we address the leader as ambassador, Ye Feng replied hastily, rushing to find Susan. In less than 2 minutes, Susan arrived. The two women exchanged glances across the light barrier, and Ye Feng sensed an electric tension in the air, akin to the clash of swords. Indeed, rivals are often found among peers. Both Susan and the woman were beautiful, yet hostility simmered between them. Are you the leader of the Sword Gorge enclave? The mistress of the enchantresses spoke first, her tone dripping with disdain. As a late-stage practitioner of the transformation realm, she could easily discern that Susan's strength was merely that of a late-stage acquired realm practitioner, comparable to a 5th-level power king in the Great Desert region. Is there something you wish to discuss? Susan boldly settled herself into Ye Feng's chair, while he stood as her protector, dutifully positioned behind her. Indeed, there is. Your name is Ye Feng, correct? The mistress inquired. Ye Feng. It's just a name, a mere alias. Speak freely. What is it you desire? Susan replied, unceremoniously. The mistress seethed with indignation. After a moment, she suddenly clutched her abdomen, breaking into a fit of delicate laughter. How amusing. Your prowess may be lacking, yet your arrogance is remarkable. You killed my enchantresses and did not flee. Instead, you dare linger here. Such courage is commendable. The enchantresses? I am not particularly familiar. Perhaps you have encountered us before. What is it you wish for? Susan inquired calmly. What do I want? Ye Feng, step forth. I intend to escort you to the Duke's mansion. I have heard that you even killed the young master. The mistress's expression turned grave at the mention of the young master. The Duke's mansion was a formidable entity, one even the enchantresses dared not provoke. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction at the young master's demise in such a remote locale. To avoid incurring the Duke's wrath, she had to feign deep animosity towards Ye Feng. Indeed, it was I who killed him, but I shall not step outside. If you possess the capability, then come in and face me. Susan smiled faintly, discreetly grasping Ye Feng's hand beneath the table. She sensed that the woman beyond the luminous barrier was rather flirtatious. And considering Ye Feng's character, he might become overly excited. As anticipated, he indeed reacted. The mistress of the divine had ceased speaking, raising her enchanting eyes to scrutinize the sword formation above and below. She possessed some discernment, recognizing that this formation was far from ordinary. Perhaps, with some effort, she could dismantle it. However, why bother? It was more prudent to allow the personnel from the Duke's residence to handle it, for they would inevitably arrive here. The Duke's residence ruled over the West End County through sheer force, and when they sought vengeance, it would not be merely their household members who would come. They would summon the mightiest from the entire county, ensuring that these formidable beings witnessed the consequences faced by those who had slain the heir. This would serve as a warning to all of West End County. Why the silence? If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave, for I have numerous matters to attend to within my jurisdiction. With that, Susan stood up impatiently. You? Such an impudent junior. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the might of the starry dream continent. Yet it matters not. Dealing with you is not my concern. For now, I shall remain outside, observing the unfolding drama. After uttering these words, the mistress of the divine departed with her two subordinates. Stopping 2,000 meters from the luminous barrier, she retrieved a small box from her waist. Master, you actually brought our auxiliary formation? Indeed. I have heard that the temperature here is quite low. While it poses no threat to me, I would rather not meditate in such frigid conditions. Upon saying this, she fully opened the small box, revealing a disc the size of a fingernail, alongside 4 tiny flags. You too, place these 4 flags in the cardinal directions. Understood. Ye Feng, still broadcasting live, suddenly stood up. A luminous barrier with a diameter of 100 meters materialized 2,000 meters away from him, instantly enveloping several ice houses within its confines. In the center of the barrier, the woman in black was intoning an incantation. As the speed of her chant quickened, The ice layers within the small barrier began to melt rapidly, and the ice houses followed suit, soon revealing a sandy beach beneath. Impressive, truly. The Starry Dream continent carries such valuable items. Ye Feng sighed, recognizing that the temporary formation was, without a doubt, vastly inferior not only to his sword formation, but even to the blue barrier controlled by Guagua. The disaster-stricken populace exchanged glances. A few daring souls approaching the luminous barrier and gently tapping it. Seeking death? Without the woman needing to intervene. Her two guardians swiftly dispatched those daring individuals with a single strike, leaving no one near the barrier alive. The others were immediately taken aback, fleeing from the barrier in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 1049. But it has exhausted Duoyan Hena greatly. These disaster victims are exceedingly bothersome. Let us drive them further away, lest they disturb the master while she cultivates the 10th layer of the yin-yang harmonization technique. Agreed. The two masked figures soared from the barrier, commencing a ruthless slaughter centered around it. In an instant, blood flew, and cries of anguish echoed through the air. Faced with two innate realm masters, they found themselves utterly devoid of any means to resist. Alas, the concession of Hot Spring Island is far superior. At least there, lives are not indiscriminately taken. However, these ruffians from the Star Mon continent, without uttering a word, resort to lethal force, denying us even the opportunity to comprehend our fate. Those who are not of our kin harbor intentions that are inherently different. They are outsiders, indifferent to our existence, treating us as mere animals. Ye Feng, on the other hand, is commendable. His concession on Hot Spring Island not only provides us with medicinal supplies and sustenance, but also offers a glimmer of hope for a life within the protective barrier. In a moment, the hearts of these disaster-stricken individuals began to weigh their options. Perceiving Hot Spring Island's concession as infinitely superior to these interlopers from the Star Mon continent, it is indeed better to rely on one's own kind. Previously, the vast desert was divided into myriad tribes and countless races. Yet, times have changed. The turbulence in the wind barrier has allowed individuals from the Star Mon continent to intrude. This has compelled the various tribes within the desert to set aside their enmities and unite against these invaders. Ye Feng gazed at the grim scene outside, slowly shaking his head. He would not be foolish enough to leap beyond the barrier to rescue them, for these individuals are not citizens of Hot Spring Island. Their demise would not stir his heart. At that moment, a powerful figure approached the barrier. "Mr. Yi, please seek justice for my wife." Those three outsiders, without hesitation, just killed her, and she was with child. The man knelt before the barrier. "Fear not, I shall avenge your wife, but not at this moment. Grant me some time." Ye Feng feigned sympathy. Vengeance. What a farce, when he himself was as vulnerable as a clay idol crossing a river. "You, go inform the blood bank to have all personnel retrieve plasma and pile it beside the blood pool. I sense a great battle is imminent," Ye Feng murmured. "Understood." The man hurried towards the blood bank. The strength of the woman in black was formidable, surpassing that of the two guards of the young lord. Her full-force strike could potentially drain the blood pool. Should the formation falter, the repercussions would be dire, with her flying sword wreaking havoc within the array. At that time, many lives would be lost within the concession, including his own, who might not withstand the full force of her strike. Time continued to elapse. At South Hot Spring Island, He Lishuan was diligently executing Ye Feng's orders. Standing before the barrier, he brandished a large megaphone. "Hurry! Those with deposits exceeding 100,000 can come forward to register and take shelter until Duoyan Hena returns to administer the necessary charms. Then, you shall be permitted to reside within the sword formation." "Ah, such fortune! My deposit is exactly 100,000. I shall queue. But what shall I do? My deposit is precisely 100,000. However, I still need to procure 20 bottles of medicinal supplies and 500 pounds of frozen fish tomorrow." There was no alternative. He would have to apply for overtime tonight, hoping to recoup the day's expenses. At that moment, Wang Zhihai approached. "Zhihai, it is splendid that you have arrived." "Ha. By the way, how long will it take for the reply to Brother Feng to reach Sword Gorge?" He Lishuan inquired. Wang Zhihai sighed, feeling quite disillusioned. How could such a fool be appointed as the island master? Returning to the master of the island, it is expected to arrive in a little over a month. I have dispatched the 7th-generation sand vehicle to deliver the message, and with a lighter load, its speed has significantly increased compared to before, Wang Zhihai stated expressionlessly. That is good. What shall we do next?" He Xian inquired further. Master of the island. Although the letter is penned by Susan, it undoubtedly reflects Feng Ji's intention. His message is to recruit a substantial number of citizens, filling the residence within the light screen for a year, granting each individual a recommendation position. We can now proceed with the civic voting for those over 50,000, Wang Zhihai replied slowly. Indeed. Haha, look at me. I'm all flustered. Come, let us go together. He Xian exclaimed, warmly taking Wang Zhihai's hand as they made their way towards the hot spring square. At this time, the square was already occupied by over 5,000 citizens, with 1,000 still absent, effectively forfeiting their voting rights. Master of the island, we await your arrival. Hu Zhuo announced, rising with his 40-odd council members. All right away. Zhihai, summon those residents here. I am ready to grant each of them a recommendation position. He Xian said excitedly. Wang Zhihai nodded expressionlessly. In the One-Sword Gorge, Ye Feng was currently practicing the venerable Saint Demon technique without relying on any external aids. After half an hour, he withdrew from his practice, his countenance grim. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the inner demons, which had intensified significantly upon reaching the true martial realm. The practice was now inducing illusions. It seemed that despite the unpleasant words of those old fellows, they spoke the truth. The inner demon must be addressed promptly. As the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to resolve it. With this thought, he exited the training room, heading towards Susan's temporary office. At this moment, the sword formation was already crowded with 70 to 80,000 people. They had brought only 2 to 3,000 from Hot Spring Island, absorbing some laborers along the way, totaling around 10,000. Yet now, the numbers had swelled to 70 to 80,000, indicating that over the past 3 months, Hot Spring Island had absorbed an astonishing 800% increase in population. This had exhausted Duoyan Hena, as she was tasked with placing curses on each individual. Good morning, Mr. Yi. A strong man bowed deeply to Ye Feng. They were adept in social matters, and upon arriving in a new place, they would inquire about who the local leader was. Some said it was Susan, while others claimed that although she appeared to be in control, the true authority lay with Ye Feng. Good morning. Did you donate blood today? Ye Feng greeted with a smile. I donated blood 3 days ago. The nurse mentioned that donating once every 7 days suffices, lest it be detrimental to one's health. Indeed, that's absolutely correct. Be sure to consume some fish liver to replenish your strength, Ye Feng remarked before swiftly entering Susan's office. Inside, a meeting was in progress. While Susan's guards could intercept others, they did not dare to obstruct Ye Feng, the esteemed sovereign. Ye Feng, your timing is impeccable. We are currently discussing the construction efforts on Hot Spring Island. Please take a seat at the end. Susan gestured towards a position at the tail of the table. Very well, Ye Feng acquiesced, settling in to listen to their discussions. All right, let us continue the meeting and deliberate on why the group cannot advance in rank. After Susan finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards Ding Tuanshuan. She had now ascended to the second tier of the Power Emperor. I was unsure of the circumstances previously. After consuming the crystal pills provided by Brother Yi, my strength had advanced rapidly. However, upon reaching the second tier of the Power Emperor, ordinary crystal pills, regardless of their purity, could no longer exert a significant impact. Chapter 1050, completely unable to control. Ding Tuanshuan furrowed her brows. Ye Feng nodded silently. Indeed, the higher one ascends in cultivation, the greater the quality of crystal pills required. It is not merely a matter of purity. Purity facilitates absorption, yet the grade of the crystal pill is of utmost importance. It seems that Ding Tuanshuan's rapid progress was solely reliant on the assistance of high-purity crystal pills. Now, with the sand beasts in the great desert extinct, finding advanced sand beasts to refine crystal pills is evidently impractical. And we must turn to the Starmon continent beyond the Gale Wind Zone. I believe it is a matter of grade. Isn't it, Tuanshuan? Ye Feng inquired. Yes, the grade is too low. No matter how high the purity, it is of no use. The medicinal potency is insufficiently dominant to break through the bottleneck of the third-tier Power Emperor, Ding Tuanshuan affirmed with a nod. Susan turned to Ye Feng. Do you have any plans? What plans could I have? You all must find a solution yourselves. I shall merely listen in. Perhaps your discussion will ignite my inspiration. Ye Feng replied, slouching in his chair. After all, he was no longer in the decision-making position and could afford to indulge in the whims of the moment. Let us do this. We shall send someone to negotiate with the female cult leader 2,000 meters away to procure a batch of high-grade crystal pills. We can then assist her in purifying a portion and charge her a fee, Susan proposed. What? The others immediately changed expressions. They had witnessed the brutality of the female cult. Who would dare negotiate with her? Who will go? Susan's gaze swept over the crowd, prompting everyone to retract their heads. Never mind. I shall go. I believe the female cult leader possesses many high-grade crystal pills. Their purity cannot possibly reach 100%. And using that as a condition, she will not harm me, Susan declared. Ye Feng slowly sat up straight. To be honest, he was reluctant to let Susan take the risk, but as the leader, if she did not take risks, who would? When Ye Feng was in a leadership position, he often took risks himself. Shaner, when you meet the female cult leader, make your first words direct and to the point. Do not let her two subordinates casually take your life, Ye Feng instructed sternly. Understood. Susan stood up and, escorted by the others, approached the luminous barrier. I will be fine. You all just wait for my good news, she said resolutely, stepping through the barrier and into the frigid wilderness. Ye Feng quickly picked up his binoculars, watching Susan's retreating figure. The mindset of those from Hot Spring Island differed from that of others. If anyone else were aware that their woman was venturing into danger, they would undoubtedly seek to prevent it. Yet Ye Feng did not. A leader must possess a spirit of adventure, or they are unworthy of their position. The others also raised their binoculars, watching intently as Susan approached the barrier of the small formation. Two guards suddenly emerged, scrutinizing Susan from head to toe. Ah, a big catch has arrived. Though this woman is merely a puppet, her connection with Ye Feng is substantial. Let us detain her for now and wait for the arrival of the Duke's mansion. Surely, there will be a generous reward. Just as they prepared to act, Susan deftly flipped her delicate hand, revealing a pure white crystal pill in her palm. The two men halted simultaneously, gazing at the crystal pill with expressions of confusion. What? This pill seems to lack quality. Do you intend to bribe us with such rubbish? One of them inquired. Please, esteemed gentlemen, take a closer look at the purity of this crystal pill, Susan replied, flicking it towards them. One of the guards extended his right hand, effortlessly catching the pill and inspecting it closely, magnifying his vision to the utmost. Am I mistaken? After scrutinizing for so long, I see not a trace of impurity. Brother, do check. Perhaps my eyesight is failing me. He passed the crystal pill to the other guard. The two men examined the pill from every angle for 10 minutes, their astonishment growing as they finally secured it into their pouch. It's 100% pure. Isn't it? Indeed, you are correct. In our Sword Gorge enclave, we can purify all crystal pills, or what you refer to as elixirs, to absolute purity. Susan stated calmly, though her heart raced with anxiety. Let her in, came the voice of the mistress of the divine females from within the small light screen. Understood, mistress. One of the guards produced a formation plate, manipulating it with swift gestures. The formation opened a small gap. Taking a deep breath, Susan glanced back at Ye Feng's position before resolutely stepping into the light screen. The two guards followed suit, eager to learn how this Susan managed her elixir purifying techniques. It's well known that as elixirs ascend in grade, the demands for purity become increasingly stringent. Even the slightest impurity can affect the elixir's properties or even alter its attributes. Thus, in the Starman continent, an alchemist capable of purifying elixirs to 95% purity is an immensely sought-after talent. As for achieving 100% purity, that is deemed impossible. It's akin to the notion that no person in this world is perfect. The highest one can attain is 99.999999%, merely approaching absolute purity, but never attaining it. After a while, Susan stood before the mistress of the divine females, who was currently holding the crystal pill Susan had presented. Employing various methods, she sought to detect any impurities within the pill. 2 hours later, the mistress's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. 100% purity? Her breath quickened. If she could elevate the purity of the transformation pill to perfection, it would mean an immediate advancement to the pinnacle of transformation. With a few more transformation pills to convert the essence in her body into divine essence, she was confident of a 30% chance to break through to the divine essence realm. At that moment, she would become the third master of the divine essence realm in Xi'an County. Your name is Susan, correct? May I inquire if you possess the ability to refine lower-grade elixirs? What are the higher-grade ones? Are you capable? The mistress of the UN sect endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her voice betrayed a quiver that she could not suppress. the divine source realm. Henceforth, the Yuan sect would no longer be beholden to the whims of the duke's residence. Refining higher-grade elixirs requires considerable time and a substantial investment of resources. Thus we shall charge a reasonable fee, Susan replied. Fee? Ha ha ha. The mistress of the Yuan sect emitted a light chuckle. She had anticipated that Susan would present some exorbitant demand. However, since it was merely a fee, she could easily offer a single vitality pill, or at the very least a foundation pill. These rustic folk would surely express their gratitude. Pray tell, what fee do you require? That depends on the elixir you wish to refine. I must ascertain its grade, Susan responded. The mistress of the Yuan sect hesitated for a moment and signaled to her two subordinates. They promptly stepped outside the luminous barrier. Still uneasy, she retrieved a talisman and affixed it to the ground. Chapter 1051. You frightened me. Just now a veil of black light enveloped the two. Once this was accomplished, the mistress of the Yuan sect carefully produced a box from her robe. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Inside lay an unassuming elixir. Yet its medicinal fragrance rapidly filled the entire black barrier. Had the two guardians been present, they would have recognized that this seemingly ordinary elixir was none other than the renowned transformation pill. What do you think? Can you discern the grade of this elixir? The mistress inquired. I cannot ascertain its specifics, but it certainly exudes an air of superiority. How about this? 5 million spring coins. You pay, and I shall take the elixir back to our domain for refinement, Susan proposed. 5 million spring coins. Hold on. You intend to take the transformation pill back to your barrier? The mistress's expression darkened as she promptly closed the box. Are you jesting? I spent over a century concocting this pill, having squandered countless materials in the process. Although its purity is merely 70%, it is still a treasure. How could I possibly allow you to take it back to Spring Island? What then? Susan countered. Simple. Have your Spring Island so-called assembly line brought outside. I demand to supervise the entire process. Otherwise, how can I trust that you won't substitute the transformation pill? The mistress retorted. Susan replied, I stand by my word. Spring Island is reputable. As long as you provide the 5 million spring coins, I assure you that within a month, this elixir will reappear before you with 100% purity, albeit perhaps slightly diminished in size. Slightly diminished? That is to be expected, as impurities would be eliminated. Nonetheless, how can I entrust it to you? The mistress of the Yuan sect was deeply conflicted. For an elixir of such high caliber as the transformation pill, the purity ought to be maintained around 75%. Yet now, her transformation pill stood at only 70%. Truth be told, she was uncertain if the impurities would affect the properties of the elixir. What if those impurities were to enter her body and interact, resulting in adverse effects? How about this? You give me some of the elixirs that are of little importance to you, and I shall take them back to refine them to perfection. Surely, that would suffice? Susan suggested. That is indeed a reasonable compromise. I possess 2 Peiyuan pills, which are somewhat superfluous to me, yet they hold substantial value. You may take them back for refinement, the esteemed female leader declared, retrieving a small pouch containing the 2 pills. These appear rather dark in hue. What is their purity? Susan inquired. Does the purity matter in relation to your refining process? The leader countered. Of course it does. The higher the purity, the swifter the refinement to perfection. Susan replied. Very well, these Peiyuan pills have a purity of approximately 60%, the leader responded, prompting Susan to assess their worth. All right, I shall charge you 600,000 for the refining fee, 30,000 for each pill, Susan stated. 30,000 in spring coins? I find it unnecessary to engage in further debate. Once you refine these 2 pills, you may retain 1, which should sufficiently cover your fee, the leader scoffed dismissively. That may be so, but we must adhere to a procedure. We cannot directly accept elixirs from clients. We only accept spring coins. I propose that your guardian appraises any valuables they possess at the spring bank. Convert all items, be they spirit pills, enchanted swords, talismans, or any other odds and ends, into spring coins first. Then you may pay me the service fee, as is the custom on our Spring Island. Susan endeavored to intersperse the spring coins among the transactions, refusing to permit a barter. What a nuisance. Would it not suffice for me to simply give you a Peiyuan pill? Is 1 pill not worth 600,000 spring coins? She exclaimed, angered. Indeed, it is worth more, but I assure you, I do not concern myself with such trifling discrepancies. Expedite the refinement, and in due course, return to me a Peiyuan pill of perfect purity, the leader stated, her patience wearing thin. I will take the Peiyuan pills back with me within 7 days. You shall return with 600,000 spring coins to collect your elixirs. With that, Susan strode away from the darkened vale, exiting the grand formation of the esteemed leader. Such a young age, yet so rigid. She is unlikely to achieve greatness in the future, the leader mused, shaking her head in disappointment as she observed Susan's retreating figure. Look, Susan is back, Shannon exclaimed first. Earlier, they had witnessed Susan being engulfed by a shroud of darkness through a telescope, sending shivers down their spines. Shannon nearly prepared for a memorial service, but was thankfully pulled back by Ye Feng. From Ye Feng's perspective, the energy fluctuations within the dark veil did not seem lethal. It did not resemble a lethal formation. As the veil parted, Susan immediately embraced Ye Feng tightly. Susan, you terrified me just now. Ye Feng gently patted her back. A Feng, I was equally terrified. Woo-woo, Susan sobbed. Upon hearing Susan's cries for the first time, Ye Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen An's mouth fell agape, as if he could swallow an apple whole. The Iron Lady of Hot Spring Island, displaying such a vulnerable side, was undeniably an awkward sight. Please, don't cry, Susan. Regain your composure, Ye Feng said. His face flushed with embarrassment as he gently pushed her away. Ah Feng, finally, there is some progress. That woman gave me 2 Peiyuan pills. How long will it take you to refine them? Susan inquired. Approximately a day or 2, I suppose. Wait, are these pills? Ye Feng suddenly recalled that these were precisely the pills he had consumed when he ascended to the true martial realm. The scent, the color, even the energy fluctuations were all identical. A surge of excitement ignited within him. How much did you charge her for your services? Ye Feng asked. 600,000. Are you out of your mind? For such a high-grade item, you only charged 600,000? I wasn't aware of its value, Susan replied, hastily wiping her tears and regaining her fierce demeanor. All right then, 600,000 it is. First, refine these 2 pills. 2 days from now, have them come to the screen for the transaction. No, you should personally go to her territory for the deal, bringing the refined Peiyuan pills with you. Ye Feng changed his mind again. Brother Feng, have you lost your senses? These are 100% pure high-grade pills. What if that woman refuses to pay and tries to seize them instead? Shannon warned. Ah, you fail to grasp the situation. I believe that woman possesses many other pills. If she refuses to pay or holds Susan hostage, then she can forget about receiving any services from Hot Spring Island in the future, Ye Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 1052. Is this also your intention? Later that night, Ye Feng entered the training room, holding a Peiyuan pill in each hand. The originally dark gray pills gradually transformed into a pristine white. However, a layer of black substance congealed on the surface of Ye Feng's skin, emitting an unbearable stench, slowly detaching from his body. After approximately 30 hours, Ye Feng opened his eyes in the training room. At that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to a person of African descent. Yet the 2 Peiyuan pills in his hands had turned a gleaming pure white, incredibly appetizing to behold. Susan, prepare a bath for me. I wish to cleanse myself. Of course, right away, came Susan's voice from outside. An hour later, Ye Feng and several high-ranking individuals gathered before the screen, once again watching as Susan vanished into the snowstorm. However, this time, Susan carried a small pouch at her waist, containing 200% pure Peiyuan pills. Did she return so quickly? Could it be that the refinement was successful? The voice of the Empress of the Women echoed from within the screen. Indeed, esteemed elder. Please activate the array and allow me to enter, Susan requested. Moments later, Susan stepped into the screen, meeting the Empress of the Women directly. Esteemed elder. Our 500 pharmacists at Hot Spring Island spent nearly 20 hours utilizing advanced machinery to successfully refine these 2 Peiyuan pills. Please take a look. Upon finishing her words, Susan opened the pouch, revealing the pill's pristine color. Ah, pure white? 100% purity? The esteemed female leader was taken aback, reaching out to grasp the item. However, Susan swiftly retracted her hand, returning the essence-replenishing pill back into her satchel. What is the matter? The leader's expression darkened. Senior, have you forgotten to give me something? Susan, suppressing her trepidation, spoke with composure. Something? Oh, you mean the purification fee of 600,000? That's simple. As I mentioned, you may keep 1 essence-replenishing pill for yourself, and you can simply hand over the other to me, the leader replied. No, I only accept hot spring currency. If you provide the 600,000, I shall give you 2 pills. Furthermore, The value of your first pill exceeds 2 million hot spring currency. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss, Susan insisted. You? Truly foolish. Someone, go fetch me 600,000 hot spring currency, the leader sighed. She remained relatively honorable and did not press Susan too hard, primarily due to Susan's lack of malice. Two enforcers promptly proceeded to the hot spring bank, observing Ye Feng, Chunan, Wang Jiha, and others through the luminous barrier. Ye Feng, provide us with 600,000 hot spring currency. Why should I? Is it because you have a grand face? Wang Jiha retorted bluntly. He was now the chief of the Jinxiao branch of the hot spring bank, wielding substantial financial authority. You? Never mind, senior brother. The leader instructed us to acquire the hot spring currency through peaceful means. Ye Feng, grant us 600,000 hot spring currency, and I shall assist you with something. What kind of assistance? Ye Feng inquired nonchalantly. Anything at all. All right, kill your senior brother. Ye Feng casually picked at his teeth with a toothpick. How outrageous. You? Ha ha ha, merely jesting. Bring items to trade, such as talismans or more basic pills. As for flying swords, I know you are reluctant to part with those. Ye Feng quickly donned a smile, interrupting the two's towering rage. After some contemplation, they produced a yellow talisman from their garments. This is called the diamond talisman. Once affixed to the body, it can withstand 10 full-force strikes from a practitioner at the initial stage of the true martial realm. Oh, a fine item. Ye Feng eagerly accepted it. Examining the talisman closely, how does one utilize it? He inquired. Infuse your internal energy into the talisman, and it will activate automatically. I see. Ye Feng pressed the talisman against his body, a layer of golden light emanating forth. Though it paled in comparison to his own divine powers, it would certainly serve as an additional life-saving tool if entrusted to Ding Tuanshuan and her companions. I am prepared to offer you 2 million hot spring currency. Ye Feng declared with a smile. Ah, Fenggu, you intend to give him 2 million for such a trivial item? Wang Jiha was utterly astonished. As a disciple of Wang Jihai, he had perfected the art of frugality while barely grasping the intricacies of his master's cunning. So I just pay up. Ye Feng, overjoyed by the golden radiance enveloping him, wore a beaming smile. Hey, how does one store this talisman for future use? Ye Feng asked amidst the shimmering light. Future use? Ha 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 ha. Ye Feng, are you dreaming? This item is single use only. You can employ it just once. What? Wait, do not give them 2 million. Offer them just 599,000 instead, Ye Feng suggested. Hey, please provide 600,000. With this amount, we can return and assist the master. Spoke the left protector. That is not feasible. What you have is a one-time use, only worth 5,999,000. Ye Feng intentionally ensured he could not gather the full amount. You? Never mind, brother, do not stoop to his level. The diamond talisman may hold some value for those in the true martial realm, but for us, it is akin to refuse. Let us give him another one. Thus, Ye Feng received yet another diamond talisman. However, this time, he refrained from using it hastily, reserving it for someone in the team with a pressing need. The two men returned with 10 bundles of 1,000 yuan notes, each bundle containing 100,000. Master, the spring coins have arrived, amounting to 9,999,000. But let us settle for 1 million, they respectfully stated. Give it to her, and hand me the Peiyuan pills, commanded the female leader, extending a delicate, white hand. Susan hesitated for a moment, taking 6 bundles from the ground while leaving 4 untouched. We conduct our business with integrity. When we agreed on a purification fee of 600,000, it remains just that, no more, no less. I advise you 3 to keep that 400,000 on hand. You may find it useful one day. Before she could finish her sentence, one of the protectors threw a bundle of spring coins into the fire. Susan, enough. You may not yet comprehend the benefits of spring coins, but you will regret this in the future. She handed 2 Peiyuan pills to the female leader. Indeed, they appear to be of 100% purity. Even my discerning eye cannot detect a trace of impurity. Susan grew impatient, clutching 6 bundles of cash. Predecessor, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. At that moment, 2 figures flashed, and the left and right protectors blocked her path. The Peiyuan pills have been purified, and you think you can just leave? Our esteemed sect wishes to retain you here for a few months. Kindly allow those within the Grand Formation to assist us in purifying all the elixirs you possess. The left protector remarked. Susan's heart sank as she slowly turned to face the female leader. Predecessor, is this also your intention? The female leader did not raise her head, neither affirming nor denying, seemingly acquiescing to her subordinate's actions. Predecessor, if you truly enjoy this game, I, on Spring Island, would rather shatter than remain unbroken. Do as you will. If I so much as frown, I shall no longer be known as Susan. With that, she presented her neck for execution. Chapter 1053. This cannot be blamed on me putting on quite the show of righteousness, are you not? Are you truly unafraid of death? A spiritual sword flew forth, pressing against Susan's delicate neck. Susan tightly shut her eyes, awaiting the final blow. Master, what shall we do? This woman does not respond to force. The left protector inquired. Nonsense. Who permitted you to act on your own? Sheath your sword, the female leader commanded, realizing that force was ineffective and opting for a gentler approach. Susan, you may leave now. I will discipline my incompetent subordinates. However, I kindly ask you to take back those 2 pills and assist me in purifying them as well. Upon finishing her statement, the female leader revealed 2 dark pills. These appear to be of the same type as the Huayuan pills in your box, do they not? Susan had just been terribly frightened, and her demeanor had become somewhat reserved. Indeed, these 2 pieces are also transformation pills, but they possess only 30% purity. I do not demand that you purify them to 100%. If you can achieve 75%, I shall be satisfied, declared the mistress of the enchantresses. Transformation pills? And with so many impurities, I fear it will take my warm spring island a week to purify them. Furthermore, the cost. 5 million warm spring coins per pill, totaling 10 million for 2, Susan remarked. What? You might as well resort to robbery. The left guardian exclaimed in anger. Esteemed senior, please refrain from frightening me so easily. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to purify this elixir? It requires the relentless labor of 500 pharmacists from Warm Spring Island working day and night for 7 days straight. Additionally, it consumes a vast quantity of medicinal materials, energy, and the purification machinery of my island. Susan began to ramble. She was not usually like this, but having spent so much time with Ye Feng, she had acquired some bad habits. The mistress of the enchantresses hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Very well, in 7 days. I shall prepare 10 million warm spring coins. Then I shall take my leave, Susan stated, striding away from the luminous screen towards the Sword Cliff concession. At that moment, the left guardian finally realized what had transpired and hurried over to the fire pit, wishing to retrieve the unburned warm spring coins. Brother, you are being excessively reckless. Although these warm spring coins are akin to waste paper, the people of Warm Spring Island recognize their value. Do not burn them indiscriminately next time, the right guardian said. Neither harshly nor lightly. I was unaware that the mistress required the purification of elixirs. You cannot hold me accountable for this, the left guardian retorted. Enough. You too must find a way to procure another 10 million warm spring coins, and do so swiftly, commanded the mistress of the enchantresses. However, acquiring 10 million warm spring coins may necessitate sacrificing some precious elixirs, the left guardian replied. I possess 2 recently retrieved pills of 100% purity. You may exchange them for funds. According to Susan, one can be traded for 2 million, totaling 4 million for both. The remaining 6 million. You must devise a means to acquire. Regardless, in 7 days, I expect to see 10 million warm spring coins, she concluded, choosing to close her eyes and disregard these financial trivialities. In the cultivation chamber, Ye Feng held 2 transformation pills in his hands, steam rising from above his head. The wind zone, originally spanning 500 kilometers, had its breadth diminished, the cold wave having forced the majority of the winds to a standstill. Now, the wind zone measures approximately 200 kilometers in width, allowing even the more timid cultivators to venture in with relative ease, as the chance of demise stands at merely 10%. In this wild secret realm, one may discover spiritual herbs and medicines exceeding a millennium in age, or even those over 10 millennia old. Before long, a disturbance arose in the wind zone, and 36 men clad in black armor emerged. Their cultivation levels range from the initial stage of true martial to the pinnacle of true martial. Upon exiting the wind zone, they stood in formation, resembling guards, seemingly awaiting a significant figure. A few minutes later, a resounding roar echoed from within the wind zone, and 12 men in silver armor emerged. Their cultivation levels varied from the initial stage of innate to the pinnacle of innate. As the silver-armored giant emerged, he positioned himself slightly more relaxedly beside the black-armored giant, contrasting with the latter's rigid stance. The area of turbulent winds shifted once more, and 4 elderly figures clad in purple appeared in succession. All 4 possessed cultivation at the transformation realm, yet none exceeded the late stages of this level. Upon encountering the purple-clad guards, both the silver and black-armored figures knelt on one knee in respect. The 4 elders, their expressions inscrutable, waved their sleeves and obediently stood aside. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The wind blades in the turbulent zone whirled violently, and a colossal creature emerged. Towering at 7 meters, it surpassed an elephant in height. Yet its head resembled that of a lion, complete with long whiskers flanking its snout. Most astonishingly, for blazing red flames erupted from beneath its massive feet, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a resounding crash, everyone prostrated themselves, their foreheads touching the ground. Suddenly, a gray figure leapt from the creature's back, sending snowflakes swirling into the air. "We have seen the prince," the crowd exclaimed in unison. The gray figure turned slowly, revealing a square-jawed countenance adorned with a lengthy beard that nearly reached his abdomen. He was none other than Li Huoling, the ruler of Xin County. "By he, you may descend as well." Li Huoling's commanding voice resonated, and the surrounding storm quieted as if the very heavens conspired to serve him alone. With another thud, another figure leaped down from the beast's back. It was Bai He. "Your Highness, shall I guide you now?" Bai He inquired cautiously. "Wait a moment. How could I quietly eliminate the warm Spring Island after the deaths of my county's people?" Bai He quickly reminded him. "Indeed, warm Spring Island. I intend to flay each and every person there before the eyes of the nobility of Xin County," Li Huoling replied with a calm demeanor. "Yes, we shall wait." Bai He respectfully stepped aside. The others stood rigidly, resembling statues, while only Li Huoling strolled leisurely within the turbulent zone, hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, the turbulent winds shifted again, and 4 women appeared simultaneously. The foremost woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, donned a white garment, her face seemingly encased in a 1,000-year frost, as though she had never smiled. "Fei Hong, my cousin." Li Huoling's eyes sparkled. This woman, also from his county's household, was his distant cousin, whom he had thought of for many years, yet Yu Fei Hong had always been indifferent towards him. "Greetings, cousin," Yu Fei Hong said, bending her knees in a gesture of respect reserved for the illustrious Chongqing city. This indicated that certain customs transcend both the Great Desert and the Starry Continent. "It has been 7 years since we last met, has it not?" Li Huoling smiled warmly. "Indeed," Yu Fei Hong replied with a faint nod, deliberately keeping her distance from him. She was acutely aware of her cousin's character, frequently seeking women at the Royal Concubine Academy, leading his descendants to do the same, thus reducing the esteemed women of their household to mere subjects of ridicule. Chapter 1054. How are matters progressing? Humph. Li Huoling glanced at his subordinates, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, the gale zone erupted with a series of explosive sounds. 4 groups emerged simultaneously. Though their attire varied, the insignia on their cuffs unmistakably revealed their affiliations. The group on the far left bore massive swords on their backs, with golden small swords embroidered on their sleeves, reminiscent of the sword sect from times past. To the right, 3 elderly men appeared unperturbed, while the 9 figures behind them donned black masks, their crimson eyes visible through the hollowed holes. Adorning their backs was a large skull emblem. As for the 2 groups in the center, one bore an axe motif, while the other displayed a fishing spear. The 4 most formidable sects of Xin County, Ancient Sword Sect, Ghost Summoning Sect, Axe Gang, and Tianhai Clan, had all gathered. "Let us proceed. I shall show you the fate that befalls those who dare harm the Duke's residence." Li Huoling remarked coolly, a powerful aura surging forth, causing all 4 groups to instinctively step back. The leaders of the 4 sects exchanged glances, their expressions grim. It was evident that Li Huoling's invitation to witness the impending vendetta was not born of goodwill. Rather, it served as a deterrent, ensuring that the 4 sects would not harbor dissenting thoughts. After all, the leaders of these sects were all peak practitioners of the transformation realm. Should they unite, they could potentially contend with the Duke's residents, a scenario the latter would certainly wish to avoid. In truth, even if the Duke's residents faltered against the 4 sects, assistance could easily be summoned from the higher-ranking state lord. However, such an appeal would inevitably diminish the Duke's stature, possibly resulting in his replacement by a more capable individual to govern Xin County. Thus, he was reluctant to seek external aid unless absolutely necessary. Do you require our assistance, Duke? An elder stepped forward, a puppet hanging from his waist. As he advanced, 3 monstrous figures behind him also moved forward in unison. No need, Wei Taoist. You and your ghost-summoning sect may simply observe, Li Huling replied, then turned his gaze to Bai He. Indeed, I shall lead the way, Bai He affirmed, stepping ahead. With that, the 6 factions swiftly made their way toward the Sword Gorge enclave. Even the snowflakes dared not settle upon them, as if dispersed by the chilling aura of impending conflict. Ye Feng emerged from the training room, his hair disheveled, clutching 2 pure, white transformation pills. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of greed, tempted to absorb the pills immediately, for he could sense the immense energy contained within. Yet, for the sake of future global endeavors with the spring coin, he suppressed his desires. Arriving at the light barrier, he found throngs of disaster-stricken individuals gathered outside, before whom stood 3 figures, the mistress of the Yu sect and her 2 loyal protectors. Given the significance of the transformation pills, she had personally come to the enclave to deliver them, hoping Ye Feng would honor his promise. He is here, Brother Feng has arrived. Chunin pointed at the distant Ye Feng, bouncing around and still unable to shed his frivolous nature. Sigh. Susan and Duoyan Hena breathed a sigh of relief. Their husband had finally succeeded in refining the transformation essence pill. Ye Feng, looking quite feeble, approached the light barrier. His injuries had yet to heal, and having absorbed so many impurities, his stamina was somewhat lacking. The goddess of the female sect could not help but step forward, scrutinizing Ye Feng's hands. Ye Feng, how is the progress? She inquired. After spending some time together, they had all learned each other's names. Master, please first assess the quality. After all, this is a 10 million deal. I cannot hand you the pills directly. I will show you the quality, and then you shall present the 10 million spring coins. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Hua Qingji nodded, signaling her 2 guardians. They promptly opened a sack and poured stacks of 1,000 yuan bills onto the snowy ground. Swish. Countless greedy eyes fixated on the spring coins scattered on the ground. The indigenous people of Jianjian Gorge had developed a newfound understanding of spring coins. They could not only purchase pest repellents, but also refine crystal pills. With deposits exceeding 200,000 at the Spring Bank branch, they could enter the light barrier. Previously, a mere deposit of 1,000 allowed entry, but now, as the population within the barrier grew, the policy had shifted, raising the requirement to 200,000. Nevertheless, this 200,000 now equated to what 1,000 had represented mere months ago. Very well, I shall first toss you a transformation essence pill. You give me 5 million now, and upon completion of the transaction, you can present the remaining 5 million, and I shall provide you with the second batch. Ye Feng stated, casually throwing one of the transformation essence pills. To him, spring coins were akin to worthless paper. Yet he had to convey their significance in front of so many. If even the Spring Island did not regard the spring coins with esteem, how could he expect others to value them? Puff. Hua Qingji caught the slightly smaller transformation essence pill. After holding it, she first examined it with her naked eye, then immersed her divine sense into the pill. Unsurprisingly, neither her eyes nor her divine sense detected any impurities within the pill. Could it be that this was the legendary transformation essence pill with a purity of 100%? Hua Qingji's breath quickened. A transformation essence pill of 100% purity was something that even cultivators at the transformation realm, let alone those at the divine realm, would vie for. Higher-tier cultivators would also be drawn to it like moths to a flame. Place the remaining 5 million beside the light barrier, Hua Qingji commanded. Immediately, Ye Feng tossed the last transformation essence pill, feeling a pang of reluctance. After the transaction was completed, Hua Qingji did not rush to leave, for she had conceived a brilliant plan. Mr. Yi, is it possible for you to endlessly refine pills at the Spring Island's Jianjian Gorge enclave, including pills of a higher tier than the transformation essence pill? Hua Qingji inquired. Of course, a fucks. The more advanced elixirs not only require a considerable investment of time, but are also quite costly. Are you sure you can afford it? Ye Feng smiled faintly. So far, he had already introduced the concept of currency to the Starry Mist continent. At the very least, he had acquired 2 spirit-enhancing pills. The costs were trivial. What truly mattered was time. How efficiently can you control the purification process? He Qingji inquired once more. She envisioned a lucrative opportunity. If she were to become the intermediary between Hot Spring Island and the Starry Mist continent, she was confident that the powerful figures of the continent would bring their elixirs to Hot Spring Island for purification. She could then collect a modest 10% of the profits. With merely that 10%, she could ensure her ascendance to the divine origin realm, or even surpass it. Reaching the void refinement realm. Chapter 1055, Summoning Everyone the Void Refinement Realm. The governor seems to have only reached the late stage of void refinement. Senior, I cannot say for certain, but generally speaking, I can refine a high-grade elixir with a purity of 100% within a month at most, Ye Feng stated objectively. Excellent. Mr. Yi, please refrain from calling me senior from now on. You may refer to me as Fairy He. Very well, Fairy He. No need to be so humble. As the leader of the female cult, the women I train are unparalleled in the world. Should you wish to explore this, I can have the left guardian summon them from the starry mist continent immediately for your selection, He Qingji proposed. She had seen Ye Feng's substantial package and understood that a man of his stature would undoubtedly be interested in women. No need for that. Ye Feng is my husband. Please leave. Susan stepped forward, her face icy. At that moment, Chunin approached. Sister Susan, it's all right. Feng Good doesn't he need them. But we do. Fairy He, please feel free to call them over. Our newly established territory is in dire need of talent. Return to me at once. Qiu Shui emerged from the crowd, precisely grabbing Chunin by the ear. He Qingji chuckled lightly, her watery gaze fixed on Ye Feng. She was astute enough to know he would acquiesce. I cannot agree to this. It is well known that I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity. Your female cult and I are fundamentally incompatible, Ye Feng asserted with righteous fervor. However, I must acknowledge that there are many single men in my territory. I cannot be so selfish as to allow my own principles to hinder their chances of finding companionship. Therefore, do summon all the women from your female cult. By the way, are there any particularly wild ones among them? Ye Feng shifted the conversation, inquiring further. Susan rolled her eyes, her expression sour as she stepped aside. Duoyan Hena sighed softly, tugging Yi Xing away from the shimmering curtain. Mom, I want to stay by the curtain and listen to Dad speak, Yi Xing protested. No. We are going home. Have you finished your elementary school homework? Duoyan Hena insisted, pulling him away. Rest assured, I'll master Yi. My female cult has all kinds of women. He Qingji assured with a smile. She had resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Hot Spring Island, as it would enable her to become the bridge between the island and the starry mist continent. Just from the commissions, she would reap substantial rewards. At this moment, she also recognized the significance of the hot spring coins. Without further ado, let us summon everyone. Ye Feng waved his hand and took his leave from Mr. Yi. After He Qingji finished speaking, she swayed gracefully towards her light screen, her movements reminiscent of a water snake and a cat, gradually revealing the allure of femininity. Father, why don't you ask her if she has any charming little friends? I wish to find a companion, Yi Xing inquired. Such youthful infatuation. What will become of you in the future? Wasn't he your mother just leading you away? Ye Feng's expression darkened. I slipped away quietly, Yi Xing chuckled. Left guardian, depart immediately from the Gale Zone and summon the most skilled woman in our sect's seductive arts from the Star Mung continent. Also, bring Wen Jing. It seems Ye Feng has a penchant for more spirited women, and Wen Jing is the wildest of them all. Yes, master. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Then, inform the sect that we have discovered a method for the secondary refinement of elixirs, capable of achieving a purity of up to 100%. What if those powerful beings come looking for us, and we, the sect of female companionship, cannot deliver? Would that not bring calamity upon us? After all, such beings are notoriously unpredictable. Fortune favors the bold. Can you not aspire to greater heights? Hurry and execute the orders. Understood. The left guardian complied. Bid farewell to his junior brother, and set off towards the Gale Zone, his pack slung over his shoulder. Before the light screen, the refugees gazed eagerly at Ye Feng, who held 2 pure white Peiyuan pills, precisely the ones He Qingji had exchanged for hot spring coins, refined under his own expertise. Tuan Tuan, come here. Ye Feng spotted the sullen Ding Tuan Tuan among the crowd. What is it, Ye Feng? Ding Tuan Tuan asked coldly. Why have you stopped calling me Brother Yi? Ye Feng expressed surprise. I don't wish to, Ding Tuan Tuan replied, her face darkened. Why not? Not wishing is simply that. Now, tell me, what do you need? Ding Tuan Tuan said flatly. All right, Ding Tuan Tuan, you are now the second strongest civilian on Hot Spring Island, after me. Here are 2 Peiyuan pills. One for you and one for me. Ye Feng concluded, handing her one of the pills. Ding Tuan Tuan hesitated, not immediately reaching out to take it. Oh, Brother Yi, I don't know how to express my feelings towards you. Everything about you is admirable, except for Ding Tuan Tuan faltered, then took the Peiyuan pill and retreated to her practice chamber. What is going on? This child has become increasingly inscrutable as she matures, Ye Feng mused quietly. Chun and interjected, Brother Feng, she resents your home for not providing sustenance and specifically seeks nourishment from elsewhere. Do you understand? What do you mean by inside and outside? Ye Feng looked puzzled. Do you not see? It's obvious to any discerning eye that little Tuan Tuan has fallen for you, Bai Xiang stated bluntly. The others quickly averted their gaze. Nearby, Susan's expression darkened. Do not speak nonsense. I regard Ding Tuan Tuan as a younger sister and harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards her. Ye Feng asserted earnestly. This time, he spoke without pretense. After all, having known Ding Tuanshuan for so long, he harbored only sibling feelings toward her. Susan's complexion finally improved somewhat. However, it quickly darkened again as she cast her gaze toward the area beyond the luminous barrier. The others seemed to sense something amiss as well, simultaneously directing their attention towards the tempestuous zone. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled with a cacophony of sounds, accompanied by the cries of the afflicted. In the distance, a colossal beast ambled forth, resembling a lion, an elephant, a horse, and a bull all at once. Surrounding this bizarre creature were a multitude of alien beings. What realm was this? True martial realm? Innate realm? Transformation origin realm? And what about this individual? Ye Feng's expression similarly darkened. Susan, go and arrange the blood plasma beside the blood pool, Ye Feng said coolly. Understood. Susan hurried off to fulfill her task. Guogua. Place this essence cultivation pill at the heart of the protective formation. Ye Feng entrusted the pill to Bai Guogua. Yes. At that moment, the giant beast was merely 200 meters from the luminous barrier. A figure leaped down from the creature's back and, with a single step, stood before the barrier, his 3 long beards swaying ominously in the wind and snow. Who might you be, esteemed elder? Ye Feng asked, feigning ignorance. Li Huoling did not respond to Ye Feng's query. His imposing gaze swept across the entire jurisdiction of the Sword Cliff. Is this truly the Sword Cliff jurisdiction? The voice of Li Huoling resonated thunderously. Bai Guogua and Duoyan Hena's expressions shifted as they simultaneously activated their soundproofing abilities. Otherwise, if this old fellow were to roar in anger, he might very well send the entire jurisdiction's populace into a state of shock. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Did you kill the heir of the county prince's residence some time ago? Li Huoling continued to inquire loudly, ostensibly addressing Ye Feng and the others, yet actually performing for the 4 major sects behind him. Yes, Ye Feng nodded affirmatively. You are quite honest, for that alone. I shall grant you an opportunity. Within the formation, everyone must now take their own lives, and I will spare you further torment, Li Huoling stated matter-of-factly. Take our own lives? Ye Feng's expression turned icy. What other option do you have? If I were to breach your sword formation, it would not merely be a matter of self-termination. The men would have their souls drawn and their spirits refined, while the women would be turned into concubines for the basest of men to toy with. And you men, during the soul extraction, would not die immediately. You would witness your women, wives, and mothers being subjected to the most degrading treatment, inflicting upon you a torment that transcends human comprehension, Li Huoling remarked coolly. Indeed, upon hearing these words, not only did the individuals within and outside the luminous barrier change their expressions, but even those from the 4 major sects paled, some trembling with fear. If I am not mistaken, you are the leader of the Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng? Li Huoling directed his gaze toward Ye Feng. Indeed. I am your father, Ye Feng. May I inquire what business you have? A trace of mockery flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. Li Huoling paused, nearly doubting his own hearing. Had Ye Feng just been referring to himself as father? The 4 major sects collectively inhaled sharply, for the first time in centuries witnessing someone daring to insult the county prince to his face. Li Huoling slowly turned his head, casting a glance at the members of the 4 sections. When he faced Ye Feng once more, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Ha ha ha, you wretched little insect. How dare you utter such words to me? Ha ha ha, splendid. You shall not perish immediately. I will skin you alive and hang your hide at the prince's residence. As for your flesh, I shall keep it intact to torment you for a century. Each time you approach death, I shall grant you a reprieve. Dying will not come easily for you. Though Li Huoling laughed, the chill in his gaze sent shivers down one's spine. Grandson, do not merely speak without action, you worthless prince. Surely you did not ascend to your position solely through your tongue? Ye Feng retorted coldly. The old man's words had struck a nerve within Ye Feng. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have at least exchanged a few pleasantries. Insect, do you truly wish for death? Li Huoling seethed, suddenly striking the barrier with his fist. Boom. It was as if thunder had struck the earth. The entire blue barrier shattered instantly, and the 10 formation flags ignited simultaneously. Bai Guogua, astonished, clutched the formation plate, glancing at the eye of the formation. Within it, hundreds of crystal pills disintegrated into fragments. Crack. In the next moment, a fissure appeared on the formation plate in her hands. This is dire. The protective clan formation cannot withstand him, Bai Guogua exclaimed in alarm, kicking over a nearby box. A multitude of crystal pills tumbled into the formation eye. Still clinging to the protective clan formation, Li Huoling's massive frame pulled back with a sense of power, reminiscent of an ancient giant gathering strength, imposing like Mount Tai. Boom. Crack. The formation plate in Bai Guogua's hands shattered into two. The outer layer of the blue barrier vanished completely. Inside the hot spring island, everyone wore grave expressions. Their eyes fixed in terror upon Li Huoling, easily broken. Ye Feng, if you possess any capability, repeat that statement. Who is your father? Li Huoling's fist withdrew. Coldly regarding Ye Feng. Ye Feng pressed his lips tightly, maintaining a semblance of calm, yet his chest involuntarily heaved. This old man is terrifying, with merely 2 strikes. He has breached the protective clan formation. It seems that the formations devised by the masters throughout the vast desert are utterly futile before a cultivator of the divine origin realm. Speak. Why have you fallen silent? Li Huoling smirked, a hint of derision gracing his features. I am your father, Ye Feng declared, hastily gesturing towards Duoyan Hena. Seeking death? Boom. His fist struck the outer layer of the sword formation. Buzz. A mass of golden threads emerged, weaving back and forth within the sword formation. Ye Feng quickly glanced towards the altar above. Blood from the blood pool splashed up to several meters high. This is bad. The blood has turned black. What are we waiting for? Pour all the blood from the blood reservoir into me. Ye Feng shouted furiously. No sooner had he spoken than the entire formation erupted with a tremendous roar. The entire expanse of the concession trembled, causing everyone, including Ye Feng, to leap 2 meters into the air. The sound of blood gushing filled the air as it was poured into the blood pool in barrels. Just as the pool reached its capacity, the entire sword formation quaked once more. Boom. The freshly poured blood was instantaneously drained away. Ye Feng's face turned a deep shade of blue. Everyone, gather by the blood pool. Those at the king level and above, quickly, Ye Feng commanded. And with a few swift movements, he leaped to the side of the blood pool. Ding Tuanchuan followed closely behind. The two exchanged a glance before simultaneously cutting open their wrists. The blood of the strong flowed immediately into the pool. The others hesitated for a moment, but soon surrounded the blood pool. Gritting their teeth, they too made incisions on their wrists. Their blood streaming into the pool like a river flowing back home. Boom. With a third strike, blood erupted from the pool, soaring 5 meters high, though it seemed less potent than before. On Ye Feng's side, those offering their blood stood resolutely by the pool, unhesitatingly making their sacrifices. The nearly depleted blood pool was instantaneously replenished, ready to withstand the onslaught of the formidable god origin realm experts. Outside the barrier, Li Huoling struggled to regulate his rapid breathing. The previous punches had been delivered with all his might, yet he was astonished to find the sword formation unbroken. This formation seemed even more formidable than that of some great clan's protective arrays. However, it appeared not to have unleashed its full potential due to a lack of energy supply. With this thought, he mounted the back of the colossal beast. Fire Qilin, charge. Upon receiving Li Huoling's command, the beast beneath him erupted in flames, advancing with earth-shaking steps towards the sword formation. Boom. The sword formation twisted and warped. Yet, the blood within the pool was only half consumed. Boom. The fire Qilin charged again. Unfortunately, the blood pool was now full. Damn it. Li Huoling, unwilling to see his spirit beast harmed, leaped off its back and clutched his waist. With a flick, a small iron ball, the size of a fingernail, soared into the sky. After uttering a few incantations, the iron ball expanded 1,000-fold, spinning in the air. Boom. The iron ball struck, creating a substantial breach in the barrier of the sword formation. Simultaneously, the iron ball fell into the sword formation. Chapter 1057. An ashen countenance, not good. Move. A few citizens, caught off guard, were directly crushed into pulp by the iron ball. Yet, the ball's power did not end there. Flames engulfed it as it plummeted towards the blood pool. No, it cannot destroy the blood pool. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, unleashing a radiant golden light. Summoning a dim golden dharma form. Boom. Upon contact with the iron ball, he was sent careening 20 meters away. Chunin leaped onto a sandcart. What are you dawdling for? Fire the cannons. Launch the ballistae. Chunin bellowed. Brethren, are we attacking the iron ball? Attack what? Focus on that man outside. He is the mastermind controlling the iron ball. If we can divert his attention, the iron ball won't destroy the blood pool. Chunin screamed. Boom. The sound of 1,000 cannons firing in unison echoed through the air. Yet, as all the projectiles hurtled towards Li Huoling, he remained steadfast, not even budging an inch. He refrained from summoning his protective divine light. After all, controlling the blazing fireball artifact required all his divine essence. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clash reverberated, and a massive inferno ascended into the sky. After a brief moment, as the smoke dissipated, Li Huoling stood unwavering, his gaze fixated on the blood pool within the light barrier. At the far end of the barrier, He Qingji looked at Li Huoling with a conflicted expression, her mouth opening and closing as if to speak, yet she held her tongue. The prince was in a furious rage. Any attempt to intervene could be perceived as provocation. Meanwhile, Chunin personally leapt in front of a crossbow, loading a bolt marked with the character for iridium into the groove. Boom. Ye Feng was once again sent flying 20 meters, the iron ball relentlessly descending towards the blood pool. Duoyan Hena gasped in shock, her eyes rolling back. A mass of golden threads emerged, continuously slicing at the iron ball. Protect the blood pool. Safeguard that precious blood pool. Ye Feng screamed in anguish. Ding Tuanchuan, disheveled and shaken, staggered towards the blood pool. She had been severely injured by the shockwave when the iron ball struck Ye Feng, but this was a battle for survival. She could not afford to falter. Upon reaching the blood pool, she gritted her teeth and slashed her knife across her carotid artery. Blood sprayed forth, splattering half a meter away, directly flowing into the blood pool. Tuanchuan, Ye Feng bellowed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other citizens, witnessing this, also rushed towards the blood pool with their curved blades. This time, they did not choose to cut their wrists. They opted for their carotid arteries instead. Blood gushed forth, filling the blood pool in an instant. Concurrently, the power of the golden threads in the sky surged exponentially, barely ensnaring the iron ball. Boom. Chunin released the unique bolt. Outside the light barrier, Li Huoling had already sensed the bolt's approach with his formidable divine awareness. However, he assumed this bolt was no different from the previous crossbow, lacking any energy fluctuations that would signify it as a spiritual artifact. Could mere mundane iron harm a practitioner of the divine essence realm? Boom. The crossbow bolt pierced through Li Huoling's abdomen, forcing him backward, then smoothly exited through his back, embedding itself into the ice. What? Li Huoling stared at the gaping hole in his abdomen, nearly doubting his own reality. Mundane iron? How could it possibly penetrate the flesh of a divine essence realm warrior? Within the light barrier, the flames enveloping the iron ball abruptly extinguished. A multitude of golden threads began to slice through the iron ball incessantly. Li Huoling roared in fury, forcibly channeling the divine essence within him. This time, however, he was not drawing upon his vital energy, but rather the drop that had yet to fully transform into pure divine essence. The iron ball trembled violently, scattering the countless golden threads into nothingness. Crush him. In a fit of rage, Li Huoling's bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Chunin, who trembled in fear and swiftly retreated into the sand vehicle. Although the crossbow could not inflict any real harm upon him, it was the matter of face that concerned him. In the presence of the leaders of the four major sects, he could not bear the humiliation of being pierced through the abdomen by a mere insect-like human from the secret realm. Should this incident return to Xiyin County, how could he command the unruly masters there? The golden threads relentlessly sliced through the iron ball, which had initially exuded a fierce aura, now dimmed and ceased to emit flames. With a resounding hum, the golden threads doubled in number, their power and sharpness significantly enhanced. Continuous slicing revealed an intricate web of cracks on the iron ball's surface. My treasure, my treasure. The previously composed Li Huoling was left stunned. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the iron ball back towards him. Boom. The iron ball collided violently with the inner light barrier, causing the entire enclave to tremble. What? Why isn't it coming back? Li Huoling was bewildered. Determined, he pulled at the iron ball once more. Boom. This time, the impact was markedly less forceful, and the sword formation merely shuddered slightly. Above the blood pool, the divine spear radiated with golden light, resonating with a thunderous sound. Below the blood pool, a throng of residents from Warm Spring Island surged forward, each making a gash in their arteries. Once completed, the guards quickly administered potions to staunch the bleeding. A grotesque wound appeared on Ding Tuan Tuan's delicate neck, already smeared with medicinal salve. Yet, she seized a curved blade and charged towards the blood pool once more. "Xiao Tuan Tuan, have you lost your mind? Get away," Susan exclaimed, grabbing her. Undeterred, Ding Tuan Tuan slashed at the freshly treated wound again, resulting in only a trickle of blood spilling into the pool. Boom, boom, boom. The iron ball relentlessly battered against the light barrier, causing the sword formation to sway. An abundance of golden threads pursued the iron ball, carving numerous sword marks upon it. The blood in the pool ebbed and flowed, replenished by a constant stream of donors. While the nurses struggled to keep up with the demand to stop the bleeding, Duoyan Hena stood upon the altar and suddenly pointed at the divine spear. Miraculously, the spear began to move, slicing through the air with a sharp arc boom. The divine spear struck the iron ball. A radiant golden sun ascended, and within the light barrier, the iron ball shattered into countless fragments, claiming the lives of numerous citizens and residents. With his treasure destroyed, Li Huoling clutched his abdomen, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his energy significantly diminished. "My treasure." After uttering these words, he slid down to the ground along the light barrier. "Your Highness." The 4 purple guards rushed over, supporting him. "Stand aside." Li Huoling forcefully waved his hand, sending the 4 guards flying 50 meters away. From behind the crowd, Ye Feng coldly observed the unfolding chaos. With her profound understanding of formations, she recognized that this was no ordinary array. That divine spear, could it possibly be the weapon left by the spear god of Ye? Ye Feng gently covered her red lips, contemplating the implications. After the divine spear shattered the iron ball, it returned to its original state, continuing to hover in the sky. Duoyan Hena's complexion was exceedingly pale, as if she might collapse at any moment. Chapter 1058, A Minor Miscalculation. Ye Feng struggled to stand up, once more spitting out a mouthful of blood. How formidable! Is this the strength of a divine origin realm expert? Little did he know, Li Huoling was not merely a divine origin realm expert, but one at the late stage of that realm. As for his cousin, Ye Feng, she was only at the early stage of the divine origin realm. "Brother Feng, are you all right?" Chunin rushed over and supported Ye Feng. "Are you blind?" Ye Feng pointed to the blood at the corner of his mouth. "All right, let us hurry to check on little Tuan Tuan. Her blood is nearly drained," Chunin said. A surge of alarm coursed through Ye Feng as he endured the discomfort in his body and quickly dashed to the blood pool's side. Ding Tuan Tuan lay unconscious on a stretcher, several nurses applying medicine to her wounds. "Tuan Tuan, my dear sister." Ye Feng gazed at the 2 ghastly gashes on her neck, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. While others had merely inflicted shallow cuts on the carotid artery, she had been slashed deep. Could she survive? Is she going to make it? Ye Feng asked one of the nurses. "It's difficult. She has lost all her blood. Transfusions won't help now. We can only wait and see how resilient she is," the nurse replied. "No, she cannot die." Hesitating for a moment, Ye Feng began to fumble through Ding Tuan Tuan's waist pouch. Soon, he found a nourishing elixir. "Brother Feng, I'll help pry her mouth open." Chunin grasped Ding Tuan Tuan's chin, forcing her mouth to open. Ye Feng hurriedly tossed the elixir into her mouth and closed her lips. "This won't work. She's practically a corpse now and cannot expend energy," Chunin said. "What?" Ye Feng pried her mouth open again and retrieved the elixir from her mouth. Indeed, it showed no signs of melting. At this point, there was no other choice. Ye Feng declared, placing the elixir in his mouth and chewing it vigorously until it became liquid. He then opened Ding Tuan Tuan's mouth once more. As their lips drew closer, Ye Feng hesitated for a moment. With a soft pop, the momentous kiss occurred. Finally, he transferred the elixir into Ding Tuan Tuan's stomach. "Now, let us take her back to the hospital for proper care," Ye Feng instructed. "Understood." Several guards lifted Ding Tuan Tuan and headed to the hospital. Ye Feng then turned to the others. Nearly everyone within the light screens bore wounds on their carotid arteries. However, the depths of the wounds varied. Some were shallow, while others ran deep. "Brother Feng," Chunin touched his neck, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "Send out the order. Within the light screens, whether residents or citizens, Anyone with a wound on their carotid artery will automatically be converted to citizen status, exempt from citizen voting and the approval of the House of Representatives. Ye Feng proclaimed in a somber tone. Is that truly permissible? A group of high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. In jest, I declare that should anyone suffer an injury on the major arteries, I shall personally return to Hot Spring Island to convey the truth to Lord Helix of Heliu Island, who will then bestow upon each of these valiant warriors a recommendation. On the day of the voting assembly, I will present myself to testify and truthfully relay to all citizens the accounts of their courageous battles and how they valiantly defended the Sword Valley concession with their very lives. Rest assured, I, Ye Feng, am a former island lord. I trust the citizens will grant me the courtesy of a favorable vote. Ye Feng spoke with a hint of uncertainty. The residents, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that their recent efforts were not in vain, as they had at least secured a recommendation for citizenship. Indeed, advancement during times of conflict is the swiftest path. In peaceful times, the wait for citizenship can stretch into the distant future. Even with a recommendation from the island lord, they must still navigate the favor of the citizens. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng mustered his strength and stood before the luminous screen, facing the furious Li Huoling directly. Their gazes met through the barrier, clashing like the sound of colliding weapons. Li Huoling, you have slain countless citizens. I assure you, one day you shall pay dearly for your deeds. Ye Feng uttered coldly. Pay dearly? Your entire collective is worth less than a fraction of my treasures. This concession is doomed. Even if it costs me the remainder of my life, I shall find a way to breach your sword formation, Li Huoling retorted, harboring even greater resentment than Ye Feng. Is that so? I have all the time in the world to engage you. Feel free to bring it on. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. With hands clasped behind his back, Li Huoling strode toward the members of the four great sects, who promptly averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Wait a moment. You are the Li Huoling of the Duke's Manor, correct? Li Huoling, I am your father. Ye Feng delivered a parting shot from behind. Li Huoling's body trembled, a mouthful of old blood lodged in his throat. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his composure and swallowed it back down. Ha. I have no desire to quarrel with you now. One day, you shall regret this. Li Huoling laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. He continued his approach toward the members of the four great sects, his piercing gaze sweeping across their faces, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Although he had not succeeded in subjugating the concession this time, he feared the ridicule of the four great sects and thus resolved to manage his internal affairs. Wei Shidi, just now, I made a fool of myself. What say you? Shall we compare our skills once more? Let us see how far your spirit summoning technique has progressed, Li Huoling inquired, directing his attention to Wei Yinming. I dare not, my lord. It was merely a minor misstep on your part. How could I possibly challenge you? Wei Yinming retorted, blood boiling in his veins. You, Li Huoling, cannot contend with Ye Feng of Hot Spring Island, yet you choose to mock me? Do you think me an easy target? In truth, Li Huoling's actions were born of necessity. He understood human nature well, having previously exerted his dominance over the four great sects. The slightest misstep on his part could easily be used against him, eroding the respect of the entire Western Yin County. Disrespect is a contagion, spreading swiftly and insidiously. After enduring a crushing defeat, he was determined to return and rectify the internal discord. Should any of the four major factions dare to show the slightest disrespect, he would swiftly enact severe repercussions to instill fear among the internal adversaries. Xiao Li of the Axe Gang, having witnessed the prince's earlier humiliation, provocatively suggested a contest of strength, claiming he had immense power. Shall we test our might? The loser must commit public seppuku. The imposing figure of Li Huoling stepped closer to the leader of the Axe Gang. How could I dare to compare myself to you? Xiao Li responded, his voice tinged with trepidation. My Axe Gang is formidable against ordinary individuals, but before your esteemed presence, we are insignificant. Xiao Li seethed with indignation, feeling belittled. Li Huoling let out a disdainful snort and turned his gaze toward the other two individuals present. And what of you two? Would you care to engage in a contest? If the two of you can best me while I use only one hand, I shall renounce my title as prince and pass it to you. My lord, we would never presume such a thing. We hold you in the highest esteem. Please, do not jest, they implored. In Xian County, the Li family has always been our sovereign, and we are but your loyal servants. After hearing their words, Li Hualing reluctantly nodded, though his expression remained stern as he cast his gaze toward the distant He Qingji. The female cult? Never mind. To me, the female cult is hardly worth consideration, and I find no desire to intimidate them. Cousin, please set up your small Qingquan formation, allowing everyone to rest comfortably within its warm embrace. We shall deliberate on how to dismantle this sword formation. The final words escaped Li Hualing's lips with a hint of venom. His animosity towards Ye Feng was palpable, extending to the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island as well, as this marked the first time in 300 years that he had faced such a comprehensive defeat. Indeed, Yu Feihong nodded, faced with her irate cousin. She dared not appear too indifferent, fearing that his wrath might be directed at her as well. Moreover, as members of the princely household, it was imperative for them to present a united front. Otherwise, their discord might be perceived by the four major factions, leading to unpredictable repercussions. After all, other counties also housed numerous formidable beings at the divine origin realm, all eagerly awaiting their turn to claim the title of prince. Chapter 1059. A heart full of resentment. After a brief moment, Ye Feng watched as the group retreated 5 kilometers away. A radiant barrier blossomed from that distance, enveloping the surrounding residents within its protective embrace. The great formation appeared to lack any defensive capabilities, serving merely as a source of warmth. Over 100 individuals found refuge within the barrier, beginning a ruthless cleansing of the surrounding disaster-stricken populace. Previously, Li Hualing had failed to breach Ye Feng's formidable formation, leaving him with a reservoir of resentment, which he now directed toward the members of the 4 major factions. Consequently, they began a brutal massacre of the afflicted citizens. Ensure thoroughness in the cleansing. These indigenous wretches of the secret realm have tainted blood. The farther they are from our great formation, the better. Though Li Hualing did not take direct action, he orchestrated the overall strategy from within the barrier, occasionally casting a piercing gaze toward Ye Feng's sword formation. Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he did not harm any citizens, he felt no remorse for the others. At that moment, 4 teams emerged 5 kilometers away. They were the masters of the 4 major sects, each wielding a formation plate, heading towards the cardinal directions surrounding Ye Feng's hot spring island. In the blink of an eye, 4 luminous barriers encompassed the island. Brother Feng, it seems that the formidable Li Hualing intends to wage a protracted battle. What if he truly besieges us for 100 years? We cannot remain cloistered within these barriers indefinitely. Chun An's expression shifted, aware that their territory required constant communication with the hot spring island. If they were encircled like this, contact would inevitably be severed. Shall we issue a bounty notice? Bai Xiang inquired. A bounty is unlikely to be effective against the denizens of the Starmon continent. Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. Although there were over 10 million disaster victims outside, they were not foolish enough to provoke a confrontation. What then? We must devise a plan. Chen urged. Let us proceed to the conference room and summon the upper echelons. Each of us must conceive a strategy. Surely we can break this deadlock, Ye Feng declared, striding towards the meeting room. After a short while, the senior members assembled. Aside from Duoyan Hena and Chunin, nearly everyone bore scars around their necks, indicating the group had not been idle. Duoyan Hena was occupied with maintaining the sword formation and could not offer blood, while Chunin was preoccupied with the crossbow, also justifiably unable to contribute. If those individuals truly besiege our territory for a century or even 5 centuries, we cannot remain confined forever, Ye Feng addressed the assembly. A Feng, why not continue your cultivation? Your progress is the swiftest among us. We could supply you with all the crystal pellets and elixirs from the entire hot spring island. Susan suggested. That is not feasible. My inner demons remain unresolved. Continuing my cultivation may lead to my downfall without external intervention, Ye Feng responded, shaking his head. Then, should you persist with the venerable saint's demonic art? Duoyan Hena proposed. That too is unviable. Upon reaching the true martial realm, my inner demons transition from passive to active. Regardless of the technique I practice, the inner demons will pursue me, including the venerable saint's demonic art, Ye Feng sighed. At that moment, Chenin raised his hand. Brother Feng, I have heard that the spear god cultivated at an exceptional pace. How did he manage to restrain his inner demons? I believe he must possess specialized methods to counter them, which we have yet to uncover. Chun An's words stirred the assembly. Indeed, the spear god advanced so swiftly. Why was he not ensnared by his inner demons? This led Ye Feng to ponder whether his own cultivation methods were flawed. He rose and began pacing the conference room. Just then, a soldier approached from outside. "Sister Susan, an envoy has arrived." "An envoy?" The group was taken aback. Shouldn't they be at odds with the Duke's manor? "Let us go out and see," Ye Feng said, leading Susan to the barrier. Beneath the azure shield, Jianjian was seen waving at Ye Feng. "Should you not be allied with the Duke's residence? What brings you here now?" Ye Feng inquired with a hint of detachment. "Who said I must be in league with the Duke's residence?" Jianjian replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course, I outwardly represent them as an envoy, but in truth, I am on your side. Do you understand?" She was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. Ye Feng possessed the ability to refine all forms of elixirs. Thus his offering far surpassed that of Li Horling by countless magnitudes. However, the current circumstances dictated that Ye Feng was momentarily outmatched by the Duke's people, forced to remain within the confines of the protective barrier. Therefore, she intended to seize this opportunity to assist Ye Feng, hoping to forge a deep friendship with him that would later position her as an intermediary on Warm Spring Island, allowing her to reap substantial rewards. Above the transformation essence pill lay the divine spirit pill, and above that, even more advanced void transformation pill, each possessing extraordinary effects. She was an ambitious woman, unwilling to serve those vile men through mere seduction. She sought to elevate her cultivation to its utmost potential, setting aside other matters. Achieving the demigod realm would render her nearly unrivaled on the Star Veil continent. As for the so-called realms of enlightenment, void, and divine, she understood that the Star Veil continent was no longer as it was tens of thousands of years ago, when the number of cultivators was scarce and spiritual energy abundant, allowing for the emergence of beings beyond the enlightenment realm. Given the current density of spiritual energy on the continent, the demigod realm now represented the pinnacle of existence. "Very well," Ye Feng crossed his arms. "What do you wish to discuss?" he asked, his tone laced with caution. He was uncertain whether Jianjian might employ subterfuge or espionage. "Ye Feng, your ability to refine elixirs will be subtly disseminated as news. Initially, I will inform the 4 major sects, and then the entirety of West Ean County will be made aware. Once the news spreads throughout West Ean County, it will undoubtedly ignite a chain reaction, and before long, the entire Star Veil continent will know of your abilities." Jianjian stated confidently. Please reconsider. For if it attracts a powerful being from the divine realm, I could be seized and forced into slavery, condemned to refine elixirs for them endlessly. What recourse would I have?" Ye Feng exclaimed, his face darkening with concern. "Do not fret. Most powerful beings will not take it seriously at first. Initially, it should only attract those at the divine origin realm. After they verify your abilities, stronger individuals may come seeking you. This presents an opportunity for you to have those powerful figures provide you with essential supplies. If I am not mistaken, you appear to be around 30 years old. At such a young age, you have already reached the true martial realm. How is your mental state?" Truly, she was a master of discernment, perceiving Ye Feng's inner turmoil with a single glance. "You are astute. I am indeed troubled by my inner demons," Ye Feng admitted, lowering his arms and allowing sincerity to seep into his expression. He was willing to trade anything to resolve his inner conflicts. Chapter 1060. I shall show you something in the starry dream continent. There is, in fact, no definitive remedy for the inner demons. As the higher the cultivation level of the practitioner, the more they are tormented by these psychological afflictions. However, fret not. You can assist those proficient in refining elixirs. And in return, the powerful may impart to you methods to confront your inner turmoil. I am confident that there exists a solution tailored for you, remarked Jianjian. Yet, I find myself confined here, surrounded by adversaries on all sides, rendering me unable to employ my skills, sighed Ye Feng. Do not despair. This evening, I shall converse with the leaders of the 4 great sects and discreetly gauge their loyalty to the Duke's manor. Perhaps you could leverage your elixir refining abilities to sway them towards our side, smiled Jianjian, gazing at Ye Feng as though he were a treasure trove of pure elixirs. "Oh, my apologies, Lady He. I mistakenly assumed you were a traitor. It appears I misjudged you. Rest assured, if you can indeed persuade the leaders of the 4 sects to refrain from targeting me, or even grant me certain privileges, I shall provide you with a 20% discount on your refining services in the future," Ye Feng stated earnestly. "No need for a discount. However, I have a condition. As long as you agree to it, I assure you that the 4 sects will clandestinely assist you. Of course, They dare not offer overt support. For Li Hualing is not to be trifled with, He Qingji replied. Pray, do enlighten me. I am all ears, Ye Feng said as he pulled up a chair, with Susan listening attentively beside him. In the future, an increasing number of powerful individuals will seek your elixirs. Yet, I understand your current desire to remain inconspicuous, fearing that some formidable cultivators may bypass the protective formations and abduct you to serve as an elixir slave. Therefore, I propose a mutually beneficial solution, He Qingji suggested with a smile. Oh, please, go on, Ye Feng replied, his gaze fixed on He Qingji with utmost sincerity. Henceforth, the matter of elixir refining shall be attributed to my Yuan sect, leading outsiders to believe that it is our sect that possesses the capability to refine elixirs. In truth, once I acquire the elixirs, I shall quietly send them to Hot Spring Island for your refinement. After successful refinement, I will discreetly dispatch individuals to retrieve the elixirs and present them to those powerful beings. Consider this. High-ranking practitioners are unlikely to be stingy with their rewards, often bestowing upon you valuable treasures. Even if one or two were to take everything for themselves, their ire would likely be directed at my Yuan sect. Sparing Hot Spring Island from any repercussions, He Qingji elaborated. Lady He, there must be some ulterior motive behind your willingness to assist me so selflessly. Speak. What do you desire in return? Ye Feng inquired, his expression shifting from sincerity to that of a shrewd businessman. Fear not, my primary motivation is my admiration for you, which compels me to assist you without any expectation of compensation. I feel an inexplicable connection with you, He Qingji said with a mask of feigned cheerfulness. A connection, you say? I had a hunch that I, Ye Feng, possessed a certain charm with the ladies. Truly, I also feel an immediate affinity for Lady He. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within, considering himself fortunate to have captured the attention of a beauty even at the Yuan transformation realm. What if, in the future, I were to encounter a goddess at the divine realm? Would she too feel an instant connection with me? Beside them, Susan rolled her eyes. Ah Feng, do wake up. With that, she turned her gaze back to He Qingji. Xianzi, I firmly believe that you possess advantageous means, yet regardless, our service fees can solely be settled with hot spring coins. Moreover, as the bridge between us and those formidable individuals, your scope for maneuvering must be considerable. Surely, there are numerous methods to reap benefits amidst this. SZN is no fool. She instantly discerned HQNGZH's intentions. SHNR, cease your nonsense. It is evident that HCNZ feels an immediate connection with me, protested Ye Feng. I can hardly endure your antics. SZN rolled her eyes heavenward. HCNZ, let us agree on this. Once we topple the Duke's manor, we shall become sworn siblings of the opposite gender. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Feng discreetly winked at HQNGZH. Very well. A blush adorned CHQNGZH's fair cheeks as she reciprocated the gesture. I shall await your good news. With a radiant countenance, Ye Feng departed alongside SZN. Once Ye Feng had exited, the flush upon HQNGZH's face vanished, and her alluring demeanor reverted to an air of aloofness. What a foolish boy, yet he possesses a certain charm. She mused before making her way toward the Axe Gang among the 4 major sections. It was rumored that the members of the Axe Gang were rather dim-witted, so she decided to commence with deceiving them. Upon stepping into the luminous barrier, she beheld the leader of the Axe Gang alongside the heads of the other 3 sects, clandestinely deliberating something. Gentlemen, am I intruding? What discussions occupy your minds? HQNGZH effortlessly entered the barrier, for such minor formations could not ward off individuals. Only the chilling air. Oh no, nothing of great import. We were merely discussing how to assist the prince in dealing with Ye Feng. That Ye Feng has gone too far, having destroyed our prince's treasured artifact. Wei Yin spoke with an uneasy expression. Indeed, we are all devising strategies to avenge the prince. Ye Feng's audacity has caused him to inflict losses upon the prince, thereby affecting all of us in XYN County. We should stand united, should we not? HCNZ? As Wei Yin uttered the final 6 words, his gaze fixated intently upon HQNGZH's eyes. Well, that is rather difficult to ascertain. I cannot claim to know the true intentions of your hearts. HQNGZH responded with a pointed implication. The heads of the 4 major sects, being seasoned and astute individuals, immediately grasped that she aligned with their interests. However, some probing was still necessary. It has long been rumored that the Yn sect frequently provides services to the royal household. I trust the sect master shares a close relationship with those in the manor. Indeed, the Yn sect is exclusive to the royal family. How could we possibly compare ourselves to them? The various sect leaders engaged in subtle jabs, insinuating that HQNGZH had ascended through her physical allure. Evidently, HQNGZH's complexion darkened, and she could no longer maintain her facade. Who claims that I enjoy a close rapport with the royal household? We are all intelligent individuals here, and there is no need for pretense. I possess a channel through which you may attain the divine origin realm within 50 years. Perhaps even sooner. What? Surely you jest? 50 years? Ha ha ha. Xianzi, such jesting is not in good taste. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted among the group. Yet, they refrained from mentioning HQNGZH's alleged disrespect towards the royal household. Is that so? Allow me to present to you something. After Qing, Ji concluded her words. She produced the purest Huayuan Dan. A gasp resounded within the light barrier. Subsequently, a dark veil enveloped the 5 formidable experts, isolating all sounds from the outside world. On Ye Feng's side, he commenced a meticulous inspection of his territory. Although he had previously been the retired island master, the circumstances had changed, with formidable enemies lurking outside. He had no choice but to reclaim authority. Only after ensuring the complete safety of the enclave would he delegate power, embodying the true demeanor of a sovereign. Good evening. Brother Feng, a voice called out. Yes, stand guard diligently, and do not doze off tonight, Ye Feng replied, patting the shoulder of the guard. The guard immediately stood up straight. Good evening, Brother Feng, greeted a 9th-tier power king, who was summoned from outside the barrier, a bandage wrapped around his neck. Jahi, do your best. Once we repel them, I shall take you back to Hot Spring Island for the voting assembly, granting you the opportunity to become a citizen. Yes, Brother Feng, Jahi responded, standing at attention. Chapter 1061. Let us step outside. I wish to speak with her privately. At that moment, Ye Feng's gaze shifted towards the outside of the barrier. Brother Feng, what are you looking at? Jahi inquired, following his gaze. After 2 minutes, 3 figures finally came into view. Brother Feng, how did you know someone was coming? Jahi asked. Don't ask, it's instinct, Ye Feng replied, feigning nonchalance. As he focused on the 3 approaching figures, one of them was recognizable. It was He Qing Ji's right protector, a skilled practitioner at the late innate stage. However, the 2 accompanying him caused Ye Feng's expression to darken slightly. Jahi understood and quickly raised his crossbow, aiming it at the barrier. The 2 behind were both at the pinnacle of Huayuan, showing no intent to conceal their strength. Although Ye Feng had a rough idea of their intentions, he remained vigilant. Who goes there? Ye Feng stepped forward to the barrier, locking eyes with them. The 3 halted 7 meters away. Mr. Yi, you are an astute man and should comprehend the purpose of my visit. Allow me to make introductions, one of them said, gesturing towards a man adorned with a skull emblem. This is Wei Yinming, the leader of the Ghost Command sect. Greetings, Lord Wei. Ye Feng maintained a degree of courtesy. However, Wei Yiming's gaze flickered, and he refrained from acknowledging Ye Feng. His purpose for coming was straightforward, to ascertain whether Hot Spring Island truly possessed the ability to refine elixirs. Should this be confirmed, it would determine whether to collaborate with Hot Spring Island, even at the risk of being discovered by the Duke's estate. After all, an organization capable of refining elixirs was unparalleled across the Star Main continent. He was determined to seize this opportunity by establishing a long-term connection with Ye Feng. He was confident he could break through to the divine origin realm within a century. At that point, what could Li Hualing do? This is Qiaoli, the leader of the Axe Gang. The Right Protector continued with the introductions. Ah, so it is the renowned Qiao leader. I have long admired you, Ye Feng remarked. Ye Feng clasped his hands together, his intent clear. It is an honor to meet you. Have you heard of my esteemed name, even within the Galewind Zone? Qiaoli regarded Ye Feng with a look of skepticism. Ha ha ha. Let's not be coy, my friends. You have come to ascertain whether my Hot Spring Island possesses the capability to refine medicinal pills, have you not? If so, please present your inferior pills to me. And within 3 days, I shall return to you pills of 100% purity. Ye Feng stated directly, unwilling to beat around the bush. After exchanging glances, Wei Yinming and Qiaoli exchanged faint smiles. They simultaneously produced a Peiyuan pill, both with a purity below 70%. Here you go. Excellent. Upon receiving the pills, Ye Feng turned his gaze back to the 2. You may return and await good news. Ye Feng smiled. Indeed, should the refinement be successful. The leader of our faction will reward you handsomely, and perhaps even elevate you to the position of Grand Protector of the Axe Gang, Xiao Li boasted unabashedly. He did not perceive his words as braggadocio. After all, Ye Feng was merely at the initial stage of true martial, while he himself had reached the late stage of transformation. A significant gap of 2 realms lay between them. Let us discuss that later. For now, I am refining your pills free of charge. However, should you wish to purify higher-grade pills in the future, a service fee will apply. I estimate it will be no less than 20 to 30 million hot spring coins. You may exchange valuable items for these coins at the hot spring bank located south of the screen, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Too troublesome, Ye Feng. I can simply reward you with a few nourishing qi pills. Why complicate matters? Xiao Li responded with impatience. Alas, I am powerless in this regard. The refinement of pills relies on the entire national apparatus of Hot Spring Island to achieve complete purification to 100%. They only accept hot spring coins. And I alone cannot make exceptions. Ye Feng casually fabricated his reasoning. He did not wish to reveal that the entire process depended solely on his efforts. Otherwise, he would become a target, susceptible to abduction and forced into servitude as a pill slave. Moreover, this narrative ensured that they would refrain from reckless harm towards the citizens of Hot Spring Island, fearing that any violence might disrupt the refinement process. The expressions of the 3 men darkened. It was true, moments ago, they had felt an impulse to abduct Ye Feng and seize the so-called purification machinery of Hot Spring Island. With that, they could refine the pills independently, not only for themselves, but also for the powerful across the continent, charging a minuscule fee that could elevate their sect to a superpower in the Black Mountain Kingdom. Very well, I shall find a way to exchange for hot spring coins. Xiao Li nodded, and the 3 gradually faded into the darkness. Zhahe promptly retracted his crossbow, casting a perplexed glance at Ye Feng. Brother Feng, the purification of pills seems unrelated to us. Why have you tethered us to this endeavor? You see, my friend, I wish for the glory of this achievement to be shared by all the citizens of Hot Spring Island. After all, I am a man of great righteousness. Ye Feng replied with a knowing smile. Li Feng chuckled as he patted his shoulder. Zhahe fell silent, harboring a sense of displeasure within. No more talk. I must visit the hospital to see the patient. Take care, Li Feng declared, striding purposefully toward the hot spring hospital. As for the Pei Yuan Dan in his possession, he was in no rush to refine it immediately. He intended to deliberately delay the process for a few days, knowing that outsiders perceive the refinement as cumbersome and intricate. Otherwise, why would they agree to pay such exorbitant service fees? How could Hot Spring Island leverage this method to exert monetary influence across the entire Starmane continent? Upon arriving at the Hot Spring Hospital, Li Feng entered Ding Tuanshuan's ward. At that moment, her complexion appeared pallid, with 2 nurses diligently safeguarding her, administering blood transfusions and tending to her hygiene. Mr. Leaf, you have arrived. The 2 nurses bowed in unison. While on the surface, Heli Xian held the title of Island Master, the citizens were acutely aware of the true dynamics. Li Feng embodied the very essence of Hot Spring Island, while Wang Zhihai represented its Fade. Together, they forged the advanced civilization of Hot Spring Island, ensuring the well-being of its citizens. Thank you. Ladies, you may leave now. I wish to spend a moment alone with her, Li Feng politely requested. Understood. The nurses exited, gently closing the door behind them. Li Feng settled by Ding Tuanshuan's bedside, gently grasping her delicate hand. Little Tuanshuan, awaken swiftly. Upon your awakening, I shall heed your every wish. Do you recall the brookside? Back then, you were merely a child of 14, and now you have blossomed into a 22-year-old young lady. It would be such a pity if you were to perish before marriage. You must awaken. Do you remember the Blacktree River Basin? And the little dog who licked you? It sacrificed itself to save you. You must not let its sacrifice be in vain. Li Feng's tone was as gentle as a father's. Chapter 1062. Essentially immune, the 2 spent 2 hours in solitude before Li Feng departed from the Hot Spring Hospital and made his way to his training room. The purity of these 2 Pei Yuan Dan was lacking. He anticipated that it would take him 3 to 4 hours to achieve complete refinement. With this thought, Li Feng commenced his diligent work. 10 kilometers away from the concession, within a small luminescent screen, Li Hualing occupied the main seat. Behind him stood 4 members of the Purple Robe Guards. Seated in other positions were the leaders of the 4 major sects who had entered from the Wind Zone, along with several leaders from smaller sects, including the esteemed Mistress He Qingji. During this period, I require you to maintain a constant watch around Hot Spring Island, permitting not even a single ant to escape. Is that understood? Li Huoling's voice resonated with authority, leaving no room for dissent among the others. Yes, understood. They responded in unison, nodding obediently. If we can capture Li Feng alive this time, I shall grant all sects present the autonomy to seek spirit stone mines in the West Ean County, charging only a 70 tax upon discovery, Li Huoling stated nonchalantly. Previously, he had imposed a 90 tax, inciting the fury of the sects throughout West Ean County, yet none dared to protest. With this thought, Li Huoling turned his gaze toward He Qingji. Master He, should you achieve great merit this time, I shall promise to take your daughter as my wife. Li Huoling proclaimed with a self-satisfied smile. He intended to compel other sects to serve him through this proposition. The leaders of the other sects exchanged bewildered glances, casting complex looks toward He Qingji. Serving the prince is the duty of our new sect. There is no need for your highness to demean yourself by marrying my incompetent daughter. She is unworthy of you. He Qingji was taken aback. How had disaster suddenly befallen her? It was well known that the duke's household was notoriously chaotic, often involving shared relationships among fathers and sons, or even grandfathers and grandsons. If her daughter were truly to be married off, would it not be akin to leaping into a fiery abyss? Yet, Li Huoling, accustomed to flattery, believed He Qingji's words to be sincere. It matters not. I do not seek her as a primary wife, merely as a secondary or concubine. And who knows? If she performs well, I might elevate her to the status of a concubine, certainly a more respectable position than that of a mere paramour. And any offspring could be acknowledged in my duke's household. Li Huoling stroked his beard thoughtfully. Years prior, he had been more discerning, especially when he first ascended to his dukedom. However, as the flattery from those around him grew increasingly absurd, he began to believe that all the women of Ean County yearned to join his household. Little did he realize that their admiration stemmed from fear of incurring his wrath. Who would willingly push their own daughters into such peril? While the duke's household indeed held prestige, if their daughters were to fall victim to the whims of its members, they would be left to swallow their grievances in silence, even publicly chastising their daughters for failing to please men. Ultimately, it was a matter of power. No one dared to oppose those who were stronger. Yes, your highness. Oh no. Thank you for your grace, He Qingji replied, nodding with a complex expression, her heart heavy with despair. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Li Huoling laughed heartily, then abruptly shifted his demeanor to address the others. Last time, my magical artifact left the sword formation of Hot Spring Island in tatters, and all bore witness to it. Had it not been for my compassionate heart, that island would have been utterly vanquished. Wouldn't you agree? As he finished speaking, he released an aura that filled the space with the sound of clashing weapons. Indeed, your highness's artifact could never be defeated by such a trivial place as Hot Spring Island. It was your mercy that spared them, they all assured him. Rest assured, your highness, when we return to the outside world, we shall inform the other sects that it was you who spared Hot Spring Island, only for them to show ingratitude. As for your artifact, yes, it was indeed damaged by a formidable being of the void refinement realm, though of course, you also destroyed that cultivator's artifact, making it an even exchange. Ha ha ha, precisely, an even exchange. It is truly remarkable that your highness, with your divine origin cultivation, could match a void refinement cultivator in such a manner. A group of astute individuals quickly began to flatter him, fully aware that Li Huoling was one to save face at all costs. Ha ha ha, splendid. Indeed, that is the reality, is it not? At last, a joyful smile graced Li Huoling's face. At that moment, a silver-armored guard entered the ice chamber with a tense expression. What is it? Is something amiss? A feeling of dread settled in Li Huoling's heart. Your highness, the silver-armored guard whispered. Why speak in hushed tones? Speak openly before everyone. These are the pillars of our Ean County. Li Huoling pushed the guard aside. Very well. Your highness, there is a contagious disease, seemingly transmitted through blood, that has begun to spread among the common people of Ean County. The guard continued. The young heir has also contracted this illness. In an instant, dozens of gazes turned towards Li Huoling. He thought it was something grave, wrapped in mystery, a contagious disease. I merely need to infuse a small amount of divine essence into my young heir to safeguard him from all ailments, Li Huoling declared confidently. Upon hearing this, the heads of various sects breathed a sigh of relief. The contagion primarily affects commoners. Once one reaches the acquired realm, they are generally immune. However, The silver-armored guard shook his head. Things may not be so simple. A month ago, ordinary individuals who contracted the disease could recover with a mere infusion of energy from a cultivator. Now, the energy required has doubled to control this contagion. And merely controlling it is not enough. As the temperature in Sheen County decreases, the illness will likely relapse. Thus, the guard urged, Your Highness, please return to Sheen County to oversee the epidemic response. Otherwise, the lower classes will descend into chaos. The guard appeared weary, as if he had just traversed the tempestuous region. With the gradual drop in temperature, this cold wave has finally breached the gale zone, spreading throughout Sheen County. Couldn't someone else take charge of the epidemic response? I have yet to seize Ye Feng's hot spring island. How can I depart so easily? Li Huling hesitated. In truth, he felt powerless regarding Ye Feng's hot spring island. His prior assertions of blocking Ye Feng for a century were mere bluster. If he were to truly guard it for 100 years, surely he could not remain stagnant in his cultivation. The others seemed to discern Li Huoling's conflicted thoughts. Your Highness, please return without worry. We will handle the hot spring island. We shall surround Ye Feng's sword array thoroughly, ensuring he does not escape, He Qingji declared, stepping forward with delight. Indeed, Your Highness, given your esteemed status, remaining here to confront a mere true martial realm cultivator is beneath you. Allow us to manage it. I assure you that when you return, Ye Feng will still be imprisoned within the sword array. Your Highness, please return to oversee the greater matters. For the entirety of Sheen County, we beseech you to return. The gratitude of the people will be immense. In unison, they knelt before him, providing him with an avenue to retreat. Chapter 1063, You are destined for a dead end. After pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, Li Huoling finally nodded. In that case, Xiun, remain here in your capacity as a member of the Purple Garment Guard to oversee the situation. Once I have managed the epidemic in Sheen County, I shall return immediately, Li Huoling stated. A member of the Purple Guard emerged, kneeling before Li Huoling. Rest assured, Your Highness, all is well with Xiun present, he proclaimed. Xiun ranked first among the 4 great Purple Guards, possessing strength at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Very well. Let us not delay. I shall return to Sheen County at once. The Sword Gorge concession, now referred to simply as Baekwon Island. Within Baekwon Island, Ye Feng roamed the hospital, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Brother Feng, another person has been infected. Brother Feng, 7 more have been sent in. Brother Feng, there are 3 more cases of infection. The hospital corridors were filled with the afflicted. At that moment, Chenin approached, Brother Feng. Most of these infected individuals are blood slaves. Moreover, I have noticed that the potency of the goo worm disease is escalating. Even 9th-tier power kings and power emperors are succumbing to it. What of the 3rd-generation deworming medicine sent from Nanquan Island? How much remains? Ye Feng inquired. Not much. Just over 200 bottles. We dare not use it indiscriminately on the residents, for it is meant to safeguard our citizens, Chenin replied. Can the 3rd-generation deworming medicine still combat the current goo worm disease? Ye Feng asked. Recently, it seems less effective. Now one must consume 5 or 6 bottles to control the goo worm disease, whereas previously only 1 bottle sufficed to cure it. Brother Feng, will these goo worm infectious diseases spread across the continent? Even those at the true martial realm and transformation realm may not withstand such contagion. Chun An's face darkened. The previous night, his wife, Qiushua, had begun to cough, and only after consuming 3 bottles of the 3rd-generation deworming medicine did her condition improve. Has Nanquan Island developed a 4th-generation deworming medicine? Ye Feng questioned again. I do not know. We are surrounded and have lost contact with Nanquan Island, Chunin lamented. Alas, at present, Baekwon Island lacks the capability to develop deworming medicine. Only Nanquan Island possesses such resources. We must find a way to restore our communication with Nanquan Island. Reflecting on this, Ye Feng slowly exited the hospital and approached the array of light screens surrounding him. These screens were temporary formations brought by various factions from Sheen County. As he neared the screens, Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Outside, a cacophony of coughs echoed, indicating that the situation beyond the screens was equally dire. It was likely that the majority of the over 10 million individuals outside had already been infected. Humph, is that not Lord Yi? What a pity. Your situation inside the screens appears rather grim. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. The foremost figure was clad in purple, while the 2 behind wore silver armor. Are you from the Duke's residence? Ye Feng's expression changed. Indeed, Our lord has returned to Xin County to oversee matters. Leaving this guard here to monitor your every move, Ziyun replied coolly. What? Are you saying that Li Huoling has departed? Ye Feng's heart surged with joy. What? Your expression of delight suggests that this guard cannot keep you in check? Ziyun's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly struck the light screen with a punch. Boom. Centered around his fist, the entire light screen within a 100-meter radius began to warp and distort. Do you see this? You might as well remain within the luminous barrier. Rather than entertaining thoughts of escape, should you dare to venture out, I shall swiftly capture you. With that, Ziyun cast a warning glance at Ye Feng before departing. As a member of the Purple Garment Guard, his duty was merely to ensure that Ye Feng did not flee. The task of eliminating Ye Feng was not his concern. He merely needed to execute the prince's orders. After a while, a multitude of refugees began to gather outside the barrier, encircling the entirety of North Hot Spring Island. Please, grant me some deworming medicine. My son is on the brink of death. Mr. Yi, have compassion on me. I urgently need deworming medicine. Mr. Yi, I have money. I shall purchase it. Faced with the throngs of desperate individuals, Ye Feng furrowed his brow and turned his attention to the foremost figure, a strong man. My good sir, did you not purchase over 100 bottles of deworming medicine last time? The old formula had become obsolete, effective only for suppressing coughs and failing to control the proliferation of the internal parasites. I have heard that a new generation of deworming medicine has been developed on Hot Spring Island. I kindly ask you to sell me a few bottles. Even at 5,000 each, I shall buy them. The strong man, speaking earnestly, produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket. Rest assured, the deworming medicine will eventually become available. Upon your return, labor less, worry less, eat and drink well, and try to avoid psychological stress. Additionally, refrain from venturing outside the ice houses to avoid the cold. As long as you maintain a relaxed state of mind and body, the potency of the parasitic illness will diminish, reducing the chances of infection. Ye Feng imparted his wisdom to them. Mr. Yi, it is easy for you to speak. How can we relax? Each day we must toil to earn hot spring coins, and without those coins, what shall we eat? Indeed, Ye Feng, if you possess even a modicum of compassion, provide us with the latest deworming medicine, now, at once. The pleas from the refugees swiftly transformed into moral coercion, which then escalated into vitriol. Ye Feng's expression hardened. Have you no shame? The deworming medicine was developed here on Hot Spring Island. I could easily choose not to sell it to you. What would you do then? Would you invent your own? Exactly. Brother Feng is right. Go ahead and create your own. Chunin chimed in, reprimanding from the side. The people outside were momentarily taken aback. Yet, they found themselves cornered with no alternative. You insolent wretch, Ye Feng, are you not afraid that we will ally with the people of the Starmon continent to breach your sword formation? Ye Feng, do not be ungrateful. It is clear to us that you have been forced to cower within the barrier by the people of the Starmon continent. Should we join forces with them, your demise is assured. Indeed, unless you vow never to leave this sword formation. The shouts of derision echoed continuously. In that moment, Ye Feng appeared to become a public enemy. Brother Feng, we on North Hot Spring Island are now bearing the brunt of their sins, since they cannot produce deworming medicine. They must lay the blame upon us. Chun An's countenance darkened as he faced the vitriol of hundreds of thousands. Fear not, they are merely words. Let them curse. With arms crossed, Ye Feng coldly regarded the desperate masses outside. However, if over 10 million people outside harbor animosity towards our Hot Spring Island, we will find ourselves unable to replenish the supply of blood slaves in the future. You are aware that prolonged blood extraction renders those within the barrier incapable of enduring for long before requiring a new batch. Furthermore, with the rampant spread of the goo worm disease, we cannot afford to draw excessively from their blood, as it weakens them. Once weakened, the goo worm disease can directly infect them, Chenin remarked. Ye Feng sighed deeply. Truly troublesome. In the past, although the goo worm disease existed, it posed little significant threat to Hot Spring Island. However, the situation has changed, with the disease's ferocity escalating. Even those of imperial strength have begun to fall ill. In South Hot Spring Island, remarkably, there has been no considerable unrest. A week prior, an outbreak indeed occurred. Yet, through the combined efforts of the Celestial Maiden of the Hot Spring Hospital by Chu Xue and the esteemed apothecary Qing Lan, they successfully developed the 5th-generation deworming medication. This new remedy has transitioned from bottled form to granules. Merely placing one in a bucket of water allows each individual to drink a dose capable of curing the goo worm disease. Thus, the cooler South Hot Spring Island is thriving amid this chaos. He Lishuan promptly commended the hot spring hospital, and upon Wang Zhihai's suggestion, a tertiary rank was added to the front of the hospital. At this moment, before the barrier of South Hot Spring Island, the three pillars of the hot spring hospital convened, observing the orderly scene outside. Director, your prowess is remarkable. You have actually developed such a deworming medication. Bai Chushua sincerely praised. Vice Director Bai, you overestimate my abilities. It is you who has impressed me. You have categorized elements so meticulously, the Vice Director responded humbly. Previously, we practitioners could vaguely sense the elements within nature, yet had never ascribed names to them, let alone classify them. And you, not only have categorized them, but also integrated various elements to form a new one. Without your elemental chart, even with my extensive experience, I could not have navigated the path of an apothecary so smoothly. After Bai Chushua spoke, she turned to Apothecary Qinglan. Director Qinglan, you have also done commendably. Although the formulation of the 5th-generation deworming medication was developed by us, many intricate tasks were personally handled by you. Sister, you flatter me. The tasks I performed hold little technical merit. They are merely tedious, and anyone could accomplish them. Qinglan humbly replied. No, had it been someone else, they might not have executed them with such finesse. Bai Chushua shook her head. At that moment, Zhuema approached from a distance. Director, splendid news. It is fortunate that all three of you are present. Lord He Lishuan has summoned you for a meeting, stating that there is a situation at North Hot Spring Island. What situation? Bai Chushua's heart raced with concern. It seems that our new generation of deworming medication was ambushed by some powerful individuals during its transit to North Hot Spring Island. We must hurry to the conference room. The island lord is quite anxious. Understood, let us go swiftly. The three women hurried towards the conference hall. Upon arrival, they found the hall already filled with the high-ranking officials of Hot Spring Island. Each person wore a furrowed brow, save for Wang Zhihai, who appeared remarkably at ease. He Lishuan rose to address the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, the situation has grown increasingly complicated. According to the messenger who managed to flee, North Hot Spring Island has offended individuals from the Xingming continent. A multitude of formidable true martial realm experts, including those of the innate and transformation realm, have congregated there, encircling Feng Ji's North Hot Spring Island. To exacerbate matters, a large-scale plague has erupted, and our latest deworming medication cannot reach the island. This revelation left the assembly in shock. Ye Feng was the very soul of their hot spring island. Should he fall, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Setting aside the possibility of Wang Zhihai's potential tyranny, interdepartmental discord would surely arise. Although Ye Feng was not the island master at present, the various factions managed to cooperate decently, sustained solely by Ye Feng's esteemed reputation. Without him, the engineering department would certainly disregard the hot spring hospital, which in turn would look down upon the garment factory. The three military branches, naval, land, and air, would undoubtedly heed only Wang Zhihai's commands, as in their eyes. Ye Feng was their foremost leader, while Wang Zhihai ranked second. In Ye Feng's absence, they would likely overlook He Lishuan entirely, obeying Wang Zhihai alone. At such a juncture, the council would become nothing more than a mere faade, for its authority relied entirely on Ye Feng's protection. Otherwise, why would the leaders of various departments heed their counsel? These departments were powerful entities, each wielding their own military authority. Fear not, everyone, Wang Zhihai chuckled. I am confident that Feng Gu will surely turn misfortune into fortune. He Lishuan interjected, we ought to deploy more scouts to organize the million outsiders, enabling them to infiltrate North Hot Spring Island in batches, armed with our latest deworming medication. He suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation, realizing that his position as island master was merely a result of Ye Feng's elevation of him. Should Ye Feng perish, the influential figures within the departments would hardly acknowledge him as the island master, especially not Wang Zhihai. As the saying goes, even the wisest can err, while the foolish may find enlightenment. In this moment, He Lishuan grasped Ye Feng's significance. Wang Zhihai fell silent, directing his gaze towards the older members of the council. Hu Zhua pounded the table. Very well. Now that the council members are present, let us vote on the proposal put forth by our esteemed island master. With that, Hu Zhua, the speaker, raised his hand. The Assembly of Representatives, this time showing no signs of laziness, each raised their hands, resulting in an unprecedented unanimous vote. This was a first since the council's inception. Although these representatives were typically stern and unyielding, they were acutely aware that it was Ye Feng who safeguarded the council. Otherwise, why would Wang Zhihai, Healy Xian, and the various powerful factions of Hot Spring Island heed the directives of these representatives? Very well. I shall immediately issue a bounty order. Directors of the Hot Spring Hospital and the major pharmaceutical factories, I expect you to work day and night to produce the latest generation of deworming medication. I harbor suspicions that a significant portion of these deworming medications will be seized by the denizens of Xingming Continent upon their arrival at North Hot Springs Island, leaving only a meager share for Feng Ge, Helixuan remarked. Wang Zhihai scratched his nose, his eyebrows slightly raised. Then, are we not merely delivering provisions to Xingming Continent? Silence. Wang Zhihai, you will cease your chatter. I am the island master, and the council has unanimously approved this, Helixuan retorted, feeling a rare surge of anger towards Wang Zhihai. Yes, island master, he acquiesced, ultimately choosing to remain silent. As long as Ye Feng remained alive, he would never take unnecessary risks. After a while, a series of bounty tokens were placed beside the luminous screen, ensuring visibility for the over 100 million people outside. Several powerful individuals squeezed closer, peering at the bounties displayed within the screen. What is happening at Hot Springs Island today? It's not yet dawn, and they're already issuing bounties. Wait, we only need to run an errand to earn 5 million? What are we waiting for? I've been idle for 6 months, just waiting for this opportunity to amass wealth overnight. Chapter 1065, Reaping the World? A single trip yields 5 million, from here to Sword Gorge. A round trip via sandcart takes merely 3 months. Running this 4 times a year amounts to 20 million. If I persist for 5 years, that's 100 million. Huh? Stop laughing. Did you not see the fine print beside it? There's a risk of demise, as North Hot Springs Island is already surrounded by formidable forces. But the bounty is too enticing. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. If there were no peril, why would Hot Springs Island offer such a substantial sum? Some powerful individuals began to howl, forming long lines in eager anticipation. Meanwhile, within North Hot Springs Island, the control of the parasitic creatures was nearly established. Outside the luminous screen, however, over 10 million souls lamented, their pyres igniting one after another. These individuals had lost family and friends to infection, and the deceased must be swiftly cremated. For if they were not, those who had succumbed would soon rise again, transformed. Yet, the resurrected kin would no longer be the same. They would indiscriminately attack the living, siphoning their blood and expelling the parasites into the bodies of the survivors. Ye Feng stood before the luminous screen, surveying the hellscape outside. Beside him stood the upper echelons of North Hot Springs Island. A Feng, it's too tragic. If we abandon them, the over 10 million souls outside will all succumb to infection, becoming living carriers of the disease, Susan lamented. In this dire situation, Ye Feng was compelled to reassume the highest authority over North Hot Springs Island, with Susan reverting to her role as his aide. Convey my orders. Instruct North Hot Springs Hospital to commence the development of deworming medication. We cannot indefinitely await the shipments from South Hot Springs Island, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Several doctors immediately returned to the hospital. Chenin, draft the bounty notice and inform those outside that if they seek deworming medication, they must hunt down the members of the Duke's Manor. For each one slain, 5 vials of the 3rd generation deworming medication will be rewarded, Ye Feng continued. Brother Feng, after the consumption of our 3rd generation deworming medication over the past half-month, only 70 bottles remain. This is meant for emergencies. What if citizens become infected? Chenin inquired. You wouldn't consider using the 2nd generation as a substitute for the 3rd, would you? After all, the 2nd generation deworming medication can be continuously supplied by the Baiwenquan Hospital, ensuring that the parasites do not proliferate immediately, Ye Feng responded. Very well, but can they truly eliminate the people from the Duke's residence? It should be noted that there are over 10 million of them, while the Emperor has fewer than 20. However, they must confront the mid-stage Huayuan master, Ziyun, along with a dozen or so black armored guards and silver armored guards, Susan queried. Inform the 4 major sects and other smaller factions that the goo worm disease will inevitably traverse the wind barrier, spreading to their starmain continent. Moreover, the potency of the goo worm disease will only intensify, making it difficult for even them to escape unscathed. Therefore, they need to consider whether they will assist in hunting down the Duke's people. even if they cannot kill them. It is acceptable for them to create obstacles for the Duke's people, such as piling excrement near the Duke's Grand Formation. In any case, we must employ every possible means to prevent them from encircling our hot spring island, Ye Feng stated calmly. Indeed, I will draft a bounty notice, Chenin replied, hastily setting off to execute the order. Just then, 5 figures appeared in the icy wilderness. Ye Feng recognized Xiao Li and Wei Yinming. Ye Feng, surrender quickly and stop wasting everyone's time. We don't wish to linger in this wretched place, Wei Yinming shouted loudly, purposely for the benefit of the others. His purpose for coming this time was quite straightforward. After a while, the 5 finally approached the light barrier. Mr. Yi, my earlier loud reprimand was truly a last resort. Please do not take it to heart, Wei Yinming said quietly. What brings you here? Ye Feng replied coolly. Mr. Yi, I possess 3 Huayuan pills, 17 Peiyuan pills, and 200 Yanqi pills. I kindly ask you to activate the assembly line of Hot Spring Island to purify these waste pills to 100%, Wei Yinming stated, producing a burlap sack from his waist. The waste pills within this sack were collected by him after leaving the wind barrier to visit various sections. The waste pills held virtually no value. He had exchanged merely 1 Yanqi pill of 70% purity for this considerable quantity of waste pills. Even so, those sects deemed Wei Yinming to be mad. Naturally, some astute individuals dispatched people into the wind barrier, eager to discern what he was scheming. Waste pills, you say? I fear the service fee will be rather high. A flat rate of 1 billion hot spring coins, Ye Feng remarked indifferently. What? 1 billion hot spring coins? How about this? You need not charge me anything, as the exchange is too cumbersome. Once purified, you may keep half of the pills. They will all belong to you. Wei Yiming's voice trembled slightly. It should be noted that among these were 3 Huayuan pills in their waste form. Should they be purified to 100%, it would be akin to turning stone into gold. Not to mention, even if Ye Feng were to retain only 1 Huayuan pill for himself, Wei Yiming would accept it with great joy. It is unacceptable. Payment must be made upon delivery. Ye Feng resolutely shook his head. He understood the necessity of establishing the reputation of the hot spring coin, compelling the proud individuals of the starry dream continent to recognize its worth. Otherwise, how could he wield currency to reap the world in the future? But that Wang Jia from your bank is utterly unreasonable. The last time I attempted to exchange 100 million hot spring coins, he insisted that my exquisite spirit sword was only worth that amount. As you are aware, the exquisite spirit sword is my primary weapon. Without it, my strength would diminish significantly, Wei Yinming lamented. Behind him stood Xiao Li and leaders from 2 other sects, along with a new master, the head of the Black Wind sect, the very sect to which the deceased Qingmu belonged. How about this? You need not exchange your flying sword. Do you see that individual? He is drafting a bounty notice. Perhaps you might earn some money from it, Ye Feng suggested, pointing towards Chun An's position. Oh, a bounty notice? Ha ha ha, that sounds promising. Brother Qiao, let us go and investigate. The 5 exchanged knowing smiles and promptly made their way toward Chunin. In their minds, they believed they could acquire hot spring coins without sacrificing their flying swords, thus achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. After a short while, they arrived before the luminous screen, scrutinizing the writings displayed. Hot Spring Bounty Notice. Kill a black armored guard of the Duke's Manor and present the head for a reward of 10 million hot spring coins. Kill a silver armored guard of the Duke's Manor and present the head for a reward of 50 million hot spring coins. Eliminate the purple robe guard, Xion, and receive a reward of 300 million hot spring coins. Gasping in shock, the 5 were taken aback by the audacity of placing a bounty on the lives of individuals from the Duke's Manor. It seemed that typically, it was the Duke's Manor that offered bounties to hunt others, yet in this remote location, they found themselves on the receiving end of such proclamations. The distressed populace could no longer contain their outrage. Are they jesting? How could we possibly accomplish such tasks? It seems far more likely that individuals from the Duke's Manor would hunt us down, one exclaimed. Indeed, the Hot Spring Island shows no sincerity. I suggest we align ourselves with the Duke's Manor to combat Ye Feng and his Hot Spring Island. The crowd voiced their collective indignation. Chapter 1066. Do you doubt my trustworthiness? After exchanging glances, Wei Yiming and his companions discreetly erected a soundproof barrier, isolating their conversation. What shall we do, Brother Wei? This is the only method to acquire funds, and with money, we can solicit assistance from Hot Spring Island to refine the elixirs. We are speaking of the transformation elixirs, 3 of them, and most importantly, they must possess 100% purity, Xiao Li inquired. Brother Qiao, what are your thoughts? Wei Yiming's countenance fluctuated, revealing his indecision. I am uncertain. Perhaps you should consult Brother Lan from the Tianhai clan and Junior Brother Han from the Ancient Sword sect. Wei Yiming deferred to the two other sections. The last individual from the Black Wind clan was not taken seriously by the others, for he was merely a novice cultivator in the early stages of the transformation realm. In contrast, all the leaders of the four major sects were at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, just one step away from attaining the divine origin realm. I have no objections. We shall proceed as Brother Wei suggests. Indeed, I support Brother Lan. The two individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards Wei Yiming, for he alone stood at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. If all three transformation pills were entrusted to him, it would take no more than a decade for him to ascend to the divine origin realm. This notion, I believe, is feasible. The hot spring island possesses the capability to refine medicinal pills. Can we find another establishment across the entire Star Main continent that rivals it? As long as we maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with Hot Spring Island, I firmly believe that within a century, our collective strength will ascend to the divine origin realm, and perhaps even to the void refining realm directly. Wei Yiming articulated. The remaining four exchanged knowing smiles. As leaders of prominent sects, they were far from foolish, and they recognized the promising prospects of Hot Spring Island, which far surpassed the royal mansion. The only dilemma, however, was that even if they obtained the refined pills from Ye Feng, they could not swiftly elevate their power to the divine origin realm. Should they be discovered by the royal mansion, it was likely they would face annihilation. Very well, since all fellow Taoists are in agreement, let us devise a plan. On the surface, we shall feign compliance with the royal mansion, while covertly undermining the lower-tier cultivators of the mansion. We shall bring their heads to Ye Feng, requesting his assistance in refining the medicinal pills. Brother Han, I assign you a task. Henceforth, you need not remain in the Great Desert. Return directly to the Star Main continent and utilize your connections within your sect to gather discarded pills from the entire Western prefecture. You may even venture to the state capital and the imperial city to procure higher-grade discarded pills, as the more advanced, the better. Once collected, we shall have Ye Feng refine them. Our four great sects, along with the Black Wind sect, will monopolize the trade with Hot Spring Island, and perhaps even align ourselves with some genuine powerhouses. Wei Yiming spoke slowly. Agreed, but how shall we divide the refined pills? Inquired the Han sect cultivator. Let us do this. Brother Han, regardless of how many pills are refined, you shall receive 20%, the Tianlan clan shall receive 15%, the Axe Gang shall receive 15%, and the Black Wind sect shall receive 10%. As for myself, I shall take 40%. As I am your leader and must bear the primary risk, Wei Yiming stated. The others fell into contemplation. No need to deliberate further, turning discarded pills into treasures, transmuting stone into gold. Even if you receive but a mere 5%, it would still amount to unimaginable wealth, Wei Yiming urged. Agreed. Deal. Xiao Li extended his right hand. Deal. The five of them simultaneously stacked their right hands atop one another. At that moment, a cold voice resounded. Master Wei, you five seem to be quite leisurely. A black armored guard approached, his strength at the true martial realm, two major realms below theirs. Wei Yiming's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness before breaking into a broad smile. It was none other than the esteemed black armored guard. Guard, please accompany us. We have uncovered some secrets regarding Ye Feng, merely 20 kilometers away. Should you disclose this secret to Lord Ziyun, you shall undoubtedly be well rewarded. What secret? The black armored guard was not foolish and saw through their ruse. Of course, it pertains to the method of dismantling the sword formation. Oh, dismantling the sword formation? Then I must see for myself. Please lead the way, esteemed seniors. The tone of the black armored guard became courteous. Meanwhile, Ye Feng reclined in a lounge chair, relishing the massage from Duoyan Hena. Brother Feng, the bounty notice has taken effect. Chunan hastily approached. Oh, let us go. He hastily rose and sprinted towards the hot spring bank. Wang Jihua sat at his desk, where a foul-smelling package lay before him. Brother Feng, you've arrived. Ha ha. This is the head of the black armored guard. With that, Wang Jihua opened the package, revealing a grotesque, severed head atop his desk. Its eyes rolled back, still reflecting shock. Did you pay them? Ye Feng inquired, tossing the head into the garbage bin. Yes, I paid a full 10 million. It stings a bit. Wang Jihua replied. No worries, that money is indispensable. Ye Feng reassured him, patting his shoulder. At that moment, another manager entered, carrying a package that dripped blood. Is this from the black armored guard? Wang Jihua asked. Indeed, the manager confirmed. Open it. Ye Feng leaned in and discerned that it was indeed from the black armored guard, identifiable from its vitality. Did you pay? Wang Jihua asked the manager again. Yes. 10 million. It took quite a while to count, the manager responded. No matter, that money cannot be spared, Wang Jihua said, patting the manager's shoulder. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had flown by. Ziyun sat in the ice house behind the luminous barrier, his expression dark and troubled. In the span of that week, half of the black armored guards left by the prince had vanished, and even one silver armored guard had gone missing. He suspected that Ye Feng was behind it, yet he remained clueless as to how Ye Feng had accomplished it. Reluctantly, he no longer dared to venture outside the barrier, opting instead to confine the remaining 3 silver armored guards and 17 black armored guards within the ice house. The 21 of them shared meals and slept together, with 4 remaining vigilant as sentinels during the night. Ziyun, however, was not foolish. He had also enlisted the aid of experts from the 4 major sects to protect him outside the barrier. Though the individuals from the 4 sects held lowly status, they indeed possessed formidable skills. With these experts safeguarding his barrier, even if Ye Feng was intimately familiar with the terrain, he would be unable to make a move against Ziyun's men. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the ice house. Ziyun quickly opened his eyes. Who goes there? It is I. Oh. Ziyun sighed in relief and promptly sat cross-legged. Lord Wei, please come in. Shortly after, Wei Yiming entered, a smile plastered across his face. However, Ziyun found his smile unsettling, akin to a ghost's sinister grin. Lord Ziyun, Ye Feng has finally found it difficult to remain within the sword formation. He has now exited the luminous barrier. My men have received word and are following closely behind him. I believe this presents a lethal opportunity. Wei Yiming declared with a grin. Ye Feng has exited the barrier? Would he be so foolish? Ziyun expressed skepticism. Lord Ziyun, do you doubt my words? Wei Yiming's expression darkened instantly. Of course, I trust you. How about this? You, and the 4 of you shall accompany Lord Wei to assess the situation. If it proves accurate, report back to me, Ziyun instructed. Immediately, 2 silver armored guards and 4 black armored guards stood up. Lord Ziyun, will you not come to witness this yourself? Wei Yiming's face grew grim. I shall not. It is safer within the formation. You lead them first, Ziyun replied. Very well. Wei Yiming nodded and led the 4 individuals toward the shimmering barrier. As the 2 silver armored guards moved, they instinctively cast anxious glances in all directions, their expressions betraying a hint of panic, their foreheads shadowed by a dark, ominous hue. After traversing 10 kilometers, Wei Yiming came to a halt. Why have we stopped? Sect Leader Wei? Asked the 2 silver armored guards, their hearts sinking as they placed their hands on their waists. Wei Yiming slowly turned around, a knowing grin spreading across his face. Surrounding them, from the ice houses, emerged over 20 individuals, all of whom were above the innate realm. Among them were several familiar faces, the leaders of the other 3 major sects, along with He Qingji and the master of the Blackwind sect. These individuals were formidable experts at the transformation origin realm, comparable to the purple-clad guards. Sect Leader Wei, what is your intention? Inquired one of the silver-armored guards to the left. It is nothing of consequence. I merely wish to borrow a few items from you, Wei Yiming replied, as a young man stepped forth from the central ice house. This young man stood at approximately 178 meters tall, moving with a grace reminiscent of a dragon and tiger. However, trailing behind him was a rather disheveled-looking man. Haha, Fenggu, we've caught 2 big fish this time. Along with 4 smaller ones, Chenin could not help but chuckle. Ye Feng. The 2 silver-armored guards simultaneously patted their waists, and 2 flying swords soared into the air. Yet, in the next moment, a fierce wind swept past as several figures flashed by, effortlessly capturing their swords. The assailants were none other than Wei Yiming and the leaders of the 3 major sections. Ah, I thought so. Our people have been disappearing lately. It seems we have a traitor among us. Sect Leader Wei, the prince has treated you well. Why would you betray Xin County and your homeland? Demanded the silver-armored guard on the right, his voice trembling with palpable fear. I have no time for idle chatter. If you have anything to say, address it to Mr. Yi. Wei Yiming stepped aside, positioning himself protectively beside Ye Feng, fearful that the 2 silver-armored guards might harm him. If Ye Feng were to perish, the warm spring island would cease to supply them with refined elixirs. Such a loss was unbearable. The other leaders of the three major sects were equally startled and instinctively moved to shield Ye Feng. Regrettably, your journey to the innate realm has not been easy. But now, surrender all your treasures to avoid damage when the conflict ensues, Ye Feng declared, his hands clasped behind his back as he approached the 6 individuals. Though his cultivation was merely at the early stage of true martial, the presence of the 6 sect leaders bolstered his aura significantly. Go to hell. Let us fight. Boom. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. With so many transformation origin experts, dealing with merely 2 innate realm and 4 true martial realm individuals was akin to a swift execution. 6 heads soon lay at Ye Feng's feet. Mr. Yi. These 6 heads are worth 14 million. Wei Yinming gulped, his throat dry. At that moment, the significance of the warm spring currency dawned upon him, as well as the others. Rest assured, Warm Spring Island is a place of integrity. Chenin, bring me the checkbook. Yes, Brother Feng. Chenin pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. Ye Feng inscribed the figure of 14 million yuan on it, tore off the page with a flourish, and handed it to Wei Yinming. A hearty laugh escaped as they felt they were one step closer to success. Wei Yinming gazed at the number, envisioning pure 100% essence pills, or rather, divine essence pills. Hey, we contributed too. Let me have a look at the check, a voice chimed in. I want to touch it as well. Several sect leaders approached, passing the check among themselves, each one bestowing a kiss upon it. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. Once that group is eliminated, I will amass the 500 million needed, Wei Yinming declared with a grin. I shall await your good news. By the way, I wish to reside within the light barrier beside Ziyun. I would appreciate your protection. Ye Feng tightened his overcoat. Mr. Yi. I believe it would be wiser for you to return to your hot spring island, where the sword formation can safeguard you, Wei Yinming replied. No. What if one day you engage with Ziyun? I would miss a splendid spectacle. Hence, I must stay in the adjacent light barrier. You must ensure my safety. Should any misfortune befall me, it might very well sever our partnership, Ye Feng warned subtly. Very well. I shall make arrangements. He Xinzi. And Lord Ye Feng, you are tasked with protecting Mr. Yi and Mr. Chun and by his side. I understand that Mr. Yi has previously harmed your disciples, but you must discern the gravity of the situation. Mr. Yi represents infinite possibilities. Do not let a trivial grudge cloud your judgment. Even if you choose not to seek revenge against Mr. Yi, our 4 major sects will not underestimate you, Wei Yinming stated gravely. Rest assured. I am aware of the priorities, Lord Ye Feng nodded. This, I know without needing Brother Wei to remind me, and Mr. Yi was recommended to you by me. Have you forgotten? He Qingji retorted with irritation. Originally, she aspired to be the bridge between Ye Feng and the Star Dream continent. Yet her insufficient strength had caused her to lose that position to the 4 major sections. Suddenly, Wei Yinming burst into the ice house, bloodied and disheveled. What happened? Wei Zhongzhu. Ziyun gasped in shock, quickly aiding him. I originally took 6 of my silver-armored guards to find Ye Feng, but we were ambushed by a group of mysterious individuals. I fought 10 by myself, yet I could not protect them. I am useless. Please, Ziyun, end my life. Wei Yinming wailed, feigning despair. What? My 2 silver-armored guards are gone. Ziyun felt his mind plunge into darkness, the world spinning around him. Yes, but fret not. From this day forth, I shall diligently protect you, Lord Ziyun, Wei Yinming said, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 15. He had refrained from acting until now, fearful of letting even one escape. If a single soul returned to Xin County, then their 4 major sects would face obliteration. You may leave. Do not utter another word, Ziyun commanded, his expression stern as he gestured for Wei Yinming to depart. Lord Ziyun, please take care of yourself. Fear not. I will uncover who sent those secretive individuals. Could it be people from the neighboring Shiliang County? They have always been at odds with the Prince of Xin County. Wei Yinming has further diverted the calamity outward. You may leave. Ziyun gestured toward the exterior of the ice house. Very well, I shall take my leave. Wei Yinming stepped out of the ice house, his mournful expression instantly transforming into one of cunning. Hee, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me. With that, Wei Yinming made his way towards the adjacent light screen. Chapter 1068. A touch of politeness within the neighboring light screen. Ye Feng and Chun were seated in the ice house, where the temperature was maintained at approximately -10 degrees, preventing it from becoming excessively frigid. Meanwhile, 4 enchanting maidens were in the ice house, assisting Ye Feng with a shoulder massage, while another attended to his feet. Chun enjoyed the same level of pampering. This is splendid, Brother Feng. Perhaps we should refrain from returning to Hot Spring Island for a while. Living here is quite agreeable. When that fiery Ling arrives, we can retreat back to the island, Chunin remarked, his face alight with contentment. Occasionally, he would playfully tease the two maidens, eliciting their delightful laughter. Ye Feng paid him no mind, instead directing his gaze through the window toward the adjacent light screen. In that light screen, there stood a solitary ice house. Ziyun and his companions, a total of 15, were frighteningly huddled inside, afraid to emerge. Inside the ice house, Ziyun grew increasingly agitated. I need 4 people to accompany me outside to relieve myself, Ziyun declared. Yes, they responded promptly, rising to follow him outside. The 5 formed a line, simultaneously removing their trousers, and unleashed a torrent toward the light screen. Undoubtedly, Ziyun's impact was the most formidable, causing a significant amount of mist to rebound off the screen. Yet, at that moment, his stream became intermittent, ultimately splattering onto his shoes. Did I see that correctly? Are those 2 figures in the neighboring light screen Ye Feng? Ziyun inquired of the black-armored guard beside him. They do bear a resemblance. However, I have only seen him once, so I cannot be certain, replied the black-armored guard. Could it be that I am mistaken, or perhaps there is someone who closely resembles Ye Feng? Ziyun pondered, adjusting his trousers while fixating his gaze on Ye Feng. In truth, Ye Feng was also observing him from the corner of his eye. Lord Ziyun, whether or not it is Ye Feng, I could simply bring him over for questioning, suggested the black-armored guard as he pulled up his trousers. Do not. If it truly is Ye Feng, his presence in the neighboring light screen indicates he has devised a comprehensive strategy. If it is not Ye Feng, we must still tread carefully, as it could be a scheme of his. We have already lost so many brothers recently. Are you not concerned? Ziyun cautioned. He was not particularly concerned for the black-armored guard's safety. Rather, he feared that if his own men were decimated, who would protect him? The black-armored guard suddenly awakened to this realization, startled. Then shall we return to the ice house and wait? We can discuss everything when the prince arrives. Yes. Let us return, Ziyun replied, casting one last deep glance at the figure in the distance who resembled Ye Feng. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng was currently fixated upon him as well. Their gazes locked for a fleeting moment. Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. Yes, it is he. He is Ye Feng. Although his appearance may be disguised, his gaze remains unmistakable. Although Ziyun had already confirmed Ye Feng's identity, he did not dare to make it known and hurriedly sought refuge in the ice house. For reasons unknown, despite the frigid weather, he felt beads of sweat trickling down his back. 2 telescopes were simultaneously directed at Ziyun's light screen. After a lengthy pause, Chunin set down his telescope. Brother Feng, why not let the 4 major sects eliminate them outright? What are we wasting time here for? Chunin queried with dissatisfaction. Firstly, exterminating that group is far from simple. The key is to ensure there are no survivors. If even one fish escapes the gale zone, the lair of the 4 major sects will be laid to waste by raging flames. Secondly, I intentionally let them take their time in exterminating, to prolong my collaboration with the 4 major sections. As time passes, bonds will naturally form, will they not? After all, I will need the support of the 4 sects in the future, especially to procure more elixirs from the Xingming continent. We can purify them while earning service fees, and they will surely exchange those fees for hot spring coins. Ideally, we could obtain a miraculous elixir to eradicate inner demons. Ye Feng's intentions began to surface. His current predicament confined him to cultivating only to the initial stage of true martial realm. Each time he sought to advance, the illusion of inner demons would re-emerge, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Meanwhile, Ziyun was also peering through the crack of the ice house door, quietly observing Ye Feng's light screen. He turned back to his last silver-armored guard. Tingchuo, are you certain he is Ye Feng? He should be. While appearances may be deceiving, one's gaze remains unchanged. The silver-armored guard replied. This boded ill for Ziyun, his countenance darkening. Should we use a long-distance talisman to alert the prince? Tingchuo inquired. A long-distance talisman? But it is exceedingly precious, and more importantly, we cannot ascertain whether its message could traverse the gale zone, unless we shatter the soul card. But doing so would only inform the prince of my demise, without conveying any useful information. Ziyun's head throbbed with frustration. At that moment, a black-armored guard spoke. Lord Ziyun, should we have the 4 major sects escort us back to Xian County? We had not anticipated that Ye Feng had so many skilled individuals lying in ambush here. The 4 major sects? A faint smirk appeared on Ziyun's face. Do you truly trust the people of the 4 major sects? With the prince absent, They can act as they please. After all, the leaders of the four sects are all cultivators at the transformation realm, even surpassing me by a small margin. If I am not mistaken, they are ostensibly surrounding the hot spring island, while in reality, they turn a blind eye to Ye Feng, allowing him to gradually consume us. Ziyan spoke coolly. Little did he know, the actual situation was far more dire than he imagined. The four major sects had completely aligned themselves with Ye Feng. After all, Ye Feng's hot spring island could purify elixirs, a feat unmatched across the entire Xingming continent. Not only would they betray the prince without hesitation, but they might even turn against the state's ruler if it served their interests. Ye Feng, meanwhile, slowly lowered his telescope. He could sense that Ziyun had already recognized him, but it mattered little. Surrounding his ice chamber were 8 adept masters from the 4 major sects, all at the pinnacle of the innate realm. At a critical moment, these 8 would ensure his safety. Just then, a master of the innate realm entered, one from the ghost control sect. This formidable individual now treated Ye Feng with utmost courtesy. For their sect leader had a request of the hot spring island. Mr. Yi, the sect leader has commanded me to assist you. You may call upon me as needed. I am Wei Qifeng. He introduced himself. Ah, it is Senior Wei. Thank you. Ye Feng replied with a polite gesture. For the time being, he required the assistance of the 4 major sects, so he was inclined to be courteous. There is no need to address me as senior or esteemed. Though strength is revered on our Xingming continent, certain specialized professions are held in high regard as well. Alchemists, formation masters, apothecaries, soul masters, and puppeteers. All these individuals can elevate their status significantly based on their craft, Wei Qifeng explained. Oh, so what you mean is, I am at the early stage of the true martial realm, yet as an alchemist, my status is on par with yours in the innate realm? Ye Feng inquired. Chapter 1069. Mr. Yi, how do you intend to deal with them? That is about the gist of it, Wei Qifeng replied. Wait, Soul Master, what is this profession? Ye Feng seized upon the key point. A Soul Master is a dedicated vocation that can burn their own soul power to replenish the souls of others, Wei Qifeng elucidated. That is fantastic. Brother Feng, aren't you troubled by a weak soul, prone to heart demons? This is a windfall, henceforth. You can have those Soul Masters replenish your soul power, Chunin exclaimed excitedly. Ye Feng too was filled with exhilaration, astonished by the mystical nature of Xingming continent, where one could actually replenish their soul. Do not become overly excited. A Soul Master burns their soul power, which must be compatible with your attributes, and furthermore, only 1% of the burned soul power can be supplemented to your own soul. Wei Qifeng interrupted their enthusiasm. What? Ye Feng's expression darkened. Moreover, I can see that you, Mr. Yi, have recently been troubled by heart demons, rendering you unable to advance. If you intend to use a soul master to counteract the heart demons, you might want to reconsider. The soul power burned by a soul master is, in strict terms, a form of sacrifice to the heart demons, temporarily ensuring they do not trouble you. However, each sacrifice strengthens the heart demons, making them demand more soul power the next time they approach you. To truly resolve the heart demons, one must cultivate their mental state. At your current age, having reached the true martial realm, you are akin to a child wielding a hammer, prone to self-harm, Wei Qifeng stated calmly. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the neighboring light screen. They saw several figures swiftly darting towards the north, moving with the speed of lightning. What just happened? Were Ziyun and the others fleeing? Ye Feng and the others stood up simultaneously. It seems so. Wei Qifeng frowned. But soon his expression changed drastically. Not good. Ziyun must have realized we are collaborating, and now intends to break through the storm barrier to inform the county prince. What are we waiting for? Quickly pursue them. Countless figures surged from all directions, racing towards the group surrounding Ziyun. At that moment, Ziyun had affixed a wind charm to himself, maximizing his speed. However, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before him, Wei Yiming, who stood at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, while Ziyun was merely at the mid-level. He attempted to change direction and flee, but as he did, a figure emerged on his left, an adept from the Tianhai clan, bearing the surname Lan. On his right, another figure flashed into view, Han from the Gujian sect, accompanied by He Qingji from the Uni sect. Upon glancing back, Ziyun was met with a throng of pursuers, led by Ye Feng, who was flanked by several formidable experts, including Qiao Li from the Axe Gang, the leader of the Ye Feng sect, as well as various law kings and elders from their ranks. Brother Feng, please take a seat, Chunin offered, placing a chair beside Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded and sat with an air of authority. "What is the meaning of this, Master Wei?" Ziyun demanded, his expression darkening as he spat out the words through clenched teeth. Wei Yiming stood with his hands at his sides, his head slightly bowed, offering no response. Ziyun gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to the leaders of the other 3 sections. "Masters Han, Xiao, and Lan, what of you? I ask you plainly. What are your intentions?" The leaders of the 3 sects mirrored Wei Yiming's silence, refusing to answer or yield. After all, they were facing the Zi Guard, which instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Ziyun's complexion turned ashen, and he slowly turned to He Qingji from the Uni sect. "Leader He, for these years, your sect has thrived under the protection of the Duke's residence. What is your stance?" Ziyun's voice was dry. "Do you still have the audacity to inquire?" He Qingji scoffed coldly. "To put it bluntly, the Uni sect has become nothing more than the Duke's latrine. When you require us, you enter to resolve your needs. And when you no longer do, you kick us aside. You wouldn't even spare a single spirit stone. Were it not for my adept leadership, the Uni sect would have perished long ago." She was the first to turn against Ziyun. Ziyun fell silent, then turned back to Ye Feng, who was observing him intently from his seat. "Ye Feng, I may not know what kind of enchantment you have cast upon them, but one thing I can assure you, opposing the Duke's residence will lead to the demise of you and all from the 4 sections." Ziyun's voice rang out with authority. The leaders of the 4 sects shifted uncomfortably, their expressions shifting as they were reminded of the oppression they had long endured from the Duke's residence, instilling in them an innate fear of its name. At that moment, Shannon stepped forward. "How audacious! Even with death looming, you still dare to speak defiantly. People of the 4 sects, heed my command. Eliminate them. No, wait, do not kill them. Just incapacitate them to the point of being unable to sustain themselves. Capture them alive." Shannon commanded loudly, invoking Ye Feng's name. The members of the 4 sects turned in unison, casting cold glances at Shannon, causing him to retreat hurriedly behind Ye Feng. The intensity of their gazes, those of experts at the transformation stage, nearly caused Chun to have a heart attack. "Mr. Yi, does Chun's statement reflect your intentions?" Wei Yiming inquired. He, a distinguished cultivator of the transformation realm, chose to collaborate with Ye Feng solely because he recognized the potential of Ye Feng's hot spring island to refine elixirs. Otherwise, at Ye Feng's level, he would not even qualify to engage in conversation with him, let alone with the elders of the ghostly conjuring sect. "He can represent my intentions entirely. With your capabilities, you should be able to capture them alive, all of them, and bring them to my sword formation. I have great use for them," Ye Feng stated calmly. "I will fight you." Ziyun, filled with fury, was the first to strike at Ye Feng. However, in a flash, the leaders of the 4 major sects rushed forward to shield Ye Feng from the attack. The battle erupted swiftly, and Shannon promptly retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters, leaving Ye Feng standing motionless, protected by Wei Yiming, who ensured that he would remain unharmed amidst the chaos. The conflict lasted merely 10 minutes before it ceased. The 4 major sects, along with other minor sect cultivators, successfully captured all 16 of Ziyun's men, rendering them incapacitated. "Mr. Yi, how shall we deal with them?" Wei Yiming inquired. "Take them outside my hot spring island," Ye Feng commanded. Moments later, the 4 major sects escorted the 16 incapacitated individuals towards the shimmering barrier of the hot spring island. The indigenous people of the vast desert gathered around, some hurling stones at Ziyun, others throwing bones, and some even urinating at their faces, indulging in the utmost humiliation. How powerful! Ha! Hot Spring Island truly has a method to capture even cultivators of the transformation realm alive. Ye Feng is the savior of our vast desert. Indeed. May I call him the King of Hot Springs? Yes, King of Hot Springs, King of Hot Springs, King of Hot Springs. The chants synchronized, and soon, at least 100,000 voices shouted the 3 words in unison. Chapter 1070. The world is frozen. Where do plants come from? Ye Feng remained indifferent, feeling no need to explain to the people outside. If they enjoyed shouting, he would let them, as long as the citizens refrained from doing so. Before long, the captives, escorted by nearly 1 million people, arrived at the barrier of Hot Spring Island. Hena, place a curse on these 16 individuals so they can enter the sword formation. Ye Feng commanded loudly. Duoyan Hena frowned. Feng, they are all powerful beings. Wouldn't placing them in the sword formation pose a risk? She asked from within the barrier. It won't. Their limbs have been rendered useless, their powers sealed, and their mouths gagged. From now on, they will obediently serve as blood slaves, Ye Feng replied firmly. Very well. Duoyan Hena nodded and began to cast curses upon the 16. As it required considerable effort to curse powerful beings, Duoyan Hena spent 5 entire hours, until darkness fell, to complete the task. Masters Wei, Xiao, Lan, and Han. Heart Lotus Fairy, you may return now. To express my gratitude, please come to the entrance of the Hot Spring Bank at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to collect your rewards. Each of you will receive at least 200 million hot spring coins, Ye Feng said with a smile. Well, Mr. Yi, please take these useless pills back to Hot Spring Island. Tomorrow, once we have the funds, we can settle the service fee. I would appreciate it if you could first refine these 3 transformation pills for us. As for the other elixirs, a delay of a few months is inconsequential. Wei Yinming spoke earnestly. Rest assured, I believe in the principle of rendering service for remuneration. I hope you won't shortchange me. Remember, every single coin counts. Ye Feng replied with a calm demeanor. All right, I will find a way to gather the remaining funds. Wei Yinming nodded gravely, contemplating a plan to resort to theft that very night. Previously, he had dismissed hot spring coins as mere scraps of paper. However, since Hot Spring Island only recognized such currency, he began to regard it with newfound respect. Ye Feng and Chun swiftly stepped into the light barrier. The representatives of the 4 major sects were quite pragmatic, each giving a kick to usher the individuals into the barrier. The incantation from Duoyan Hena resonated as the light barrier gradually merged, transforming into an impenetrable wall. In truth, the members of the 4 major sects had momentarily been impulsive, contemplating a reckless charge into the barrier. Yet, the thought of the sword threads within caused them to abandon such an impractical notion. Ziyun's limbs were incapacitated, and his mouth was sealed with a talisman, forcing him to writhe on the ground like a caterpillar, his eyes blazing with a fury akin to blades, causing Ye Feng to feel a wave of discomfort. Truly, as a mid-level transformation expert, even his gaze was enough to instill dread. Simultaneously, the quality of their blood, even a single drop, could rival a leader from a ruler of power. Do not remove the talismans from their mouths. Bind them beside the blood pool, and remember, do not remove the talismans. Otherwise, even a mere droplet from such a powerhouse could spell your doom, Ye Feng warned. Understood. Instantly, a group of individuals affixed a muzzle on Ziyun and transported him to the blood pool, securing him with the most advanced iron chains. The silver-armored guard and 14 black-armored guards were similarly restrained near the blood pool, their major arteries poised toward it. Brother Feng, such formidable beings. Their skin cannot be easily cut, can it? Chunin inquired. Try using the most advanced steel knife and see if it can penetrate, Ye Feng suggested. Very well. Chunin promptly produced a dagger and attempted to slice Ziyun's wrist. With a sharp clang, the dagger shattered. Brother Feng, use this. It's a dagger I developed using their spiritual swords, Bai Xiang interjected, stepping forward. With Chung Li being absent from North Hot Spring Island, he had become the chief engineer there. Excellent. Ye Feng accepted the innovative dagger and made a swift cut at Ziyun's wrist. Blood gushed forth immediately. Ziyun's eyes turned crimson as he writhed on the ground, emitting a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. By heavens, Bai Xiang, you've truly excelled. What shall we name this dagger? Ye Feng mused, intrigued by the new weapon. Brother Feng, I believe you should name it. I only focus on the development. Bai Xiang replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. The dagger has been developed by you. Therefore, from this moment forth, it shall be named the Xiang Bai. Should you create a sword or a knife, they will be called Xiang Dao and Xiang Jian, respectively. Naming them after you is the highest form of respect for the creator, Ye Feng said slowly. Bai Xiang's gaze suddenly froze, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. Indeed, I will develop even more formidable weapons in the future, Bai Xiang declared, striding purposefully toward the engineering department, eager to conjure new innovations. At this moment, Ye Feng approached Ziyun. The latter no longer met Ye Feng's gaze. From now on, ensure he is well-fed and well-cared for. When it comes time to feed him, tear open the talisman, but make sure he is clad in full armor. Otherwise, even a single droplet of his saliva could prove deadly, Ye Feng commanded. Brother Feng, what if he resorts to a hunger strike in protest? Chunin inquired. Procure a funnel and insert it directly into his throat. Then pour the food in from above. Have you seen the factories that raise goose liver? It goes straight to the stomach, Ye Feng replied. How cruel. I absolutely love it, Chunin exclaimed with excitement. Alas, enough of this. I must return to rest for a while. My internal injuries have yet to fully heal, Ye Feng remarked, heading towards Duoyan Hena's chamber. On Baiwan Spring Island, the engineering team was constructing a new Sun City fortress. Although it was not as grand as the castle on Nanwan Spring Island, its speed of construction was remarkable. All workers entering the light barrier were at least of the strength master level. Their physical prowess was impressive, their endurance remarkable, and they paid much greater attention to detail compared to those at Sun City Fortress. The most encouraging news was that they would not need to serve as blood slaves for the foreseeable future. 16 formidable individuals had recently arrived within the light barrier, all at least true martial realm experts. The quality of their blood far surpassed that of their own, with them supplying the blood pool as long as they remained alive. They could ensure the sword formation operated normally for at least a century. Even if 5 divine origin realm experts were to arrive, they would not be able to breach the sword formation. Ye Feng slept soundly until the afternoon of the following day. Upon awakening, Duoyan Hena brought him water for washing his face and rinsing his mouth. After she assisted him in his ablutions, a sumptuous spread awaited him at the dining table. It consisted of tree heart bread, braised fish, steamed grouper, and salmon sashimi. Wait, how is it that with the world frozen, there are still plants available? Ye Feng queried, observing some floating morsels in the fish soup. This was cultivated in a greenhouse, a type of bacteria. The head chef informed me that this is called wild mushroom fishbone soup. I just tasted it, and it is indeed exquisite, Duoyan Hena explained, scooping a bit with a spoon, blowing on it gently before offering it to Ye Feng. Gulp. Ye Feng drank it down in one go. How delicious. With my wife's saliva mixed in, the flavor is even more extraordinary, he remarked with a smile. Chapter 1071. Unexpectedly, the results have emerged today. Duoyan Hena giggled softly. Come, my dear wife, sit on my lap and drink. Ye Feng pulled her into his embrace, his hands beginning to wander playfully. Just then, the door swung open, and Ye Xing entered. Upon witnessing the scene, he quickly turned and exited, closing the door behind him. Ye Feng had not consumed much for breakfast, and as a result, he had expended a portion of his energy. After a moment, Duoyan Hena, concealing her exquisite silhouette with a flowing gown, turned her back. Suddenly, the door was forcefully flung open, and Susan strode in. Hey you, do you not knock before entering? Ye Feng exclaimed, flustered as he searched for his underwear, having lost track of it in the earlier fervor. Stop looking, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Phone. The deworming medication from South Hot Spring Island has arrived, but it has been detained by the 4 major sects, Susan remarked. That is simple enough. Just have them release it. Ye Feng finally located his underwear. Very well. Susan rose, preparing to leave. However, as she reached the doorway, she turned back with a playful smile, letting her tied hair cascade over her shoulders. Duoyan Hena, standing nearby, felt an acute embarrassment, her face flushed. Phone. I am aware of your past entanglements with many on the island. Since Hena and I married you, it seems the 3 of us have yet to truly converse together, Susan said, placing a finger against her crimson lips. Is that acceptable? Ye Feng hesitated, sensing it was time to dissolve the awkwardness and foster a genuine sisterly bond between Duoyan Hena and Susan. How about we play a game? We will blindfold you with a black cloth, and you must refrain from using your spiritual sense. Then, you lie down, and Hena and I will take turns. You can only rely on that single package to sense who is above you. Would you like to play this game? Susan proposed, settling closely beside Ye Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Duoyan Hena joined him on the other side. Clearly both women were enthusiastic about the idea. This too was an unconventional way to deepen their sisterly bond. It is well known that I, Ye Feng, am upright smack. Susan playfully slapped his head. Enough. We are all comrades here. No need to be so pretentious. Let us begin. Before long, Ye Feng found himself immersed in the experience. Initially, he struggled with identifying who was who, but as his sensitivity heightened, he was able to discern, without relying on smell, sight, or spiritual sense, the internal pull, warmth, and contraction of the 2 women, thus determining their identities. An hour later, having exhausted some energy, Ye Feng weakly touched his waist as he was assisted by the 2 women towards the luminous screen. Indeed, there are only overworked oxen, not overfarmed fields. The ancients did not deceive me. Outside the screen, over 200 sand vehicles stood, all of the latest models. Even Ye Feng had not encountered them before. After all, South Hot Spring Island had over 100 million people manufacturing various weapons, leading to rapid advancements in sand vehicle technology. Beside the vehicles stood nearly 2,000 individuals from the hot spring island. Among those Ye Feng recognized were over 20 citizens, while others comprised residents and the majority were refugees from outside the screen. At the forefront of this group stood Wei Yiming and others from the four major sects. Master Wei, what is your intention? Why have you detained my people? Ye Feng inquired. Ha ha ha. Mr. Yi, you overstate the matter. This is not detention. I merely saw them suffering from the cold outside and took the initiative to bring them to your screen. Now, you need only say a word, and I shall return them to you, Wei Yiming replied with a grin. Ye Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. There must be conditions, of course. You wouldn't offer assistance without a price, he said calmly. No, there are no conditions. We are friends now, aren't we? Since I have assisted you, could you perhaps consider reducing the purification fee? Wei Yiming inquired cautiously. Yesterday, he had robbed countless individuals, but had managed to gather less than 500,000 spring coins. The impoverished disaster victims outside were too destitute. Even when encountering a large family, those affluent individuals simply deposited their money into the spring bank. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to rob a bank within the screen. Even if the robbery were successful, Ye Feng would not acknowledge his spring coins. The purification fee could not be diminished, however, for your assistance in bringing them to the front of the screen. I shall provide you with a service fee, akin to the one you rendered to me, Ye Feng stated fairly. That's wonderful, Mr. Yi. How much service fee do you intend to offer me? Wei Yiming and the members of the four major factions craned their necks in anticipation. 2 million, perhaps? Is that sufficient? Ye Feng suggested. This is rather little. Wei Yiming's expression darkened. Such a meager sum would not even suffice to gather the 500 million purification fee. Then, how much do you require? Never mind, let us settle on 2 million. I shall contemplate ways to raise the remaining funds. With that, he waved his hand, and the members of the Yuhui sect stepped aside. 2,000 individuals immediately boarded the sand carts, preparing to advance into North Spring Island. Wait, I must apply the curse first. Son, come here and assist me with the curse application. You haven't forgotten the method I taught you last time, have you? Rest assured, Mother, I have not forgotten. Yixing also positioned himself before the screen. United in purpose, mother and son completed the curse application for the individuals outside in just 3 hours. Rumbling. 200 sand carts thundered into North Spring Island. Feng, a woman emerged from the last sand cart. Ye Feng focused his gaze. Jinyu? The two quickly embraced one another. After a moment, Jinyu's daughter, Luer, also climbed out of the sand cart. Are you leading the team this time? Ye Feng released Jinyu. Indeed, I am now a citizen of Spring Island, after all. Just look at the quality of these sand carts. You may try them for yourself. Jinyu pointed to one of the sand carts. Ye Feng nodded, gently caressing the exterior of the sand cart. It felt solid and robust. He struck the sand cart with his symbolic dagger. The sound was notably muffled, indicating a thick exterior. He then inverted the dagger and struck the cart again. The surface bore not a single scratch. Instead, 2 dents formed in the front of the dagger. How astonishing! What material is this made of? Ye Feng exclaimed with astonishment. This sand cart incorporates 0.0001 iridium elements, as well as a type of titanium. Therefore, in terms of strength, hardness, and toughness, it surpasses previous generations of sand carts by 100-fold, Jinyu replied with joy. Excellent. Old Chung has not disappointed me, Ye Feng said, his excitement palpable. This alloy was not developed by Chung Li Bin. Jinyu shook her head. Impossible. Could it be Charlie? Ye Feng inquired. Neither. Stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me. Who is it? Ye Feng prepared to bestow a Nobel Prize upon that individual. His name is Tubilu, a graduate of the inaugural class of Hot Spring University. And he is merely 25 years old. Jinyu chuckled, Who would have thought that Hot Spring University could finally make an impact on society? Yet he is still so young. Ye Feng wore a dreamy smile, feeling as though everything was a whimsical fantasy. He seemed to recall that the establishment of Hot Spring University was only yesterday, and yet today, its achievements had already emerged. Chapter 1072. Caution is key, Brother Feng. You may not be aware, but the creativity and imagination of some of the older individuals do not rival that of the youth. Thus, many advanced technologies are indeed conceived by young minds. Should you ever find an elderly individual receiving a Nobel Prize, it may well be evidence that he has appropriated the achievements of students, merely refining them to claim as his own, Chinon remarked. Indeed, I largely concur with this sentiment. Ye Feng nodded with a smile. He began to grasp that Hot Spring Island was currently in an ascendant phase, which meant that professors were, for the time being, refraining from forming cliques. However, once Hot Spring Island reached a certain stage of development, these older individuals would inevitably revert to the age-old practices of favoritism, stifling the progress of the island. That's all right. When the time comes, I shall simply eliminate a few of them. Even if I make mistakes, it matters not. The primary goal is to instill a sense of deterrence, preventing the entrenched traditionalists from quashing the imaginative spirit of the young students. Our northern Hot Spring Island must not lag behind. Susan, you are tasked with establishing the Northern Hot Spring Academy. There are over 10 million people outside the barrier, are there not? We should recruit some astute individuals to further their education at the academy, aiming to surpass the Southern Hot Spring Academy, Ye Feng declared. Not just 10 million. Even more people are migrating here, Susan replied. Are there not many who have perished from illness or the cold? Ye Feng inquired. No. The number of migrants exceeds those who have succumbed, Susan clarified. Well, it seems I underestimated the population of the Great Desert. Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a powerful figure stepped forward. He was originally from Birch City. Brother Feng, it appears you are not well acquainted with our region. Here, it is not solely the Great Desert. There are also coastal areas with even denser populations. Additionally, there are various island inhabitants, the populace of the vast Gobi Desert, along with the Duoyan grassland, the Qingyan Mountain Range, the Yunwu Mountain Range, the Black Tree River Basin, the Exotic Beast Forest, and the Baling Forest. This powerful figure certainly had a deeper understanding of the locality. I had thought that within the windswept zone, there were only the Great Desert, the vast grassland, the Yunwu Mountain Range, and the Black Tree River Basin, Ye Feng admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Certainly not. What you mentioned refers to the straight-line distance from south to north. But you have yet to traverse from east to west, the powerful figure chuckled. Regardless, let us ensure that all of them migrate outside the barrier. Chenin, you will establish a security company to help manage the population beyond the barrier. It would be best to compile a census of the populace, including their names and levels. Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, the security company on Southern Hot Spring Island is called Weiyuan. What shall we name ours on Northern Hot Spring Island? Chenin inquired. Let each of you propose a name, Ye Feng remarked, feeling too lethargic to ponder deeply. Invincible Security Company, Jianyuan Security Company, Chenin Security Company, Shanghai Security Company. Ye Feng quickly interjected, let's go with Shanghai. As we currently find ourselves in the vast desert, the name is fitting. Then it's settled. We shall establish the Shanghai Security Company. You all prepare yourselves. Shortly, we will venture outside to recruit security personnel, requiring at least the strength of a warrior king. No less than that of a master warrior, Chenin declared. Upon realizing how many individuals resided in the Great Desert, he became rather discerning, dismissing even the master warriors. Susan, you should also recruit a cadre of bright young individuals. Initially, we shall establish 500 elementary schools. These schools will serve as a preliminary selection process. Those who are exceedingly dull will be eliminated. For the time being, the elementary schools will adopt a 3-year curriculum instead of a 6-year one. After 3 years, we will construct 100 secondary schools, allowing another 3 years for further screening, where the less capable will be filtered out. Following another 3 years, we will build 50 high schools, continuing the selection process. However, even those who are dismissed after high school can still find employment as production managers or technicians in factories. Then we shall establish a university, where the brightest students, having emerged from the multitude of less capable individuals, will receive enhanced benefits. A portion will be sent to military academies for further training. Oh, we also need to establish a military academy. Upon graduation, they will be assigned as junior officers in the military. Others will be placed in engineering departments or various machinery factories, serving as workers, supervisors, or managers. A segment, after obtaining citizenship through voting, will assume management roles on Hot Spring Island, such as bank managers, warehouse administrators, finance ministers, or even deputy island lords and lords. Ye Feng spoke eloquently to the gathering of executives. Brother Feng, what if these individuals, once they become island leaders, refuse to implement your policies and instead pursue autocracy or dictatorship? Chenin couldn't he help but inquire. If 12 years of education fails to alter their entrenched beliefs, it will merely signify a failure on the part of the educational institutions, and I will hold the principals of hot spring schools accountable. Moreover, their attempts at autocracy would be futile. The advanced system is in place, with the House of Representatives able to check their power. Even if they sought to rule despotically, within a month they would be forcibly ousted by a vote from the House. Ye Feng smiled confidently. Since the implementation of his policies, Hot Spring Island faced external adversaries, and there had been no incidents of betrayal from within. After all, betrayal yields no benefit. The welfare of ordinary citizens was, in fact, superior to that of the higher-ups. The upper management worked 8 hours a day, the middle management 6 hours, and the lower ranks only 4 hours, with salaries being quite comparable. One must ponder, who would wish to overthrow such a regime? They are not foolish. I shall proceed outside to organize the construction of the schools, Susan nodded, leading a few individuals beyond the light curtain, beginning with the recruitment of workers. Due to the construction of a school, a substantial workforce is required. Watching Chun En and Susan depart, Ye Feng turned his gaze back to the remaining high-ranking officials. Once the school is established, I must present a set of policies to the House of Representatives to ensure the enduring stability of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng suddenly declared. What policies? Bai Xiang inquired. In the future, the leader of Hot Spring Island cannot be the first martial artist of the island, nor can it be anyone from the top 10 martial artists. These experts will only be permitted to live as ordinary citizens of Hot Spring Island, forever barred from the leadership role, Ye Feng explained. Why? Duoyan Hena questioned. Consider this. If you are the foremost martial artist of Hot Spring Island and also the leader, it is only a matter of time before that individual becomes a tyrant, establishing a dictatorial society, for there would be no one to restrain him. By relegating the experts to the lower echelons and allowing those with less strength to ascend, once they become leaders, they would be less inclined to act recklessly. Should they do so, the experts below them would possess the means to hold them accountable. Ye Feng articulated. Chapter 1073. My goddess Duoyan Hena remained silent, tightly grasping Ye Feng's hand. In that moment, she felt the magnitude of Ye Feng's vision. The others looked on, some unable to restrain their tears. In their previous tribe, the strongest had always assumed the role of chieftain. The chieftain's family could act with impunity, committing acts of violence without consequence, often fabricating various accusations to justify their cruel amusements. However, Hot Spring Island was different. Here, even if one were blind or disabled, it mattered little. The possession of voting rights was paramount. As long as one held that power, all manner of heroes would vie for their favor. In summary, becoming a citizen of Hot Spring Island equated to a lifetime of security, where even the weakest could live with dignity, joy, and happiness. When shall we ever repay Brother Feng's kindness? A man, long oppressed, suddenly knelt down. No, Ye Feng exclaimed in shock, promptly kneeling alongside them. Quickly rise. Kneeling is not permitted on Hot Spring Island. If you do so, it undermines my policies. Do you understand? Ye Feng assisted each of them to their feet. Brother Feng, spare us the words. I love you. A bearded man gazed at Ye Feng with fervor. I apologize, but I already have a girlfriend, Ye Feng replied, momentarily taken aback. No, not in that sense. I genuinely wish to express my feelings. I can only describe my current emotions with the words I love you. The bearded man said, tears brimming in his eyes. The others also stood, proclaiming, Brother Feng, I love you. Ye Feng, I love you. Alan Master Yi. I can only express my respect and gratitude through love. If you have need, I would offer you everything I possess. Ye Feng, when you began establishing North Hot Spring Island, I, as a resident of Sword Gorge, was vehemently opposed. Yet now, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks for your immense generosity. Maple, I am a member of the Greenfield faction. In the past, I admittedly looked down upon you, but now I must confess my love for you. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within him. He could sense that the affection and respect from these individuals were genuine, not coerced by threats. I love you all as well. Once our hot spring currency is implemented across the Star Main continent, I shall ensure that you enjoy superior crystal pills on a weekly basis. Furthermore, as a future civic benefit, each individual will receive a qi-nourishing pill weekly, elevating the overall strength of my hot spring island to a new echelon. Standing atop a rock, Ye Feng proclaimed to all the citizens. Applause erupted from the citizens, and even the residents joined in, as they were the most recent cohort of citizens. The temporary residents also clapped. Although they were not on par with the residents and citizens, they were certainly better off than the disaster-stricken individuals outside the screen. The sound of applause resonated throughout North Hot Spring Island. Meanwhile, on South Hot Spring Island, Hot Spring University celebrated the graduation of its second batch of students. The first batch comprised only 6 or 7 individuals, while the second cohort expanded to a remarkable 70 graduates. Various factories extended their olive branches, including the metallurgy factory outside South Hot Spring Island, which offered an annual salary of 5 million hot spring coins to recruit these graduates as chief engineers. At Hot Spring Square, on the runway, Cheng Libin personally entered a winged mechanical beast. "Chief engineer, let me give it a try. What if it crashes?" Charlie advised from the side. "Huh, if I, as the chief engineer of Hot Spring Island, lack a spirit of adventure, what good am I? Step aside. I am about to initiate." Cheng Libin tinkered within the mechanical beast, and the entire aircraft shuddered before surging forward. After soaring over 1,000 meters, the aircraft finally broke free from the pull of gravity and soared into the sky. On the ground, dozens of engineers held their breath in suspense. What if the fuel runs out? What if the machine malfunctions? Cheng Libin had integrated modern techniques, resulting in a creation that was far from the rudimentary aircraft. It was a sealed steel giant. The speed reached over 1,000 kilometers per hour. The aircraft burst through the screen, commencing its flight in the icy expanse, drawing the attention of everyone outside. "What a magnificent bird!" exclaimed a citizen. "Bird? I've heard it referred to as a flying machine developed by the Hot Spring Armaments Factory," replied another. "Flying machine? Oh dear. Hot Spring Island is so powerful. If this flying machine were to lay eggs, it wouldn't be long before the sky was filled with such flying wonders." A native marveled at the sight. Another native sighed. "Short hair, limited vision, a short wit. How could a single flying machine lay eggs? At least a pair is required. I wonder if the one up there is male or female." Cheng Libin focused intently on the control stick. With a moment's hesitation, he doubled the aircraft's power. In an instant, the speed soared to 2,000 kilometers per hour. However, the drawbacks soon emerged. As gaps began to emerge between the various components of the aircraft, the entire cockpit vibrated violently. This was disastrous. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Libin leaped from the aircraft at an altitude of 10,000 meters during its disintegration. When he descended to 2,000 meters, he pulled on the cord behind him, and a parachute unfurled, allowing Cheng Libin to swing amidst the swirling winds and snowflakes. Below, the indigenous people gaped in astonishment. "What on earth? Is this flying chicken about to self-destruct? Dad, rejoice. Aunt Ding has awakened. She called your name as soon as she opened her eyes. You must hurry to the hospital to see her." "Really, son? Of course it's true. Go now." Ye Feng followed his son to the hot spring hospital. There, he found Ding Tuanchuan lying amidst a sea of flowers, while the hospital corridor was filled with a throng of handsome young men. One of them was even a top graduate from the first class of Nanhuan University. However, all their flowers were made of paper, as the world was currently in a deep freeze with nearly no vegetation to be found. "Tuanchuan, brother Ye." Ye Feng approached and enveloped Ding Tuanchuan's delicate form in his embrace. The handsome young men outside widened their eyes in disbelief. "Ah, my goddess. Being held by another man. Ye Feng, I challenge you to a duel. How dare you bully us with your influence?" One of the young men shouted. "That kid over there, once Ye Feng comes out, I'll throw this mess all over him." Driven mad by jealousy, the group of young men lost their reason. "How are you feeling now, little Tuanchuan?" Ye Feng asked gently. "Hold me a little longer. Maybe it will help me recover," Ding Tuanchuan said, wrapping her slender arms around Ye Feng's neck. "Very well. Rest easy in the hospital, little Tuanchuan. Do not worry about anything else. Once you've regained your strength, I will procure a Peiyuan pill for you to assist you in breaking through to the third tier of strength." Chapter 1074. A tingling sensation, Ye Feng pressed a kiss to her silky hair. In truth, Ding Tuanchuan's survival relied 60% on that Peiyuan pill and 40% on the medical facilities of the Hot Spring Hospital, along with the livable environment of Hot Spring Island. Without that sword formation, it was likely that she would not have awakened. "All right, you've been held enough. Rest now. I shall go to Hot Spring Bank and request a Peiyuan pill from President Wang Jia," Ye Feng declared with a smile. "But does Hot Spring Bank even have Peiyuan pills?" Ding Tuanchuan inquired. "Ha ha ha, fear not." Ye Feng chuckled to himself. A few days ago, Wei Yiming had to exchange 5 Peiyuan pills for over 100 million hot spring coins to gather the 500 million purification fee. Of course, I also helped him purify that batch of useless pills, which cost me a full 9 days of work. Rest now. I'll go apply for the Peiyuan pill. Ye Feng pinched her cheek lightly. Regrettably, as Ding Tuanchuan grew up, the cute chubby cheeks had vanished, replaced by an oval face. After leaving the ward, Ye Feng closed the door behind him. Suddenly, dozens of gazes shot toward him. Ye Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. He could sense the jealousy in their eyes. I'd better make a swift exit. Ye Feng hastily slipped out of the corridor. As he stepped out the door, a child suddenly dashed forward and flung something at him. Bang! A foul stench filled the air. Ugh! What? It was excrement. Don't run. Ye Feng seized the child's wrist. He recognized the child as belonging to one of the local citizens. Come on, let us go meet your parents. Today, I shall uncover which parent has raised you so poorly. Enraged, Ye Feng dragged the child before his parents. Ye Feng, how can you, once the island lord, stoop to the level of a child? They protested. But he has gone too far, throwing feces at me. Ye Feng retorted. What does a child understand? Perhaps he did it out of affection, they argued. After a fruitless exchange, Ye Feng could only retreat in frustration. After all, the child was a citizen, and he could not resort to violence. Outside the light curtain, a group of children from the disaster-stricken area witnessed the scene. Who would have thought Ye Feng was so easy to bully? When he steps out of the light curtain, let us throw some poop at him, one suggested. Yes, we'll throw feces at Ye Feng of Hot Spring Island. When we return to the tribe, our heroic deeds will be celebrated for months. The group of mischievous children quickly made up their minds. After taking a bath, a displeased Ye Feng headed to the hot spring bank to request a pei-yuan pill from Wang Jia. Brother Feng, why are you applying for that? If you need it, just take it from the treasury, Wang Jia remarked. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Wang Jia, do you believe I would write to South Hot Spring Island and have Wang Jihai dismiss you from your position as branch manager? Yes, Brother Feng, I was wrong. Let us follow the proper procedures. In about 7 days, you'll be able to collect the pei-yuan pill. Wang Jihai quickly apologized. See, this is the vision of Brother Feng. He is far greater than himself. After completing the application form, Ye Feng left the light curtain with his hands clasped behind his back. After all, the people from the Duke's residence were no longer outside. The 4 major factions now had needs from him. Not only did they dare not harm him, but they also secretly sought to protect him. Just as he exited the light curtain, something flew towards him from a distance. Ye Feng nimbly dodged, but still, a significant amount of filth splattered onto him. Ha! We've thrown poop at the island lord. We've won. The group of children cheered outside the light curtain. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Chunin quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. Brother Feng, how should we handle this? He inquired. Deal with them as you wish. They are not citizens. So do not hold back. Ye Feng's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice. Understood. You few security guards, come with me. 3 days later, explosive news spread outside the light curtain. Dozens of households had been ruthlessly exterminated, with the perpetrators being none other than the Sand Sea Security Company, who spared not even the children. It was said that this was in retaliation for several mischievous children throwing feces at Ye Feng. In an instant, the people outside the light curtain regarded Hot Spring Island with both reverence and fear. At this moment, they truly understood the distinction between citizens and non-citizens. Outside the light curtain, a powerful figure witnessed the entire incident. I never expected that Ye Feng, who usually provides us with deworming medicine and sometimes appears as benevolent as a deity, could also be as ruthless as a devil. Benevolence? Another mighty figure scoffed dismissively, remarking that while one may show mercy to their own citizens, such compassion does not extend to outsiders. They are nothing more than blood-sucking demons. So what shall we do? The only solution is to become a citizen, for only citizens are truly human. We are merely the livestock of Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, taking a stroll, are we? Wei Yiming emerged from the shadows. Indeed, I am out for a walk, Ye Feng replied, hands clasped behind his back, ambling leisurely through the icy landscape. You would do well to return to North Hot Spring Island for your walk. I have received word that the Duke has resolved the epidemic and is currently rallying personnel towards the Gale Zone. How long will it take for them to arrive? Ye Feng inquired casually, reassured by the protective sword formation of Hot Spring Island, believing that even if Li Hualing were to come, he would be unfazed. Perhaps within a month, Wei Yiming estimated. That's still a long way off, Ye Feng sighed in relief. Just be cautious. If you were to perish beyond the luminous barrier, I fear the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island would place the blame upon me, and I would be deprived of my refined elixirs, Wei Yiming cautioned. He still believed that the elixirs were produced through the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island, unaware that Ye Feng was the sole individual responsible for their refinement. If he were to discover the truth, he might consider capturing Ye Feng to become a pill slave. ensuring a continuous supply of refined elixirs. No worries. A month is ample time. Master Wei, might you escort me out of the Gale Zone? I wish only to glimpse the outside world and return promptly. The Gale Zone? Very well. Most of it is currently frozen, yet you still have a 1 in 20 chance of demise. The Gale Zone is not a realm where mere strength guarantees passage. It seemingly possesses a sentience that adjusts its attacks based on the strength of the intruder. Wei Yiming explained. A 1 in 20 chance. Not a concern. If I lack the spirit of adventure for such a minor risk, how could I ever qualify as a citizen? Let us proceed, Ye Feng declared, following closely behind Wei Yiming. In just 4 days, they arrived at the Gale Zone. Stay close behind me. I can support you at any moment, Wei Yiming instructed. Understood. Ye Feng surveyed the swirling blades of wind within, a shiver racing down his spine. Whoosh. 2 figures entered the Gale Zone, where the wind blade struck against Ye Feng's form. He clenched his fists, and 3 Sanskrit characters emerged, enveloped in a golden shield, effortlessly warding off the wind blades. In contrast, Wei Yiming faced fierce winds, the air filled with the shrill cries of various wind projectiles that could easily obliterate Ye Feng. Chapter 1075. Humph. Why should I divulge anything to you? Maintain a safe distance. Mr. Yi, my strength far surpasses yours, making me the primary target for the wind blades. Wei Yiming's voice echoed from within the tempest. Understood, Ye Feng replied, pressing forward into the Gale Zone, his golden shield held high. Time slipped away, and soon 3 hours had passed. Initially, Ye Feng's divine magic easily countered the wind projectiles, but no defense, no matter how formidable, could withstand the relentless barrage of assaults. Bang! One of the Sanskrit inscriptions on his body was shattered. After another hour, the remaining 2 inscriptions of Ye Feng were successively dispersed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures simultaneously emerged from the area of the gale. A breath of fresh air filled Ye Feng's nostrils. Is this the western county outside the Gale Zone? Ye Feng gazed at the sky in astonishment. There, suspended in the heavens, was a colossal sphere, seemingly just a few kilometers away. In the distance, another sphere, roughly the size of a fist, floated. Are those planets? Ye Feng stammered, as if he had arrived on another world. Indeed, those are planets. Do not be deceived by their apparent proximity, for in reality, they are at least 10 billion kilometers away. It is said that upon reaching the divine realm, one will leave our Starmon continent and ascend to one of those celestial bodies. Wei Yiming retracted the protective shield. The Starmon continent is lush with verdant grass, adorned with various mountains and rivers. Notably, one towering peak seemed to ascend endlessly, reaching a height of at least 10 kilometers. Surrounding the mountain, torrents cascaded in the form of waterfalls. These waterfalls converged to form a great river, flowing endlessly into the distance. Caw! A gigantic bird soared overhead, emitting a piercing shriek. What kind of bird is that? Why is it so enormous? Ye Feng, like a curious child in a new city, looked around in wonder. That is a beast. Do not concern yourself with it, as it typically does not attack humans unless you encroach upon its territory, Wei Yiming explained. Just then, a procession of dozens of horses approached, each ridden by a robust man. Behind the throng of knights were 10 colossal carts. Wait, if I am not mistaken, they seem to lack even the innate realm cultivation, appearing to be merely ordinary individuals with some martial prowess. Ye Feng observed the caravan. Of course, what is so strange about ordinary people? Wei Yiming regarded Ye Feng with suspicion. No, I thought the Starmon continent was entirely populated by cultivators. I did not expect to find common folk, Ye Feng replied, somewhat dazed. The number of cultivators on our Starmon continent certainly surpasses that of your realm. Yet this is determined by the sheer base of ordinary people. Approximately 1 in 100 million commoners may give rise to a true martial realm practitioner, and 10 may reach the innate realm, Wei Yiming patiently elucidated. How do these common people survive in a land teeming with cultivators? Any cultivator could easily extinguish them. Ye Feng inquired further. Although there are no explicit laws forbidding the wanton slaughter of mortals on our Starmon continent, there exists an unwritten code of conduct. If one were to kill a commoner, they would likely be met with disdain, and some righteous cultivators might even take action against them. Moreover, cultivators generally find little motivation to engage with mortals. For instance, would you intentionally trouble an ant? You might not even notice it. Of course, if that ant were to provoke you, you could eliminate it without any repercussions, Wei Yiming remarked. Indeed, even I, at this moment, Do not wish to engage with an ordinary warrior, for it seems a loss of dignity. When one's strength surpasses that of others, one becomes acutely aware of their own reputation. Ye Feng nodded. The sentiments expressed by Wei Yiming resonated deeply with his own current mindset, affirming that he was not deceiving himself. The group of knights also noticed the two of them, their expressions shifting as they dismounted in unison and knelt respectfully before them. We have the honor of meeting the two esteemed immortals, the leader of the group intoned with reverence. Wei Yiming, however, chose not to converse with them, instead continuing his discussion with Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, I believe it is time for us to return. Should we encounter Li Huoling, I may not be able to safeguard you, Wei Yiming remarked. Did you not mention he would not arrive for another month? Ye Feng countered. News is but news. At times, the information I receive may be somewhat distorted. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a subtle shock within. Very well, let us indeed return, he concluded, leading the way into the turbulent winds. Wei Yiming followed suit. From beginning to end, he did not utter a single word to the group of mortals, a true reflection of his mindset as a practitioner of the transformation realm. After a moment of silence, the group of knights cautiously raised their heads, exchanging puzzled glances. Just now, did I see the two esteemed immortals seemingly vanish into thin air? Where could they have gone? It cannot be that they disappeared without a trace, can it? Do not ask foolish questions that are better left unasked. Let us proceed. This is the most crucial cargo for our escort agency. Success will reward us with 1,000 taels of silver. At that moment, a middle-aged man leaped down from the carriage. Earlier, upon seeing Wei Yiming, he had been so frightened that his legs trembled, rendering him unable to exit the vehicle. Greetings, Chief Escort. What exactly are we transporting? Why does the Lord of Xingyue City place such importance upon it? It is of no consequence to share, he replied. This cargo consists of medicinal remedies developed by 100 renowned physicians, capable of alleviating the symptoms of the goo worm disease. Currently, 1/3 of Xingyue City is already afflicted. Should we delay even a few days, the entire city may succumb to the infection. What? If we deliver this, shall we not also risk infection? Indeed. But as escort practitioners, we must possess the resolve that accompanies our profession. Without such courage, how shall we amass wealth? With sufficient earnings, you may even exchange them for spirit stones with the immortals. These items are not to be trifled with. It is said that keeping them in one's home can prolong life and invigorate the spirit. 5 hours later, Ye Feng and Wei Yiming re-entered the turbulent winds. Almost as soon as they returned, shadows flickered behind them, and 5 or 6 figures clad in gray entered the turbulent zone. Wei Yiming's expression darkened as he regarded the newcomers with caution. Well, if it isn't the old ghost Wei, the leader of the gray-clad figures said, unabashedly meeting Wei Yiming's gaze. The Gray Cloak sect? Are you not from Shiliang Prefecture? What brings you to Xin County? Wei Yiming inquired with a hint of anxiety, for the strength of these individuals was formidable, all at the transformation realm. Particularly, the elder at the forefront had reached the pinnacle of this realm, on par with Wei Yiming himself. Who is this young lad beside you? Your descendant? The gray-clad man queried. Why should I disclose that to you? Do you have any business in the Gale Wind Zone? Wei Yiming inquired. Certainly, we are here to purify elixirs. Recently, we received some information suggesting that within the Gale Wind Zone lies a hot spring island, which possesses a method to refine elixirs. We plan to incorporate this hot spring island as a subordinate sect, dedicating them to the purification of elixirs for our Grey Garb sect. Chapter 1076. How could he easily infiltrate? Arrogant. If you believe you can tame the hot spring island, why not give it a try? By the way, would you like me to guide you? Wei Yiming chuckled heartily. At that moment, figures darted about in the Gale Wind Zone, and several groups rushed in. Upon seeing the cultivators of the transformation realm, their expressions clearly displayed a hint of panic. Nevertheless, all of them were at least of the true martial realm. Ye Feng sighed. It appeared that with the news spreading across the Starmong continent, an increasing number of powerful beings would venture into the Gale Wind Zone to purify elixirs. He could not discern whether this would be a blessing or a curse for the hot spring island. Should they attract those unscrupulous demigod-level experts, his 2 sword formations would be insufficient to withstand a single strike. Having Taoist Wei as a guide is most favorable. Please lead the way, the gray garb individuals remarked, having changed their address upon hearing Wei Yiming's willingness to guide them. Immediately, a group set forth toward the hot spring island. Their pace was leisurely, and it took them 10 days to reach the outskirts of the North Hot Spring Island. So many people? Quite intriguing. I assumed this was a remote area. I didn't expect such a population in what seems like a mere town, rivaling our own state capital, the gray garb individual commented. Incorrect. This is merely 1/5 of the total population within the entire secret realm, certainly more than that of the state capital. They have congregated here, all drawn by the hot spring island's vermifuge. Wei Yiming responded, deliberately concealing Ye Feng's identity as the island's master. Vermifuge? Is that the medicine specifically designed to treat the new infectious disease plaguing the Star Monk continent? The gray garb elder's expression shifted. Although he was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm and unafraid of the worm plague, he had descendants to consider. Having lived for thousands of years, his progeny were numerous, and not all could attain the true martial realm. Even if he did not care for himself, he had to consider his descendants. Are the effects of your vermifuge substantial? The gray garb individual inquired. I dare say that throughout the Star Monk continent, only the hot spring island's vermifuge is the most effective. Recently, a batch of vermifuge made its way to the Star Monk continent. Have you heard of it? Wei Yiming replied with a smile. Indeed, we have heard. Apothecaries spent a month analyzing it, but could not determine its composition. They only gleaned superficial knowledge, yet even that, when consumed in larger quantities, can provide protection against the worm plague. The gray garb individual nodded, their disdain evaporating as they began to regard the hot spring island with newfound respect. An island capable of producing vermifuge and also refining elixirs. Either one alone would be a formidable asset in the outside world, yet the hot spring island possessed both. Let us proceed to the hot spring island. After walking for 2 hours, they witnessed a profusion of schools, hospitals, and factories, as well as individuals migrating from afar. Along the way, they encountered several groups of uniformed individuals whose chests bore the significant inscription security. Ahead lies the sword formation of Hot Spring Island. You may inquire whether Hot Spring Island is willing to become a subordinate of your gray robe sect, Wei Yiming remarked with a sly smile. Indeed, a gray robe individual stepped forward, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Within the island, Chenin also spotted this group, alongside Ye Feng. Hey, that brat, summon your island master. I have matters to discuss with him, the gray robe man directed towards Chenin. What business do you have? Chenin retorted. You are excessively verbose. I command you to go, so hasten your steps. If you perform well, a chi-nourishing pill shall be your reward. If not, be wary of my displeasure, for I shall obliterate your hot spring island, the gray robe man declared, exuding an air of arrogance. Seemingly unfazed by the sword formation before him. With his experience, he recognized the formation's exceptional quality. Nonetheless, he dismissed it with contempt. Chenin had initially intended to summon Susan, but paused in his tracks. Your arrogance exceeds even that of foot odor. If you possess the capability, come and try to destroy my hot spring island. He challenged boldly. Furious, the gray robe man struck the light barrier with a powerful fist. However, the barrier remained unmoved, merely revealing a few golden threads. This was due to the blood pool, now filled entirely with blood from warriors of the true martial realm and above, significantly enhancing the sword formation's power to approximately 30%, which remained stable. Previously, their formation had only exhibited 20% of its potential, and that was inconsistent at best. Quite peculiar, the gray robe man muttered, performing a hand gesture. A long sword shot forth from his back, instantly transforming into a colossal sword of 100 meters. The massive sword slowly spiraled in midair before descending upon the light barrier of Hot Spring Island. Beside the blood pool, a soldier brandished a dagger and made a swift incision into the major artery of Ziyun, causing a torrent of blood to surge into the blood pool. Boom! The light barrier shuddered slightly, effortlessly fending off the strike of the giant sword. How is this possible? The gray robe man's expression changed dramatically. The transformation of the spirit sword into a giant was his extraordinary attack, yet it had failed to breach even the outer layer of the barrier. Furthermore, the inhabitants of the island appeared oblivious, curiously scrutinizing him. The gray robe man's face flushed with embarrassment. Stealing a discreet glance at Wei Yiming to ensure the old ghost was not mocking him, he pointed again at the giant sword. Boom! This time, the light barrier remained steadfast, but the blood within the pool began to bubble. His first strike had utilized 12/10 of his strength, while the second was barely 10/10. The gray robe elder's face reddened in humiliation. He retrieved 2 chi-nourishing pills from his robe and consumed them simultaneously, restoring some color to his previously pale visage. The colossal sword emitted a thunderous roar as it struck the light barrier once more. Yet, the barrier remained unyielding. What is this? The gray-robed elder was utterly dumbfounded. This cannot possibly be an ordinary sword formation. The 3 strikes I just executed would obliterate even the most formidable protective array of a lesser clan. Yet, how could such a formation exist in this remote location? The gray-clad elder, his face flushed with indignation, sought to justify himself, conscious that the leaders of various sects were observing him discreetly. Such is the nature of the Xingming continent. If others uncover your vulnerabilities, they will relentlessly exploit them, making you a target of universal scorn. Never mind, I am disinclined to take action. Although I could dismantle this grand array with some effort, it is entirely unnecessary, as my purpose here is to negotiate a collaboration with the Hot Spring Island. The gray-clad elder sheathed his spiritual sword. Ye Feng's expression shifted, and with a swift motion, he slipped into the luminous barrier. This young man, how is he able to enter so effortlessly? The gray-clad elder was taken aback. Ha. To be candid, the one who just entered is none other than the leader of Hot Spring Island. Wei Yinming chuckled. You must be out of your mind, Wei the old ghost. Why did you not capture him and leverage his identity to continuously supply us with refined elixirs and pest control medicine? The gray-clad elder glared at Wei Yinming. You are likely underestimating the intricacies of Hot Spring Island. If you were to capture Ye Feng, they would cease to provide you with pest control medicine and might even target you specifically, withdrawing their refining services altogether. Chapter 1077. No longer able to restrain himself, their system operates differently. Once the head is lost, other parts of their body can assume that role at any moment. Moreover, the refinement of elixirs is not solely reliant on Ye Feng. It is achieved through the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island. Wei Yinming remained oblivious to the fact that he too had been outmaneuvered by Ye Feng. So that is how it is. I thought as much, with your intellect. Wei the old ghost, you would have surely realized this. The gray-clad elder nodded and turned his gaze back to Ye Feng within the luminous barrier. You are Ye Feng? Indeed. Ye Feng, state your price for the pest control medicine. Alternatively, I can exchange some treasures with you. My gray-clothed sect possesses an abundance of treasures, such as talismans, low-grade spiritual swords, or elixirs. Naturally, I trust you are not in want of elixirs, given your ability to refine them, the gray-clad elder boasted ostentatiously. I regret to inform you that Hot Spring Island recognizes only this currency, known as hot spring coins. Ye Feng replied, casually tossing out 1,000 yuan note. Gulp. Outside the luminous barrier, Wei Yinming's eyes widened in astonishment. Ever since he learned that hot spring coins were tied to pest control medicine and refining services, he had been dreaming the same dream each night, sleeping atop a pile of hot spring coins. Now, witnessing Ye Feng discard 1,000 yuan note as if it were refuse, he could not help but chastise him internally. What a waste of money. This is 1,000 yuan note. Is this worthless scrap more valuable than my treasures? The gray-clad elder picked up the hot spring coin, scrutinizing it closely, scanning it with his spiritual sense. It appeared to be nothing more than ordinary paper, devoid of spiritual energy or runes. Are you jesting with me? Are you certain this can purchase pest control medicine? The gray-clad elder inquired. Certainly. Now, please return the money to me. Ye Feng pointed to the 1,000 yuan bill in his hand. TCH. Here you go. The man in gray tossed the bill onto the ground. Ye Feng, have you seen this Vajra talisman? Once affixed to your body, it endows you with immense strength and a certain degree of protective capability. I will trade this talisman for 1 million bottles of pest control medicine, and I expect them delivered immediately. Otherwise, the offer will expire. The man in gray arrogantly waved the talisman in his hand. I'm afraid I do not recognize such a thing. I only accept hot spring coins. The pest control medicine comes in several generations. Only the latest 2 generations are effective. Which do you prefer, the previous generation or the new one? Ye Feng inquired. What do you mean by new and old generations? Naturally, I want the best pest control medicine available, the man in gray replied. Ah, I see. The new generation of pest control medicine is quite expensive, priced at 50,000 per bottle. Considering you are new here, I will offer you the first bottle at an 8% discount, Ye Feng stated calmly. What do you mean by an 8% discount? Do you want to trade or not? If not, you will not have another opportunity to witness the power of this Vajra talisman, the gray-clad elder retorted coldly. You may take this Vajra talisman to the Hot Spring Bank to have its value assessed by the staff there, Ye Feng suggested, pointing to the south of Hot Spring Island. How outrageous. Ye Feng, Do not be ungrateful. The man in gray seethed with anger. All right. Just do as Ye Island Master says. It won't take much time, and who knows, this Vajra talisman might fetch you billions in hot spring coins, Wei Yiming advised. Fine. With that, the man in gray proceeded to the hot spring bank. A staff member was engaged in a transaction through a light screen. Go ahead, what is its worth? Sir, this is approximately valued at 200,000 hot spring coins. 200,000 hot spring coins? Are you implying that this Vajra talisman can only be exchanged for 4 bottles of the new generation pest control medicine? The gray-clad elder narrowed his eyes. Well, you could opt for the old generation. It is priced at 10,000 hot spring coins per dose, allowing you to acquire 20 doses with this talisman. The staff member replied with a professional smile. 20 doses? What is the efficacy? Will it yield immediate results? The man in gray inquired. No. Only the new generation provides immediate results. The old generation requires a continuous regimen of 10 doses to achieve a cure. However, taking 5 doses can control the pestilence. Though it may resurface after some days, the staff member explained. Curse you. I demand the new generation. Furthermore, I do not care for your hot spring island regulations. A place as insignificant as an ant should not impose rules upon me. For this Vajra talisman, I demand it be exchanged for 10 billion hot spring coins, immediately, without delay. The man in gray finally lost his composure. I apologize, my valuation stands at 200,000 hot spring coins. If you are dissatisfied with my service, you may file a complaint with our manager, or you could check at the adjacent window. They may offer a higher estimate, the staff member replied. Return my talisman. The man in gray stormed to the neighboring window, slamming the talisman onto the icy platform. Assess its value for me. His impolite demeanor left a poor impression on the staff member, who was already in a foul mood due to a visit from a relative that day. Sir, this talisman is likely worth 1,000 hot spring coins. Would you like to exchange it for change? The gray-clad elder, infuriated, spat blood, his fists relentlessly pummeling the luminous screen. A group of salespeople immediately gathered, pointing and laughing boisterously at the frenzied figure outside the screen. At that moment, Ye Feng emerged from behind the salespeople. Please, calm down, sir. This talisman holds little value. You might consider trading it for something else, like elixirs or a flying sword. That sword you just used would do quite well, Ye Feng suggested with a smile. How absurd. That flying sword is a supreme spiritual weapon, second only to treasures. Do you truly believe I would exchange it for your trifles? Very well, I offer 20 refining elixirs, each with a purity of 70%. How many hot spring coins can I obtain for that? 2 million coins each, if you please. What? 2 million for each refining elixir? Are you aware of their rarity? We, the Grey Cloak sect, mobilized our entire resources for months to gather the materials. For an ordinary person, no matter how long they toil, procuring the ingredients for refining elixirs is impossible, as some materials are controlled by prestigious families. Those families only reluctantly sold us the materials out of respect for our sect. At this moment, the Grey Elder was beginning to relent. Well, I cannot speak to that. Regardless, 2 million each is your offer. I advise you to convert it to cash swiftly, for there will be a continuous stream of individuals trading elixirs for money. Tomorrow, your refining elixirs may not even fetch 2 million. After all, our prices fluctuate with the market. If the supply of elixirs increases, their value will naturally diminish. Furthermore, as the plague of parasites worsens, the price of our anti-parasitic medicine is bound to rise. Today, you may pay 50,000, but tomorrow, it could escalate to 100,000. The market is as it is. You must understand my position. Ye Feng spoke with an air of indifference. The female salesperson could no longer contain herself. Chapter 1078. Very well, I shall yield again. Puffed. Ye Feng, you are ruthless. I hope one day I do not find myself at your mercy. Exchange these refining elixirs for worthless paper. The Grey Elder's demeanor shifted from rage to a brooding darkness, signaling an impending storm. Sir, are you threatening me? If one day I, Ye Feng, were to perish outside, regardless of who the culprit may be, Hot Spring Island will cease to provide purification services for elixirs and anti-parasitic medicine to the people of the Starry Dream Continent. Should they wish for Hot Spring Island to resume such services, they must identify the murderer, sever their head, and submit it to Hot Spring Island for verification. I trust you would not wish to make an enemy of the entire Starry Dream Continent? Ye Feng chuckled. You? The Grey Elder broke out in a cold sweat. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness of Hot Spring Island. If Ye Feng's proposal were to be enacted, It was not out of the realm of possibility that others would indeed offer their heads. At the very least, Wei Yiming would likely comply. With this thought, he slowly withdrew a flying sword from his robe. In truth, he possessed 3 flying swords. The primary one was not for sale, but these spare swords might indeed be sold. However, these swords had seen their share of battles, stained with the blood of countless formidable foes. Reluctantly, I find myself compelled to sell this exquisite first-grade flying sword, adorned with black spots, to the island of hot springs. I shall offer it to you first, but I request a discount. With that, the man in gray thrust the flying sword into the luminous barrier. Brother Feng, how do you appraise it? The salesperson turned to Ye Feng. Please provide a fair evaluation for this esteemed elder. Ye Feng sighed. He could not afford to offend the man in gray too severely, as their primary foe was the formidable Li Huoling very well. The salesperson picked up the flying sword and examined it closely. The blade was inscribed with a myriad of runes. Wait, let us test the hardness of the materials by striking it with this dagger, Ye Feng said, retrieving a dagger from his waist. Certainly. The salesperson accepted the dagger and struck the flying sword with considerable force. A small notch immediately appeared on the blade. If the sword were magnified several hundred times, that imperfection would indeed be quite alarming. What? This flying sword is exceedingly inferior. Are you attempting to deceive us at the Hot Springs Bank? The female salesperson exclaimed in anger. Alas, truly, in such a remote place. The material of the flying sword lacked inherent hardness. Only through the infusion of spiritual energy by a cultivator could it attain formidable strength. Do you even comprehend the essence of a flying sword? The man in gray expressed his frustration. Ye Feng refrained from responding to his words immediately and instead turned to Wei Yiming. Is this the case, Senior Wei? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed. Wei Yiming's face burned with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Ye Feng's understanding would be so limited, lacking even knowledge of how a flying sword functions. Ye Feng's face flushed with shame. Regardless, your flying sword could not withstand the strike of the dagger, so do not harbor excessive hopes regarding the price. With that, Ye Feng signaled the salesperson with a glance. Very well, esteemed elder in gray, your first-grade flying sword with black spots is valued at approximately 2 million hot spring coins. Ah! The man in gray let out a furious roar, causing the barrier to tremble slightly. Don't despair. I possess an alternative method that can yield a substantial amount of hot spring coins swiftly. Ye Feng's expression shifted suddenly. You assert that, yet do not toy with me. Ye Feng, do not take advantage of the Hot Springs Island's ability to concoct pest-repellent medicine and refine elixirs to act recklessly. Remember, there are those beyond you, and realms beyond this one. The elderly man in gray appeared utterly defeated. He had initially believed that in such a remote location, merely presenting some worthless items would compel Ye Feng and his companions to relinquish all their possessions. Instead, he overestimated the knowledge of those within the barrier. It was akin to offering gold to a monkey in exchange for fruit. The monkey would undoubtedly refuse, as it does not comprehend the value of gold. Would you be interested in donating blood? As a peak transformation realm expert, a liter of your blood could be exchanged for 10 billion hot spring coins. Ye Feng leaned closer to the barrier. Donate blood? Huh. Do you have any idea how precious our blood is? Ye Feng, do not indulge in such fantasies. The man in gray shook his head. How about this? 15 billion per liter. This is my utmost sincerity. Ye Feng insisted. Ye Feng, cease with these propositions and suggest other methods instead. The elderly man in gray refused with a shake of his head. Hey, do you even know how to conduct business? At least negotiate the price. How about 2 billion for a liter of your precious blood? Ye Feng raised 2 fingers. The elderly man in gray fell silent, casting a cold gaze upon Ye Feng. Very well, I acknowledge the value of your blood, but those around you seem to be your disciples, correct? What realms do they occupy? Ye Feng inquired. The gray-clad elder's expression shifted slightly. For him to offer his own blood would be out of the question. At his level, every drop is immensely valuable. However, his subordinates might be more amenable. They are, at the very least, at the initial stage of transformation, especially the 4th elder, who is at the latter stage of transformation. Ye Feng, what are your intentions? The elder asked, an unanticipated glimmer of anticipation stirring within him. While he wished to sell the blood of his subordinates, it could not be overtly stated. It would be preferable if Ye Feng were to voice it himself. The sect leader? Me? The gray-clad disciples behind him turned pale, instinctively stepping back. They were astute individuals, well aware of their leader's intentions. What do I intend to do? Never mind. Take your time to comprehend. I shall retire now for some rest, Ye Feng declared, striding towards the luminous screen. Wait, the gray-clad elder called out in surprise, hastily stopping Ye Feng. Very well, I shall wait for you. Ye Feng pulled over a chair, sitting confidently within the luminous screen, eager to observe how the elder would persuade his subordinates to offer their blood. The blood of those in the transformation realm is undoubtedly more effective than that of the purple cloud. The next time that Li Hualing attacks the screen, he shall be well prepared. The gray-clad leader slowly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over his 7 subordinates. Esteemed colleagues, nurturing our warriors for 1,000 days is for the purpose of utilizing them at a crucial moment. The deworming medicine is vital to our Grey Garb sect, and their ability to refine elixirs is desperately needed. Only by exchanging for hot spring coins can we have the hot spring island assist us in refining elixirs and procuring deworming medicine. Therefore, I implore you all to act with initiative. Upon concluding, the gray-clad leader exuded a powerful aura. These masters of the transformation realm, being the upper echelon of the Grey Garb sect, were typically individuals who defied both heaven and earth. Very well, I shall make another concession. The elixirs refined henceforth will be chosen first by the individual who donates the most blood, followed by the second highest, and so forth. The gray-clad leader made a significant concession. Indeed, several rebellious individuals exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Before long, a queue formed outside the luminous screen. Draw less. Do not extract too much at once, an elder at the initial stage of transformation remarked. Rest assured, the initial extraction will be only 500 milliliters. It is not imperative to take it all at once. Our hot spring island adheres to humanitarian principles and will not resort to underhanded practices, a gentle nurse assured. Shortly thereafter, the 7 masters of the transformation realm each donated an average of 500 milliliters of blood. Ye Feng brought it to his nose, and indeed, the blood of transformation cultivators, even 5 minutes post-extraction, had not congealed but continued to emanate a powerful aura. Quickly, pour them into the blood pool. It preserves indefinitely. Unlike the blood bank, which only retains for a month, Ye Feng commanded. Immediately, 30 soldiers escorted 7 nurses towards the blood pool. Make way, make way. Clear the special passage for us. Hasten. The soldiers urged the bystanders aside. Ye Feng observed as they poured 7 bags of plasma into the blood pool, nodding in satisfaction. Wang Jia, let's settle the payment, Ye Feng said. Indeed, esteemed guests, the expenses incurred from your blood donation are quite substantial, amounting to several 100 million spring coins. Therefore, I advise you to deposit it in the spring bank to accrue interest. Allow me to calculate. The total is 320 million. If you deposit it in the spring bank, you shall earn 32,000 yuan in daily interest. However, such high interest requires a fixed-term deposit. I recommend a 3-year term. Should you opt for a flexible deposit, the interest may diminish significantly, possibly not even reaching 5,000 yuan per day. Wang Jia echoed Wang Jiha's sentiments. Deposit? Hurry and give us the money. Never mind the cash. Let's convert it into deworming medicine. Wait, hold on. Let us not convert it just yet. The leader of the Grey Cloak sect, after casting a wary glance around, cautiously retrieved a box from his robe. Upon opening the large box, another smaller box was revealed. Ye Feng, this elixir has a purity of only 60%. It's somewhat subpar. Can you refine it to 70%? 65 would suffice, the Grey Cloak leader stated, his lips quivering slightly. This indicated that the elixir contained within was undoubtedly of a higher grade than the Huayuan Dan. Through the luminescent screen, Ye Feng solemnly accepted the box. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay an elixir the size of a pigeon egg, adorned with a layer of dark green spiritual patterns, identical in both hue and design to those he had cultivated after mastering the Li Fan sacred demon technique. What is this elixir? Ye Feng inquired. However, the Grey Cloak leader, glancing around cautiously, moved his lips slightly. Although no sound escaped his mouth, Ye Feng could hear his whispered words. Do not ask what it is. I simply want to know if you can refine this elixir. Transmission of secret sound? Ye Feng's eyes widened. Just answer my question. Do not let others hear. Well, I would prefer to know what it is first, otherwise I might encounter discrepancies during refinement. What if I ruin it? Ye Feng retorted casually. In truth, he could refine any elixir, but his curiosity about its nature remained. I can only tell you that it is a body-refining elixir. It must have a name, at least. Ye Feng pressed. This. It's the Bati Dan. What is the Bati Dan? The gray cloak leader explained, the Bati Dan, upon consumption, grants a certain probability of becoming a Bati. As one's cultivation increases, the strength of the Bati intensifies, and this elixir also has a mitigating effect on inner demons. Fearing that Ye Feng might miscalculate during the refinement, he was compelled to divulge the truth. Oh, I understand. Rest assured, grant me a month, and I shall ensure its refinement, Ye Feng declared. A month? The leader of the Grey Garb sect hesitated. This Bodhi pill was his treasure. How could he trust Ye Feng to safeguard it for an entire month? What if something were to go awry in the interim? Once the Bodhi was cultivated, future breakthroughs into greater realms would become considerably easier. After all, the Bodhi could withstand a portion of the tribulations. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I have no desire to refine it, Ye Feng retorted, pushing the box back, employing a strategy of feigned indifference. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the man would deny him the chance to refine it. May I inquire about the cost of refinement? The Grey Garb leader asked. Ye Feng pondered for a moment, seeking a compromise for the fee, one that would not render them perceiving it as too low, nor discourage him from proceeding with the refinement. How about 20 billion spring coins? Suddenly, Chenin emerged from behind. What? 20 billion? But I only have 320 million spring coins. The Grey Garb leader fumed. Chenin, be silent, Ye Feng snapped, blood boiling in frustration. He then turned back to the Grey Garb leader. This is my brother. He has indulged in stinky tofu since childhood and enjoys speaking nonsense. The refinement fee is actually 300 million. What? 300 million? The leader's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief. After a moment, he burst into laughter. Ye Feng, you are quite the strategist. Allowing your subordinate to extort an outrageous price, then announcing a more reasonable figure, which is still exorbitant. Do you think I would acquiesce to such a ploy? You are far from mastering psychological warfare. Never mind. It is no easy feat for you to travel such a distance. For the first refinement, I shall take it upon myself to grant you a discount of 10%, thus requiring only 30 million spring coins. However, subsequent refinements will not be discounted. Full payment will be mandatory. Ye Feng responded with utmost seriousness. Very well. It is settled at 30 million, the Grey Garb elder readily agreed, fearful that Ye Feng might retract his offer. As he consented, he also casually tossed the box into the luminous barrier. Ye Feng accepted the box, feigning a troubled expression. The refinement of this pill requires nearly 10,000 of our island's residents laboring for a month, alongside the necessity of numerous precious materials. To be frank, I shall incur substantial losses. Alas, do consider patronizing us more in the future. Our island thrives on low margins and high sales. Ye Feng proclaimed with noble resolve. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, there will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. I promise to prioritize your business, the Grey Garb leader chuckled. Mr. Yi, is it true that only my establishment can refine pills on the entire starry continent? You are quite the charmer. Mr. Yi, I misspoke earlier. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should you ever visit the Shiliang prefecture, do remember to stop by the Grey Garb sect, and I shall extend a warm welcome. I am aware of your grievances with the Prince of Xi'an, but I am not under his jurisdiction, so you need not fear him. The leader of the Grey Garb sect remarked. Very well. Whoever is in charge, retrieve 30 million spring coins and distribute the remaining funds in cash, Ye Feng instructed. No more. Let it remain in your hot spring bank, with 290 million left. I shall choose a flexible term for easy access. However, how is the interest calculated? Inquired the master of the Grey Garb. The interest amounts to approximately 40 million hot spring coins per day, replied the female clerk. Chapter 1080. This is not surprising. Very well, I shall deposit it. Shortly after, the bank manager personally came out to attend to the master of the Grey Garb. He was asked to repeatedly press his fingerprints and footprints on a sheet of paper and verify his name and various other details. All done. 3 copies have been made, one for the Hot Spring Bank, one for you, and one for Hot Spring Island. The manager politely handed over the deposit slip. This indeed signifies 290 million hot spring coins. In the future, I can also refine some transformation elixirs. The master of the Grey Garb wrapped the deposit slip in 3 layers of handkerchiefs, carefully placing it in his chest, and reassured himself by patting it to ensure it did not fall to the ground. There is no need for such caution. Even if your deposit slip were to drop, you could still withdraw funds using your fingerprints, unless, of course, your hands and feet were severed, remarked Ye Feng. Oh, I had not anticipated the thoroughness of Hot Spring Bank. I am impressed. If there is nothing else, I shall seek accommodation outside. Please inform Mr. Ye," said the master of the gray garb, as he departed with his 7 subordinates. Nearby, the leaders of the 4 major factions had been observing intently. "Mr. Ye, I currently possess over 300 million hot spring coins. May I deposit them in the bank to earn interest?" "Of course, Ulfukas. Quickly, let us return and deposit the excess funds. After all, one should not forgo interest. Additionally, let us gather a few volunteers to donate blood. Fortunately, I have several innate experts among my ranks. Their blood may not match that of the transformation realm, but the numbers of innate masters in my faction are sufficient." The members of the 4 major factions hurried back to their tasks. Ye Feng, clutching the body amplification pill, entered the training chamber. He first brought the pill to his nose and inhaled deeply. Humans are sentient beings. They can discern through scent whether a pill is beneficial for the body. Indeed, upon smelling it, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming urge to consume it, confirming its utility for him. Realizing this, Ye Feng grasped the body amplification pill and commenced the lengthy process of refinement. He publicly declared it would take a month to complete, yet in truth, with his current cultivation level, he required only 3 days. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ye Feng awoke, reeking of an unpleasant odor. In his hand, he held a significantly smaller body amplification pill. Then, flipping his other hand, another pill, boasting 100% purity, materialized. Indeed, he divided the refined body amplification pill in half, returning the larger portion to the master of the gray garb. As for the smaller one, gulp, he swallowed it whole. A wave of warmth surged through his body, as if every cell was rejoicing, akin to a parched soul quenching its thirst with refreshing spring water. This transformation lasted a full 7 days, after which Ye Feng opened his eyes again. Remarkable. Truly, the body amplification pill is extraordinary. Such a small amount has saved me nearly a decade of cultivation in my celestial demon art. Most importantly, it seems that this peculiar entity indeed exerts a limiting influence on the heart's demons. Without further ado, Ye Feng began to summon the robust energy within him, attempting to breach the bottleneck of the mid-level true martial realm. With the first attempt, he trembled in pain throughout his entire body. During the second attempt, he felt as though his very soul was on the verge of fragmentation. On the third attempt, boom, the bottleneck shattered explosively, and Ye Feng ascended directly from the initial stage of the true martial realm to the mid-level. At that moment, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. The training room morphed into a desolate desert. The desert then transitioned into an oasis, which subsequently became a primeval forest. Alarmed, he paled, swiftly closing his eyes to recalibrate his mental state. The heart's demons oscillated between dragging him into the depths of hell and elevating him to the heights of paradise. Ye Feng's expression contorted grotesquely, alternating between cold laughter, sorrow, anguish, and joy. The torment inflicted by the heart's demons directly affected his very soul. In just a few fleeting minutes, he endured inhuman suffering, nearly causing his soul to disintegrate. With a thunderous roar, Ye Feng abruptly opened his eyes. He was now utterly exhausted, his terrified gaze scanning the surroundings. After a full minute of bewilderment, he regained his composure, confirming that he was not trapped within the illusion of the heart's demons. "I, Ye Feng, vow that henceforth, I shall not dare to advance in cultivation without resolving the issue of the heart's demons." He rose to his feet and strode out of the training room, appearing noticeably thinner, with several strands of hair turned gray. "Brother Feng, you have finally emerged." Chun En was the first to approach him. Indeed, that was a brush with death, more perilous than any previous encounter. Ye Feng replied, his pallor evident. "The heart's demons are akin to internal foes. Only internal adversaries can be deemed the true enemies. I heard you roaring in the training room and knew something was amiss, yet I dared not disturb you." Chun En remarked, "Where is the soul destruction bell?" Ye Feng suddenly recalled. The soul destruction bell should still be on South Hot Spring Island. Last time, after the people from Sword Cliff breached the clan's protective array, it went missing. However, I suspect it can be found there. Perhaps even in the hands of the over 100 million inhabitants outside, Chun En speculated. Never mind. The soul destruction bell likely holds little efficacy against the current heart's demons. Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. After all, the soul destruction bell is merely a replica and cannot compare to the genuine soul-subduing bell. Has anything significant transpired while I was in seclusion? Ye Feng inquired, striding purposefully toward the bathhouse, with Chun and closely trailing behind. The gray-clad sect master has been meditating outside the light barrier, declaring that he wishes to consume the body-enhancing pill as soon as you refine it, Chunin informed him. That is not surprising, Ye Feng nodded. He consumed merely half of the body-enhancing pill and ascended directly to the true martial realm. Moreover, he accomplished this while being entangled by the heart's demons, effortlessly advancing. If a peak transformation origin cultivator were to consume it, there is indeed a considerable chance of breaking through to the divine origin realm. At that point, he would be on par with the county prince. As the bathhouse door opened, Chunin personally assisted Ye Feng in scrubbing his back. Outside the luminous barrier, numerous unfamiliar faces have emerged, as reported by the security company. I surmise that the adept individuals from the neighboring counties near the Gale Zone have congregated in our Sword Gorge territory. Most of them are at the postnatal realm, alongside thousands of true martial and Hualing realm cultivators, including 11 newcomers from Xian County, Shiliang County, Baise County, and Ningyi County. Should they launch a concerted attack on the sword formation, there exists a significant risk of its collapse, Chunin candidly stated. Ye Feng's expression grew grim. Go outside and spread the word. Inform that group that if they breach the sword formation, the purification machines on Hot Spring Island will instantly become inoperative. In the future, no one across the entire Xingming continent will be able to assist them in transforming waste pills into treasures or turning stone into gold, Ye Feng instructed. Sister Susan has already conveyed this message. Otherwise, our luminous barrier might have been attacked 7 days ago. They genuinely believe that purification relies on the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island. If they were to learn that it is solely your efforts that achieve this, they might capture you to utilize you as a tool, Chunin replied. Thus, you must urge those citizens to keep their mouths shut and refrain from speaking recklessly. Ye Feng added. Understood. After bathing, Ye Feng and Chunin walked side by side towards the luminous barrier. In the icy expanse, they observed an elderly man seated cross-legged, surrounded by falling snowflakes that circled him, yet not a single flake touched his form. The master of the gray clothes seemed to sense their arrival. Upon Ye Feng nearing the barrier, he promptly opened his eyes. How is it? Have you succeeded in the purification? He inquired with urgency. To be frank, while purifying this pill, I discovered its composition to be exceedingly intricate, and I nearly failed. Fortunately, with the efforts of nearly 10,000 individuals on Hot Spring Island utilizing all available materials, I managed to salvage this body-strengthening pill. Although I salvaged it, its size has diminished to 2/3 of its original form. If you do not believe me, take a look, Ye Feng said, handing over a small body-strengthening pill. This dark green hue is even more refined. Excellent. Please wait a moment while I probe it with my divine sense, the master of the gray clothes responded, immediately immersing his consciousness into the body-strengthening pill. After a brief interval, he joyfully withdrew the pill. With the current strength of my divine sense, I was unable to detect any impurities within this pill. Ye Feng, your Hot Spring Island is indeed formidable. I have 200 million hot spring coins in my bank. Could you exchange 200 million for me in bug-repellent pills? My descendants at the Gray Clothes sect require these for treatment. I regret to inform you that such transactions must be conducted through the bank. I can only assist with purification services. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. You? Ye Feng. I am a peak Hualing realm cultivator. Do you mean to say that even I lack the qualifications to converse with you? The master of the gray clothes retorted angrily. Chapter 1081. The cannon is raised. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Go out and spread the word, Ye Feng instructed. Tell those outsiders that if they manage to breach the sword formation, several purification machines on Hot Spring Island will instantly malfunction. After that, no one across the entire Xingming continent will be able to assist them in transforming waste elixirs into treasures or turning stone into gold. Sister Susan has already disseminated this information. Otherwise, we would have faced an assault on our barrier 7 days ago, Chunin interjected. They genuinely believe that purification relies on the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island. If they were to discover that it is solely your efforts that enable the purification process, they might attempt to capture you as a tool for their own use. Therefore, you must advise those citizens to keep their mouths shut and refrain from speaking indiscriminately, Ye Feng added. Understood, responded Chunin. After bathing, Ye Feng and Chunin walked side by side toward the barrier. In the midst of the icy landscape, they beheld an elder sitting cross-legged. surrounded by a circle of falling snowflakes, yet not a single flake touched him. The master of the gray garb seemed to sense their approach and opened his eyes just as Ye Feng reached the barrier. Ye Feng, how did it go? Was the purification successful? To be honest, while purifying this elixir, I found its composition to be exceedingly complex, nearly leading to failure. Fortunately, with the collective efforts of nearly 10,000 people on Hot Spring Island utilizing all available materials, I managed to salvage this body-strengthening elixir. Although it has been salvaged, its size has diminished by 2/3. If you don't believe me, take a look, Ye Feng replied, handing over a small body-strengthening elixir. This dark green hue is even more refined. Splendid. Please wait a moment while I examine it with my spiritual sense, the master of the gray garb said, immediately probing the elixir with his consciousness. Moments later, he withdrew the elixir, astonished. With my current level of spiritual power, I couldn't detect any impurities within the elixir. Ye Feng, Hot Spring Island truly excels. I have 200 million hot spring coins in the bank. Please exchange 200 million for me into bug-repelling elixirs, as my descendants require them for treatment. I apologize, but for this type of transaction, you will need to visit the bank. I can only assist with purification services. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. You? Ye Feng, I am a peak transformation realm cultivator. Am I not even worthy of conversing with you? The master of the gray garb fumed. Hey, are you mute? He exclaimed, noticing Ye Feng's dazed expression. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he glanced behind him. There, several thousand meters away, a spirit beast nearly 10 meters tall appeared, ridden by Li Hualing, the prince of Xin County. This time, he was accompanied by an even larger entourage. Surrounding the fire Qilin were 18 members of the Purple Guard, along with a throng of silver-armored guards. Further back, a dense mass of black armored guards obscured the view of their numbers. Ye Feng, your troubles have arrived. I must take my leave, the master of the gray garb declared, swiftly vanishing into the swirling snow. Li Hualing halted 100 meters away from the barrier, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings before locking eyes with Ye Feng. Mid-stage true martial? How long has it been since we last met? And this lad has already advanced. A heaviness settled in Li Hualing's heart. It took him more than a decade to progress from the early to the mid-stages of true martial, yet Ye Feng achieved this in less than a year. However, he soon smirked disdainfully. Indeed, he is a prodigy, but one must grow into a formidable force. On the Starming continent, how many exceptionally gifted individuals have fallen along their path? Muttering to himself, Li Hualing suddenly bellowed to his left, Zun, where are you? Upon my arrival, why do you not come forth to greet me? Yet, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of snowflakes descending upon the ground. Zun had long been sealed within the blood pool by Ye Feng, now only able to hear the prince's words, but utterly incapable of responding. Zun, come forth at once. All he received in reply was the howling cold wind. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Hualing as he unleashed his vast consciousness, sweeping across a 100-mile radius. Before long, he sensed Zun near the blood pool of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, you actually captured Zun alive? Li Hualing's voice boomed. Ye Feng pressed his lips tightly together and nodded at Chunin, who quickly led a group of over 10 individuals towards the blood pool, each wielding a dagger aimed at the major arteries of several blood slaves. Should Li Hualing attack, they would swiftly sever these arteries, directing the flowing blood into the pool. Indeed, lordly, during your absence, I employed certain methods to capture Ziyun and others alive. Furthermore, I have no intention of opposing the Western Yin royal mansion. If possible, I am willing to maintain a cooperative relationship with you. As I understand, the infection rates on your side are quite high, correct? Do you require my assistance? I possess the original deworming medicine, capable of healing your people. Ye Feng's voice resonated powerfully, though he had the blood of numerous powerful beings to sustain the sword formation. Li Hualing was too strong, and Ye Feng was uncertain whether he could adequately defend against such a formidable master at the late stage of the divine origin realm. Moreover, the other party had brought along a multitude of subordinates. Provide deworming medicine? Ha ha ha. Ye Feng, you seem to be living in a dream. You have destroyed my treasured artifact. Even if you were to willingly release the great formation now, I would show no mercy. Hot Spring Island must leave no trace behind. Summon the formation. Upon concluding his statement, Li Hualing nodded at the silver-armored guards behind him. These guards moved with swift agility, quickly surrounding the entire Hot Spring Island, maintaining a distance of over 100 meters between each other. Prepare the formation flags, Li Hualing commanded coldly. The silver-armored guards simultaneously retrieved formation flags from their pockets and waved them around. In the next moment, Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. He beheld 36 formation flags emitting dazzling light simultaneously. A pitch-black light curtain, anchored by the 36 individuals, began to spread across the entire formation. This is bad. What are these fiends up to? Chunin nervously inched closer to Ye Feng. Ye Feng gazed upward at the sky, witnessing dark clouds gathering, spreading from the periphery into the heavens. The light of Hot Spring Island diminished at a visible rate. Ultimately, these black light curtains enveloped the entire perimeter of the island, encasing the sword formation in darkness. It is so dark. Brother Feng, they have enveloped our sword formation with their grand array, leaving us to be blind even with our eyes open, unable to make contact with the outside world, Chunin said anxiously in the darkness. Light the torches, came Ye Feng's command. In a matter of moments, the dim flicker of torches illuminated the interior of the sword formation, providing a meager source of light. Yet, compared to before, the current state of Hot Spring Island felt devoid of brightness, causing a profound sense of discomfort. A cacophony of gasps echoed throughout the island, with many faces revealing expressions of panic. It was akin to being confined in isolation, evoking a sense of claustrophobia. However, Ye Feng understood that Li Huoling's methods would not be limited to this. Brother Feng, it's bad. The blood in the blood pool is gradually turning black. A novice formation master rushed over. Can this black grand array absorb the energy from the sword formation? Ye Feng swiftly moved to the side of the blood pool. And indeed, the once vivid red pool had transformed into a dark brown hue. Cut open the wrists of Zi Yun and the others, and let their blood drip continuously into the pool, Ye Feng commanded coldly. Plop, 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 the misfortune befell Zi Yun. Brother Feng, if that black grand array continues to absorb the energy from the sword formation, what shall we do? We cannot perpetually remain on the defensive, can we? Chunin inquired. Defensive? Chunin, use the cannons and ballistae to see if you can blast a hole through the outer black barrier, Ye Feng instructed. Understood at once. Chunin ascended to a vantage point, surveying the 800 troops of Hot Spring Island. With a population of merely over 100,000, 800 troops represented their utmost limit. Everyone follow orders. Use the cannons and ballistae to attack the outer black barrier. Immediately, the 800 soldiers took their positions, some hoisting the ballistae while others elevated the cannons. Plop, 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 boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1082. A splash of cold water. This tactic seemed somewhat effective. The black barrier was punctured by numerous openings, allowing light to filter through and momentarily restoring brightness to Hot Spring Island. However, the illumination lasted less than 5 minutes before the openings gradually sealed themselves once more. Ye Feng approached the blood pool, scrutinizing the blood within. Indeed, when the black barrier was breached, the rate at which the blood turned black slowed significantly. This indicated that the black barrier's energy extraction from the blood pool diminished when under attack. Yet, this was utterly futile. They needed to completely shatter the black barrier to restore Hot Spring Island to its former glory. Beyond the black barrier, Li Huoling stood with his arms crossed, observing the incessant openings forming in the barrier. You wish to breach my black devouring spirit array? Ha ha ha, what a foolish dream. Li Huoling laughed heartily, a smirk of triumph gracing his face. During the preceding period, he not only dealt with the epidemic in Xiyin County, incinerating all the infected with his iron-fisted methods, but he also sought out the state lord and borrowed the black devouring spirit array from him. Any entity imbued with vitality, once ensnared by the black devouring formation, will gradually have its energy siphoned away, regardless of whether the subjects within the formation are humans, spirit stones, spiritual herbs, or enchanted swords. The inevitable conclusion is their transformation into lifeless, mundane objects. Something is being drained from my body, Fenggu, one voice lamented. I can feel it too. It seems my strength is being extracted, another echoed. A wave of weakness washed over them. Coughing erupted among several powerful beings, their faces paling markedly. My energy has been drawn away excessively. Windspring Island is growing increasingly frigid. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he swiftly extended his hand to gauge the temperature within the sword formation. Indeed, it had plummeted from around 10 degrees to a mere 5 or 6. The drop in temperature triggered coughing fits among the weaker individuals, particularly one robust figure. With each cough, his complexion grew more ashen. Finally, this sturdy man clutched his chest, convulsing in a relentless coughing fit, as if his very lungs might burst forth. "Are you all right?" Ye Feng inquired, stepping forward to support him. "Feng, go I." The man managed a few words before he suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. "Stay strong," Ye Feng urged, glancing at the crimson fluid that revealed several slender worms writhing within. "This is dire. He has contracted a parasitic disease. Quickly, fetch the anti-parasitic medicine." Ye Feng's voice rose in urgency. At the Windspring Hospital, numerous nurses hurriedly retrieved the much-needed medication. Regrettably, the newly arrived batch from South Windspring Island was limited, available only for the weakest among them. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from beyond the barrier. "Ha ha ha, Ye Feng. How do you find the taste of my black devouring formation? It 1 TB long before the energy of your entire formation, along with its occupants, is completely drained, leaving behind mere husks." Ye Feng's expression darkened. "Your Highness, I have long stated that Windspring Island harbors no intention of enmity towards you. Furthermore, I possess a continuous line for purifying elixirs. Should you annihilate Windspring Island, no one on the entire Xingming continent will be capable of such a feat again. I can refine waste elixirs into pure divine elixirs. Consider this carefully." His voice reverberated, ensuring it reached all within a 10-kilometer radius. "Pure divine elixirs? Ye Feng, it appears you wish to live. How foolish of you to utter such childlike words. Do you perceive me as a fool?" The voice of Li Huoling showed no signs of being swayed. "You may inquire with others, such as the four, or those disaster victims outside. They should know whether Windspring Island possesses such abilities," Ye Feng continued, initially intending to mention the four great sects, but refrained for fear of provoking Li Huoling into annihilating them in a fit of rage. Even in the face of death, Ye Feng remained loyal, choosing not to divulge the secret alliance between the four great sects and himself. "Ye Feng, this is futile, even if you could indeed refine waste elixirs. Today I shall obliterate Windspring Island. It is time to pay for my grandson's life." Beyond the luminous barrier, Li Huoling slowly shook his head. This time, in his quest to acquire the black soul-devouring array, he had expended an untold number of spirit stones, incurring a heavy toll before finally obtaining this array from the lord of the prefecture. Ye Feng's countenance darkened profoundly as he gradually approached the edge of the black luminous barrier. "I, in my capacity as the spokesperson for Beiwing Spring Island, command you to annihilate the individuals from the Li Wang mansion outside, particularly those cultivators manipulating the soul-devouring array. For each one you slay, a reward of 100 million spring coins shall be granted." Ye Feng's voice resonated with authority. Outside the barrier, all eyes widened, including those of the four great sects and the members of the Grey Garb sect. They had now come to grasp the significance of the spring coins. With these coins, they could procure pest-eliminating medicines and settle the service fees for refining elixirs. Li Huoling narrowed his eyes and slowly turned his head while seated upon the fire qilin. His piercing gaze swept across the masters within a 10-kilometer radius. The skilled individuals, upon feeling his scrutiny, promptly lowered their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. "Enough. If it were merely to eliminate others, we might consider taking the risk. However, to confront Li Huoling is an entirely different matter," one remarked. "Indeed, the disparity between the transformation and divine essence realms is an insurmountable chasm. Strictly speaking, the energy within us is still merely vitality, whereas in the divine essence realm, it transcends to divine essence." Wei Yiming nodded in agreement. "What shall we do then? Should we permit the prince to eradicate Spring Island? We still have many inferior elixirs that require his refining. Spring Island is a vast treasure trove for us." He Qing Ji interjected. "You speak truthfully. It is indeed a dilemma. Currently, across the Star Mung continent, the quantity of inferior elixirs amassed by all the sects is a staggering figure. If Spring Island could refine these inferior elixirs, it would be an unimaginable fortune. How regrettable it would be to lose such an opportunity." This time, it was a cultivator from the ancient sword sect, surnamed Han, who spoke. Brother Han's words resonate well. Based on the standards of alchemists in the continent, on average, 8 out of 10 furnaces yield inferior elixirs. The accumulation of these inferior elixirs over millions of years has resulted in a quantity that is beyond mere fortune, remarked a cultivator from the Tianhai clan. "Stop dreaming. Do you truly believe you can contend with Li Huoling?" The leader of the Black Wind sect doused their hopes with cold reality. The five fell silent in an instant. After a pause, He Qingji suddenly shifted her expression and turned to the leader of the Black Wind sect. "Taoist Mo, Perhaps you could persuade the prince? Let him test the refining capabilities of Spring Island. I believe the prince suspects Ye Feng is deceiving him, which is why he seeks to eliminate all. However, once the prince recognizes that Spring Island indeed possesses the ability to refine elixirs, he will surely comprehend the situation. Even if he harbors a grudge against Sun, he may choose to set it aside. He Qingji proposed. Why don't you say something instead of always directing me? The leader of the Black Wind sect, not one to be trifled with, firmly declined. Chapter 1083. We have triumphed. We have succeeded. What shall we do now? We cannot allow him to truly destroy Spring Island. Can we? The total number of discarded pills across the entire starry continent could nearly fill the entirety of the Western Yin County. Have you all considered this thoroughly? He Qingji's anxiety was palpable. At that moment, Wei Yinming stepped forward. Let us do this. The six of us, who are the strongest apart from Li Huling, shall draw lots to determine who will persuade the prince. You may draw. I shall not. The master of the Black Wind sect shook his head in refusal. Very well. If you choose not to participate, we, the 5 major sects, will restrict the development of your Black Wind sect once we thrive, Wei Yinming responded. I care not. The master of the Black Wind sect retreated to a distance. After a moment of contemplation, he stealthily blended into the crowd, discreetly utilizing a secret sound transmission technique. Li Huling, mounted upon the back of the fire Qilin, shifted his expression. At that moment, he heard the voice of a monk with the surname Mo. Your Highness, during your absence, Lord Ziyun was killed by members of the 4 major sects and the concubine cult. Moreover, they have been secretly trading with Ye Feng. I witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing the secret transmission from the master of the Black Wind sect, Li Huling's fury ignited. He cast a piercing gaze upon the leaders of the 5 major sections. Yet, within mere seconds, he regained his composure. Impossible. The 5 major sects are utterly loyal to me. How could they commit such an act? Furthermore, they are not foolish enough to ignore the consequences of such betrayal, which would lead to their extermination by my princely residence. Could it be that Ye Feng's hot spring island truly possesses the ability to refine pills? Only such temptation could incite the 5 major sects to betray me. Li Huling was not a fool. In fact, he was more astute than most cultivators. Having deduced the truth entirely, I do not know. All I can say is they are indeed trading with Ye Feng and have killed Lord Ziyun. And Ye Feng has also slain your grandson. The master of the Black Wind sect hurriedly employed provocations, hoping to incite Li Huling into a vengeful frenzy. Mo Ming, do you take me for a fool? You would resort to such means to provoke my wrath, attempting to lead me into irrationality? Li Huling's expression turned frigid. I dare not. Your Highness, you may decide for yourself. The master of the Black Wind sect's face darkened, ceasing the transmission. Li Huling cast a glance at the distant light screen, then towards the positions of the 5 sect leaders. In an instant, he appeared among them. The 5 were startled and instinctively recoiled, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at Li Huling. He scrutinized their expressions with keen eyes. He was certain that Mo Ming had not deceived him. Ziyun had indeed been slain by these 5, and they had indeed engaged in dealings with Ye Feng. Otherwise, how could Ye Feng, with such limited prowess, have slain the mid-stage Ziyun of the transformation realm? Your Highness, we pay our respects to you. Greetings, Your Highness. The assembled leaders bowed in unison. Li Huling exhaled a note through his nostrils. Do you have something to convey to me? He inquired, his tone indifferent. The 5 could not help but exchange glances. Ultimately, it was the monk of the lawn's surname who stepped forward. Your Highness, after a period of observation, it appears that Ye Feng's hot spring island indeed possesses the energy to refine elixirs, achieving a purity of 100%. Such a flawless spiritual elixir is unprecedented in our Xingming continent, as no alchemist has ever succeeded in reaching such purity. However, the hot spring island is capable of this, remarked the cultivator of the Lan clan. You seem quite knowledgeable about this matter. Have you engaged in trade with Ye Feng? Li Huling inquired indifferently. No. I have merely observed the hot spring island in secret and have not engaged in any transactions, for I am aligned with Your Highness, the Lan cultivator stammered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Li Huling finally turned around, his expression impassive as he gazed at him, causing the Lan cultivator to feel a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, without warning, Li Huling unleashed a punch. The Lan cultivator's complexion changed drastically as he staggered. A shimmering azure barrier emerged from his body, and he hastily produced over 20 talismans from his waist, which adhered to him. forming a protective cocoon of 20 layers of divine light. Alas, the disparity between him and the god origin realm was insurmountable. With ease, Li Huoling's punch shattered the first several layers of defense, sending the lawn cultivator flying 20 meters away. Even in midair, despite 3 layers of divine light still surrounding him, he coughed up blood. Before the lawn cultivator could hit the ground, Li Huoling's figure descended like a shadow, delivering another strike to his chest. With a series of muffled thuds, the remaining 3 layers of barrier disintegrated into a cascade of spiritual light. The lawn cultivator struggled to rise, his face devoid of expression, his gaze utterly vacant. Die! Li Huoling struck once more. With a resounding crash, the lawn cultivator was obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. The heads of the 4 factions, including He Qingji, stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with profound terror. This is utterly terrifying. The lawn cultivator was a formidable master at the peak of the transformation origin stage, yet he could not withstand even 3 of Li Huoling's strikes. Is this the might of the late god origin realm? After vanquishing the lawn cultivator, 4 figures hastily approached. They were the 4 elders of the Tianhai clan. Initially, they gazed in shock at the remnants of the lawn cultivator's body before directing their piercing gazes toward Li Huoling. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why have you slain our Tianlan clan as patriarch? The elder demanded angrily. You speak too much. Li Huoling's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he unleashed a full-force strike toward the 4. Boom. The protective divine light surrounding the 4 was extinguished in succession, and shortly thereafter, 4 brief cries of despair echoed through the air. What now? Have you all engaged in trade with Ye Feng? After obliterating the upper echelon of the Tianhai clan, Li Huoling turned his attention to the remaining individuals. We dare not. We have not traded with Ye Feng. Please trust in our loyalty to the Duke's residence. The remaining individuals cowered in fear, no longer daring to mention Ye Feng's ability to purify elixirs. At that moment, Li Huoling suddenly turned, casting his gaze toward his black soul-devouring array. Before their eyes, the obsidian veil was expanding rapidly, as if something within was forcefully surging forth. Within the confines of Hot Spring Island, Duoyan Hena recited incantations with fervor. The entire sword formation began to extend outward, while simultaneously, the dark veil pulsated, expanding and contracting. The blood in the blood pool was once again depleted. Chunin shouted from the sidelines. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and kicked Ziyun directly into the blood pool. Ah! In mere moments, Ziyun was engulfed by the crimson liquid, transformed into energy for the sword formation. With this newfound power, Duoyan Hena's chants took on a rhythmic cadence. Boom! The sword formation instantaneously expanded 20 meters outward. The outer black veil disintegrated like paper, scattering into a tempest of spiritual light. Illumination returned to Hot Spring Island, leaving behind only the 36 corpses outside the veil. How could this be? Li Huoling approached the veil in astonishment. This was the formidable black devouring spirit formation borrowed from the governor, yet it had been shattered by Hot Spring Island. What should I do? How can I explain this to the governor upon my return? Despair began to envelop Li Huoling. Inside Hot Spring Island, a thunderous cheer erupted. Ha ha, we won. We achieved victory. How wonderful. Tonight we can hold a grand feast. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Sister Duoyan. Long live Hot Spring Island. The jubilant cries resounded. But Li Huoling felt a heavy weight in his heart. He turned to glance at the ruined formation flags, a chill running down his spine. How can I repay the governor for this black devouring spirit formation? I merely borrowed it. Li Huoling murmured to himself. His initial intention in bringing the formation was to teach Ye Feng a profound lesson. Yet, instead of avenging his grievances, he had inadvertently ensnared himself. Chapter 1084. The instant revelation. At that moment, He Qingji stepped forward. Your Highness, you need not be overly distressed. Huh? What did you say? My black devouring spirit formation is destroyed, and you tell me not to be upset? Li Huoling glared at He Qingji with piercing eyes. Your Highness, please refrain from anger. I have a suggestion that will surely allow the governor to overlook this matter, perhaps even offset the loss of the black devouring spirit formation. Fearing Li Huoling's wrath, she hastily revealed her intentions. Very well, I grant you time to speak. Should your proposal fail to satisfy me, the order of the female sages shall cease to exist. Li Huoling replied coldly, though inwardly, he felt a flicker of hope. He was currently in a state of disarray, uncertain of how to justify this to the governor. Did not Ye Feng claim that Hot Spring Island could refine elixirs? If you were to procure some discarded divine essence pills and refine them to perfection, then present them to the governor, he might not hold the devouring spirit formation against you, He Qingji proposed. So you have engaged in clandestine dealings with Ye Feng? No, I merely heard about it. He Qingji flinched, her protective divine light instinctively manifesting, a reflexive response of cultivators when confronted with danger. Li Huoling fixed his gaze on her for a considerable time before finally averting his eyes. Very well, you may converse with Ye Feng. I shall remain close by to observe. Here lies a rather inconsequential qi-nourishing pill, with a purity of approximately 80%. It is not necessary for him to refine it to perfection. Merely achieving a purity of 90% will suffice for me to reluctantly agree to conduct business with Hot Spring Island, Li Huoling remarked. Understood, Your Highness, He Qingji responded, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief as she clutched the qi-nourishing pill and proceeded toward Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, ever vigilant, had already surmised the situation outside the luminous barrier. Island Master Yi, our prince possesses a qi-nourishing pill. I would appreciate your assistance in refining it to a purity exceeding 90%. If you can achieve this, the prince may be inclined to engage in commerce with Hot Spring Island. He Qingji deliberately adopted an unfamiliar tone. Oh, so you are but a lackey of the royal court. What right do you have to request the refinement of a pill? Begone, for your presence nauseates me. Ye Feng's voice boomed. Though rebuked, He Qingji's countenance bore a trace of relief. It seemed Ye Feng was not a fool and understood the necessity of providing her cover. From a distance, Li Huoling observed the exchange between Ye Feng and He Qingji, his expression inscrutable. Ye Feng, do not push your luck. Should you refuse to engage in business with His Highness, be forewarned that Hot Spring Island will be perpetually besieged, and others will find it impossible to trade with you. He Qingji implored, casting meaningful glances his way. Very well, seeing as you possess such beauty, I shall grant you this one favor without charging a service fee today. However, in the future, my fees shall be considerable. I shall now activate the production line of Hot Spring Island, enlisting thousands of workers to commence their tasks, incorporating various precious materials, and refining this qi-nourishing pill to 100% purity, Ye Feng declared, clutching the pill as he retreated to the training chamber. It was time to demonstrate his abilities to the Prince of Xin County. Once that old fool became aware of his prowess in pill refinement, Ye Feng was confident that within a month, he could train the noble prince to be as obedient as a dog. With Ye Feng gone, it was now Chun An's turn to confront those outside. Mimicking Ye Feng's demeanor, he pulled up a chair beside him. Li Huoling, your black formation appears to be rather useless, and your grandson was quite ineffectual as well. He was slain shortly after arriving at Hot Spring Island. Truly unaware of his own limitations, Chun An scoffed, plopping down into the chair. Fool! Yi Xing swiftly yanked the chair away. Oh, so even Uncle An is to be trifled with? Do you believe I hesitate to discipline you? Soon enough, Chun An and Yi Xing were playfully chasing each other away. Now, it was Wang Jihua's turn to negotiate with the group. Your Highness, Brother Feng has indicated that Hot Spring Island harbors no intentions of enmity towards you. We hope you will exercise restraint. Otherwise, the prosperity of Hot Spring Island will only escalate. When we grow strong, your princely estate shall find itself in dire straits. Wang Jihua stated calmly. Li Huoling narrowed his eyes, unwilling to engage with such insignificant individuals. He was a proud man, and among all on Hot Spring Island, only Ye Feng warranted his scorn. Merely 3 hours had passed when Ye Feng emerged once more. The Lotus Fairy, or rather, the lackey of the royal mansion. Take this refined elixir and deduct the service fee from your bank card, Ye Feng declared, tossing the meticulously prepared qi-nourishing pill away. Ah, no, forget it. He Qingji spat blood in anger, yet dared not express her fury openly before Li Huoling, reluctantly presenting the qi-nourishing pill to him with a displeased countenance. Indeed, the purity is quite high. At least, with my divine sense, I cannot detect any impurities within. But do you believe that merely presenting a substitute will convince me that Hot Spring Island possesses the capability to refine elixirs? I have already prepared a contingency. This pill was concocted by my own hands, and I can ascertain its components. With that, Li Huoling placed the qi-nourishing pill into his mouth. After merely a couple of chews, his gaze became fixed. What pure energy! Not a trace of impurity? Moreover, it is indeed my own formula. Could it be that Hot Spring Island truly has the ability to refine elixirs? My lord, the truth is as such. There are tens of millions of disaster victims outside. many of whom have refined elixirs at Ye Feng's hot spring island. You may inquire with them, He Qingji stated. No need to ask. This qi-nourishing pill was personally refined by me, and I am well aware of it. Very well. You shall convey to Ye Feng that he must submit Hot Spring Island to my Xin County, and I shall guarantee his ascension to the innate realm within a century. Li Huoling responded indifferently. Understood. Just then, Ye Feng's voice echoed within the light screen. Senior, I believe there is no need for her to deliver messages. We can converse directly. Very well, direct conversation it shall be. Ye Feng, you should have heard what I just said. Are you willing to submit to my princely mansion? Li Huoling inquired. Submit? Nonsense. My hot spring island stands independently and has never needed to submit to anyone. Ye Feng shook his head. How infuriating. Ye Feng, do you truly think I am powerless against you? If I were to summon the entire royal mansion's guard and gather the top experts of Xin County to strike at your sword array simultaneously, do you believe you could withstand the combined might of the cultivators from Xin County? Perhaps I could not withstand it, but first, you must possess that level of influence. Now, let us discuss business. Starting now, you may come to my hot spring island to refine elixirs, but payment must be made in hot spring coins, Ye Feng stated. Hot spring coins. Surely you do not mean the worthless paper you issue? Pray tell, what use do you have for this scrap? Li Huoling replied. That is of no concern to you. What I desire is precisely that scrap of paper, which bears over 30 anti-counterfeiting marks in places you cannot fathom. I trust you will not attempt to produce counterfeit currency. Otherwise, the royal mansion of Xin County will be blacklisted and forever denied the purification services of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng spoke calmly. Ha ha ha, how childish. Do I truly need to resort to forgery? He Qingji, I am aware that your 4 major sects are trading with Ye Feng. Your performance just now was so clumsy that I saw right through it. Hence I require you to lend me 100 billion hot spring coins. Li Huoling cast a glance at He Qingji. Chapter 1085. Do you wish for a second one? My lord, all my funds are deposited in the hot spring bank. I possess but a single deposit slip. He Qingji trembled as she retrieved the deposit slip from her bosom. Yet, the amount inscribed was but a meager 10 million. A mere fraction of the currency in question. You 3, surrender your deposit slips, and I shall overlook your previous betrayals, Li Huoling declared. Yes, my lord. Wei Yiming and the others replied despondently, handing over their slips one by one. However, the 4 of them were exceedingly impoverished. Any funds they possessed had long been allocated towards purchasing vermifuge or refining elixirs, leaving them with scant savings. Is this all? Very well. I shall personally exchange it for the currency, Li Huoling proclaimed, dismounting the fire qilin and striding towards Ye Feng's luminous barrier. Ye Feng, convert the funds from these 4 deposit slips into the currency. This should suffice for the refinement of 10,000 elixirs, should it not? Li Huoling inquired. I have witnessed you robbing others of their deposit slips. Thus I hereby declare that their savings shall be indefinitely frozen. Moreover, even if you manage to withdraw these funds, it would merely be sufficient for the refinement of 2 transformation pills. Consider this carefully, Ye Feng responded calmly. Ye Feng, you scoundrel, are you intentionally provoking me? Do you truly wish to sever ties with me? Such a course of action benefits neither of us. Li Huoling nearly lost his composure. For the first time in his life, he found himself subjected to such humiliation. My lord, this is not merely a matter of severing ties. I implore you to return the deposit slips to them. Only they can retrieve the currency, not you, Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. Very well, Ye Feng. I shall relinquish them to you, Li Huoling said, casting a dark gaze at the 4. With the elite of the Tianhai clan now vanquished, the Uni sect had officially ascended to the ranks of the 4 major sections. What are you 4 still lingering for? Step forward, Li Huoling commanded coldly. The members of the 4 major sects were taken aback and obediently approached. If Li Huoling were merely at the initial stage of the divine origin realm, they might have considered a confrontation. However, he was at the pinnacle of the divine origin realm, leaving them with no chance of victory. Even if the elites of the 4 sects surged forward, they would never match a foe of such caliber, particularly with the presence of Princess Ye Feng, who was also at the initial stage of the divine origin realm. Receive your deposit slips and go retrieve the currency for me. Li Huoling commanded with a menacing demeanor. Yes, my lord, we shall procure the funds immediately, the 4 replied, standing obediently outside the barrier. Is Director Wang Zhihai present? We wish to withdraw all our funds. We would appreciate your assistance, Wei Yiming called out towards the interior of the luminous barrier. After a moment, Wang Zhihai emerged from the crowd. I apologize, but today is Saturday, and our bank is closed. Please return the day after tomorrow. And remember to queue up at 9 in the morning, he replied languidly. This is outrageous. I no longer require your assistance in refining elixirs. With a furious roar, Li Hualing struck the barrier with a fist. Hey, should you strike the barrier again, you shall truly lose the opportunity to refine elixirs, Wang Zhihai warned, his expression turning stern. At that moment, Ye Feng approached. She had witnessed everything unfold. Cousin, I believe it is wise to refrain from impulsive actions. Hot Spring Island indeed possesses the capability for elixir refinement. We should make prudent use of it, Ye Feng advised. Upon seeing her cousin, Li Hualing's anger diminished considerably. Cousin, do you have any solutions? Of course, allow me to negotiate with Ye Feng. Cousin, your temper is too fierce. You might ruin everything. Very well, cousin. I'll leave it to you. I shall observe from the sidelines. With that, Li Hualing retreated to a nearby chair, watching her cousin engage in diplomacy. Ye Feng slowly approached the luminous screen, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness as she gazed at Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, her words were abruptly interrupted. I apologize. But if you wish to withdraw funds, you must speak with Wang Jia. If you seek to purchase insect repellent, consult the hospital staff. The island master has no time for idle chatter. I must return to my wife for the night. With that, Ye Feng walked away, engrossed in his own affairs. Ye Feng's heart surged with indignation. As the only lady of the Duke's manor to have reached the divine origin realm, she was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went. To be disregarded by a mere hot spring island master was utterly humiliating. Yet, for the sake of her future cultivation, she suppressed her fury and turned her gaze toward Wang Jia within the screen. Are you the president of this so-called hot spring bank? She inquired, her expression frosty. Indeed, Wang Jia replied, his eyes gleaming with interest as he regarded Ye Feng. Li Hualing observed the exchange closely, incensed by Wang Jia's audacity to gaze upon a lady's face. How dare you look directly at her? Do you not fear that I might pluck your eyes from their sockets? Li Hualing admonished. In their Duke's manor, strict hierarchies were enforced. Commoners were forbidden from gazing at the faces of noble women, particularly the exquisite visage of Ye Feng. Wang Jia was about to erupt when Chunin suddenly intervened. Now the Grand Marshal of the northern hot spring island, his forces were somewhat lacking, comprising fewer than 1,000 men. President Wang, you are lacking in decorum. How can you dare to look upon a lady's face? Step aside. I shall handle this lovely lady, Chunin stated calmly. Although Ye Feng had returned home, he was still peering through a telescope at Chun and from the window. Upon hearing Chun An's words, Li Hualing's anger began to dissipate. It seemed that even in such a barbaric place as Hot Spring Island, there were individuals who understood propriety. There was hope yet. He resumed his seat. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to an extreme, yet it bore no effect on those at the divine realm. Miss, although my hot spring bank opens at 9 in the morning, it matters not. As the Grand Marshal of Hot Spring Island, I can grant you access through a back door. However, might you also open a door for me? Chunin stated, no longer feigning modesty, his eyes locking onto Ye Feng's, his brows raising in a most unrefined manner. How outrageous. Li Hualing struck the luminous screen once more. Cousin, do not act impulsively. What is your name? Ye Feng addressed Chunin. I am Chunin, currently serving as the Grand Marshal of Hot Spring Island. My lady, you possess an exquisite pallor. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I was utterly captivated. Would you consider becoming my woman? Chunin boldly inquired. Cousin, return to me. Do not engage with him, lest this lowly creature tarnish your esteemed reputation. Li Hualing was beside himself with rage, yet felt utterly powerless against the situation at Hot Spring Island. The meeting concluded on a sour note. With everyone retreating to their respective abodes, Ye Feng set down his binoculars, raising his hands in resignation. He had anticipated that Chunin would mishandle matters. However, he remained confident that Li Hualing would grasp the gravity of the situation. The island's ability to purify medicinal elixirs was unparalleled across the continent. He believed it would not be long before Li Hualing came knocking again. A phone. Come on, it's time for bed, came the voice of Duoyan Hena from behind him. As she emerged from the covers, extending a delicate, white arm and beckoning him closer. With a start, Ye Feng leapt toward her. An hour later, he lay supine on the bed, resting Duoyan Hena's head upon his chest. Hena darling, have you felt any stirring in your belly recently? Ye Feng inquired. What's the matter? Are you hoping for a second one? Duoyan Hena chuckled lightly. I merely wish to give Ye Xing a sister. It would be quite lively with the four of us. He replied, gently stroking her silky hair. It seems there has been no movement. It's all my fault for not being able to give you another child. Duoyan Hena said tenderly. How could you blame yourself? The fault lies with me for my shortcomings. Rest assured, once I have tamed Li Huoling, I shall relinquish all responsibilities at Hot Spring Island. We can embrace a life of leisure, devoting our days to creating children, Ye Feng teased, playfully pinching her rosy cheek. Perhaps you one team manage that. After all, Hot Spring Island is your brainchild, she replied, her hand playfully drifting lower. Chapter 1086, Brother Feng, such a grand undertaking. Of course, I shall leave it to Ji Hai. His capabilities are unquestionable. As for ethics, with Heli Xian and the Congress keeping him in check, I trust that even if he were inclined toward a regressive feudalism, it would be swiftly quelled in its infancy, Ye Feng assured her. Indeed, the hour grows late. Let us rest, she replied. The following morning, Ye Feng emerged from the bedroom, clutching his lower back. Was this what they called recovery? He feared that before he healed, he would be utterly drained. Brother Feng, good morning. Brother Feng, good morning. Here are the top 5 students from Hot Spring Primary School's final exams. Take a look at the list. Ye Feng accepted the list, realizing in a flash that half a year had flown by, and the first cohort of Hot Spring students had matured. Very well, these 5 youngsters should receive focused mentorship. Let us nurture their interests in metallurgy, technology, and electricity, as we shall require a plethora of engineers in these fields, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Understood, I will attend to it immediately. At that moment, another approached. Brother Feng, good morning. This is a hand-crank generator sent from the North Hot Spring Power Plant. Excellent, Ye Feng replied, giving it a couple of turns, producing a faint current. Brother Feng, please come to the Hot Spring Metallurgy Plant. I have something to discuss with you, Bai Xiang said as he approached. Very well. Before long, the two arrived at the research room of the Hot Spring Metallurgy Plant. Do you see this iridium? It can be extracted from seawater, at least in this particular maritime region. However, Brother Feng, observe the iridium elements in the glass. There is only 0.1 milligrams. Do you know how much seawater our engineering department has utilized for extraction? Bai Xiang inquired. How much? Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy. If seawater could indeed be purified to yield iridium, this element could be sourced indefinitely. Simply adding a trace of iridium to weaponry could exponentially enhance their hardness and strength. Approximately over 200 million tons of seawater. First, we must employ filtration nets to eliminate most of the impurities within the seawater, ensuring no excess remnants remain. This process is the most intricate, relying entirely on manual labor. Secondly, we introduce other elements into the seawater to cause the iridium to float to the surface. Even so, the purity of this iridium remains inadequate, necessitating over 2,000 procedures to refine a mere 0.1 milligram of iridium, Bai Xiang explained gravely. Ah, such a hassle? Ye Feng's brow furrowed. It's not cumbersome. Employing alternative methods for purification may prove even more arduous. This is iridium we are discussing, with a hardness several million times that of iron, far surpassing even the most exquisite spiritual swords. Even the iron sphere artifact wielded by Li Huoling lacks 1% of its hardness. Moreover, their artifacts and spiritual swords are powered by the energy of the human body. The stronger the wielder's spiritual energy, the greater the hardness of the sword, reliant upon the spiritual patterns inscribed upon it. However, iridium is distinct, requiring no infusion of spiritual energy to maintain such formidable hardness. If we were to engage some weaponsmiths to etch spiritual patterns onto iridium weaponry, can you imagine the magnitude of power we could achieve? Bai Xiang elucidated. Now that you mention it, it seems this project can indeed proceed. However, to forge a spiritual sword from iridium, would it not require the purification of countless trillions of liters of seawater? How many inhabitants are there on our hot spring island? It seems it would take 1 billion years to refine even a pound of iridium, Ye Feng expressed with difficulty. No, aren't there over 20 million laborers outside? We can enlist their help for some of the simpler tasks, compensating them with hot spring coins. Perhaps in the past, even if we had discovered a method to purify iridium, we would have been unable to do so. But now it is different. Hot spring coins have already influenced 2 to 3 million people beyond our shores. Thus, we can drastically reduce the time required. Who knows, within 5 years, we might be able to refine a pound of iridium. Then, you could seek out the 4 major sects to enlist some weaponsmiths to inscribe spiritual patterns on the iridium weapons. This way, Brother Feng, you would possess a top-tier artifact. Bai Xiang asserted. By Gong, I am at a loss for words. Please send the documents to my office. I will promptly allocate funds. How much do you think is necessary to purify a pound of iridium? Ye Feng inquired. Let us consider this. If we hire 20 million workers, each requiring at least 100 hot spring coins per day, this project will last a minimum of 5 years. Roughly calculating, 36,500 multiplied by 20 million. Do the math yourself, and this does not even account for other expenses, Bai Xiang replied. This, Ye Feng was left utterly astounded. It would amount to approximately 7311. This cannot even be expressed through conventional calculations. Goodness, such a substantial expenditure. I fear that merely producing the currency would require over 10,000 workers laboring for an entire year to print it, wouldn't it? Ye Feng's expression darkened. Yet, in an instant, an idea struck him. No matter, let us usher in the era of credit. Bai Xiang, would you be so kind as to summon the senior management to the office for a meeting? I wish to distribute a new decree. After speaking, Ye Feng strode back to the conference room. Before long, all the senior executives of Hot Spring Island had gathered, each wearing an expression of excitement. Each time they heard Ye Feng boast during a meeting, they experienced an inexplicable thrill, for every meeting signified a step closer to the island's enhancement. Silence, please. Chinen, remove your feet from the table, or I shall have them severed. Ye Feng rapped on the table. The crowd quickly settled down. Bai Xiang, please share your findings. Yes. Brother Feng. Bai Xiang spent 10 minutes articulating the formidable properties of the iridium element, followed by the costs associated with purifying a pound of iridium. Brother Feng, such a grand project. The funds required could likely fill the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Chinen remarked. Ah Feng, if we truly need to print such a vast sum of money, I fear the printing house on Hot Spring Island would require a year to accomplish it, Susan echoed. What then? The outside world only recognizes hot spring coins. If we do not print them, outsiders will certainly not accept our currency, and without their acceptance, they will not assist us in desalinating seawater. The conference room erupted into chaos, with some individuals arguing vehemently due to differing opinions. Enough. Everyone, quiet down. Considering that printing money incurs costs, starting today, we shall embark upon a dual era of credit and currency. Once the credit system is firmly established, we will gradually phase out the currency era, Ye Feng declared calmly. Brother Feng, what exactly is the credit era? Chinen inquired. It is rather simple. From now on, anyone who registers their fingerprint, footprint, name, and other information at Hot Spring Island will be granted a 5-star credit rating. In the future, when purchasing items, they need only state their name and verify their fingerprint to take the items directly, Ye Feng explained. A 5-star credit rating would allow for purchases equivalent to 10,000 hot spring coins. After exhausting their credit, individuals must work for Hot Spring Island or utilize other means to deposit funds into the bank within 3 months to restore their credit. The speed of credit restoration would depend on the amount of labor they contribute. Of course, we currently lack fingerprint machines, but not to worry. We can categorize using a notebook. When they provide the initial letter of their name, the salesperson will swiftly locate their name among the millions. Ye Feng spoke slowly, his mind somewhat muddled. After all, transactions would soon be measured in billions, necessitating a shift in thinking as he gradually transitioned from the currency era to the credit era. In the future, when everyone values credit, incidents of robbery, murder, and fraud will cease to exist. For one has only heard of money being swindled, never credit. Ah Feng, it appears I have grasped the essence of the matter. Leave it to me. Grant me a week, and I shall organize your thoughts into a coherent outline. Subsequently, I will dedicate several years to refining the intricate details, Susan exclaimed with a look of delight. Being a citizen of a civilized society, she could comprehend Ye Feng's intentions. Very well, Susan, henceforth it shall be your task to distill this idea into an outline. However, you are permitted to work only 8 hours a day, no more. Ye Feng cautioned. If the labor laws are not upheld, the very purpose of establishing Hot Spring Island becomes meaningless. This applies to the era of currency I have inaugurated, or any concept of credit. Without adherence to the rules, they are utterly worthless. I understand, Susan nodded. Brother Feng, what about those outside the luminous barrier? Do they also work merely 8 hours a day? Chinen inquired. You may dispatch individuals to negotiate with the leaders of the various clans, urging them to respect labor laws, yet do not impose forcefully. They are not citizens of my Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng replied. And the residents within the luminous barrier? Susan asked. The residents within the barrier must strictly adhere to labor laws, Any hours exceeding 8 shall warrant double overtime pay, Ye Feng stated. Are citizens allowed to work overtime? Susan queried further. Absolutely not. Citizens are forbidden from working overtime. Should they do so, I shall be held accountable first, followed by the relevant departments. Overtime is permissible solely in times of war. During such periods, it is inevitable. However, following a victorious war, we must compensate for any excess labor. If it cannot be repaid, compensation will be calculated at 5 times the wage, Ye Feng articulated slowly. Brother Feng, I love you. I am unsure if this conveys my feelings, but A moment later, the meeting room was filled with the sound of flesh colliding with flesh. Enough clapping. Do you understand why I impose such strict limitations on citizens' working hours? Ye Feng countered. Not entirely, yet it feels impressive, Chunin admired, gazing at Ye Feng. Because many groundbreaking inventions emerge from play. The lower-tier citizens work merely 4 hours a day, as I wish to afford them time for leisure. With 4 hours of labor, followed by 10 hours for meals and rest, they possess an additional 10 hours to engage in play. For instance, they may experiment with weaponry, gunpowder, flight, or tunneling. Through their play, they may stumble upon new inventions. The middle tier works 6 hours, and the upper tier 8. They too have time for enjoyment. Though not as much as the lower tier citizens, thus their creativity is comparatively lesser. Over time, the capabilities of the lower tier will gradually align with those of the upper tier, providing them the opportunity to ascend. We cannot allow the existing upper tier to monopolize power. Moreover, through the electoral system, the lower tier can also become the island's leader. Once in position, their capabilities will not significantly differ, ensuring management remains stable, Ye Feng calmly explained. The meeting room once again resonated with the sound of flesh colliding with flesh. A meeting commenced at 9 in the morning and stretched until 1 in the afternoon, at which point Ye Feng declared it adjourned. Susan began to organize Ye Feng's insights into a structured outline. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ye Feng walked to the screen, casting a cold gaze outside. The people from the Duke's residence had yet to retreat. They surrounded Hot Spring Island like hounds, their eyes fixed on him. Li Hualing, you incessantly stare at me, yet find yourself powerless. I advise you to queue for your funds tomorrow morning at 9. Though you may also barter with items you possess, Ye Feng stated, his eyes locked onto Li Hualing. Barter? Very well. Behold this essence transformation pill of 79% purity. It ought to be worth a substantial sum, Li Hualing proclaimed, retrieving a pill of considerable value from his pocket. You should consult the experts at the Hot Spring Bank for an assessment tomorrow. Moreover, I harbor no intention of opposing the Duke's residence. Should you wish to engage in commerce, I wholeheartedly welcome it. Yet, if you choose enmity, I shall not cower, Ye Feng continued, maintaining his unwavering gaze. Li Hualing fell silent, finally acknowledging the significance of Hot Spring Island. Fine, Ye Feng, let us temporarily set aside our animosity. Should you one day manage to refine this waste pill, I might truly consider reconciling with you. With that, he produced a grayish-black waste pill. Its purity is merely 30%. No one dares to consume it. What rank does this waste pill hold? Ye Feng's expression shifted. A pill that could capture the attention of God Realm experts must possess extraordinary qualities. This is the revitalization pill, surpassing even the value of the virtual refining pill and the spirit division pill. It can extend one's lifespan, effectively breathing life into the deceased. Furthermore, it is the only known remedy for the heart demon in existence today. You, my friend, must be troubled by your heart demon, Li Hualing observed keenly. Having discerned Ye Feng's predicament, achieving true martial status at such a young age, it was indeed remarkable for his mind to remain untroubled. Are you suggesting that this substance can truly resurrect the dead? I inquire about those who have been deceased for over 5 years. Can they be revived? Ye Feng swallowed hard. Indeed, Li Hualing asserted firmly. Excellent. Senior Li, let us meet tomorrow morning at 9, without fail. However, how many of these waste pills do you possess? I am willing to offer a handsome sum for their acquisition. Ye Feng's gaze remained fixed on the revitalization pill. The materials for creating the revitalization pill are not particularly rare, yet the challenge lies in successfully refining them, a feat achieved only once in a billion attempts. Thus, I have at least 100 of these waste revitalization pills, Li Hualing replied, pulling another from his pouch. Very well, tomorrow morning at 9, Senior Li. Please return to rest. I shall personally attend to you. Ye Feng struggled to contain his excitement, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. No need. I shall wait right here, Li Hualing replied. In accordance with the wishes of my esteemed senior, I humbly request to send a letter to a distant location, and I kindly ask that you do not obstruct my messenger. Ye Feng reiterated. This. Very well, I shall refrain from hindering you this time. However, if by tomorrow you fail to provide me with the exchange, do not blame me for imposing a strict blockade on your hot spring island. Agreed. Ye Feng returned to his office and retrieved a sheet of stationery. To the esteemed Lord of Helix Island, I, as a citizen, beseech you to transport the 3 bodies from South Hot Spring Island to North Hot Spring Island. The area has been unsealed, and no one shall impede your passage. I implore you to expedite this transfer. The 3 deceased are Tu Ba, Yang Li, and Goodish Shan. Additionally, I request the safe passage of Tu Ba's wife, Bo Kachin, and their child, Tu Lele, to North Hot Spring Island. Lastly, I humbly ask that Long Wu be included in the transfer, delivered via the latest generation sand vehicle. Signed, Ye Feng, citizen of Hot Spring Island. After completing the letter, Ye Feng exited his office, casting his gaze over a few capable subordinates. Zaha, there is a matter on which I require your assistance. Ye Feng addressed Zaha. Brother Feng, what is your command? Zaha hastened to approach. You have been appointed as 100 households, correct? How many individuals do you manage? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. I oversee 47 individuals. Zaha replied. Not every 100 households is fully staffed, as typically, one cannot manage a full 100. I need you to take your men to South Hot Spring Island and personally deliver this letter to Lord Helix. It must be handed to him directly, Ye Feng stated, extending the envelope with both hands. Zaha glanced at the menacing figure of Li Huoling outside the screen and resolutely nodded. Rest assured, I shall accomplish this task without fail. Zaha affirmed. Are you not concerned about the people from the Duke's Manor outside? They may pose a threat to your life, Ye Feng provocatively asked. Ha. I have just become a citizen yesterday. If a citizen fears for their life, they do not deserve the title. Do not worry, Brother Feng. Without the sacrifices of generations of citizens, how could Hot Spring Island ascend to dominance? Zaha declared, striding towards his comrades. Half an hour later, Ye Feng personally escorted them to the edge of the screen. 48 individuals boarded 8 sand vehicles. Farewell, Brother Feng. I promise to deliver the letter. Once more, Brother Feng. We shall return. Brother Feng, we will see this task through. A group of soldiers from Hot Spring Island waved from atop the sand vehicles. I shall remain here on North Hot Spring Island, awaiting your triumphant return. Ye Feng waved vigorously in response. Brothers, travel safely. Shannon also waved fervently. Zaha, finally. The 8 sand vehicles departed through the screen, only to be intercepted by 2 silver-armored guards. The guards did not act immediately, but instead turned their gaze towards Li Huoling. Ye Feng, anxiously observing, stated, Your Highness, we had an agreement. After a prolonged moment, Li Huoling finally nodded to the 2 silver-armored guards. They stepped aside, allowing passage. Ye Feng watched as the 8 sand vehicles vanished into the swirling snowstorm. I hope you have a smooth journey, he prayed, palms together, his heart brimming with anticipation. If Tuba and Yang Li could be revived, what would be their first words upon awakening? Ye Feng entered Susan's office, where she and several assistants were diligently working on paper, gradually refining Ye Feng's credit system. Feng, I believe it would be better to change the 5-star credit to a 100-star credit. What do you think? Susan inquired. That is acceptable. We could even consider a 1,000-star or 10,000-star credit. The higher the credit, the cheaper the purchases. For those with 10,000-star credit, sales can be conducted on a no-profit basis. Ye Feng replied with a smile. Exactly. That sounds good, Feng. I shall draft a new proposal right away, Susan noted, recording Ye Feng's words on paper. Then, if credit dwindles to just 1 star, should there be some form of penalty? Susan further questioned. No need for penalties. The essence of civilization lies in minimizing the use of punitive measures. A 1-star user should simply receive a reminder from the salesperson when making purchases. Furthermore, we should foster a healthy competitive spirit among credit users, encouraging them to strive for better credit ratings. Those with good credit will be more respected. And if they wish to start a business or establish a factory, the approval process on Hot Spring Island will be expedited. As for users with lower credit ratings, they too will receive approvals, albeit with a longer processing time and stricter controls at every stage, Ye Feng articulated. Susan nodded obediently, a marked improvement from her previously more fiery demeanor. Having witnessed Ye Feng's profound vision, she transformed, realizing that he was truly far-sighted. The discussion continued until the end of the workday, and they managed to outline a rough framework. However, fully implementing it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. That evening, Ye Feng chose not to spend the night at Duoyan Hena's place, but instead visited Susan's quarters. As they exchanged ideas and debated, each breakthrough led to more fervent discussions. Above Hot Spring Island, the cold wind howled, heralding the birth of a new civilization. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Ye Feng, dressed impeccably, arrived at the hot spring bank. Outside the luminous screen, the first person in line was Li Hualing, who generously tossed out 10 useless pills, all returning Yongdan. I will purchase these useless pills at 100 million each. However, since we are now in the credit era on Hot Spring Island, we will no longer provide cash. Please place 10 fingerprints and footprints in this ledger, Ye Feng stated, handing him a small book. It matters not. Li Hualing understood that he had to refine a Yongdan to compensate for the Lord's loss. Otherwise, he could not afford the consequences of the black devouring spirit array. After completing the impressions, Ye Feng assessed his credit rating. Li Hualing, I thank you for becoming the first credit user on Hot Spring Island. Here, I grant you a 100-star credit rating. This 100-star credit can be exchanged for 80% of the goods on Hot Spring Island, including the service fee for refining pills. Each refinement costs 5 stars, which will be deducted from your credit book. Should you wish to exchange 5 refined pills with the Hot Spring Bank, we will add 5 stars to your rating. Simultaneously, these stars can be exchanged for medicinal remedies or various services from the Hot Spring Island, including the establishment of factories and the like. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Feng presented a small notebook in triplicate, handing one copy to Li Hualing. As long as you can refine the revitalization pill for me. How much will it cost for these 10 pills? Li Hualing inquired. To refine a single revitalization pill, the cost is 1 star. If you wish to purify all 10, I shall require 10 stars, replied Ye Feng. Then 10 stars it shall be, stated Li Hualing. Ye Feng promptly noted a deduction of 10 at the back of the notebook. Very well, Your Highness, you may take your leave now. Then I shall take my leave. When can I collect the pills? Li Hualing asked. Approximately in 10 days, Ye Feng responded. With that, Li Hualing departed. And Ye Feng returned to the training room, cradling 2 revitalization pills in his palm. To his surprise, purifying the revitalization pill proved to be easier than extracting the transformation pill. This was due to the fact that it was not a pill intended for advancement. The only challenge lay in the difficulty of successfully crafting the pill itself. Time passed swiftly, and soon 11 days had elapsed. Ye Feng emerged from the training room, holding 10 revitalization pills, each boasting a purity of 100%, albeit reduced in size by nearly half. Li Hualing had been waiting outside for 3 days and nights. Ye Feng, have you finally decided to emerge? Where are my revitalization pills? Li Hualing queried coldly. Your Highness, they are ready for you, Ye Feng replied, retrieving his pouch. With a flourish, 10 pristine revitalization pills tumbled onto the table. They've been successfully crafted. The revitalization pills are complete. Even Li Hualing stammered with astonishment. After all these years, it was the first time he had witnessed the successful crafting of a revitalization pill. Previously, he had only seen failed attempts. Your Highness, here are the 10 pills. As promised, after a brief pause, Ye Feng ultimately extended all 10 completed pills beyond the light barrier. Li Hualing swiftly grasped the pills, scanning their interiors with his spiritual sense. Ha ha, ha ha, wow ha ha. A burst of raucous laughter erupted beyond the barrier, shaking the snowflakes in the sky. Excellent, Ye Feng. I never expected you could truly refine the revitalization pill. It seems I must make a trip to the capital. There are at least 30 alchemists there, and I am certain they possess a significant number of failed pills. Li Hualing gazed at Ye Feng with gleaming eyes, as if Ye Feng had transformed into a rare treasure. Your Highness, are you interested in selling the revitalization pills you possess? The Hot Spring Island is willing to pay you 2 stars for each pill, Ye Feng proposed. 2 stars? Are you suggesting that if I provide you with 5 completed pills, I can recover the 10 stars I previously deducted? Li Hualing asked. Indeed. Ye Feng affirmed with a nod. However, Li Hualing hesitated, seemingly weighing his options. Your Highness, you will undoubtedly need to purify many more pills in the future, correct? The significance of these stars is immense for you, and as your star rating increases, the purification service fees diminish. Should your rating fall to 10 stars, the subsequent purification fee could equate to that of a 5-star service. Ye Feng hastily advised, fearing that Li Hualing might abscond. Cousin, what is your opinion? Li Hualing turned to Ye Feng. Cousin, Let us offer him 5 rejuvenation pills. Given the current trajectory, the value of Hot Spring Island far surpasses these 10 pills. Ye Feng stated. Indeed, Ye Feng, I shall provide you with these 5 rejuvenation pills. Understood, Ye Feng quickly accepted, adding a notation of 10 to Li Huoling's credit ledger. Prince, should you require any purification of elixirs in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Haha. As a 100-star patron, I will personally attend to your needs. Other patrons of lesser status do not merit my personal service, Ye Feng chuckled. Oh. A faint smile graced Li Huoling's face, feeling a sense of prestige. Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave now. In the future, it is likely that I will find numerous occasions to utilize Hot Spring Island. Li Huoling spoke nonchalantly. Despite his current reliance on Hot Spring Island, his regal demeanor remained unblemished, exuding an air of superiority. Ye Feng smirked internally, too apathetic to engage in further contention. One day, Li Huoling would comprehend the true might of Hot Spring Island. Being sought after by a prince is indeed a fortune for us at Hot Spring Island. Thus, farewell. The two exchanged courteous gestures before parting ways. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a multitude of senior officials from Hot Spring Island congregated before the luminous screen. Outside, 88 sand vehicles stood ready for departure. Jahi, upon your arrival at North Hot Spring Island, be sure to convey my regards to Brother Feng, and do mention my name, Wang Zhihai. Jahi, having been recruited at Sword Canyon, was not familiar with Wang Zhihai. I shall mention it, Wang Zhihai, Jahi noted in his small notebook. Also, send my regards to Brother Feng and say that I am He Li Xian, currently the master of Hot Spring Island. He Li Xian, duly noted. I am Cheng Li Bin, presently the chief engineer of South Hot Spring Island. Please extend my greetings to Brother Feng. Chief engineer. Very well, I have noted that. Jahi thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had arrived at South Hot Spring Island 7 days prior and was astonished to discover its prosperity and advanced technology, surpassing even that of North Hot Spring Island. The sand vehicle he had driven was now considered outdated, having been replaced in South Hot Spring Island. Yet it still represented cutting-edge technology in the north. He marveled at Brother Feng's esteemed reputation, as even the leader of South Hot Spring Island felt compelled to pay their respects. I am. A throng of senior officials approached, each eager to introduce themselves. They were recent appointees elevated by He Li Xian. However, these individuals, inherently rebellious, deemed the positions conferred by He Li Xian as lacking in prestige. Yet, should Ye Feng become acquainted with their names, the value of those positions would undoubtedly surge. Enough. My notebook can scarcely accommodate all this information. I bid you farewell. This must be Lord Long Wu, as Brother Feng has specifically mentioned your name. Please, step aboard. And you must be the esteemed Madame Bocachin? You, the charming young girl of the esteemed architect. If I am not mistaken, you must be Tu Lele. Come aboard. Feng Gu awaits you on Hot Spring Island. Upon finishing his words, Jahi personally lifted Tu Lele onto the sandy cart and draped her with the latest down jacket. Subsequently, others carried the bodies of Tu Ba, Yang Li, and Guda Shan onto the cart. Farewell, I might often find myself on business here in the future. What about Master Shi? Did he not promise to pack 100 portions of the exquisite 9-turn fatty intestines for me? Master Shi is currently indisposed, attending to nature's call, and cannot see you off. Farewell then. 88 sandy carts, laden with advanced weaponry and pest control agents for the southern Hot Spring Island, journeyed northward. Once the 88 carts completely vanished from sight, Wang Zhihai finally lowered his hand. Let us venture outside the light screen and behold our empire. Yes, Grand Marshal. 2 royal guards followed closely behind Wang Zhihai. As of now, there exists a population of 150 million outside the light screen. The pestilence has claimed a significant number of lives, yet the population in this region continues to swell. Chapter 1090. It is imperative to ensure that everyone receives their share. They are migrating from the shadows, resulting in an increase rather than a decrease in the population of Hot Spring Island. Wang, Grand Marshal. A security officer from Wei Yuan Company gazed in astonishment at Wang Zhihai. Little did he know the vast difference in their ranks. Above him were the security team leader, the security supervisor, the security manager, the security general manager, and the security director. Wei Yuan Security Company is merely a contracted entity. Above the security company, 100 households are managed by the Army Department of Hot Spring, followed by 1,000 households, generals, commanders, vice marshals, and ultimately, Wang Zhihai himself. Good day, Grand Marshal. The security officer hastily saluted. Oh, your team arrived just in time. Accompany me to Peach Blossom Village and check their documents in the process, Wang Zhihai instructed. Understood. Before long, a group arrived at Peach Blossom Village. Previously, Peach Blossom Village consisted of only a few narrow alleys, but now it had transformed. Various 8-story ice houses had sprung up, adorned with light bulbs at their entrances, twinkling even in the frigid temperatures. Wang Zhihai pointed casually at a man and commanded the security officer, "Go, check his documents. If he lacks proper identification, let him suffer a financial loss to avert disaster." Wang Zhihai had become quite adept. It was essential to incite chaos outside the light screen, allowing the security company and the disaster victims to clash, thereby facilitating his intervention as a mediator, promoting the noble ethos of Hot Spring Island. "Yes, I shall proceed at once." The security officer, filled with excitement, rushed forward and seized the man. "Identification check. Produce your temporary residence permit." The man promptly retrieved his permit from within his clothing. "Now, the transit pass." The man produced another document. "This, the headcount certificate." The man presented yet another certificate. The security officer stood dumbfounded, glancing toward Wang Zhihai in the distance. The good citizen certificate." The man hesitated, momentarily pausing before retrieving the document. The security guard rejoiced, for as long as there was no identification, he could proceed with his task for Wang Zhihai. "No identification?" The guard squinted his eyes. "There is," replied the man, producing a certificate of good conduct from the sole of his shoe. "Preposterous." The guard fumed, seizing the man by his collar. "Who leaves home with so many documents? Are you out of your mind? If I don't carry sufficient identification, I risk being extorted by the public security team. I have already been extorted 5 or 6 times." The man spoke nonchalantly. "What? Extorted? We are here to maintain safety. What is your name?" the guard inquired. "Isn't it written on the certificate?" The man retorted, somewhat irate. "Nonsense. I cannot read. Read it to me." The guard returned the certificate. "My name is Gao Dachong." "Gao Dachong, how many people are in your household? Does everyone have their documents?" "Well, dear security brother, I must commend your diligence. Here, take this." The man, resigned, produced a 100 yuan note and discreetly slipped it into the guard's pocket. "Oh, so your entire family possesses the necessary documents, and your own credentials are quite complete. You may pass. I can see you are a law-abiding citizen." The guard pocketed the money. The man sighed, and, upon rounding the corner, spat forcefully. "What are all these certificates worth? They are no more useful than a token for a hot spring. This certificate is the most effective. Truly, they are ruthless, wishing ill upon others." After cursing, the man slipped into a narrow alley. "Marshal, how did I perform?" "Very well. Now remove your security uniform and watch my demonstration." Wang Zhihai chuckled. "All right." In a short while, Wang Zhihai donned the security attire and directly apprehended a woman, seemingly from Giant Stone City. "Miss, may I check your identification?" "This is 100 hot spring tokens. I do not have any documents." Unexpectedly, the woman was quite understanding. "Money? I do not want money. I merely wish to verify your credentials. You have a fine figure. Are you from a respectable family?" Wang Zhihai assessed her from head to toe. "What do you intend to do?" "I wish." "What? Are you attempting to coerce a woman? Is this how your Wei Yuan security company operates?" "I will report you to the Hot Spring Island." The woman retorted angrily. "File a complaint if you wish, but should you fail to produce your identification today, you will have to accompany me to the security company. It is not a pleasant place. Countless tortures await you." Wang Zhihai wore a sinister grin. "Me? Very well. I concede. Whatever you say goes." The woman's eyes flickered with humiliation. Wang Zhihai had achieved his objective. He intended to incite conflict between the security company and the disaster victims, as well as among the victims themselves. In doing so, they would become exhausted from infighting. Once they turned against one another, Hot Spring Island could intervene as a mediator, solidifying its dominion. At the abyss's bottom, the slumbering worm monster stirred slightly. In North Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng observed Ding Tuanchuan before him. "Little Tuanchuan, have your injuries fully healed?" "Yes, Brother Ye. I am nearly recovered," she replied. "Excellent. In a moment, I will visit the bank vault to request 2 transformation pills to restore your health and, hopefully, enable you to break through to the 3rd-tier power monarch." Ye Feng smiled. "Thank you, Brother Ye," Ding Tuanchuan replied politely. "Little Tuan Tuan, why have you suddenly become so courteous towards me? I believe it is only proper." "Brother Ye," Ding Tuan Tuan remained polite as ever. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Having said that, Ding Tuan Tuan exited Ye Feng's office. My dear Tuan Tuan, you have changed. Ye Feng sighed and continued to peruse the documents. After a while, he picked up the file submitted by the Hot Spring Bank. Overview of Bank Vault Inventory. Ye Feng quickly opened the document. After months of refining elixirs and selling pest control potions, the bank had acquired a substantial amount of elixirs. There were 17 transformation elixirs, 49 cultivation elixirs, and 199 qi nourishing elixirs. As for the other miscellaneous elixirs, Ye Feng could not be bothered to examine them. He focused solely on the most significant varieties. Excellent. Someone, please retrieve all the transformation elixirs, cultivation elixirs, and qi nourishing elixirs from the bank vault for uniform distribution among the citizens. It is time to elevate the strength of North Hot Spring Island to a new level. Ye Feng called out to those outside. 2 hours later, in the assembly hall of North Hot Spring Island, a total of 4,000 citizens were seated. As residents were not permitted entry, Ye Feng occupied the main seat, flanked by Susan, Duoyan Hena, Chenin, and other senior officials. Good evening. Citizens of North Hot Spring Island. As our stock of high-level elixirs continues to grow, we shall now restore welfare benefits. From this point onward, elixirs will be distributed weekly. Chenin, please divide these elixirs into smaller portions to ensure that each individual receives a share, Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, there are over 4,000 citizens. Yet the total of the 3 types of elixirs is less than 300. We may have to cut them into sizes as small as mung beans, Chenin replied. Chapter 1091. The following morning, it finally ceased. This depends on your skill with the knife and your judgment. Every citizen must receive their portion. Not a single one should be overlooked. Should anyone be missed, it shall be deducted from your share, Ye Feng asserted. Very well. Chenin immediately began the process of cutting the elixirs. All citizens craned their necks, eagerly swallowing their saliva. I hope to receive a fragment of the transformation elixir. Don't be foolish. There are only a handful of transformation elixirs. Being allocated a cultivation elixir would be fortunate enough. At that moment, a citizen raised their hand and stood up. Brother Feng, how will these elixirs be distributed? Surely the higher-ups will receive the transformation elixirs, while we lower-tier citizens are left with the qi-nourishing elixirs? In response to the citizen's inquiry, Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. Questioning is the driving force behind societal progress. It signifies that the individual is a qualified citizen with the courage to challenge the elite. A good question. Shortly, I shall place all these elixirs into a box, and you will each reach in to grasp them. Whoever retrieves a fragment of the transformation elixir shall be deemed fortunate. Should anyone obtain a fragment of the qi-nourishing elixir, do not lament your fate, Ye Feng stated calmly. This method seems fair and just, I agree. The citizen replied as he sat back down. After half an hour, Ye Feng turned to Chenin. Have you finished distributing them? A good inquiry. I have just completed the task. I have cut the elixirs into a total of 4,771 evenly sized pieces. After Chenin concluded his words, he poured all the fragments into a box. Everyone, why are you still dawdling? Form a line and prepare to reach in. Let us see who has the worst luck. I'll go first. With that, Ye Feng plunged his hand into the box and began to rummage through the contents. Although he had already attained the true martial realm and possessed the ability of spiritual perception, along with a keen sense of smell, he chose to rely solely on chance. Among compatriots, resorting to petty tricks would reflect poorly on one's character. Naturally, if faced with outsiders, Ye Feng would not adhere to such decorum. Moments later, he retrieved a fragment from within. Damn, it's actually a fragment of the qi-nourishing pill. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he begrudgingly swallowed the fragment. Ha! Watch me. Chenin thrust his hand into the box, pulling out a fragment of the qi-nourishing pill into his palm. Damn, his expression soured. Yet he too swallowed the fragment. Let me try. Yi Xing reached in and similarly extracted a fragment of the qi-nourishing pill. Mimicking his father Ye Feng's earlier exclamation, damn, it's actually a fragment of the qi-nourishing pill. Duoyan Hena also managed to grasp a fragment of the qi-nourishing pill. However, Ding Tuanshuan was fortunate enough to retrieve a fragment of the cultivation pill, a notch above the qi-nourishing pill. The other citizens immediately buzzed with excitement, uttering fervent prayers. Oh God, grant me a fragment of the transformation pill. Damn, it's just the qi-nourishing pill. Laughter echoed through the assembly hall, alternating with sighs and occasional exclamations of frustration. Yet, all were in the same boat, relying solely on luck, and no one overturned the table. After all, Ye Feng had only managed to grasp a fragment of the qi-nourishing pill. What more could they say? An entire hour passed before the fragments of the pills were fully distributed. All right, everyone. Return to your meditation and refine the medicinal power of these fragments. Just as Ye Feng finished speaking, a strength practitioner immediately sat down on the spot, white smoke billowing from his head. In no time, he ascended to the realm of Strength King. Haha, wow, I am now a Strength King. Back in my former tribe, I could never have hoped to reach this level, but here on Hot Springs Island, I've become a Strength King in an instant. I am invincible. The others looked on with envy. At that moment, a newly minted Strength King's expression suddenly changed, and he too sat cross-legged on the ground. White smoke erupted from his head, and with a crack, he upgraded from a 9th-grade Strength King to a 1st-grade Strength Emperor. I did it. I succeeded. Ha ha. 6 months ago, when I first became a citizen, I was merely a 6th-grade Strength King, and now I am a 1st-grade Strength Emperor. Hot Springs Island is magnificent. Long live Hot Springs Island. Long live Brother Feng. Overwhelmed with joy, the newly ascended Strength Emperor lost control and stripped naked, running around the assembly hall, drawing astonished gazes from the crowd. Being a citizen is incredible. It's simply extraordinary. The benefits of Hot Springs Island were truly remarkable. A throng of individuals returned home, eager to consume their fragments and collectively upgrade. Unlike the higher-ups who swallowed their fragments immediately, they opted to wait until they were back home to indulge. That night was destined to be one of sleepless anticipation. Cheers erupted from households in succession. Almost all of the strength masters had achieved promotion. After all, the lowest tier elixirs assigned this time were qi-enhancing pills, capable of effortlessly elevating a strength master's rank. However, those fortunate enough to receive fragments of the cultivation pill experienced a different fate. Even those at the King of Strength level had ascended by at least 2 tiers. As for those who obtained fragments of the transformation pill, their advancement was even more pronounced. Boom. A wooden cabin was sent flying by an overwhelming aura. Moments later, dark clouds churned in the sky, with golden lightning flickering ominously within. Ye Feng and others rushed out of their homes, gazing in astonishment at the spectacle. Whose family is advancing to the true martial realm? Ye Feng inquired. It seems to be the Atair family. When he became a citizen, he was already a 6th-tier Strength Emperor. Within 6 months, he has risen to an 8th-tier Strength Emperor. Given the current situation, he must have acquired a transformation pill fragment and is now striving for the true martial realm, Chunin said, his face filled with envy. The true martial realm? Ha ha. I never imagined that a second true martial realm expert would emerge among the citizens of Hot Spring Island. Splendid, Ye Feng exclaimed, swiftly making his way to the Atair residence to assist in safeguarding. After a while, 5 bolts of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking the figure at the center with searing force. When the 6th bolt fell, Ye Feng was compelled to intervene and provide protection. It wasn't until the following morning that the golden lightning ceased. Atair sat cross-legged in a large pit, entering a meditative state. Do not disturb him. He is consolidating his realm, Ye Feng remarked, also settling into a cross-legged position beside Atair. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 days and nights, a charred Atair finally opened his eyes. Brother Feng, thank you for your protection. Without you, the 6th heavenly thunder would have turned me to ashes, Atair said, approaching Ye Feng for a bear hug. Release me. Have you bathed? This garment is quite costly, Ye Feng exclaimed, shoving him away. Ha ha ha. No worries, I'll compensate. Go take a bath. After you're clean, I shall appoint you as the Vice Marshal of North Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng declared. Yes, Brother Feng, Atair replied. Bowing respectfully, Chunin hurried over, scrutinizing Atair from head to toe. Excellent, splendid. As the Grand Marshal of North Hot Spring Island, I can now command you. A true martial realm expert, Chunin said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 1092. You may retire for the time being then. Atair's wife approached. Atair, I am proud of you. Daddy, you are my pride. Their family embraced joyfully. Others soon joined in to congratulate them. Another true martial realm expert had emerged from North Hot Spring Island, bringing glory to all. Ye Feng surveyed the citizens, noting that nearly all strength masters had advanced. Among the previous 4,000 citizens, over 3,000 were strength masters. Now, however, the number had dwindled to fewer than 500. Most of them had consumed the elixir fragments while still at the 1st-tier strength master level, thus failing to ascend to the King of Strength rank. In contrast, Over 4,000 individuals had now risen to the king of strength level or above. The royal class has increased by over 80 individuals. Consequently, the overall strength of North Hot Spring Island now surpasses that of South Hot Spring Island. After all, South Hot Spring Island lacks such a plethora of high-grade elixirs. Most of its inhabitants are still consuming crystal pills. A group of people exchanged congratulatory remarks, their faces radiant with joy. Fellow citizens, once the bank acquires a sufficient quantity of high-grade elixirs, I shall dispatch them back to South Hot Spring Island. We are all citizens and must not show favoritism. Is there any objection? Ye Feng inquired loudly. No objections. The compatriots of South Hot Spring Island should also receive their share. Our rapid advancement may inadvertently attract inner demons. Someone affirmed. Indeed, we are all kin, and it is only natural for Feng Ge to do so. Feng Ge, I love you. A shiver ran down Ye Feng's spine. Save your affection for your wife. I have no inclination towards men. Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted as he slowly approached the southern light curtain, casting his gaze into the distance. Feng Ge, what is the matter? Chenin asked. As soon as he spoke, a vast convoy emerged through the swirling snow. Each sand vehicle bore a flag emblazoned with the golden character for maple. No, it can't be that Zaha has returned, can it? Susan exclaimed excitedly. Of course, Zaha has returned. Ye Feng rejoiced. In a matter of moments. The convoy was merely 2,000 meters from the light curtain of North Hot Spring Island. The disaster-stricken populace hurriedly gathered around, extending their hands in supplication towards those on the sand vehicles. The hatch of one vehicle opened, revealing Zaha, who had been absent for over 2 months. Feng Ge, I'm back, ha ha ha, he shouted. Just then, 2 members of the county lord's mansion obstructed the convoy's path. Esteemed lords of the Purple Guards, we have already conferred with Lord Li. Should you dare to impede us, be wary of the consequences from the Lord. Ye Feng coldly declared. The 2 Purple Guards exchanged uneasy glances, clearly dissatisfied. They had heard of how Ziyun perished at Ye Feng's hands, and were eager for retribution for their fallen comrade. Let them pass. A voice echoed from several kilometers away. It was Yu Feihong's voice. The 2 Purple Guards exchanged glances once more and finally stepped aside. 88 sand vehicles finally entered Hot Spring Island. Brothers, Ye Feng and Chun and rushed forward, embracing Zaha and the others, expressing their longing for one another. Feng. At that moment, a figure emerged from one of the sand vehicles, skin a shade of iron blue. It was Long Wu. Wu Ge. Ye Feng embraced the Dragon King. Feng. Long Wu could only utter that single word. Wu Ge. No need for words. Soon, I shall attempt the revitalizing pill, allowing you to regain your full memory. Ye Feng patted Long Wu's shoulder and opened one of the sand vehicles. Inside lay an abundance of packages. Feng Ge. The packages contained the latest generation of pest control medicine, sent by the director of the Hot Spring Hospital. What was his name again? Let me check my notes. Oh, it's Director Hao Yue who instructed me to deliver these, Zaha explained. Excellent. North Hot Spring Island is in dire need of these supplies. What else is in the other sand carts? Ye Feng inquired. Ah, yes. There is the latest generation of deworming medication formula sent by Dean Hao Yue. From now on, we at North Hot Spring Island will be able to produce our own deworming medicine, Cheng Gong replied. Additionally, there are some advanced instruments, such as this, he continued, presenting a microscope. I have examined it. It can make even the finest hairs visible. Zaha then revealed a large package, which contained a microscope. Upon a brief inspection, Ye Feng noted that the magnification power was rather ordinary, at least by the standards of their civilized society. Yet, on this deserted island, such a microscope was nothing short of extraordinary. This one is meant for my apprentice, Bai Xiang, to study intricate matters, Zaha elaborated. Very well. What else is loaded in the other sand carts? Ye Feng asked again. Brother Feng, there is a plethora of items. It is best if you take a look yourself. Zaha scratched his head, finding it cumbersome to remember the names of some instruments he had never encountered before. If it were place names, with his memory, he could effortlessly recall 1,000 of them. When Ye Feng opened the 10th sand cart, a slight frown creased his brow. Inside lay 3 bags containing corpses. Bring them back to my training room, Ye Feng commanded. Immediately, 6 individuals approached to transport the 3 bodies away. Ye Feng turned his gaze towards the other sand carts. Sister-in-law, have you arrived? From the rear of the last sand cart, the manhole cover opened, and Bo Kachin emerged first, followed by 2 Lele. The mother and son clasped hands as they walked towards Ye Feng. Sister-in-law, Lele, You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, I will conduct a ceremony for Tu Ba and the others, and then I will attempt to use the returning yang pill to revive them, Ye Feng stated gravely. Bo Kachin's face bore no trace of a smile as she gently nodded. Tu Lele shared a similar expression, her face devoid of joy. Although she was already 8 years old, a girl of her age should typically radiate laughter and cheer. However, it was evident that her mother's demeanor had cast a shadow over her spirit. Lele, dear, come here for a hug. Ye Feng opened his arms. He had witnessed Tu Lele's birth and was astonished to see how much she had grown. Tu Lele shook her head and hid behind her mother. Ye Feng awkwardly retracted his arms. Sister-in-law, then, please go rest for now. Susan, arrange accommodations for them, Ye Feng instructed. That night, Ye Feng entered Long Wu's room with a returning yang pill in hand. Outside the room stood Susan, Chunan, Duoyan Hena, Ding Tuan Tuan, and others. They were among the earliest acquaintances of Long Wu, eager to witness his recovery of memory firsthand. Feng. Long Wu looked at Ye Feng, a hint of a smile breaking through his rigid expression. Brother Wu, open your mouth, Ye Feng urged, pulling out a returning yang pill from his waist pouch. He currently possessed 5 such pills, which should suffice. Long Wu nodded, opening his mouth wide. Ye Feng could faintly see his 2 fangs. Brother Wu, I am going to feed you the returning yang pill. You must swallow it, he said. After speaking, he flicked his fingers, and the rejuvenation pill swiftly vanished into Long Wu's mouth. Chapter 1093. The effects are remarkably potent. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and Susan, Chunin, and others squeezed in, their eyes fixed intently on Long Wu. At the back of the crowd stood Duoyan Hena. It was she who had initially transformed Long Wu into the vengeful king, so her presence here could prove beneficial. A thunderous roar erupted from Long Wu's lips. In the next moment, his body arched, his eyes gleaming with a bloody hue. Ye Feng stepped forward anxiously, his gaze locked on Long Wu. Continuous roars reverberated through the skies above by Wenquan Island. Time passed, and eventually, Long Wu collapsed onto the bed, his eyes tightly shut, succumbing to unconsciousness. You all should rest. I will keep watch over Brother Wu alone, Ye Feng declared, tucking the blanket around Long Wu. His skin remained a deathly blue, resembling that of a corpse. Yet the ferocity on his face had diminished significantly. No, we will stay here with you, Susan replied, seating herself beside him. The others, initially inclined to leave, felt compelled to join Susan in keeping vigil around Long Wu. Time slipped away, and soon it was the following morning. Ye Feng keenly noticed that Long Wu's abdomen was rising and falling, as if he had regained the ability to breathe like a human. This brought him a surge of joy. Brother Wu, perhaps you really can recover your memories. He turned to Susan and the others. Let us hope so, Susan nodded. At that moment, Duoyan Hena stepped forward, extending her finger to gently tap Long Wu's forehead. A blood-red worm wriggled out from Long Wu's nostril. This is the vengeful king's parasite. I will extract it now. It may hasten his recovery of memories, Duoyan Hena explained. The others gasped in shock, recalling their experiences under Duoyan Hena's curse. The sight of that worm was utterly revolting. Long Wu's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Ye Feng's anxious face. Feng, Ye Feng, brother, Long Wu's voice was hoarse, as if he were a creature that had not spoken for decades. Brother Wu, Ye Feng exclaimed in overwhelming joy, nearly moved to tears. Long Wu's gaze shifted downward, landing on another person. Chunin, it's you. Long time no see. Brother Wu, I can't believe you still remember me. I'm so touched. Chunin burst into tears. With a swift motion, Ding Tuanchuan slapped him to the ground. Crying all the time like a girl, she scolded before turning to Long Wu. Brother Wu, do you remember me? You taught me about firearms. Of course, little Tuanchuan, Feng's little shadow. But you have grown up now. A stiff smile crossed the Dragon King's face. Just remember me. Take another look at her, Ding Tuanchuan said, pointing to Susan. Susan. I don't have a particularly deep impression, but there's also Su Yun. By the way, where is Sister Su Yun? Long Wu spoke as she gracefully sat up from the bed. She found herself on the enchanting South Hot Spring Island. Susan, wearing a discontented expression, lamented her sense of insignificance. Long Wu shifted her gaze to the last individual present. Master. Oh no, Duoyan Hena. You are the one who transformed me into a vengeful spirit. I remember it vividly. Fear flickered in Long Wu's eyes as she regarded Duoyan Hena. Duoyan Hena merely nodded lightly, for her power was formidable, leaving Long Wu with an innate sense of dread lingering in her mind. Ye Feng suddenly observed Long Wu's ashen complexion. While her gaze had regained its humanity, her skin remained pallid. "Brother Wu, do you feel cold now?" Ye Feng inquired. "It seems I do not feel cold," Long Wu replied, touching her skin with a lack of sensation. "Not feeling cold. That indicates your skin has become numb. Step outside the barrier and experience the temperature. It will help your body regain the sensitivity of a normal person." Ye Feng instructed as he assisted Long Wu to her feet. "Brother Feng, I am not weak. I do not require your support," Long Wu asserted, standing and following the group to the edge of the barrier. In the next moment, she stood bare in the frigid expanse. Ye Feng quickly focused on Long Wu's expression, which bore no signs of discomfort, mirroring her demeanor within the barrier. "Brother Wu, try applying snow to your skin," Ye Feng urged. "All right, I will," Long Wu replied, rubbing the snow against her skin without so much as a frown. "Come back inside." Ye Feng's expression darkened. If Long Wu's skin was impervious to the cold, it implied that her sensitivity in other areas was compromised, which could hinder her ability to procreate in the future. Chunin leaped forward, wrapping Long Wu in a warm embrace. "Ha! Brother Wu, your physique is perfectly suited for life in an icy era. I envy you for your resilience to the cold." Chunin exclaimed, "Cease your chatter. My goal is to restore Brother Wu to a normal state, not to transform him into a monster, understood?" Ye Feng could not help but reprimand. "Very well, I was hasty." Chunin retreated to the side. "Hena, is there a way to restore Brother Wu's skin to that of a normal person?" Ye Feng inquired. "I fear not, perhaps with the passage of time. A gradual recovery may occur, but immediate restoration is unlikely." Duoyan Hena shook her head. "Alas, then it must be as it is, for I have matters to attend to." Ye Feng concluded, pocketing the remaining 4 resurrection pills and proceeding to Bo Kachin's quarters. Bo Kachin sat beside Tu Lele, next to the lifeless body of Tu Ba. Upon Ye Feng's entrance, she did not rise to greet him, seemingly numbed by the circumstances. "Sister-in-law, I am about to commence the resurrection of Brother Tu Ba," Ye Feng announced, pulling back the shroud. Inside, Tu Ba's face had grotesquely contorted, and his body had expanded. Bo Kachin quickly shielded Tu Lele's eyes. "Chunin, bring me a kettle of boiling water to dissolve the resurrection pills into a paste." On it. Moments later, Ye Feng placed the resurrection pills into the boiling water, stirring with his fingers to ensure it reached a paste-like consistency. "Assist me in prying open Tu Ba's mouth," Ye Feng commanded. "How revolting." Chunin wore a pained expression as he grasped Tuba's chin. The liquid was poured into Tuba's mouth, yet it dribbled from the corners. The corpse lacked the ability to swallow. Ye Feng, in desperation, resorted to a more forceful method, gripping Tuba's neck. In just a short while, Tuba's face began to contort. Once deformed, it seemed to revert to a semblance of normalcy. Truly, the efficacy of the resurrection pill was remarkable. After another half an hour, Tuba's head and neck returned to the state of a normal human being. However, the restorative properties of the pill could not permeate his abdomen, arms, and thighs. Chapter 1094. Greasier than him. Chunin, prepare a wooden barrel filled with hot water, Ye Feng instructed. "What are you planning to do?" "Just do as I say." Ye Feng replied impatiently. "Understood." The wooden barrel was placed in the cabin, and Ye Feng tossed 2 resurrection pills into it, stirring with a wooden stick. Still uneasy, he took out a dagger and made numerous incisions on Tuba's arms, chest, abdomen, and thighs, ensuring the restorative water could seep into Tuba's body. "All right, Chunin, lift Tuba into the barrel, submerging everything below his neck," Ye Feng commanded. "Why don't you do it? Hurry." "I refuse." Chunin fled the cabin in a panic. Ye Feng, resigned, personally lifted Tuba into the barrel. The wounds inflicted by the dagger visibly healed under the nourishing properties of the resurrection water. Simultaneously, the lower half of his body regained its normal flexibility, and the once gigantic corpse shrank to that of an ordinary person. To the casual observer, it appeared as though Long Wu had not perished. The sole complication was that his eyes remained tightly shut, as if he were in a deep slumber. "Brother Feng, don't exert yourself. Even if you restore his physical form, what about his soul?" Bo Qinshin shook her head, her expression devoid of excitement, replaced instead by horror at Tuba's state. With a determined grit of his teeth, Ye Feng retrieved another resurrection pill. Now he possessed only 2. This time, he pried open Tuba's mouth and directly inserted the entire pill. With Tuba's bodily functions restored to that of a normal human, the pill smoothly descended into his throat, and rolled into his stomach. Ye Feng waited anxiously for 20 minutes. Yet, Tuba remained utterly still. Stop. Do not waste your pills any further. It is futile. After so many years, how could he possibly revive? You may restore his body, but what of his soul? Bo Qianxin reiterated, shaking her head. Ye Feng let out a long sigh, deeply frustrated. Perhaps relying solely on the resurrection pill was insufficient for Tuba's revival. If only he could find a pill capable of summoning souls, in conjunction with the resurrection pill, it might allow Tuba to truly come back to life. Someone, preserve Tuba's body carefully. Our resources are collecting across the entire Xingming continent, and one day we will uncover a pill or secret technique related to soul summoning. I refuse to believe otherwise, Ye Feng declared before striding out of Tuba's wooden cabin. As for Yang Li and Gaetian, Ye Feng need not make any attempts. Their demise coincided with that of Tuba. Relying solely on the resurrection pill would undoubtedly prove insufficient. A simultaneous restoration of both the physical body and the soul is imperative for true resurrection. Exiting Tuba's chamber, Ye Feng lifted his gaze to the heavens. It has been nearly a decade since he arrived on this desolate island. He has transformed from an inexperienced youth into a strikingly charismatic and mature gentleman. Yet his appearance remains akin to that of a man in his early 20s. The hot spring coin has begun to sweep across the globe, and it is only a matter of time before it reaches the state capital and the capital of Black Mountain Nation. When that time comes, powerful individuals will undoubtedly converge, and the divine spear's restrictions may be sufficient to contend with state-level experts. However, should the capital of Black Mountain Nation take notice, it is highly likely that experts of the void refining and spirit division realms will emerge. Perhaps the divine spear's constraints can withstand the void refining experts, but they would certainly prove inadequate against those of the spirit division realm. Thus, he must now prepare for the future. It is essential to locate a more formidable formation or to elevate the divine spear formation's power to its utmost potential. Although the divine spear has been wielded by a being of divine realm strength, it only bears the lingering aura of such power, which will gradually diminish over time. Contemplating this, Ye Feng approached the luminous barrier, intending to summon the higher-ups from the 4 major sects and the royal palace to inquire whether there exists a supreme formation in the starry dream continent, for which he is willing to barter anything. With the strongest formation, at the very least, the hot spring island would remain invincible. Otherwise, some domineering experts might subdue Hot Spring Island, compelling it to serve as their alchemical slaves, endlessly refining elixirs for them. Just then, a sound like a whiz echoed through the sky, as if something had flown past. Ye Feng peered upward at the gray-white sky, which was marked only by a trail of smoke. What could it be? The others were equally startled, gathering before Ye Feng to gaze up at the heavens. Whoosh! Another sharp sound of something slicing through the air resounded. Am I seeing things? Is there really a bird that can fly in the sky? Shunan exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, Zaha stepped forward. Generalin, that is not a bird. I encountered that contraption during my visit to South Hot Spring Island. It is a flying chicken invented by engineer Chang, Zaha explained. A flying machine? Ye Feng hastily seized a pair of binoculars. Whoosh! Another sound of something rushing through the air emerged, revealing a flat, flying craft above. Whoosh! The frequency of the aircraft soaring over Hot Spring Island increased. Yet it refused to land. Who is piloting this aircraft? Are they intentionally flaunting it before us? Bai Xiang remarked, displeased. Ye Feng squinted, suddenly enlightened. I understand now. The pilot is attempting to land, but the aircraft's speed is too rapid, and there is no suitable runway. Quickly, outside the luminous barrier, clear a runway. A group of individuals rushed out, shouting as they prepared to clear a path, when a whoosh echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. A series of ice houses were demolished in a cascade of destruction. At last, the flat aircraft collided with the protective barrier of the Yunu sect, coming to a halt. Even so, the craft was left in a deplorable state, emitting plumes of black smoke from its rear. Quickly, help the pilot. He may still be alive. Ye Feng rushed towards the aircraft's entrance, forcing it open with great effort. However, the interior was utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Brother Feng, I'm up here. I'm in the sky, came the voice of Cheng Li Bin from above. The crowd quickly looked up to see 2 parachutes swaying gently as they descended. One of them was indeed Cheng Li Bin, who was waving enthusiastically at Ye Feng. Old Cheng, you rascal, I've missed you dearly. Brother Feng, I've missed you too. That's why I rushed to Baiquan Island as soon as I developed something that could fly, but I still haven't resolved the landing issue. Each time I land, I have to sacrifice a plane and use a parachute to escape, Chung Li Bin explained as he finally touched down on the ground. With a rush, a group of people surged forward, enveloping Chung Li Bin in a flurry of embraces. Old Chung, I love you, Chenin declared with heartfelt sincerity. Chenin, I love you too, Chung Li Bin replied. Chenin had initially intended to tease Chung Li Bin, only to find that Chung was even more endearing than he anticipated. Old Chung, sacrificing a plane each time you land is quite costly, isn't it? Ye Feng remarked, glancing at the distant flat aircraft with a hint of sorrow. Chapter 1095. Sensing trouble, he was perceptive. Given the aircraft's speed and design, each unit likely cost at least several billion. Brother Feng, it's all right. After all, we aren't using our citizens' labor for constructing these planes. It's the labor of over 100 million disaster victims. 98% of the components are manufactured at external facilities. We merely need to collect all the parts for assembly and incorporate the core secrets, Chung Li Bin chuckled. While that was true, the loss of a plane each time was painfully disheartening. The landing issue needed to be addressed. After speaking, Ye Feng gently caressed the aircraft's exterior. Can this shell withstand a strike from a true martial realm expert? He inquired. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. Now that you've reached the true martial realm, do you think your insight can predict the aircraft's speed? Chung Li Bin teased. It seems not. I didn't even register its movement before it zipped past. Ye Feng shook his head. Precisely. On board, I've also equipped a new model of dumb bombs, crafted from the latest iron material, capable of easily penetrating a meter-thick Nanjing steel plate, far superior in penetrating power compared to the original bombs used by Chenin. Chung Li Bin explained, opening the bomb bay to reveal a series of finger-sized bombs before Ye Feng. Much like the previous version, the only difference was the significant increase in weight, with the sharp points appearing dark blue, indicating a hardness far surpassing that of ordinary iron. Naturally, compared to iridium, it still fell short. And this young man? Who is he? Ye Feng turned his attention to the other young parachutist. Don't you recognize him? He is my son. Now 11 years old, Chung Li Bin replied with a smile. At the tender age of 11, Ye Feng regarded the stout figure before him. Brother Feng, we have been on this deserted island for 12 years. As one of the first generation, my son naturally grew up faster. Especially since he consumes crystal pills like candy and feasts on ample fish and meat to nourish his body. It is quite normal for him to grow quicker than the average child, Chung Li Bin explained, affectionately ruffling the young man's hair. Call him Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi. Ah, yes. Yes, my dear nephew. I shall reward you with a red envelope later. Ye Feng found it somewhat difficult to reconcile the young man, who stood nearly at his height, with his youthful voice that still retained a hint of naivety. Come, let us return home. Chenin, have someone retrieve the remnants of that aircraft and bring it back within the light barrier. Remember, leave not a single screw for the outsiders. These are core secrets. Ye Feng instructed. Why must it be me? Chenin protested, visibly displeased. That evening, a grand banquet was held on Hot Spring Island to welcome Chung Li Bin and his son, along with Bo Kachin and others. Outside the light barrier of Hot Spring Island, the world lay in a frigid grip, and the displaced people shivered within their icy shelters, casting envious glances towards the brightly lit North Hot Spring Island. I am so hungry. How I wish I could enter the light barrier, one lamented. I am not hungry, just exceedingly cold. It is too frigid to sleep at night. I can only rest during the day. Outside the barrier, two powerful individuals huddled together, utilizing each other's body heat for warmth. As for those who came from Star Main Continent, they were not overly affected by the cold. Their strength was formidable, and they had also brought small formations to inhabit the relatively tempered environment within the light barrier. As the banquet progressed, Ye Feng summoned all the high-ranking officials to his side. Ladies and gentlemen, the reputation of Hot Spring Island has already been established. In the future, hot spring currency will dominate the entirety of Star Main Continent, Ye Feng stated with an impassive expression. Long live Brother Feng. Brother Feng is incredible. Hot spring currency is supreme. It is robust. It is remarkable. I adore Hot Spring Island. From now on, we shall become the overlords of Star Main Continent. The crowd erupted in excitement. Ye Feng sighed and pressed his hands down to calm the exuberance. Do not rejoice too soon. The reason we are still able to trade with those formidable outsiders is due to the sword formation left by the spear deity as our foundation. If one day a demigod were to arrive, a single punch could shatter our sword formation. Do you believe he would still acknowledge hot spring currency? I fear that if he were displeased, he might capture us to serve as alchemical slaves, endlessly refining pills for him, Ye Feng said solemnly. It is all right, Brother Feng. When that time comes, we will reveal the truth to him, that only you possess the ability to refine pills, and thus we will not become alchemical slaves. It will only be a slight inconvenience for you, Chunin reassured. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as a hand struck Chunin, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ding Tuanshuan withdrew her hand and remarked, Brother Yi, I believe we should strengthen the divine spear's restrictions. For this, we must enlist Sister Dian's assistance. She then turned to Duoyan Hena. There is no way to enhance the strength of the divine spear's restrictions. This is already the most potent restriction. Duoyan Hena shook her head. Then what shall we do? If we encounter a formidable adversary, the grand formation of our hot spring island will prove utterly inadequate, leaving us at their mercy. The enhancement of currency necessitates not only the corresponding items, but also formidable military might. Susan furrowed her brow. Let us proceed with this plan. From this moment onward, disseminate the information widely, urging them to traverse the entire Starming continent to assist us in gathering materials for the crafting of a super formation. One that can at least withstand the might of demigod-level beings, Ye Feng stated calmly. Are we relying on those individuals from the western Yin County outside the barrier? Chunin inquired. Correct. Tomorrow, we shall commence. I will summon individuals from the 4 major factions and the royal manor to convene outside the barrier for a meeting. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Brother Feng, are you out of your mind? What if the royal manor detains you? You have already killed the grandson of Li Huoling. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in dire straits, Chunin warned, his demeanor shifting from jest to urgency. Ye Feng was the very soul of Hot Spring Island. He must not come to harm. Though he often jested with Ye Feng, his true concern lay with him. Do not worry. Did we not just step outside the barrier to inspect Old Cheng's aircraft? Li Huoling refrained from attacking me, which indicates his ability to discern the situation. Moreover, as the temporary island master of North Hot Spring Island, if I succumb to fear for my life and lack a spirit of sacrifice, what grounds do we have for the strength of Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng articulated slowly. Applause erupted at the banquet. At dawn the following day, Ye Feng donned 5 layers of clothing, the outermost being a down jacket valued at 400,000 hot spring coins. A group escorted him to the barrier. A Feng, when conversing with Li Huoling, strive to be courteous. Although he can discern the situation, one must remember that when anger ignites, reason often dissipates. He could indeed take your life, Susan advised as she adjusted Ye Feng's scarf. Brother Feng, should you sense any danger, make a beeline for the interior of the barrier. I will cover you with all available weaponry, Chunin declared, his usual playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. I understand. Do not fret for me. Should I perish or be detained, Susan will assume the role of island master of North Hot Spring Island, continuing to lead our island, while simultaneously imposing an economic blockade on the royal prince's people, ceasing the provision of refined elixirs and pest control medicines. Ye Feng proclaimed before stepping beyond the barrier and into the frigid expanse. Chapter 1096. Will this be too difficult for you? This accursed weather grows increasingly frigid. Ye Feng tightened his coat. While such temperatures posed no threat to those at the true martial realm, they were nonetheless uncomfortable. After walking a mere few steps, he was confronted by a group of destitute individuals. Please, have mercy and provide us with some pest control medicine. I beg you. I do not wish to become a parasite. Island Master, grant us some pest control medicine, please. Ye Feng regarded the destitute crowd with a twinge of sorrow. Yet, for the sake of hot spring coins, he could not afford to show weakness. I am sorry, but you must find a way to earn hot spring coins. If you economize for a month, you should be able to procure the pest control medicine. Ye Feng assisted the individuals to their feet. Island Master, given our current situation, how can we possibly work? Moreover, the opportunities provided by Hot Spring Island are limited. Even the factories beyond the light curtain are selective in their hiring. Rest assured, within 3 days, Hot Spring Island will establish countless seawater purification plants, open to all who seek employment. I, Ye Feng, assure you of this, he declared. Upon hearing of the job prospects, the disaster victims returned to their ice shelters with a sense of satisfaction. As he walked another 100 meters, he encountered a settlement area. However, within this enclave, several bonfires burned, surrounded by victims shedding tears. It was evident that the infected individuals had perished. The victims could not afford the necessary medication and were forced to cremate their dead on the spot to prevent further contagion. Truly, what a tragedy. When Hot Spring Island ascends to dominance over the Star Main continent, such occurrences shall cease. Ye Feng mused to himself when suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in purple approached. A powerful aura enveloped him, nearly suffocating Ye Feng. Esteemed senior, I come to discuss important matters with the prince, not to cause trouble. Ye Feng clasped his hands respectfully. Humph. The purple-clad guard scrutinized Ye Feng before finally waving his hand. Follow me. The moment you stepped out of the light curtain, the prince's divine sense detected your presence. Ye Feng had no choice but to obediently follow behind, occasionally encountering beggars who would cling to him, only to be swiftly dispatched by the guard's gesture. After traversing 5,000 or 6,000 meters, a pale white light curtain came into view. Beyond it lay a sandy beach and a melting ocean. Li Huoling reclined on a lounge chair, luxuriating in the ministrations of 2 fruit maidens. To Ye Feng's surprise, He Qingji stood nearby, engaged in conversation with him. Enter. The guard commanded as he opened a gap in the light curtain, nudging Ye Feng forward. Do not lay hands on me, Ye Feng retorted angrily. He was about to meet Li Huoling and needed to assert his dominance. If he allowed the purple guard to bully him, he feared Li Huoling might take advantage of the situation. Seeking death? The guard fumed, preparing to act again. Enough, let him approach. Came Li Huoling's voice from the lounge chair. The guard squinted, then pushed Ye Feng forward, causing him to stumble slightly. Mr. Yi, it has been a while. He Qingji greeted him promptly. Li Huoling reclined on his chair, eyes half closed, aware that Ye Feng had ventured to seek him out, undoubtedly with a request in mind. In such a scenario, it was only fitting for Ye Feng to speak first, allowing Li Huoling to set a higher price, potentially extorting several 100 billion hot spring coins from him. Your Highness, Ye Feng began, but Li Huoling abruptly sat up, directing his gaze elsewhere. Fairy He, please attend to him. I must commence my cultivation for the next 3 hours, Li Huoling stated, disregarding Ye Feng as he made his way toward the adjacent ice shelter. Ye Feng scoffed quietly. It seemed Li Huoling was quite the proud individual. Nevertheless, negotiating with a beautiful woman was certainly preferable to dealing with an old man. Mr. Yi, may I inquire as to why you seek our prince? He Qingji asked politely, feigning unfamiliarity with Ye Feng. Should they appear too close, it might provoke Li Huoling's jealousy. Dear Fairy He, please summon all the notable figures from outside. Inform them that I have a significant business opportunity on Hot Spring Island, potentially involving a staggering sum of 700 billion hot spring coins, Ye Feng said gravely. Is it truly that much? Mr. Yi, you cannot be serious, He Qingji exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Just a few months prior, no amount of hot spring coins would have swayed her. However, the situation has changed. Hot spring coins can now be refined into elixirs or used to purchase pest control medicine, rendering them exceedingly valuable. I assure you, I am not jesting. Please, Fairy He, proceed to gather them at once, Ye Feng insisted with a solemn demeanor. Yet, He Qingji, her eyes darting about, remained unmoved. What is it? Is Fairy He reluctant to assist? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Of course, I wish to help, Mr. Yi. May I take full responsibility for this colossal project? You need only liaise with me. There is no need to engage with those outside, she proposed eagerly. After all, 7 counties have gathered in this desert. Some possess peculiar tempers, others are irritable, and some have unpredictable personalities. I fear you may find it challenging to manage them. He Qingji gazed at Ye Feng with anticipation. Securing this 700 billion project, even if it passed through her hands briefly, would bestow upon her unimaginable wealth. The scale of this project is immense. Do you comprehend what I require? I fear you may not be able to handle it, Ye Feng lamented. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, entrust everything to me. I will issue the necessary commands for them to gather your required materials. The connection between hot spring coins and refined elixirs will facilitate the collection of anything, He Qingji asserted earnestly. Ye Feng stroked his chin, sensing that He Qingji might not be capable of managing the task. Even the formidable Li Huoling might struggle. Please, Mr. Yi, clearly indicate your needs. I am willing to pay any price to take charge of this endeavor, He Qingji declared, a glimmer of allure flashing in her eyes. She had already witnessed Ye Feng's immense stature. It would be advantageous to bribe him while indulging herself, a trifecta of benefits. Let me briefly outline my requirements. I need to gather materials to forge a protective formation for our clan, Ye Feng revealed. A protective formation? That is simple enough. I can provide you with a set. If necessary, I can even offer my sex protective formation from the Western County, He Qingji exhaled, relieved. thinking it was not a monumental task. Allow me to finish. The protective formation I intend to forge must be capable of withstanding a peak demigod. Ye Feng dropped a bombshell. What? He Qingji was left speechless. While there are 3 realms above demigod, in strict terms, demigod represents the apex of strength on the Star Misty continent. A formation capable of resisting a demigod is utterly outrageous. Why the silence? Is this too much to ask? Ye Feng scrutinized He Qingji's eyes intently. Permit me a moment to ponder, He Qingji responded, beginning to pace within the light screen, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 1097. All can be casually wasted 700 quintillion spring coins. This task she must undertake. Otherwise, the purification of elixirs will become a significant inconvenience. In theory, the more advanced materials used in crafting formations, the greater the formation's power. However, to construct a formation capable of withstanding a demigod's might, it is likely that we cannot gather the necessary components within the entirety of the Black Mountain Kingdom. We must seek materials across the entire starry continent. Moreover, it would require the simultaneous efforts of at least hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of cultivators to amass such quantities of materials, He explained. That is of no concern. I have ample funds. Let them gather together. Ye Feng responded nonchalantly. After all, spring coins can be printed at will. Mr. Yi, you misunderstand my point. If we truly venture to collect materials across the continent that can withstand demigod-level assaults, do you believe those demigods will remain idle? The formation you intend to craft is specifically designed to counter those ancient beings. Perhaps, just as you've gathered half the materials, a clone of theirs might appear and obliterate your spring island with a mere strike, He cautioned. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He was, after all, still too young and lacked the foresight and comprehensive consideration that He possessed. Fairy He, do you have an alternative solution? Ye Feng humbly inquired. There is a method. But when collecting materials, you must not disclose that they are for crafting a grand formation. Instead, you may claim they are for other purposes, such as refining magical artifacts. Additionally, do not issue a single bounty. It should be released in batches. This way, those ancient beings will not come to trouble you, He suggested. Excellent. Fairy He, I have made up my mind. I will entrust this matter entirely to your divine women's sect. Upon my return to Spring Island, I shall allocate the first tranche of funds, 500 billion, Ye Feng declared. Agreed, Mr. Yi. Would you care to join me in my light screen for a moment? Perhaps share a cup of tea? He said, a sly smile playing on her lips as her gaze subtly assessed Ye Feng's attire. This, Ye Feng, seasoned in the ways of romance, grasped He's implication. However, his injuries had yet to fully heal, making physical exertion ill-advised. Regrettably, he thought he would have to disappoint her gracious intentions, perhaps on another day. With that, Ye Feng turned and exited the light screen, hands clasped behind his back. Just then, Li Huoling emerged from the ice chamber. He had not been cultivating. Rather, he had been observing the two. Ye Feng, what brings you to me? Li Huoling inquired coolly. Haha, nothing of concern. You may inquire with Fairy He. She is to be one of the representatives of my Spring Island henceforth. With that, he departed the light screen, making his way towards Spring Island. Li Huoling suddenly directed his gaze toward He. Your Highness, do not misunderstand. I have not reached any agreement with Ye Feng. The matter is as follows. I kindly request that you, in your capacity as Duke, summon the various sect leaders nearby. We need to convene a meeting, He said cautiously. Upon Ye Feng's return to Spring Island, he found himself with little to occupy his time. He adhered to a strict 8-hour work schedule, and once those hours were over, he cared not, even if the heavens were to fall. Days swiftly passed, and before long, a week had elapsed. Cheng Li Bin and Bai Xiang, accompanied by a group of engineers and technicians, emerged from the luminescent curtain and commenced a significant recruitment drive. The Hot Spring Munitions Factory sought to employ 10 million individuals, dedicated solely to the filtration of seawater, offering a monthly salary of 600 hot spring coins. In no time at all, the recruitment office was besieged by a queue of 40 long lines. Chunan exchanged a knowing glance with the CEO of the Sand Sea Security Company, who instantly grasped the situation. Within moments, thousands of security personnel were dispatched to maintain order and prevent any instances of queue jumping. Ye Feng reclined languidly in his chair, gazing idly outside. Through the icy expanse, several figures approached, led by He Qingji, flanked by Li Huoling, Yu Feihong, and several other adept practitioners of the transformation realm. Mr. Yi, everything has been arranged. Could you please transfer the initial sum? He Qingji inquired. No problem. Head over to the adjacent hot spring bank. Wang Jihe will personally attend to you. Ye Feng gestured nonchalantly to the side. Understood, Mr. Yi, He Qingji replied, her expression brimming with excitement. 500 billion hot spring coins. Just imagine how many transformation elixirs that could purify. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Ye Feng straightened in his seat, alert. The sound returned in a swift arc ha-ha-ha. A plane. A plane. Feng Gu, it must be another aircraft from South Hot Spring Island. Chunin shouted joyously, tears streaming down his face. He reminisced about their struggles for sustenance upon first arriving on the desolate island. Yet, 12 years later, they had the capability to manufacture aircraft. After several aerial passes, the plane descended with alarming speed, hurtling towards the ground. Cheng Li Bin, busy jotting down notes below, immediately took flight in the opposite direction. Clear the way, the plane is landing, he shouted. With a thunderous crash, flames erupted into the sky, and the icy terrain was gouged into a massive crater. After a brief interval of 5 or 6 minutes, 2 parachutes fluttered down to the ground. Ye Feng stepped out from the luminescent curtain to greet them. The aircraft, though remarkably swift, had yet to achieve a safe landing. Each descent resulted in the loss of a plane. Once the 2 pilots touched down, they began to gather their parachutes. Ye Feng scrutinized their faces, finding them somewhat familiar, yet their names eluded him. Cheng Li Bin, however, appeared well acquainted with them, embracing them warmly. Feng Gu, Feng Gu. The 2 young men greeted Ye Feng with a bow. So, is South Hot Spring Island truly prosperous enough to waste planes? Ye Feng inquired. Ha. South Hot Spring Island is flourishing. The island master, Helixuan, is constantly contemplating how to spend money. One of the pilots replied. Well then, how many planes does South Hot Spring Island possess at present? Ye Feng asked. Approximately 40, and the production line for aircraft has been established. In times of war, if all workers exert their utmost effort, we could produce 30 planes in a single day. However, Wang Jihe mentioned that there is no need for such a large quantity at the moment, as the pace of technological advancement is rapid. Planes manufactured a month ago may be rendered obsolete within the same time frame. Thus, these planes can be freely squandered, the other pilot added. Good, ha. Ye Feng patted the shoulders of the 2 individuals. Brother Feng, do you still remember me? When I was studying at Hot Spring School, you came to inspect us once. I have since graduated from Hot Spring University, the pilot suddenly remarked. Oh, I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Our Hot Spring University is now capable of supplying talent to various factories. Keep up the good work, young man, Ye Feng replied with a sense of relief. What brings you both to North Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng inquired. Well, it's about Master Shi. He has fallen gravely ill, the pilot stated, causing Ye Feng's expression to darken. Shi Zhengliang is unwell. Master Shi should be a powerful figure by now. How could he fall ill? Ye Feng pressed further. I cannot say for certain, but ever since the temperature dropped, it seems our bodies have undergone some changes, with our metabolism accelerating significantly, the pilot explained. Listening intently to the pilot's words, Ye Feng fell into contemplation. It appeared that the claims made by those from the Star Mong continent were indeed accurate. With the instability of the Gale Wind Zone, their vast desert had become interconnected with the Star Mong continent. This meant their lifespans would considerably shorten, yet they now possessed the hope of advancing to higher levels. In contrast to the fantasy novels he had previously read, where places rich in spiritual energy extended human lifespans but hindered progress, this reality dictated that the more abundant the spiritual energy, the shorter one's lifespan became. While the potential for cultivation rose, now that the Gale Wind Zone had loosened, the dense spiritual energy from the Star Mong continent had infused the vast desert, resulting in the indigenous people of the desert facing significantly reduced lifespans, yet with a marked increase in their cultivation speed. Chunin summoned Susan and Ding Tuanshuan. I suspect Master Shi's illness is due to his lifespan nearing its end, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the outer screen was filled with the senior members of North Hot Spring Island. Upon hearing of Shi Zhengliang's illness, each wore a somber expression. Brother Yi, don't you still have the rejuvenation pill? Bring one back to Hot Spring Island for Master Shi, Ding Tuanshuan suddenly suggested. Indeed, but just in case, I'll leave North Hot Spring Island in Susan's capable hands. The rest of us, especially Master Shi's old friends, shall take the sand vehicle back to South Hot Spring Island. Should the rejuvenation pill fail, we can at least bid him farewell, Ye Feng replied. Why am I the one left behind? Susan asked, visibly displeased. Susan dear, it is because only you can manage the situation effectively. Ye Feng coaxed. I have no desire to oversee things. Reluctantly, Ye Feng persisted in his pleas until he finally persuaded Susan to remain on North Hot Spring Island. Several sand vehicles were parked outside the screen. Ye Feng was the first to climb aboard, followed by Chung Li Bin, Chun En, Duoyan Hena, Yi Xing, Ding Tuanchuan, and other familiar faces from civilized society. Let us set off. We must hurry, Ye Feng instructed the driver. Rest assured, with the world in a state of freeze, the vast desert is nearly devoid of obstacles. Even if there are any, I will simply plow through them with the sand vehicle, the driver assured. With a roar, the convoy of sand vehicles thundered southward. On South Hot Spring Island, Shi Zhengliang lay flat on his bed, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling. His 2 wives and 7 sons knelt by the bedside, weeping incessantly. Do not cry. I can sense my time has come. However, I long to see Brother Feng once more, Shi Zhengliang said. Wang Zhihai, accompanied by his entire family, stood at the doorway, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. After all, he had known Shi Zhengliang for a long time, and his heart felt heavy with grief. In the outer hall, leaders from various departments gathered. Among them were Su Yun, Nair Raimai, Ilian, and Bai Chuxue. The number of civilized individuals was dwindling, and it was unexpected that Shi Zhengliang was also departing. Inside the room, Shi Zhengliang's frail voice echoed, "Where is Brother Feng? Why hasn't he returned yet? Hurry and bring him back," he shouted. Wang Zhihai and his group hurried inside, encircling Shi Zhengliang. "Rest assured, Brother Feng will return soon. Hold on just a little longer." Wang Zhihai grasped Shi Zhengliang's left hand. Su Yun stepped forward, taking hold of his right hand. "It's too late, truly too late," he coughed violently. "Father, Dad, woo-woo." Shi Zhengliang's family instantly erupted into tears. "Do not weep. When Brother Feng returns, please tell him that I, Shi Zhengliang, did not misjudge him. Thank him on my behalf. He is a remarkable man," Shi Zhengliang struggled to articulate. "Master Shi, you must endure until Brother Feng arrives. You must tell him personally," Wang Zhihai urged. "No, I cannot wait any longer. I have children in the civilized world. I wonder how they are faring. Sanwa, Sanwa, Sanwa." Shi Zhengliang's gaze became vacant as he muttered incoherently. "My Sanwa, Sanwa, I miss you dearly." After uttering these words, his legs suddenly stiffened. "Zhengliang, old Shi, Master Shi." A chorus of startled exclamations filled the room, followed by earth-shattering cries. Su Yun withdrew her hand, trembling all over, her complexion pale. The warm spring island had just found its rhythm again, only to lose yet another dear friend. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the matter of lifespan. If Shi Zhengliang could ascend to the true martial realm, he could have lived for another 50 or 60 years. Perhaps if he reached the innate realm, he might have lived for over 200 years. Alas, it was now too late. Time slipped away, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a sandcar raced into South Warm Spring Island, followed by a convoy of a dozen more. As the lead car burst through the barrier, Ye Feng leaped out from the manhole cover, rushing towards Shi Zhengliang's residence. "Old Shi, is Old Shi still here?" Others soon realized that Ye Feng had returned. "Brother Feng," He Li Xuan exclaimed with delight, hastening to follow Ye Feng. "Ah Feng." Su Yin dashed out from the hospital, also racing towards Ye Feng. Within moments, the name of Ye Feng stirred the entire South Warm Spring Island. All the higher-ups abandoned their work and rushed towards Shi Zhengliang's home. With a whoosh, Ye Feng halted at the entrance of Shi Zhengliang's villa. The doorway was draped in white cloth, and Shi Zhengliang's wife and children knelt before the morning hall, weeping. "Brother Feng, it is Brother Feng who has returned." Shi Zhengliang's wife stood up abruptly, grasping Ye Feng's arm. "Old Shi, has he passed away?" Ye Feng inquired. "He departed 7 days ago. He asked me to relay to you, personally, his deep gratitude," Shi Zhengliang's wife replied. At that moment, senior figures such as Wang Zhihai, He Li Xuan, and Su Yun rushed over. Shortly thereafter, 2 vehicles arrived at the entrance of Shi Zhengliang's villa. Duoyan Hena, Chun En, Ding Tuanchuan, and others surged out of the vehicles. "Old Shi," Chun En's voice reverberated across the skies of Nanwenquan Island. Ye Feng remained silent, striding purposefully towards the coffin. Inside, Shi Zhengliang's face was meticulously made up, lifelike, with hands neatly crossed over his chest and brows furrowed deeply. "To die? Is it truly so simple? It has only been 7 days. I believe there is still hope," Ye Feng declared, producing a resurrection pill from his pocket. "Quickly, fetch boiling water," he commanded. "Brother Feng, Why boiling water? Are you thirsty? Shizheng Liang's wife queried. This is a resurrection pill. If we dissolve it in boiling water and administer it to him, he might be revived. Moreover, he has only recently passed. His soul should not yet have embarked on the path of reincarnation, Ye Feng urged. Hurry. Son, quickly, bring the water. Shizheng Liang's family sprang into action. Chapter 1099. Are you attempting to coerce me? Before long, the boiling water arrived, and Ye Feng tossed the resurrection pill into it. The water soon thickened into a slurry. Ye Feng propped up Shizheng Liang's rigid body, forcibly prying open his mouth to pour the mixture inside. Observable to the naked eye, the color of Shizheng Liang's lips began to return to a healthy hue. With a swift motion, Ye Feng tore open Shizheng Liang's shirt, revealing his upper body. The restored color flowed down his throat, gradually reaching his chest, and then his abdomen. Cough, cough, came two short sounds. Shizheng Liang remained with his eyes closed. Yet coughs escaped his lips. Dead, deceased. You? Shizheng Liang's wife exclaimed with joy, quickly embracing one of his arms. Father. His son was equally elated, gazing intently at Shizheng Liang. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng threw the final resurrection pill into the boiling water. Pry open his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. The resurrection liquid once again flowed into Shizheng Liang's body. Cough, 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 cough. This time, Shizheng Liang erupted into a series of continuous coughs, and his eyelids twitched slightly. He has revived, he has come back to life. Shizheng Liang's wife exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Old Shi, can you hear me? Ye Feng vigorously shook Shizheng Liang's body, urging the resurrection liquid to permeate his insides. Cough. Shizheng Liang coughed again. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely before he slowly opened his eyes, weakly gazing at those around him. Old Shi, Chunin stepped closer, bringing his face near. Shizheng Liang's eyes were filled with confusion, resembling a drunken man awakening from a long slumber. Old Shi, can you speak? Ye Feng asked, his face lit with surprise. Brother Feng, is this hell? Shizheng Liang struggled to raise his arm. Ha ha ha, success. Chunin jumped up in excitement. Old Shi, a crowd rushed over, enveloping Shi Zhengliang in warm embraces. Stop, stop. Don't shake me. My body feels so stiff, Shi Zhengliang managed to say with difficulty. The crowd quickly ceased their exuberance and settled down beside him. Old Shi, how do you feel? Ye Feng inquired. I feel quite unwell. By the way, during the 7 days you were dead, where did you go? Do you have any recollections? Ye Feng struck at the crux of the matter. The world speaks of reincarnation, death, and spirits. He was curious to know what Shi Zhengliang's consciousness experienced during those 7 days, what he encountered, and if he met the likes of the black and white impermanents. In a void, I floated in a state of nothingness, devoid of light and sound. It felt as though my world had been put on pause, Shi Zhengliang explained. So, did the Grim Reaper not come for you? Chunin asked. No. Shi Zhengliang replied honestly, shaking his head. When you first died, could you hear the sounds of the living? Ye Feng probed further. Yes. For about a minute after my death, I could hear my wife and son crying, but the sounds gradually faded until they were completely inaudible, Shi Zhengliang said. So that is how it is. If there were no soul collectors or black and white impermanents, it suggests that a person's soul does not necessarily enter the cycle of reincarnation, Ye Feng pondered. I believe there is no such cycle. Death is simply an end, a complete cessation of existence, with consciousness lingering in the void. It resembles that disoriented state one feels just after waking up, as if the entire world has come to a standstill. No sounds, no movement, no vitality. Your consciousness becomes as though petrified. With time, even your awareness begins to wane. Shi Zhengliang elaborated. The crowd's expressions turned grim. They had thought that death led to a chance at reincarnation, but it seemed that death meant utter nothingness, devoid of any cycle. Brother Feng, I don't want to die, Ding Tuanchuan pleaded, clutching Ye Feng's arm. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking? I won't let you die, Ye Feng reassured her, gently patting her head. The others also wore somber expressions. They had previously heard that death could lead to reincarnation, a chance to continue living underground. Yet now, it appeared that death was akin to a final conclusion. Brother Feng, I am uncertain how you revived me, but I sense that my time in this world will not be long. After all, my lifespan has come to an end. This is fate, not something that elixirs can alter, Shi Zhengliang remarked. Ye Feng's expression darkened further. How long do you think you can survive? He asked. About a year, perhaps a year. That is my intuition, Shi Zhengliang replied. A year? Perhaps I can find a way to extend your life by 50 or 60 more years. As long as you can advance to the true martial realm, your lifespan will double, Ye Feng said calmly. Under normal circumstances, after the infusion of spiritual energy into the vast desert of Xingming continent, individuals in the acquired realm could typically live for around 100 years, while those in the true martial realm could extend their lives to 200 years. However, Shi Zhengliang evidently suffered from a deficiency at birth, having succumbed at the tender age of 60. This implies that even after reaching the true martial realm, he could only expect a lifespan of 120 years, as his fundamental lifespan was merely 60. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as Shi Zhengliang's wife and children fell to their knees. "Brother Feng, please. You must save my husband's life," they implored. "Brother Feng, I beg you to help my father. I wish for him to live until 100. It was evident that Shi Zhengliang had instilled a strong sense of filial piety in his children, and his wife appeared to be quite dependable. Generally speaking, robust women tend to be reliable, akin to Susan. "Get up. What age are we in to be kneeling?" Ye Feng assisted everyone to their feet, and, after a brief search in his embrace, produced a pouch. Inside were 17 qi nourishing pills, 9 essence cultivating pills, and 2 transformation pills. "Master Helixuan, these are high-grade elixirs brought from North Hot Spring Island. I would like to propose administering some to Shi Zhengliang in advance, to ensure he ascends to the true martial realm. As for the future, we can deduct it from his civic benefits," Ye Feng stated. "High-grade elixirs? Brother Feng, at this moment, do we still need to discuss procedures? Just give them to old Shi directly," Helixuan urged, sensing that Ye Feng was being overly rigid. "No, we must adhere to protocol. If we administer these elixirs to Shi Zhengliang today, we must deduct them from his future civic benefits," Ye Feng insisted. Fine. You administer the elixirs first. Afterward, I will have my secretary document it, and once Shi Zhengliang ascends to the true martial realm, we will deduct the cost of today's elixirs from his future benefits." Helixuan wiped the sweat from his brow. "However, before that, old Shi, please bring out your savings booklet and use it as collateral at the bank. How much do you have in there now?" Ye Feng inquired further. "Brother Feng, are you trying to drive me mad? Why are you so stubborn? Are you attempting to blackmail me?" Shi Zhengliang coughed up blood in frustration. Chapter 1100. "You are the true controller, just bring out the savings booklet. By the way, sister-in-law, please fetch the booklet and see if there are any valuable items in your home to use as collateral at the Hot Spring Bank," Ye Feng persisted. With a resounding smack, Ding Tuanshuan struck his forehead. Eventually, Shi Zhengliang revealed his entire savings. His booklet contained over 4 billion hot spring coins. "Old Shi, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Have you been involved in the industry chain outside the screen?" Ye Feng chuckled. "Of course. Now, citizens have their own enterprises outside, like the industry chain in Peach Blossom Village, which is managed by Wang Ji." Shi Zhengliang's words were abruptly silenced by Wang Ji's hand over his mouth. "It doesn't matter. No need to silence him. Since you have 4 billion, the qi nourishing pills can be sold to citizens at a preferential price of 50 million each, the essence cultivating pills at 200 million each, and the transformation pills at 1 billion each. So, old Shi, which elixirs would you like to purchase? I suggest beginning with the qi nourishing pill. If you consume the transformation pill directly, I fear your physical form may not withstand the immense potency of the medicine," Ye Feng stated solemnly. Let us start with 10 qi nourishing pills to rinse our mouths. Let us see if you can advance to the power monarch. Once you achieve that, we can procure the essence cultivation pill or the transformation pill." Shi Zhengliang sat up with an unpleased expression. Under the nourishment of the revitalizing pill, his stiff limbs had regained their vitality. "I almost forgot. The 2 revitalizing pills I previously provided you, each valued at 500 million. Wang Zhihai, please deduct 1 billion from his account," Ye Feng instructed. "This, old Shi, my apologies." Wang Zhihai immediately whispered a few words to his secretary. "Old Shi, you now have only 30 billion left, so be prudent with your spending," Ye Feng chuckled. "Count yourself lucky. Let us start with 5 qi nourishing pills for rinsing." Shi Zhengliang replied helplessly. A smile finally appeared on the faces of the crowd. Although Ye Feng is stern, he is at least fair and just, ensuring that no one benefits at the expense of another. Even if Shi Zhengliang is an old friend, he adheres strictly to the rules without favoritism. This is a positive sign, indicating that the future of Hot Spring Island will experience a slow pace of corruption as long as Ye Feng remains alive. A privileged class will never emerge. "Open your mouth, huh?" Ye Feng flicked a qi-nourishing pill into Shi Zhengliang's mouth. In an instant, Shi Zhengliang's entire body trembled, a cracking sound resonating from within. Have I leveled up? I am now a 7th-stage power king. Shi Zhengliang exclaimed with ecstasy. Ah, I want more. He opened his mouth wide again towards Ye Feng, resembling a fledgling eagerly awaiting nourishment. Ye Feng flicked another pill inside. Crack. Shi Zhengliang leveled up once more. Previously, on North Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng and the others would cut the qi-nourishing pills into fragments, resulting in a slower advancement for the citizens. However, now, Shi Zhengliang consumed the whole pill, and the speed of his leveling up was astonishing, creating an illusion for everyone. After consuming 5 qi-nourishing pills, Shi Zhengliang remarkably reached the pinnacle of the 9th-stage Power King, poised to advance to the Power Monarch at any moment. This is incredible. Qinan was left speechless. He is currently only at the 7th-stage Power King level. Father, if the advancement is too rapid, will Uncle Shi be invaded by his inner demons like you? Yi Xing suddenly tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. There is no time to worry about that now. Old Shi has only a year left to live and must strive to cultivate to the true martial realm. As for the inner demons, we'll set that aside for now. After speaking, Ye Feng turned to Shi Zhengliang. Old Shi, you currently have 27.5 billion in your account. Would you like to purchase a higher-grade essence cultivation pill? Ye Feng inquired. He remembered that he had relied on the essence cultivation pill to break through to the true martial realm. Now, he was offering it to Shi Zhengliang to break through to the Power Monarch level. The essence cultivation pill costs 200 million each, right? Shi Zhengliang hesitated. Yes. You silly man, why are you still concerned about money? Just buy it. His wife urged. All right, let us purchase one for now, Shi Zhengliang decided. Ye Feng nodded and took out an essence cultivation pill from his bag. Wang Zhihai understood and deducted 200 million from Shi Zhengliang's account. Outside Shi Zhengliang's villa, a large crowd of citizens and residents had gathered. The residents instantly began to murmur among themselves. Look, these are the citizens, wealthy and extravagant, tossing 200 million for a single elixir into their mouths, as if they were mere candies. How I wish to become a citizen, as the residents voiced their opinions. The citizens stood a little taller, a sense of superiority swelling within them. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a day had gone by. With a furious roar, Shi Zhengliang rose from his coffin, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of authority. A first-order power emperor? Ye Feng felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly took out another Peiyuan pill. Shall we buy it? Of course, I want all the remaining Peiyuan pills, and also, let us purchase a Huayuan pill, Shi Zhengliang's wife remarked. However, doing so will completely deplete your 40 billion in savings. Wang Zhihai calculated with a pen. Surely, I can take out a loan? Shi Zhengliang replied. Absolutely. As a citizen, taking out loans for elixirs is quite normal. How much do you intend to borrow? Wang Zhihai inquired. Let us start with 20 billion. Deal. Remember to repay on time and include the interest, Ye Feng stated, leaving the elixirs behind as he departed from Shi Zhengliang's residence with the others. The ascension of the Power Emperor would not be swift. Each tier of advancement would likely take several days, so Ye Feng chose not to disturb Shi Zhengliang further. Brother Feng, it has been a while since you returned to South Hot Spring Island. There are matters I need to report to you. Wang Zhihai hurriedly approached. Stop. Ye Feng raised his right hand. I am currently the temporary island master of North Hot Spring Island. I must return to the House of Representatives to submit an application. Only upon their approval can I continue my role as temporary island master. As for the affairs here, there is no need to report to me. I am merely an ordinary citizen on South Hot Spring Island. You can discuss the matters with He Lishuan, Ye Feng said with a displeased expression. He had painstakingly established a well-functioning society on Hot Spring Island, and he would not allow Wang Zhihai to jeopardize it. If he could be supported today, it would only mean that he would need the same in the future, such as the gradual formation of a despotic society. Seek him out. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. It's all right, Brother Feng. On the surface, I am the island master, but in reality, you are the true authority. Let Zhihai report to you. There are many matters I do not comprehend, He Lishuan interjected, rubbing his hands together. You mean assisting you with the affairs of Hot Spring Island, correct? That I can manage, as I am the former island master and can offer some assistance. Ye Feng smiled faintly. Very well, let us proceed to the conference room. We might as well summon the members of the House of Representatives. No sooner had He Lishuan spoken than Hu Zhua led a group of legislators rushing in. And without a word, He enveloped Ye Feng in a bear hug. Brother Feng, why have you only just returned? Oh dear. We in the House of Representatives have missed you terribly, Hu Zhua exclaimed, nearly in tears. Chapter 1101. Then let us expedite our efforts. During Ye Feng's absence, it was evident that Wang Zhihai had not held the House of Representatives in high regard, often intentionally avoiding them during important meetings. Other legislators rushed to Ye Feng's side, gazing at him with anticipation, akin to children who had long been bullied. Now ready to lodge their grievances with the return of an adult. Please refrain from being overly sentimental. I am merely an ordinary citizen. The gaze of your group seems to suggest you are about to drag me onto the chariot of war. Ye Feng stroked his chin, watching the group warily. He was aware that Wang Zhihai would engage in subtle maneuvers below, yet the prowess of Wang Zhihai was evident. At times, it was prudent not to excessively interfere with the development of Hot Spring Island. Perhaps, every civilization must traverse this inevitable path, the conflict between civilization and despotism. Before long, they arrived at the parliamentary hall of Hot Spring Island, where the surroundings were illuminated by electric lights, and the walls were painted a pristine white, exuding a hint of modernity. The only drawback was the noise from the generator outside the conference room. Now, I would like to report to Brother Feng, Sister Hena, and our friends from North Hot Spring Island about the progress of South Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai stood up with his speech in hand. Applause erupted from Ye Feng and the others. In contrast, the members of the house looked sullen, offering no applause. However, applause came from Heli Xian's direction. Zhihai, please share with Brother Feng the developments of South Hot Spring Island, Heli Xian prompted. Brother Feng, during your absence of over a year, Hot Spring Island has produced 40 high-speed aircraft, currently addressing landing issues under the supervision of Chung Li Bin. Additionally, we have developed 1,400 units of the 9th-generation sand vehicle. The population of South Hot Spring Island stands at 490,000, with a total resident count of 247,000. However, the majority reside in shelters. As without Sister Hena and Yi Xing present, no one has placed curses upon them. Those who enter the sword formation would be torn to shreds. Upon concluding his report, Wang Zhihai looked towards Duoyan Hena. It's all right. Once the meeting concludes, I will spend a month placing curses on all citizens and residents. Duoyan Hena replied calmly. Thank you, Sister Hena, and thank you, Brother Feng. Furthermore, the military of Hot Spring Island is now entirely composed of residents, with the Hot Spring Army numbering 6,000. Although the Hot Spring Navy is not currently needed, it remains organized with a strength of 1,500. The Hot Spring Air Force consists of 1,200 personnel, all of whom are residents, with the mid-level and upper echelon being citizens. Brother Feng, are you satisfied with the military of Hot Spring Island? Wang Zhihai inquired with a smile. Very satisfied. Now let us discuss the Hot Spring Bank, Ye Feng replied with a smile. The Hot Spring Bank is currently undergoing a currency reform. As the current currency issuance has reached 70 trillion, we have now introduced the new Hot Spring currency, valued at 10,000 per note. Presently, the number of depositors has surpassed 39 million. Those with even a modicum of wealth outside are depositing their money in the Hot Spring Bank. By depositing their funds, they signify their willingness to allow our bank to control the economic lifeblood. Hence, I tend to place great trust in those who have made deposits, Wang Zhihai explained. Excellent. Zhihai, you have managed the bank and the military commendably, Ye Feng expressed, feeling a deep sense of reassurance. This is precisely why he chose to retain Wang Zhihai, despite knowing he might veer towards despotism. Without him, the civilizational progress of Hot Spring Island would be delayed by hundreds or even thousands of times. Having concluded the affairs of the Hot Spring Bank, Wang Zhihai took his seat. Li Xian then turned his gaze towards Director Hao Yue. Director Hao Yue, please provide an update on the situation at the Hot Spring Hospital. Yes, Island Master. Hao Yue stood up, clad in a professional attire that accentuated her figure. Yet her youthful visage belied her age, resembling that of a 13 or 14-year-old. The Hot Spring Hospital has successfully developed the 6th generation of antiparasitic medication. Vice Director Bai Chuxue is collaborating with me on a vaccine for the Guchong disease. I believe it will not be long before those vaccinated will no longer be susceptible to the infection. Additionally, the Hot Spring Hospital currently employs 420 doctors and 2,200 nurses, generating an impressive revenue of 200 billion hot spring coins last year. Upon concluding her report, she returned to her seat, a look of pride illuminating her face. She had come to identify herself as a resident of Hot Spring Island. and any mention of her previous affiliation with the Greenfield Department would now evoke displeasure. Having experienced the advanced system of Hot Spring Island, she viewed her former role in the Greenfield Department as mere child's play, crude, authoritarian, and distasteful. At that moment, the two chief engineers, Chung Li Bin and Charlie, rose. Brother Feng, we have successfully invented electric lights, along with generators, internal combustion engines, and new steam engines, all currently under development. Furthermore, there have been significant advancements in metallurgy. The short swords now issued to Hot Spring soldiers are crafted from iridium titanium alloy, boasting hardness and strength comparable to inferior flying swords. After Charlie finished speaking, Chung Li Bin stood up. Brother Feng, we are refining the landing protocols for aircraft. Additionally, we are developing an aircraft shell that minimizes air resistance. Once perfected, theoretically, with sufficient fuel, the speed of flight could be infinitely enhanced. However, zero resistance is merely the foundation. We must also consider other factors, such as the aircraft's structural integrity. If the structure is not sufficiently robust, at speeds reaching 5,000 kilometers per hour, the aircraft may disintegrate. Moreover, there are fuel considerations. The fuel must be compact, potent, and enduring. Nevertheless, our engineering department will meticulously address these issues. As Chung Li Bin was about to take his seat, Ye Feng interjected, "Wait. What about the strength of the aircraft shell? Can it withstand attacks from a true martial realm expert's spiritual sword? That, I fear, may not be the case. However, if the aircraft reaches a speed of 5,000 kilometers per hour, it is likely that even a true martial realm expert would struggle to accurately target it." Leaving them at a disadvantage, Chung Li Bin replied with a smile. "That said, you must enhance the strength of the aircraft shell. If necessary, I will offer a bounty of several hundred billion to recruit some artifact masters from the Starmon continent to inscribe spiritual runes onto the aircraft shell. This way, the aircraft would possess its own protective shield," Ye Feng proposed, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. "This is indeed a fusion of civilization and cultivation," exclaimed Hu Zhua, raising both hands in agreement. "I concur," Li Xian nodded in affirmation. "Then let us expedite our efforts," Ye Feng declared. He understood that the foundational capital of Hot Spring Island had yet to solidify, allowing for a flourishing of various inventions. However, once established, the vested interests would inevitably seek to stifle the emergence of new innovations. Due to a new invention, their monopoly may be shattered. Chapter 1102. How about we host a soiree this evening? To illustrate, in a civilized society, if water could power automobiles, the inventor would mysteriously vanish the next day. Would those who sell fuel allow such a phenomenon to occur? Certainly not. If water could indeed propel cars, how would he earn a living thereafter? How could fuel be used to control those automotive companies? Brother Feng, we also have some heavy water here. After Charlie spoke, he clapped his hands to summon attention from outside the conference room. Moments later, four formidable masters approached, carrying a large crate. Heavy water? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. The four powerhouses struggled to lift the box, their faces flushed as if they were bearing an immense burden. Bang! The box hit the ground with a dull thud. Charlie walked over and personally opened the crate, revealing a metallic bottle inside. "Brother Feng, you should take it yourself. I cannot manage it alone," Charlie said. Ye Feng immediately approached and grasped the neck of the bottle with one hand. Quite heavy. In the next moment, a Sanskrit inscription emerged from his body. The metallic bottle was finally lifted. "Is this what heavy water is?" Ye Feng inquired. "Please pour it out, but exercise caution," Charlie advised. Ye Feng promptly inverted the bottle. A drop of transparent liquid slipped from the spout. Whoosh! A piercing sound resonated as the floor was punctured by a small hole. "Was that drop that landed on the floor the heavy water?" Ye Feng asked. "Indeed, though this droplet is diminutive, it weighs 1,000,000 pounds. A drop of heavy water falling from a height of 1,000 meters can penetrate a steel plate 5 meters thick," Charlie chuckled. "Astonishing. How did you develop this?" Ye Feng's heart surged with joy. "This was a collaborative effort between our arms factory and the Hot Spring Hospital. We synthesized several heavy elements," Charlie explained. "The cost of synthesis must be quite high," Ye Feng queried further. "Not at all. It was all thanks to Vice Dean Bai, who compiled the periodic table. Each day, when we had nothing else to do, we experimented with concentrating all the heavy elements into a single droplet, and thus, heavy water was born. This substance can be mass-produced," Charlie stated. "Mass-produced? Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Once we resolve the landing issues with aircraft, We can load heavy water onto planes for bombardments on the ground. Who could possibly withstand such heavy water? Ye Feng exclaimed with delight. Brother Feng, however, this heavy water is exceedingly dense. How many drops could an ordinary aircraft carry? Cheng Libin's remark immediately darkened Ye Feng's expression. I almost forgot. The weight of heavy water is a limitation. An aircraft have a finite carrying capacity. Is there a way to develop an aircraft with a greater load-bearing capability? For instance, one that can carry 1,000,000 tons? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, are you placing an impossible burden upon us? To construct an aircraft capable of carrying 1,000,000 tons would require immense dimensions. What about the fuel issue? Cheng Libin's face clouded. It's all right. You may take your time to research. I believe that one day, you will successfully develop an aircraft capable of carrying 1,000,000 tons, Ye Feng reassured them. At that moment, Charlie raised his hand. Brother Feng, a plane with 1,000,000-ton payload may not be developed within a century, but is there a possibility? What if we take several heavy elements aboard the aircraft? When it's time to drop the bombs, we could allow these elements to combine just as they leave the aircraft, thus relieving the plane of that immense weight while still ensuring the heavy water's impact on the ground, Charlie proposed. Indeed, Charlie, hiring you at a premium was certainly the right decision. In the bomb bay of the aircraft's underside, we could prepare a dozen iron containers, interconnected by tubing. When we need to release the heavy water, we can open the pipes, allowing the elements in those containers to amalgamate, and they would then descend to the ground. This way, the aircraft would not suffer from the terrifying gravitational burden. Ye Feng promptly summarized. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the assembly hall as applause erupted. Once the applause subsided, Charlie raised his hand again. Brother Feng, if we disregard the aircraft's weight capacity, I could also experiment with adding more elements to the heavy water, enhancing its gravity to the extent that a single drop could traverse 100 miles. Essentially, we would maximize the weight of the heavy water, Charlie continued. Feel free to conduct your research. Whatever funding you require, just request it from Lord Helix, Ye Feng chuckled. Although he was merely an ordinary citizen, it was evident that he held the authority in the assembly hall. Since you have returned, Brother Feng, why not review the military? As for the Wei Security Company, its personnel have now exceeded 800,000. Although they do not have formal organization, they are effectively under our control on Warm Spring Island, serving as our auxiliary forces. Ready to act as cannon fodder, Wang Zhihai suggested flatteringly. Ye Feng's expression darkened. President Wang, only the island lord may review the military. I am merely an ordinary citizen. Do not mistake my position, understood? All right. Wang Zhihai's face darkened as he realized he had misstepped in his flattery. Lord Island Master, an esteemed speaker, fellow council members. I shall take my leave now to return to my old residence for a few days and tidy up the place with my wife. Ye Feng stood, bowing 90 degrees to Helix and Tiger Claw. This gesture was intended for Wang Zhihai, making it clear who held the power, to prevent Wang from bullying the island lord and the speaker in his absence. Tiger Claw regained his composure. You may return, Ye Feng. Welcome back to South Warm Spring Island. As for your application for reinstatement, we council members will convene shortly to discuss your eligibility to serve as the temporary island lord of North Warm Spring Island, Tiger Claw remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Zhihai as if to assert dominance. Wang Zhihai remained silent, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. So, you think you can flaunt your authority just because Ye Feng has returned? Just wait until he leaves. I will deal with you. Upon returning to his old residence, Ye Feng found it covered in dust. He immediately picked up a broom and, along with Duoyan, Hena, and Ye Xing, began to clean the villa. A family of 3 radiated joy, their laughter ringing through the air. Citizens gathered around Ye Feng's villa. The elderly practiced Tai Chi, the youth engaged in badminton, and children frolicked in the amusement park. Ye Feng is truly magnificent, an elderly citizen remarked. After relinquishing his status as the island lord, he dismissed all servants and now personally attends to the cleaning. Another elder echoed, in my former tribe, the leader would never stoop to such tasks. Even in retirement, there were hundreds of servants at their beck and call, living a life of ease. Indeed, it is precisely Ye Feng's personal example that has allowed our hot spring island to dominate over more than 100 million people, establishing itself as a true sovereign. How about we host a party tonight? Let us invite Ye Feng to strengthen our bonds, one suggested. I concur. Chapter 1103. Has it finally been resolved? In the days that followed, Ye Feng relinquished all responsibilities, choosing instead to explore South Hot Spring Island. he visited Peach Blossom Village, where he noticed women holding signs displaying prices of 150, 300, and 600 hot spring coins. Wang Zhihai had begun to openly price his services. Yet, it mattered little, as these individuals were not citizens, and he felt no obligation to champion their cause. He then toured numerous factories. It seemed that the population outside the holographic screen exceeded 100 million, as many remained unregistered. Roughly estimating, he concluded that the periphery of South Hot Spring Island boasted at least 300 million people. The number of factories alone reached 100,000. Despite their abundance, at least half of these factories served the needs of Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng. Ye Feng was meandering through the factory area when a second-generation sand vehicle pulled up beside him. After a moment, a young man leaped out, opening the back door. A one-armed man emerged, none other than Yulong, the former lord of White Wall City. Impressive, Mr. Yulong. Even driving a sand vehicle? Do tell. How much did it cost? Ye Feng chuckled. Haha, these are the sand vehicles that Hot Spring Island no longer requires. I currently operate 10 factories and 2 fishing grounds. And having a vehicle makes things more convenient, Yulong replied humbly. Keep it up. Aim to upgrade to a third-generation sand vehicle by next year, Ye Feng remarked, glancing at the modified vehicle. It was a second-generation model, while the latest on Hot Spring Island had already reached its 9th iteration, making this one suitable for sale. Haha, a vehicle for transportation doesn't need to be extravagant. Brother Feng, would you be interested in visiting my factory? We could also discuss our upcoming collaboration. Yulong suggested with a smile. I am just an ordinary citizen now. If you wish to build connections, seek others, like He Li Xuan, Ye Feng replied. Just then, several alluring native women approached, circling Yulong's vehicle, occasionally caressing it, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Well then, I shall take my leave. Those ladies are quite appealing. I plan to take them home, Yulong declared, swiftly diving into the vehicle and whisking the enamored women away. Outside the light curtain, few can afford a sand cart. Only factory owners or residents of the Hot Spring Island can indulge in such luxuries. As for the citizens, they disdain using sand carts to woo others, merely needing to flaunt their identity as inhabitants of the Hot Spring Island. It is not just ordinary women who are unimpressed. Even the daughters of factory owners find themselves at a disadvantage. At this moment, Ye Feng had ascended the pyramid of Chongqing City. With the influx of migrants, the city had become densely populated, even outfitted with a few electric lights. Within the pyramid resided individuals from various tribes, each corner filled with life, selling fish congee, grilled fish, and sashimi. Thanks to the development of fishing grounds, the plight of the outside population had somewhat alleviated their hunger, and the price of frozen fish had plummeted to about 1 hot spring coin per pound. In the past, one could scarcely purchase a pound of frozen fish for 10,000 hot spring coins. After navigating several turns, Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Wasn't this the courtyard where Jinyu once lived? Now it had transformed into a bustling communal residence, housing at least a dozen families. Who to inquire? A refugee glanced at Ye Feng. Oh, I'm just passing through. Here for a visit, Ye Feng replied politely. Oh, just passing through? You wouldn't happen to be from the Duoyan tribe, would you? No, I am not. Good, because those Duoyan people still cling to the past. Chongqing City no longer belongs to them. It is now a property of the Hot Spring Island, the man remarked before retreating into his home for warmth. Leaving the pyramid, Ye Feng proceeded to the arena. The arena was devoid of exotic beasts, now filled to the brim with people, even more crowded than Port Island. Having ventured this far, he decided to revisit old haunts. Subsequently, Ye Feng explored the vast grasslands alone, including the stone city of Mengtuo and the territory of Yongmu. Here, not a soul remained. Only endless stretches of white snow marked the landscape. The entire population had migrated to the Hot Spring Island. With his current pace, Ye Feng traversed Wolf Creek, Drink Horse River, and Duoyan River in just 2 days, ultimately arriving at the Misty Mountains. Before him stood an icebound tribe, the ancient stronghold of the Yunshan clan, now transformed into an ice city. This was where I was imprisoned after my capture, Ye Feng murmured, kicking the door open. Inside lay a large bed, the very one to which he had been bound. Had it not been for Tuba and Tunger's timely rescue, he might have perished among the Yunshan clan. Tuba, Tunger. Ye Feng shut his eyes tightly, their faces and laughter flooding his mind. The Hot Spring Island had been established, yet the two had departed forever. Perhaps, without their sacrifice, the Hot Spring Island would never have come to be. A hint of sorrow graced Ye Feng's countenance. Departing the Yunshan clan, He employed his skill of moving silently through the snow, soon reaching a towering mountain. Here lay a snowy forest, deep within which were several caves. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he slowly approached one of the caves. Xiang Xue. Initially, it was Xiang Xue who rescued him, and the two of them spent a carefree and joyful period in this cave. Yet now, he finds himself uncertain of Xiang Xue's whereabouts. He can only wish for her and Feng Yingzi to lead a happy and fulfilling life. Departing from the Gaoshan tribe, Ye Feng swiftly made his way to the Great Marsh, subsequently arriving at the ruins of Hot Spring Island. He felt that the happiest moments were spent on that very island, where they would hunt by day and gather around the large tent at night to listen to Wang Zhihai recount tales. However, the audience for those stories has dwindled to but a few. Ye Feng then devoted another 5 days traversing the entire Heishu River basin, ultimately reaching the beach. The sea was completely frozen over, and he followed the shoreline to find the upstream of the brook. The cave remained, and he could almost envision Bai Guifan, Chun Li, and Chun Jihua huddled by the fire next to the cave. Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed through the sky. Ye Feng hastily looked up. A shadow darted across the heavens. A plane? Had it come this far? The aircraft circled above Ye Feng's head a dozen times before its speed began to diminish. At last, he discerned its outline. Then came a historic moment. From beneath the aircraft, 2 plumes of fire erupted, suspending it in midair. Could the issue of landing finally be resolved? Ye Feng stepped forward, astonished at the flying machine overhead. It measured over 30 meters in length, with a wingspan of approximately 30 meters. Its front was a sleek triangular shape, designed to minimize air resistance. As the flames flickered, the airplane gradually descended beside Ye Feng, the fire melting the ice and snow beneath it. The cabin door emitted a series of clicks before gently swinging open. 2 men clad in leather jackets slowly descended. They wore dark sunglasses and had their mouths covered with what resembled oxygen masks. Chunin? Ye Feng immediately recognized Chun and S distinct scent. Brother Feng, haha. I never expected to have such a knack for flying. After merely a month of training, I can already pilot this latest aircraft solo. Chunin removed his sunglasses and oxygen mask, bouncing excitedly before Ye Feng. A gust of cold wind swept through, rendering Chun immobile as he squatted with his arms crossed. Quickly, back to the plane. With your feeble strength, you might freeze solid. Ye Feng exclaimed, promptly ushering the two back into the cabin while he circled the aircraft, observing it from various angles. Remarkably, in just over a month, the arms factory had resolved the issues related to the aircraft's landing, an impressive feat indeed. Ye Feng felt a surge of relief. Little did he know, their civilization had advanced so swiftly because they had prior knowledge of such technologies, compounded by the labor of nearly 300 million people being harnessed through hot spring currency. Most importantly, their innovations faced no resistance from established capital. The convergence of these 3 factors rendered them invincible. He believed it would not be long before they achieved even greater feats. Brother Feng, board the aircraft. This plane can accommodate 4 individuals. And there are seats available in the rear, Chunin called from within. All right, I shall join you for this flight. With that, Ye Feng stepped into the cabin. Brother Feng, secure your parachute. In the event of an emergency landing, you can activate the ejection mechanism to propel yourself out, and then deploy the parachute for a safe descent. Chunin indicated toward the parachute hanging in the back. Your foresight is commendable. Ye Feng donned the parachute, albeit regrettably. He had never parachuted before. However, he reassured himself, isn't it merely a matter of pulling a cord? Besides, with my current physical prowess, even a fall from 100,000 meters may not prove fatal. I am ready for takeoff. Chunin pressed a switch, and flames erupted from the aircraft's underside, lifting the massive body into the sky. Once airborne, Chunin pulled another lever, and the plane began to accelerate gradually. Within 20 seconds, the aircraft reached its maximum velocity. Ye Feng quickly glanced below. The Black Tree River basin vanished in mere minutes, followed swiftly by the Misty Mountain Range, which was also left behind in less than a minute. The vast grasslands lingered a bit longer, but within 5 or 6 minutes, Ye Feng caught sight of Eternal Life City. Before he could take a closer look, it too disappeared from view. The aircraft's speed gradually diminished, ultimately hovering above Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, do you experience motion sickness? Chunin turned back with a smile. Fortunately, with my current strength, I can withstand it quite well, Ye Feng replied. With a rumble, the engines fluctuated, and the plane touched down outside the luminous barrier. A long queue had formed beyond the barrier, where Duoyan Hena and Yi Xing were administering a charm to the new citizens and residents. enabling their entry into the barrier to enjoy its blessings. With a thud, the aircraft successfully landed, and a team rushed over to conduct various inspections, maintenance, and refueling. Chenin, how long did it take for this plane to fly from the Black Tree River Basin to South Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng inquired. I estimate it to be around 10 minutes, Chenin replied, leaping from the aircraft and tossing off his headgear with flair, instantly attracting the attention of several female aviators. Only 10 minutes. Haha. Then, it would take us less than 2 hours to fly from South Hot Spring Island to North Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng exclaimed, chattering away like a country bumpkin. Brother Feng, I estimate it would take 3 hours for a round trip between Sword Gorge and South Hot Spring Island. As I did not push the speed to its maximum, fearing you might experience motion sickness since it was your first flight, Chenin explained. You truly discerned that. It is indeed my first flight, Ye Feng remarked, caressing the aircraft's exterior as if it were a beloved companion. At that moment, Cheng Li Bean and Charlie approached, dragging a dozen metal boxes, followed by a large contingent from the engineering department. Brother Feng, how was the experience? Cheng Li Bean inquired with a grin. The experience was thoroughly enjoyable. Old Cheng, Charlie, I shall rely on both of you for the technological advancements on Hot Spring Island moving forward, Ye Feng declared. Ye Feng embraced the two individuals briefly and gestured towards the iron boxes. What purpose do these items serve? He inquired. Brother Feng, have you forgotten? We agreed to install heavy water on the aircraft, Charlie explained. These iron boxes, known as elemental containers, are intended to be mounted on the underside of the plane, interconnected by a pipe. When it's time to release the heavy water, we will open the pipeline, allowing all the elemental water to flow down in a steady stream. Good. But this aircraft needs a name. Simply calling it airplane hardly does justice to its speed, Ye Feng remarked. What about Blackbird? Cheng Li Bean suggested. How about Flat Feather? The aircraft's body is quite sleek, Charlie interjected. Or Apache? Chen proposed. Ye Feng shook his head and turned to the engineering team, who was responsible for developing this aircraft. It was a collaborative effort from our entire armament factory, Charlie responded. Then, who contributed the most to its creation? Ye Feng probed further. Undoubtedly, it was Old Cheng. He proposed the initial concept, which our engineering department then transformed into a blueprint, utilizing the labor of over 100 million people to refine the details, Charlie explained. Very well, that signifies Cheng Li Bean's paramount contribution. Henceforth, this aircraft shall be named the Li Bean Armed Bomber, Ye Feng declared. Brother Feng, would Sharp Blade or Sharp Nation sound more formidable? Chen inquired. No, the inventor's name should be honored. This will motivate everyone to continue innovating and developing new inventions, Ye Feng stated with conviction. Agreed. From now on it shall be called the Li Bean Armed Bomber, Charlie affirmed first. In the pursuit of developing this aircraft, Cheng Li Bean had nearly lost all his hair. Of course, my opinion holds no weight. I merely offer a suggestion as a citizen. You might consult Grand Marshal Wang Zhihai or Lord Helix to determine if my proposal is worth considering, Ye Feng added. Cut the nonsense. Once you mention your name, both Helix and Wang Zhihai would agree in an instant. There's no need for such formalities, Chen retorted discontentedly. With a swift motion, Ye Feng smacked the back of his head. Enough. Certain procedures must be adhered to, understood? Otherwise, what does it say about our warm spring island? Is it still that model of absolute fairness, justice, freedom, and enthusiasm? Ye Feng reprimanded. All right, you're right, Brother Feng. Do you know why I came here to find you? Chen asked. Why? Because news has arrived from North Warm Spring Island. A multitude of people awaits your return to purify the elixirs, especially Li Huoling, who has somehow acquired a significant amount of high-grade waste elixirs. He declared that if you do not return within 3 days, he will launch an attack on North Warm Spring Island, Chen elaborated. This is dire indeed. Very well, Chen. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, we shall board 10 Li Bean bombers to return to North Warm Spring Island and assert our dominance. Leslie Huoling believes he has us cornered. Threatening us daily, Ye Feng concluded. We are going back again. To be honest, the South Hot Spring Island is much more prosperous. I don't want to leave. Chenin lamented. The situation on the North Hot Spring Island was far from optimistic. Susan gazed at the increasing number of skilled practitioners outside the luminous barrier, her face turning pale with fear. Li Huoling stood at the forefront of the crowd, his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing Susan. Behind him, not only were there the adept masters from the 4 major sects, but also practitioners from other provinces, all arriving in succession. There were nearly 100 skilled practitioners just from the transformation realm. These individuals hailed not only from the West Yin County, but also from the West Liang region, Mang Mountain County, North Flow County, and Red River County. With the exception of the county lords, nearly all Transformation Realm masters had mobilized. The news that they could refine pills had spread throughout the state, and regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to investigate further. Upon their inquiry, it turned out that the hot spring island indeed possessed the ability to refine pills, achieving a purity of 100%. Consequently, an unspoken agreement formed among these masters. They intended to keep this information under wraps, lest it be leaked across state lines. If more formidable beings were to arrive, how could they surpass those existing powers? However, even if they managed to suppress the news about the hot spring island's refining capabilities, the sheer number of those aware meant that this information would eventually permeate the entire continent. The masters were astute. Such a monumental benefit was best kept from the masses. To avoid a future where everyone could refine pills, nullifying their advantage of information disparity for social ascension. Susan, why have the 40 waste pills I provided you a month ago not been refined yet? I demand an explanation, Li Hualing stated coldly. Well, what? Susan stammered, panic rising within her as she struggled to find a plausible explanation. Should she confess that only Ye Feng on the entire hot spring island could refine pills? What do you mean, what? I have paid you. Hurry and refine my pills. There is only 1 day left. After a day, I will enter the hot spring island. And at that time, you shall all become my pill slaves, Li Hualing declared imperiously. Miss Susan, what about the 11 waste pills I gave you last time? Have you refined any? This time, the question came from Wei Yinming. His relationship with Ye Feng had merely been one of mutual benefit. Now that the hot spring island could not refine pills for him, he was ready to turn on them. Rest assured, just give us a little more time, Susan replied, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Give you time? Who grants me time? I advise you not to offend the entirety of West Yin County over this matter, Wei Yinming retorted bluntly. At that moment, Chief Xiao stepped forward. Miss Susan, where are my pills? It has been over half a month, and you have not refined a single transformation pill for me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against your hot spring island? Susan exhaled deeply, her gaze turning icy. Gentlemen, you may as well return and await news. The hot spring island does indeed possess the capability to refine pills. But that does not mean we are obligated to serve you. If necessary, we shall cease our business altogether. What can you do about it? She replied coldly. She felt it imperative to maintain a stance of strength. Otherwise, other Transformation Realm practitioners would surely rise against her as well. Human nature is such that when one is frequently bullied within a crowd, even those who initially had no intention to harm may find themselves compelled to join in. Alas, it seems the time for leniency has passed. The prince has decreed a mere day's grace, after which we shall unleash our full might upon the sword formation of Hot Spring Island. This proclamation comes from Han, a cultivator of the ancient sword sect. My dear girl, your sword formation indeed possesses merit. However, when we unite our efforts, how long do you believe it can withstand our onslaught? At that moment, I fear for your life and your innocence. This ominous statement originates from the master of the Grey Garb sect. Why waste words with her? I propose we assault Hot Spring Island immediately, without waiting another day. Indeed, we must not allow them to harbor the delusion that they can stand on equal footing with us. After all, a mere island, with its strongest merely at the true martial realm, holds little threat. Had it not been for the fact that he can refine elixirs, he would scarcely merit conversing with one of my disciples. It appears we have spoiled Ye Feng lately, granting him the false impression that he can engage with us as an equal. Outside the luminous barrier, the adept cultivators of the transformation realm engage in lively discourse. Yet, He Qingji refrains from joining the fray. She yearns to speak on Ye Feng's behalf, but she understands that doing so would render her a target. Her comprehension of the darker aspects of human nature runs deep. Should she defend Ye Feng, she would likely find herself beset by this brutish cohort. Suzanne, will you assist in the refining or not? It is a simple matter to decide. Li Hualing steps forward, his gaze icy upon Suzanne. A month prior, he had compensated the governor with a rejuvenation pill for the damages inflicted upon the black devouring formation. Yet, human desires know no bounds. Today, Ye Feng has refined 10 rejuvenation pills for him. Tomorrow, he may demand 10 phantasmal pills, and the day after, perhaps even the celestial transformation pills. Little does he realize that Ye Feng is the sole cultivator on Hot Spring Island, and even if he were to refine continuously for 24 hours, He could not satisfy the insatiable demands of so many outside. Me, Suzanne, having recently ascended to the first stage of the Force Sovereign, finds Li Huoling's gaze unbearable, akin to staring directly into the sun. Ye Feng is currently absent from North Hot Spring Island, rendering him incapable of refining. Suzanne seeks an excuse. What relevance does his presence hold? Simply activate the production line of North Hot Spring Island. Must we await Ye Feng's command? Li Huoling's fury ignites. He had assumed that the refinement of elixirs depended solely on the island's production line. Thus far, the citizens have kept this information under wraps. After all, they enjoy considerable welfare and even have the opportunity to vie for the position of island master. Who would betray Hot Spring Island? Unless one were utterly deranged. Indeed, we must await Ye Feng's return for the production line to commence. Suzanne struggles to articulate. I had initially considered waiting another day, but it seems unnecessary now. Li Huoling turns to gaze at the multitude of transformation realm experts behind him, bolstered by a quintuple of innate realm masters. Chapter 1106. No longer able to remain steady. Their power now rivals that of the governor. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take the first action. The moment I strike, you shall also launch your assaults, shattering the hot spring formation and then rush in to seize the workers and the assembly line. It is imperative that they be captured alive, and we must strive to avoid any loss of life. Should any crucial figures in the purification process be harmed, we would encounter grave difficulties. The voice of Li Huoling resonated from afar. In times past, the adept alchemists from other counties may not have heeded Li Huoling. However, the circumstances are now altered. As our interests align, at your command, my lord, came the synchronized response. Immediately, hundreds of adept alchemists surrounded the hot spring island, brimming with eagerness. Susan, taken aback, swiftly ordered, quickly, fill the blood pool. No sooner had her words left her lips than a thunderous boom echoed from outside. The entire hot spring island trembled, the divine spear emanating a blinding radiance. Yet, this was indeed the combined effort of hundreds of adept alchemists. The luminous barrier manifested numerous large breaches. The blood within the pool was instantly drained. Gritting her teeth, Susan rushed to the side of the blood pool, tossing the living blood slaves into the pool one by one. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar reverberated. The luminous barrier shook violently, the recently mended gaps widening once more. Do not rush through the breaches. There are sword threads within, Li Huoling commanded. Susan was alarmed, with no living blood slaves remaining. She turned to the citizens of Hot Spring Island. Everyone, heed my call. Gather by the blood pool, and let us fill it with our blood. The citizens, undeterred, surged forward, each making a cut to their arteries. With a splatter of blood, the pool was quickly replenished, excess blood cascading down the altar. Boom! Yet another resounding crash. The sword formation emitted a mournful wail, as if sounding an alarm. The golden light upon the divine spear dimmed ominously, as though it could no longer sustain the sword formation. Outside the luminous barrier, a sinister smile crept across Li Huoling's face. For the final strike, let us all unite. Upon uttering this, he patted his waist. A small sword soared into the air, instantaneously transforming into a massive sword of 100 meters in length. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow darted overhead. After 3 seconds, a whoosh echoed. Li Huoling looked skyward. What is that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous sounds of something slicing through the air erupted. Li Huoling's vast consciousness swept toward the heavens. He beheld a droplet of transparent liquid descending from above. As it fell, its velocity increased exponentially, ultimately reaching a speed that even his perception could not capture. Plop! The transparent liquid finally struck the ground. An adept alchemist raised his palm in confusion, only to find a small hole appearing in his hand. Blood oozed forth after a brief pause. What is this substance? The alchemist cried out in agony. It hurts. A fellow disciple of Han's swiftly cast his gaze upward, witnessing another droplet plummeting. He was taken aback, attempting to evade, but the droplet accelerated midair, landing squarely upon his shoulder. Plop! A small hole appeared in the ice beneath his feet. The Han disciple gingerly touched his shoulder. A stream of crimson blood gushed forth, rendering his entire arm immobile, as excruciating pain radiated throughout his body. No, there are hidden weapons. What is this? Shouted the Han surname cultivator, unleashing 6 or 7 protective shields around his body, enveloping himself securely. The others, startled, quickly activated their own multicolored shields. Whoosh! A shadow flitted across the sky, and several drops of an unidentified liquid descended. Wei Yiming looked up, reassured by the presence of his protective shield, dismissing the transparent liquid entirely. Plop! One drop of heavy water struck his shield, causing the outer layer to flicker and extinguish instantly. Plop, plop, plop. The heavy water continued to rain down. The remaining layers of his shields faltered within mere moments, collapsing under the relentless assault. Such trivial skills, daring to show off here, Wei Yiming exclaimed, only to be interrupted by a series of agonizing screams escaping his lips. A drop of heavy water fell from his ear, severing it cleanly and carving a gash across his chest. This is terrible. My shield cannot withstand the hidden weapons from above, cried a cultivator from Mongshan County. His voice soon drowned in continuous wails. His shield was overwhelmed by 30 drops of heavy water, shattering instantaneously. Simultaneously, the heavy water cascaded down upon his crown, piercing through him. The cultivator swayed unsteadily, his eyes glazing over, still driven by the remnants of his formidable strength despite the grievous injury. Alas, the extent of his wounds was too severe. The heavy water had rendered his body riddled with holes. Boom! The massive form of the cultivator crumpled to the ground. Li Huoling narrowed his eyes and pointed fiercely at the gigantic sword, which began to whirl rapidly around him. Clang! A resonant sound echoed as the sword's speed halved. Li Huoling's expression darkened, and he summoned a dense azure shield. Plop! A drop of heavy water struck the shield, allowing Li Huoling to finally discern the nature of the hidden weapon. Astonishingly, it was merely a drop of liquid. Clang! 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 The heavy water incessantly fell, and the gigantic sword suffered significant damage, developing several large gaps. Yet, his azure shield proved remarkably resilient. Though it flickered under the assault, it remained intact. Fear not, everyone. Such hidden weapons capable of harming cultivators at the transformation stage must be limited in number. Remain steady. Li Huoling's voice resonated. No sooner had he spoken than a scream erupted from behind him. One of his subordinates, a member of the Purple Guard, was pierced through by a drop of heavy water. Ah! Another scream followed as a transformation cultivator from Shiliang County was struck in the shoulder. The other transformation cultivators could no longer maintain their composure. This is dreadful. We cannot withstand these hidden weapons. Let's retreat to the temporary formation and use its shield to fend off the attacks from above. With a leader stepping forward, the others fled in disarray, not daring to linger on Warm Spring Island for even a moment longer. Yet, the bombardment in the sky has not ceased. Whoosh! With every pass of the bomber, dozens of droplets of heavy water descend, striking the ground with resounding thuds, creating countless fissures upon the icy surface. Only the azure light barrier of Li Huoling remains steadfast, though it trembles precariously. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, aboard the Li Bin bomber, Ye Feng tugged forcefully at the control stick. The numerous elemental containers beneath the bomber burst open, and all elements flowed simultaneously into a single conduit, merging into droplets of heavy water, cascading downward. This is outrageous. Li Huoling seethed with fury, pointing sharply at the colossal sword, directing his mental essence to lock onto Ye Feng's bomber in the heavens. Whoosh! The colossal sword soared into the sky, cleaving toward Ye Feng's aircraft. Chapter 1107, You Spineless Wretch. A mighty gust swept through, rendering the winds and snow of the world momentarily still. Although mental essence can pinpoint all things, if their speed is too swift, it proves futile. The colossal sword merely grazed the exhaust of the bomber, yet was struck by the freshly released heavy water. In an instant, the sword emitted a mournful wail, snapping in two. Puff! Below, Li Huoling, his vitality compromised, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The once dense azure barrier now appeared frail. How? My second magical artifact, utterly destroyed. Who is up there? Li Huoling bellowed, as the skies darkened ominously. Plop, plop, plop. Dozens of droplets of heavy water descended, targeting Li Huoling's azure barrier. Gritting his teeth, Li Huoling had no choice but to suppress his rage and charge towards his grand formation. Plop, plop, plop. His previous standing spot was pockmarked with numerous small holes from the heavy water's assault. In the pilot's seat, Chunin was inexplicably exhilarated. He was tasked with piloting the bomber, while Ye Feng managed the release of heavy water. Brother Feng, shall we continue the bombardment? Chunin inquired. Indeed. It is the perfect opportunity to test whether the heavy water can breach their temporary formation, Ye Feng replied. Understood at once. Chunin turned the bomber, hurtling toward the densely clustered barrier zones outside Spring Island. Each barrier represented a sect or a race. Heavy water fell as if it were free, shaking their protective formations to their core. Regrettably, the intercom had yet to be invented, leaving the remaining 19 bombers unable to receive Ye Feng's commands promptly. Thus, they mimicked Ye Feng's actions. In no time, the other 19 bombers joined the fray. The heavy water struck the protective formations below, causing them to sway violently. Some weaker formations, having endured 30 to 40 droplets, ignited spontaneously with a resounding crack. The skilled practitioners within panicked, fleeing to distant realms. Of course, He Qingji's barrier also came under assault. After all, Ye Feng could only control his own bomber and was unable to direct the other 19. At least for this moment, civilization waged a one-sided massacre against the cultivation realm. The unfortunate victims outside have indeed fallen into dire straits. The ice shelters they toiled to construct could not withstand even a drop of heavy water, resulting in devastating breaches. From an altitude of 4,000 meters, Ye Feng was unable to control the precision of his strikes, resorting instead to a broad area bombardment. Consequently, even the Grand Formation on North Hot Spring Island endured 2 hits. The shimmering barriers below shattered one by one, and the flags of the formation ignited spontaneously. Those self-proclaimed masters of transformation fled in disarray, retreating to distant lands, too fearful to linger near North Hot Spring Island. Within the Grand Formation, Li Huoling gazed upward at the ominous shadows flitting across the sky, his expression dark as coal. The barrage of heavy water continued relentlessly, targeting his protective barrier, which was the largest and thus the focus of Ye Feng's assault. My lord, perhaps we should flee? It seems those projectiles are unending. Could it be that Ye Feng's reinforcements have arrived? A member of the purple-clad guard suggested. What? You wish to abandon your post? Li Huoling turned, fixing the guard with a cold stare. And no, I dare not, the guard stammered, stepping back in fear. Precisely. As the Lord of Sheen County, how could I flee? Would I not become a laughingstock? Today, I shall see just how many projectiles he possesses. Once they light up, it will be the day I cleanse Hot Spring Island in blood, Li Huoling declared icily. At that moment, 2 small holes appeared in the barrier above. 2 droplets of heavy water breached the formation, one striking his reclining chair with a resounding crash. The chair shattered into countless pieces. Maintain the formation, Li Huoling bellowed. Boom. 2 flags ignited spontaneously, rendering any maintenance efforts futile. More droplets of heavy water cascaded from above. Li Huoling scanned the other 34 flags. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more flags burst into flames. The purple-clad guard opened his mouth to speak, but thought better of it, fearing another reprimand. Laughter echoed from the heavens, a silver sound that belonged to Ye Feng. Li Huoling, how does it feel? Li Huoling narrowed his eyes. So it is you, scoundrel Ye Feng. If you are a man, come down and face me in a duel, rather than hiding behind your tricks, he roared. Apologies, we do not relish in reckless bravado. Allow me to bestow upon you a few hundred more droplets, Ye Feng replied, once again manipulating the controls. Dozens of elemental boxes opened, channeling all elements into a single pipeline. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Heavy water rained down in torrents. Li Huoling looked around in bewilderment, witnessing the spontaneous combustion of 10 flags. As the power of the formation waned, the flames consumed the flags with increasing rapidity. Ye Feng, Ye Feng, Ye Feng. His furious roars ascended towards the heavens. Li Huoling, do not wail at me. I have already seen your attempts to attack my hot spring island. Consider this a minor lesson, Ye Feng stated, releasing another barrage of heavy water. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Below, Li Huoling's grand formation could no longer withstand the assault, the remaining flags igniting in a blaze, and the entire barrier collapsed in an instant. Oh no, quick, flee. Within the grand formation, the individuals from the Duke's manor emitted various anguished cries. Some timid souls, in their fright, plunged headlong into the snow, attempting to muffle their fear. Alas, without the Duke's command, they dared not flee. Ye Feng, I shall inevitably return for you, Li Huoling vowed before swiftly darting towards the gale-stricken area. His companion, the purple-clad guard, was taken aback and hastily followed suit. However, one unfortunate soul was struck by 2 droplets of heavy water that penetrated his skull, emerging from his chin. Brother Pang, the purple-clad guard exclaimed, sorrow flickering across his face. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on in pursuit of Li Huoling. In merely an hour, Li Huoling reached the gale-stricken area. only to find that the leaders of various sects had not departed but were instead re-establishing their camp. Did you not flee? Li Huoling inquired. Yet, the masters of transformation offered him no courtesy, ignoring him entirely. Hey, I am addressing you. Why have you not left the gale-stricken area? Li Huoling pointed at the leader clad in gray. Your Highness, please show some respect. I do not belong to your Western County. The reason I remain here is that we are still preparing to negotiate with Hot Spring Island, the gray-clad leader replied. You spineless wretch. After Ye Feng treated you so, you still wish to negotiate with him? Li Huoling's fury flared. Your Highness, do not speak so. Only Hot Spring Island can refine useless pills. Even if Ye Feng has injured me and slain one of our elders, I must continue negotiations with him. Do you have any idea how valuable the skill of refining pills is in the Starmong continent? The gray-clad leader stated with an air of entitlement. Shameless scoundrels. After Ye Feng has treated you so, you still. Li Huoling felt a tightness in his chest, his throat sweet with the taste of blood. Suddenly, 20 Li Bin-class bombers ignited their engines and gradually descended to the periphery of the sword formation. The cabin doors flung open, and Ye Feng was the first to disembark. Following him, 56 pilots and passengers emerged from the other bombers, including Cheng Li Bin, Chenin, Ding Tuan Tuan, Duoyan Hena, Yi Xing, Ding Tuan Tuan, Su Yun, Bai Chu Shui, Yi Lian, Nei Ri Li Meizi, and Ka Zina. However, Yi Xing appeared quite pale as soon as he stepped off the aircraft. He retched violently. The strength of those present was at least at the 9th tier of power, while Yi Xing was merely at the 1st tier, unable to withstand the high-speed flight of the bomber. As for the pilots, they were required to be at least of the Strength King level, else their bodies could not endure the pressure differential. Susan was overjoyed, the first to rush out from the sword formation. Ah Feng, you have finally arrived. Of course I came, he replied, and with that, they embraced tightly. After a moment, Ye Feng lowered his gaze to Yi Lian's forehead, where a faint red mark resided. Little Yi Lian, to what level have you cultivated your sure eye? Ye Feng inquired. I am uncertain, yet I sense that my third eye is about to awaken, said Yi Lian. Ah. Ye Feng quickly shielded his face with his hand. He had perused the introduction to the Shura eye, which, once opened, could obliterate all existence in its gaze. It was akin to possessing laser vision, capable of annihilating anyone it beheld. Hena, cast the curse upon them. We must breach the sword formation and create an opening to advance the bombers within the luminous barrier, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. After Hena affirmed, she proceeded to bestow new curses upon Ilian, Bai Chu Shui, and Naire Meizi. Following the casting, 800 soldiers emerged from the Hot Spring Island, each group consisting of 40. As they struggled to push 20 bombers through the glowing barrier. As Ye Feng moved, he took Yi Xing by the hand and entered the barrier. Once inside, Ye Feng ascended to the altar, gently touching the bandage on Susan's artery with concern. You have endured much. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Baekwon Island would have been doomed, Ye Feng lamented. It is nothing. As long as I live, all shall be well, Susan replied, releasing his hand. Ye Feng again stood atop the altar, gazing down upon the scene beyond the barrier. Outside, anguished cries filled the air as disaster victims mourned over the bodies of their loved ones. The recent indiscriminate assault had indeed vanquished some formidable foes, yet it was the innocent victims who bore the brunt of the calamity. Someone, a 1,000-man commander approached. Take a team outside, for each family that has lost a member. Provide them with compensation. However, if they are from the Xingming continent, no compensation shall be given, Ye Feng ordered. Brother Feng, why compensate them at all? This is war. The demise of a few unfortunate souls is an unavoidable consequence, Chenin interjected. We should still offer some compensation. After all, we are not lacking in funds. Ye Feng countered, waving his hand dismissively. Old Cheng, please inspect the bombers. They were shaking considerably during the bombardment. Check if any screws have come loose, Ye Feng instructed. Such high-speed aircraft necessitate thorough inspections after each landing. Should a screw be loose, the next activation could result in disintegration. Understood, I will attend to it immediately. Cheng Li Bin replied, and he, along with Charlie and Bai Xiang, promptly set off to maintain the bombers. A Feng, while you were away. The warehouse is filled with useless pills. Should we refine them now? It was your absence that caused Liu Huoling and the others to turn against us so ruthlessly, Susan remarked. What kind of useless pills are we speaking of? Ye Feng inquired. Various types, all of a relatively high grade. Once refined, They may very well elevate the strength of our hot spring island, Susan said with eager anticipation. Refinement will certainly occur, but not at this moment. I declare that tonight we shall host a grand feast to celebrate for 3 days and nights. Once we have reveled sufficiently, we shall return to our regular duties. Ye Feng's voice resounded. Oh, a holiday awaits us. Ha ha ha. Working on Hot Spring Island is truly the most delightful endeavor in the world. Ha ha. Let us indulge in feasting and drinking to our heart's content. Within the luminous barrier, both citizens and residents cast their weapons skyward in jubilant abandon. The return of Brother Feng brings a wave of relief. With his arrival, we can finally take a break. The past 2 months under Susan's oppressive rule have left us gasping for breath, as if the end of the world were imminent. However, Brother Feng's presence is a breath of fresh air. He exudes an air of ease that instantly lightens our spirits. That very night, a grand feast was held on Hot Spring Island, and Ye Feng arranged a porridge booth outside the screen, allowing the disaster-stricken to partake in the joyous atmosphere of the island. Indeed, the cries from outside diminished significantly as the refugees formed a long queue at the porridge booth. Within the luminous confines of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng sat at the head of the table, admiring the graceful dance of Kazina. She had recently dedicated herself to the art of dance, elevating her skills to new heights. Strictly speaking, her movements had transcended the performances of the grand song and dance troupe, becoming a unique phenomenon in their own right. Previously, her dance had only stirred the most primal desires in men. However, now it was different. Her soulful movements were light and uplifting, evoking pure appreciation devoid of any base instincts, serving to purify the soul. At that moment, Ye Feng felt an unparalleled lightness, as all anxiety, sorrow, and grief vanished, enveloped instead by a sense of enchanting reverie. After a while, a flicker of realization crossed his face. It seemed that as he admired Kazina's dance, his own state of mind had become even more composed than before. If Kazina's dance were to reach another level, it might even serve to suppress his inner demons. Of course, there were those who could not appreciate such beauty, like Chunin. For those uninterested in the dance, I shall recount a tale from Jinping Mei, he announced, prompting a rush of disinterested men towards him. Ding Tuanshuan, observing Kazina's performance, gradually adopted a serious expression. After a while, she rose and approached Ye Feng. Little Tuanshuan, what troubles you? He inquired. Brother Leaf, I believe it is time for me to depart, she replied earnestly. What? Do you not enjoy North Hot Spring Island? Do you wish to return to South Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. No, it is not about leaving North Hot Spring Island. Although I have reached the 4th order strength of a sovereign, I feel increasingly constrained by my limitations. I must venture out to refine my state of mind. Ding Tuanshuan stated seriously. Refine your state of mind? Very well, where do you wish to go for this refinement? I think Eternal Life City would be splendid. Or perhaps the temple, or even the green fields. Ye Feng suggested, though his heart raced with unease as he sensed the weight of Ding Tuanshuan's decision. None of those. I do not wish to remain a frog at the bottom of a well. I aspire to leave the gale wind and journey to the legendary Starmon continent. Perhaps there, I can hone my state of mind to its optimal condition, Ding Tuanshuan declared. Listen to me. Do not go to the Starmon continent. It is teeming with powerful beings. You would be devoured whole. Ye Feng cautioned. Indeed, Tuanshuan, if you wish to refine your state of mind, you could do so in the Great Desert or the Black Tree River Basin. There is no need to venture to the Starmon continent, Susan also urged. Xiao Tuanshuan, heed Uncle Cheng's advice and remain here. I shall introduce you to a fine young man. Once you establish a family, your heart shall be settled, Cheng Libin urged. Ding Tuanshuan glanced at Ye Feng, then at Duoyan and Susan, who flanked him, and silently shook her head. No need. I intend to dedicate my entire life to cultivation. As for marriage, I shall no longer entertain such thoughts, she declared, casting a profound gaze at Ye Feng before turning her attention to the outside of Hot Spring Island. Duoyan and Susan exchanged uncertain glances. It was evident to all that Ding Tuanshuan's affections were reserved for but one man. Yet, being women, they found themselves reluctant to disrupt the status quo, even as they shared a single husband, feeling it insufficient. Humans are inherently selfish, and thus, they chose to remain silent. Ye Feng, maintaining a stoic expression, raised his glass and drank deeply. Ding Tuanshuan, I have always regarded you as my own sister. If you believe you can find opportunities in the Stardream continent, then go forth. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, For even a bomber aircraft, I will procure for you. Ye Feng said after a long moment of contemplation. Very well, I shall request a bomber. Ding Tuanshuan nodded. At that moment, two men stepped forward. Ye Feng recognized them as Ding Tuanshuan's ardent admirers. Brother Feng, we too wish to accompany Sister Tuanshuan to the Star Dream Continent for training. When I ascend to divinity, I shall surely repay the kindness of Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, do not heed his grandiose claims. I do not aspire to become a deity. Even if I attain semi-divinity, I will return to express my gratitude to Hot Spring Island for its nurturing. The two men finished speaking, glaring at one another like rival roosters. I have no objections. If you wish to go, then go, provided that Tuanshuan does not oppose it, Ye Feng replied. Why are you two here again? Part of my reason for leaving North Hot Spring Island was to escape from you. Ding Tuanshuan turned around, wearing an unhappy expression as she looked at them. Is it true, Sister Tuanshuan, that we are so bothersome? Sister Tuanshuan, I consider myself quite handsome and distinguished. Why? Oh, why can I not win your heart? The banquet continued. Ding Tuanshuan retired to rest, having declared her intention to journey to the Star Dream Continent the following day. Ilian, now 19, sat at the table, exuding the fresh aura of youth with every graceful gesture. This allure attracted a throng of admirers. Sister Ilian, this is a gift for you. Please accept it. One young man placed a box on Ilian's table. Ilian hesitated but opened it in front of everyone. Could you not open it privately? No need. I have no use for this, Ilian replied, returning the box to the young man. Another young man approached. Ilian, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. Will you be my companion? Slap. The young man clutched his face and fled, howling. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. Ding Tuanshuan boarded the bomber, her two loyal admirers shamelessly trailing behind, one occupying the co-pilot's seat and the other settling in the rear. Beside the bomber lay numerous crates filled with fuel. Susan, Duoyan Hena, Ilian, and Chunin all gathered to bid farewell. Tuan, once you step outside, you must tread carefully. The starry continent is not like warm Spring Island, and no one will shield you anymore, Susan advised. Tuan, I will miss you dearly. Chunin wept, tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. Here, Tuan, this is the bomber's maintenance manual, and this is for its upkeep. Chung Libin handed her two books. Ding Tuan, I wish you a smooth journey on the starry continent, and may you swiftly cultivate to the true martial realm. Duoyan Hena offered her blessings. Auntie, I will miss you so much, Yi Xing cried out, mimicking Chun and sorrowful demeanor. Unable to contain her emotions, Ding Tuan dashed forward to embrace Yi Xing, and the two wept together in a heartfelt embrace. After a moment, Ding Tuan glanced back toward the castle. Has he not come? She inquired. The others fell silent. As Ding Tuan departed, it was Ye Feng who felt the deepest sorrow. In the dimly lit room, Ye Feng sat on a chair, his back turned to the window. On the table lay two empty jars of fruit wine. After a while, a thunderous noise echoed from outside. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Ye Feng staggered to the window, gazing at the bomber circling the sky. After 5 minutes of circling, the bomber swiftly soared northward, quickly diminishing into a mere speck. Ye Feng appeared bewildered, his lips moving silently. My dear Tuan, I wish you safe travels, good health, and may you encounter true friends wherever you go, living a life filled with happiness. With that, there was little left to occupy his mind. Ye Feng commenced a prolonged process of refining. The discarded elixirs were of a higher grade. It took him 2 full months to purify over 200 transformation pills, 1,400 cultivation pills, and 6,000 vitality pills. Naturally, he also refined several unfamiliar pills. As his cultivation reached the mid-true martial stage, his mastery over the blood-sucking technique became more meticulous, thus exponentially increasing his refining speed. One day, 2 months later, a purified Ye Feng emerged from the training room. Brother Feng has emerged. Brother Feng has emerged. Ha! Chunin was the first to react. Immediately, a throng of people rushed over to carry Ye Feng to the bathing room for a thorough cleansing. Susan pushed open the door to the training room, and a foul stench of impurities wafted out. However, she also noticed 7 burlap sacks inside. She casually opened one, only to be astonished and cover her mouth in shock. They were filled with pure elixirs. Chapter 11:10, I shall not accompany you. We've struck gold, Sister Susan. Should we distribute these elixirs as benefits to the citizens of Warm Spring Island immediately? Chunin exclaimed with excitement. Let's consult with Ah Feng first. Once he gives his nod, we can distribute these elixirs as benefits to all citizens, Susan agreed. Cheng Libin sighed. It is a pity that Tuan Tuan has already left. Otherwise, she could have utilized these elixirs to cultivate to the true martial realm. What are you thinking? It is not merely through the consumption of drugs that one can ascend. A certain mental state must be achieved for success to come naturally. Not to mention the existence of bottlenecks, Chenin remarked. Well, little Lin, I never imagined your insights would nearly rival my own. I must be getting old and losing my touch, Cheng Libin sighed. Though you may be aging, in terms of wisdom, you still have much to learn. Chenin replied with an air of certainty. You impudent brat, are you itching for a reprimand? Cheng Libin exclaimed in anger, chasing Chun and around the hot spring island. Recently, his primary focus had been on research, resulting in little progress in his cultivation. On the North Hot Spring Island, in the assembly hall, Ye Feng occupied the main seat, flanked by Susan and Duoyan Hena. Before the trio lay several burlap sacks, from which the outlines of pure-colored elixirs could be faintly discerned through the seams. Below them sat over 20,000 citizens, including Nireli Maizi, Ilian, Shenun, and Baichushua. Esteemed citizens, I have dedicated 2 months to purifying this batch of inferior elixirs. Today, I shall distribute these welfare benefits until they are all dispensed. Ye Feng announced as he rose to address the assembly. Long live Brother Feng. Long live. Long live 1,000 times. The citizens cheered in fervor. Brother Feng, I love you. Ye Feng, I want to bear your child. Calm down, my brother. You are a man and cannot bear children, came the response. I don't care. My love for Brother Feng is overwhelming. I must bear his child. The citizens went into a frenzy, their reverence for Ye Feng reaching unprecedented heights. One might ask, in other circumstances, how many would hoard such a bounty of elixirs for themselves? Yet, on Hot Spring Island, under Ye Feng's nurturing environment, everything was shared equally among them. Please restrain your emotions. Let us adhere to the old ways. Chunin, prepare a large box and pour all the elixirs into it. Then, the citizens shall line up to take whatever they can grasp, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Chunin promptly set about preparing the box. Ye Feng then turned to Atayer. Atayer, you have now reached the true martial realm and possess divine consciousness, so during the gathering, you are not permitted to use your divine mind to scan the elixirs in the box. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I wouldn't resort to such tactics. I am now a citizen, and future benefits will be plentiful. Why would I need to be cunning? Atayer replied earnestly. His sincerity was genuine. In the fair and just atmosphere of Hot Spring Island, those within its embrace typically had no desire to disrupt such harmony. To be on the safe side, you and I will be the last to participate, Ye Feng cleverly suggested. Is that truly necessary? I assured you I would not employ my divine mind, Atayer retorted, feeling his dignity was being slighted. Am I the sort to engage in such behavior? I am grateful for what Hot Spring Island offers. How could I possibly undermine it? After a while, Shonen returned, carrying a large box and mixed all the elixirs together before pouring them into the container. Everyone, please line up. Hena, Susan, Yi Xing. You 3 should also join the queue, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, father. Yi Xing quickly positioned himself as the 5th in line. Just then, a soldier of civilian rank entered the hall. He immediately noticed the large box and the citizens waiting in line, a flicker of envy crossing his face. He silently wished to become a citizen soon. The soldier pondered to himself. What is the matter? Chunin inquired, looking at the soldier. Feng go and go. Wei Yiming has arrived, along with the leader of the Gray Robe sect. They are just outside the light screen, the soldier replied. Ye Feng abruptly stood up. Haven't those 2 had enough of my heavy water bombs? Ye Feng sneered. No, they do not appear to be here to cause trouble. Instead, they are queuing outside the hot spring bank, mingling among the refugees, but our security detected them, the soldier explained. Queuing? Come, Chenin. Let us go outside and take a look, Ye Feng commanded. Feng go. I haven't even finished my task yet. What is the hurry? Once we handle this matter, you will certainly catch up, he assured. Thus, the 2 made their way to the hot spring bank, and indeed, the 2 sneaky figures were blending in with the crowd. Master Wei, and the leader of the Gray Robe sect, it's been 2 months. I trust you both are well. Ye Feng directly addressed the 2. Wei Yiming's expression darkened, and he could only remove his mask. Mr. Yi, although you injured me last time and killed 4 of my disciples, I bear you no grudge. I happen to have 140. Could you assist me in refining them? Wei Yiming inquired. Ye Feng let out a cold laugh, neither nodding nor shaking his head. but instead gazing at the leader of the gray-robed sect. Don't look at me. My intentions are the same as Master Wei's. Are you still willing to refine the elixirs for us? The gray-robed sect leader asked. However, I did kill so many of your people with a bomber 2 months ago. You do not hold a grudge against me? Ye Feng countered. The two sect leaders exchanged glances, their hearts ablaze with fury. It was undoubtedly a lie to say they bore no resentment. Yet what could they do? They desperately needed Ye Feng's refining skills. It was merely their misfortune. Death had claimed them, and it was of no consequence. Wei Yinming feigned generosity as he spoke. You are right. In fact, I discovered through my investigation that the person you killed was an undercover agent sent by another sect. You have inadvertently eliminated a menace for me, and I am grateful rather than resentful. The gray-robe sect leader's heart bled. Yet he still had to maintain a facade of gratitude towards Ye Feng. Is that so? Gray-robe sect leader, it seems I am your fortunate star. Very well. Since you both are so understanding, I shall continue to refine the elixirs. Simply hand them over to the bank, and I will come to refine them when I have the time. After finishing his words, Ye Feng turned to leave. Wait, Mr. Yi. How long will it take to refine these elixirs? Surely you must provide a time frame? Wei Yinming called after him. Ye Feng slowly turned his head, revealing only half of his face. Do not ask what should not be asked. In any case, once the refining is complete, I will inform you. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. But there must be a time frame, right? You can't expect us to wait a year, or even 10 years, can you? Wei Yinming pressed. The gray-robed sect leader beside him wore a wary expression. I, Ye Feng, have always despised being coerced. If you two insist on a precise time frame, then perhaps you should seek someone else for refining. I shall take my leave. With that, Ye Feng turned to depart. Do not leave. Very well. We shall store the useless elixirs in the hot spring bank for now, and I hope that Mr. Yi will assist us in their refinement when he has the time. Of course, we will not press Mr. Yi. It depends on your schedule, Wei Yinming said with utmost courtesy. Chapter 11:11. This is convenient for the sake of future cultivation ambitions. Enduring a little humiliation now is quite understandable. It is preferable to endure the hardships of Ye Feng rather than those of cultivation. Wei Laogai was indeed correct. I too have stored the useless elixirs in the hot spring bank. Mr. Yi, refine them when you have time. Do not overexert yourself. For your health is my utmost concern, the master of the gray garb remarked. He had been a stalwart individual, but after savoring the pleasures of Hot Spring Island, this tough man had become somewhat spineless. Humph. Ye Feng scoffed lightly, watching the two clowns perform. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, He Qingji. Mr. Yi, when Li Huoling attempted to attack Hot Spring Island, I did not join the fray, she stated. Oh. Ye Feng's gaze fell upon He Qingji. There is no need for you to explain. I am aware that you did not intervene. Susan has already informed me, and I have seen it on the plane. He replied with a smile and a nod. Among the members of the four major factions, only He Qingji seemed somewhat reliable. Are you here to refine elixirs as well? Ye Feng inquired as he returned to the light screen with a smile. Indeed, I have 17 useless elixirs here, He Qingji said, pulling the elixirs from her bosom. Let us do this. The crowd outside is a mixed bag, and I prefer not to engage with them individually. Henceforth, you shall be my spokesperson. All their useless elixirs will be entrusted to you. You may take a portion for yourself, and then deliver them collectively to the hot spring bank, where Wang Zhihe will coordinate with you, Ye Feng proposed. What? Wei Yinming and the master of the gray garb exclaimed in outrage. They were aware that they stood at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while He Qingji was merely in the latter stages. Mr. Yi, if you were to find a spokesperson, should it not be someone stronger? Either of us would far surpass the members of the UN sect, not only in strength but also in influence, connections, and power, Wei Yinming protested. Indeed, my gray garb sect has some renown in Shiliang County. If you assign this spokesperson role to me, I will certainly ensure a steady supply of high-grade useless elixirs. Yet you choose someone from the UN sect. Consider this. Can a woman who ascended through the allure of her beauty be trusted? The master of the gray garb added, equally defiant. However, I simply find her pleasing to the eye, Ye Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. The two men fell silent. Their faces darkened as they contemplated their next move. So it shall be. From now on, whenever you require the refinement of useless elixirs, simply deliver them to the light screen of the UN sect, and they will collectively send them to me at Hot Spring Island. The timing for refinement is yet to be determined. It will depend on when I am available. Ye Feng said nonchalantly. He Qingji's delicate face flushed crimson as she gazed at Ye Feng with longing eyes. Her Yuan sect had long been looked down upon by the other factions, but today, Ye Feng allowed her to hold her head high. Mr. Yi, I have a suggestion. If you have the time tonight, you could come to my light screen. I would like to treat you to a drink. As a token of my gratitude for your recognition, she proposed. He Qingji, at this juncture, discreetly cast a flirtatious glance at Ye Feng. A shiver coursed through Ye Feng as he scrutinized He Qingji once more. Her composed demeanor was nearly on par with Duoyan Hena's, yet she possessed a more feminine allure. Moreover, she was a master of the transformation realm. What might her allure entail? Should she employ even a modicum of her seductive arts, he could find himself utterly ensnared. How about this? I shall take some time to inspect the area outside the barrier, but not at this moment. After all, there are numerous formidable individuals out there seeking my demise, and I cannot afford to take such risks, Ye Feng declared. Very well. I shall remain within the barrier while you do so, He Qingji replied, winking at Ye Feng. Wei Yiming and the master of the gray garment exchanged glances, each recognizing the intent reflected in the other's eyes. It became apparent that Ye Feng was a man of lascivious tendencies. This simplifies matters. Mr. Yi, we shall take our leave for now, they stated in unison before returning to a newly established protective formation for their clan. In our gray garment sect, we have a saintess whose beauty rivals that of the mistress of the enchantress sect, and she is still an untouched maiden. Upon our return, I shall persuade her. Once she is willing to sacrifice her allure, the spokesperson shall henceforth be our gray garment sect. Although my ghostly control sect lacks a saintess, I have a distant cousin whose beauty is equally comparable to that wretched He Qingji. I will have her assist me in vying for the spokesperson position, Wei Yiming added. Old Wei, let us agree that regardless of who secures the spokesperson role, it shall be shared between our factions, without any deductions. It is settled then. The two men promptly sealed their agreement with 3 hearty claps. Within the barrier, Ye Feng returned to the assembly hall. The citizens had only managed to queue a little over halfway, with more than 6,000 still waiting. Father, can you guess what elixir I drew? Yi Xing beamed with pride. The transformation pill? Ye Feng was about to ruffle his hair, but then reconsidered, opting instead to pat him on the shoulder. Yi Xing was nearly 9 years old now. It was time to refrain from such gestures. Yes, precisely the transformation pill. You must be cautious. Do not consume the transformation pill all at once, for I fear you may not withstand its potency. Ye Feng said kindly. I understand. I will take a small portion each time and consume it daily until it is finished in 3 months, Yi Xing replied, producing the transformation pill. At that moment, Duoyan Hena approached. Son, quickly demonstrate your skills to your father. Oh, and father, let me show you, Yi Xing said as he retrieved a long spear from the weapon rack. The spear seemed to flow effortlessly in Yi Xing's hands, as nimble as his fingers, striking precisely where aimed, akin to a living dragon. Not only was his strength formidable, but his speed and accuracy were also exceptional. My son, you are truly a spear expert. This is impressive, Ye Feng praised, giving a thumbs up. I am only interested in the spear. I find other weapons do not suit me as well, Yi Xing remarked. No worries. In the future, once I refine enough iridium, I shall craft you an indestructible spear made of iridium, Ye Feng joyfully responded. My son's prowess brings honor to this old father as well. Ah Feng. Hurry and queue up, Susan urged from the side. I almost forgot. Son, please wish for your father to acquire the transformation pill. Without any unexpected turns, Ye Feng successfully acquired a Pei Yuan Dan. Duoyan Hena and Susan each obtained a Yangqi Dan. There would be no celebrations this evening. Everyone should return home and determine the appropriate quantity of elixirs to consume based on their cultivation level. If one's cultivation is insufficient, encountering a high-grade Huayuan Dan would be best consumed in moderation to avoid potential bodily harm from a single, hasty ingestion. Moreover, if one feels their mental state is unstable, it is prudent to refrain from recklessly consuming elixirs, lest they fall victim to inner demons, as I have, becoming too fearful to progress. Ye Feng addressed everyone. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Hot Spring Island. After a chorus of cheers, the citizens returned to their homes, each pursuing their own breakthroughs. Chapter 11-12. Only one step away, Ye Feng was confident that, following this evening, there would no longer be any practitioners at the level of Strength Master among the citizens of Hot Spring Island, with the exception of Yi Xing. From that night onward, all former Strength Masters on Hot Spring Island would ascend to the ranks of Strength Kings. Perhaps, in terms of high-level prowess. Hot Spring Island might not hold much significance in the Sheen County. However, when considering overall strength, it could potentially rival many larger sects, such as the Yuguazong. While they undoubtedly possessed more experts above the true martial realm, their lower tier was notably weak, with most remaining at the early stages of the acquired realm, equivalent to strength master level. In the middle of the night, Ye Feng was roused by a series of roars. This commotion likely stemmed from a strength king breaking through to the level of strength emperor, but he was too lazy to investigate, choosing instead to hold Duoyan Hena close and sleep until dawn. Boom. At that moment, a deep rumbling echoed through the skies of Hot Spring Island. Someone had broken through to the true martial realm. A voice rang out, though its owner remained unknown. Ye Feng, clad only in his undergarments, dashed out of his room. Above the rooftop of Zaha, dark clouds gathered ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning. It was Zaha. That lad was attempting to break through to the true martial realm? Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. Little did he know, Zaha had drawn a Huayuan Dan and, being rather headstrong, had consumed it whole without moderation. The lightning danced in the sky, yet it did not strike downwards. A Feng, can he succeed? Duoyan Hena nestled against Ye Feng. It seems difficult. He is attempting to leap from a 7th tier strength emperor directly to a 9th tier, and then immediately break through to the true martial realm. Crossing 3 levels in a single day, including a major realm, Ye Feng shook his head, skeptical of Zaha's chances. As expected, the thunder in the sky persisted until afternoon, gradually dissipating without ever striking Zaha. Let us go check on him and offer some consolation. With that, Ye Feng led a group to Zaha's home. They found him sitting dejectedly on his bed, appearing quite drained. Brother Feng, I am so useless. I did not break through to the true martial realm. I had hoped to become the 3rd true martial expert of Hot Spring Island. Alas, Zaha sighed deeply. At that moment, Atai approached. It's all right, Zaha. Though you have not reached the true martial realm like Brother Feng and me, you are still a peak expert among strength emperors. I believe that in another 10 or 8 years, you will catch up to at least a fraction of my level, Atai said sincerely. Zai, what's wrong? Is my joke not amusing? Atai realized something. Dare not. You are now the Vice Marshal of North Hot Spring Island, Zahi replied with a frown. Ha ha. That's more like it. Cheer up, smile a bit. Leaf Maple sighed. Atai, you truly have a talent for comforting others. You stay here and soothe Zahi's wounded spirit. I shall return for a brief nap. Yes, Brother Feng. Get lost. I don't want your comfort. Just seeing you makes me want to hit someone, Zahi bellowed, expelling everyone from the room. After Leaf Maple had his fill of sleep, he made his way to Kazina's chamber. Ah, Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to come. I haven't even prepared myself, Kazina exclaimed, taken aback. No worries, I merely came to see you. Would you dance for me, just the 2 of us? Leaf Maple inquired. He perceived that Kazina could be aptly dubbed the goddess of dance. Her movements had the power to solidify one's mental state, perhaps even eradicate inner demons. Brother Feng, have you noticed my progress in dance? Kazina asked, her face alight with joy. During their time on South Hot Spring Island, she and her troupe had diligently studied dance, showcasing the myriad beauties of femininity through their art. They even managed to evoke a subtle ambience, one that fostered relaxation. The fortification of the mind is fundamentally about complete bodily and mental relaxation, yet it is a feat that most individuals struggle to achieve due to their own burdens. Kazina's dance precisely addressed this fundamental issue of mental stability. You wish to see me dance? Kazina paused, momentarily taken aback. Yes, I am particularly eager to watch. Leaf Maple replied, seating himself upon Kazina's bed, where the faint fragrance of a woman lingered. So, what kind of dance would you like to see? The clothed version or the unclothed one? Kazina asked with a playful smile. I am a true connoisseur of dance, Kazina. Do not perceive me as overly lecherous. However, since you are proficient in both styles, let us commence with the unclothed dance, Leaf Maple said. Kazina approached Leaf Maple, her waist swaying rhythmically. She would occasionally brush her fingers against his face, his arm, and then his thigh. This tantalizing interplay soon rendered Leaf Maple visibly flustered. Before long, having only completed a fraction of the dance, Leaf Maple found himself engaging in a different form of movement alongside Kazina. After a considerable time, both lay breathless on the bed, perspiration glistening on their skin. Brother Feng, it has been quite a while since we last indulged, hasn't it? This is only our 2nd time, Kazina remarked, tracing circles on Leaf Maple's chest. It's all your fault for being so enchanting. I came to appreciate dance. And look where we've ended up. Leaf Maple lamented with a sigh. No worries. I shall rest for a moment. Once my legs regain strength, I will dance for you once more. That sounds delightful. In the ensuing 2 to 3 months, Leaf Maple devoted 8 hours each day to refining elixirs and spent his evenings in Kazina's room, reveling in her dance. Neither Duoyan Hena nor Susan objected to this arrangement. As long as it helped Leaf Maple conquer his inner demons, they were even willing to share him with Kazina. As the refinement of elixirs increased, Ye Feng opted to retain half of each batch produced. Gradually, the treasury of the bank amassed a greater quantity of these elixirs. Regrettably, he could no longer extend benefits to the inhabitants of North Hot Spring Island, for they had yet to finish the last batch of elixirs, which they consumed in small fragments, hesitant to ingest them whole. Thus, Ye Feng resolved to accumulate these elixirs and, upon reaching South Hot Spring Island, distribute a wave of benefits there. Beyond the shimmering barrier, the leaders of various sects convened, activating their grand formations. Although Ye Feng's assault with heavy water 6 months prior had resulted in considerable losses among their disciples, they had no alternative but to swallow their pride and continue collaborating with Hot Spring Island. Outside the barrier, He Qingji sat languidly in a chair, her gaze composed and serene. Beneath her, Wei Yiming, the gray-clad sect master, the Han cultivator from the ancient sword sect, along with other leaders from various regions, convened. Most possessed peak transformation levels, and He Qingji too had recently reached this pinnacle, having advanced from the later stages just half a month ago. Now merely a step away from the divine essence realm. Fairy He, please take my discarded elixirs for refinement first. I have been waiting in line for over a month. One sect master could not contain his impatience. He Qingji raised an eyebrow, adopting a relaxed posture in her chair. Since becoming the spokesperson for Hot Spring Island, her status had soared. Those who once looked down upon her were now approaching to negotiate collaborations, some even flattering her. Well, that depends on whether Hot Spring Island has the time. I am merely a messenger for the island. Master Wu has overestimated my capabilities, she replied nonchalantly, provoking irritation among the assembled sect masters. Isn't she just a mere figurehead? What is there to be so proud of? Fairy He, if you take my discarded elixirs for refinement first, I am willing to offer you a higher share. For these 30 discarded elixirs, you need only provide me with 3 refined ones, another sect master proposed. He Qingji smiled faintly. Her extraction was indeed ruthless. For every 10 discarded elixirs, Hot Spring Island would take half, equating to 5. The remaining 5 would see her claiming 60%, meaning that from 10 elixirs, only 2 would ultimately reach these sect masters. Despite this, the sect leaders were still beholden to her whims. Should she take offense, their discarded elixirs could be relegated to the back of the line, leaving them uncertain as to when they might be refined. After all, discarded elixirs held little value. Yet once transformed into refined elixirs, their worth skyrocketed. One refined elixir could equate to hundreds of discarded ones. Master Yu, this is not merely a matter of extraction rates. It depends on whether Hot Spring Island has the capacity to refine them for you. All I can assure is that your discarded elixirs will be prioritized. He Qingji stated coolly. Even so, I am immensely grateful, Fairy He. Should there be any matters concerning the Imperial Female sect in the future, Qing Shan's sect will offer unwavering support without a hint of hesitation, Master Yu declared, thumping his chest, nearly swearing an oath of loyalty. Enough, enough, please step aside. He Qingji waved her hand with impatience. It is crucial to note that the Jade Master was of equal standing with her, both at the pinnacle of transformation. Were she not the representative of Hot Spring Island, a conflict might have already erupted between the two factions. The others immediately bowed their bodies, gazing at He Qingji with a countenance of humility, akin to loyal dogs seeking favor. Return and await further news. I will gradually arrange your rankings. He Qingji gestured dismissively. Very well, I shall take my leave. May the celestial being be blessed, came the reply. Fairy, we shall not intrude upon you any longer. Please rest well. And I wish you eternal beauty and immortality, another added. Fairy, we take our leave, echoed the others as dozens of masters exited He Qingji's luminous barrier. He Qingji, shedding her arrogance, hastily began to package the discarded pills. Xiao Yu, Xiao Hong, accompany me to the side of the barrier to meet Principal Wang Jia. In the event that I enter seclusion one day, you two will liaise with him, she instructed. Yes, the 2 young girls replied. their faces flushed with excitement as they hurriedly followed their master, clutching the discarded pills. Upon reaching the hot spring bank, He Qingji quickly bowed deeply to the clerk with utmost respect. "Miss Fairy, I seek Principal Wang Jia," she humbly inquired. "Oh, it's you again. Principal Wang has been quite busy lately, and besides, the vault is overflowing with discarded pills. Our funga, or rather, our hot spring bank, currently lacks the capacity to purify such a large quantity at once. Please return in a few days," the female clerk replied indifferently. Despite being a citizen herself, she possessed an inherent sense of superiority in the presence of these individuals. Indeed. By the way, dear fairy, I have a youth-preserving pill here. Consuming it will ensure your eternal youth, He Qingji suggested, her eyes glinting as she offered a pill. "Oh, is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. If you doubt it, you may try it first," He Qingji smiled. "Excellent. You have indeed come to my aid," the clerk responded, her spirits lifted. "By the way, the meeting with Principal Wang should have concluded. I shall notify him immediately." The clerk, buoyed by the prospect of the youth-preserving pill, rushed toward the meeting room. From a distance, Ye Feng observed the entire scene through binoculars. "Chenin, inform Wang Jia that the female clerk at window 3 is to be dismissed. Let her receive a monthly unemployment allowance from now on," Ye Feng stated coldly. He harbored a deep disdain for corruption, unable to tolerate it in any form. If he had not witnessed it, perhaps he could have overlooked it, but having seen it, he felt compelled to take action. "Surely this is excessive. Feng Ge. The clerk is one of our citizens," Chenin urged. "It is precisely because she is a citizen that I must extinguish her burgeoning influence. Had she been a mere resident, I might have turned a blind eye," Ye Feng asserted resolutely. "If this clerk can accept gifts from He Qingji today, she will be open to accepting gifts from residents tomorrow and from citizens the day after." He understood human nature well. The desires of individuals are insatiable and must be quashed at their inception. "Very well," Chenin conceded, promptly making his way to the hot spring bank. Having attained the status of a third-tier power king, he swiftly arrived at the bank. At that moment, a whoosh echoed from the sky. Ye Feng hastily looked up toward the heavens. Outside the hot spring island, all the cultivators were taken aback, clutching their heads and gazing anxiously at the sky. Whoosh! A shadow streaked across the heavens. After a series of swift flashes, 2 fiery bursts erupted from the bottom, allowing the aircraft to hover gracefully in midair. Subsequently, the plane descended slowly, landing just beyond the luminous barrier. The cultivators collectively exhaled in relief. "Huh, this time it's not a bombing raid. I nearly fled in terror just moments ago. Indeed, what a false alarm." They chuckled nervously, their faces pale. As the aircraft's door sprang open, 4 pilots emerged. A throng of young women immediately surrounded them, emitting various exclamations of admiration. "So handsome, so cool. I want to have your children. Are you free tonight?" The 4 pilots, initially about to enter the luminous barrier, paused upon hearing these words, leaning against the bomber and striking various poses. "Hey, you 4, stop posing. Any news from South Hot Spring Island?" Ye Feng stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the flamboyant quartet. "Brother Feng, ha, your presence is all that matters. The speaker has sent me to inform you that the Island Master's election conference will be held next month. Important figures should return promptly. If you cannot make it, please send a representative to South Hot Spring Island to cast their bid," the chief pilot relayed to Ye Feng. So soon? Ye Feng felt as if he were dreaming. This meant he had been stranded on the deserted island for 13 years. Indeed, time flies. "Brother Feng, can you make it back?" "Of course. It's a significant matter for the entire Hot Spring Island. Rest assured, I will fly to South Hot Spring Island in a month," Ye Feng assured, waving his hand dismissively. "Well then, we'll explore the area first. Is there a place like that here?" The pilot inquired meaningfully. "What kind of place?" Ye Feng asked. "Brother Feng, as men, we certainly enjoy such games. Is there a place like Peach Blossom Village on South Hot Spring Island? We wish to experience the flavor of northern women. You can find that out for yourselves. I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity." With that, Ye Feng strode back toward the luminous barrier. After a brief discussion, the 4 pilots locked the bomber and wandered off into the distance. After walking a few hundred meters, they were intercepted by He Qingji. "Excuse me, gentlemen, are you citizens of Hot Spring Island?" she inquired directly. "Our captain is, the 3 of us are not." "What is the matter?" "Oh, you're a citizen?" "Of course." "Oh, for goodness sake." The chief pilot puffed up his chest proudly. Being a citizen held prestige outside, as women from Peach Blossom Village typically pursued them. I heard you're looking for a fun place. If you don't mind, you could visit my courtesan academy? Sure. In the training room, Ye Feng pondered for a long while before grasping a transformation pill. The blood-sucking technique was directly applied to the pill. In mere moments, billowing white smoke began to rise from the top of his head, while his body started to spasm violently. Boom! A golden Dharma form burst forth from behind him. As he moved, 3 golden Sanskrit characters spiraled and danced around his body. After a day and a night, Ye Feng emerged from the training room, his complexion pale. He had astonishingly reached the latter stage of true martial. However, just as he attained this new level, the specter of inner demons nearly surfaced, causing him to halt his efforts to stabilize his cultivation. Brother Feng, congratulations on your remarkable achievement. Chun An rushed over. Remarkable achievement? Well, perhaps, Ye Feng said, nervously ruffling Chun An's face. What are you doing, Brother Feng? Why are you rubbing my face? Chun An protested, pushing Ye Feng's hand away. I feared you were merely an illusion conjured by my inner demons, Ye Feng admitted sheepishly. You are truly pitiable, tormented by your inner demons to this extent. I hope that once little Tuan Tuan arrives at the Starry Dream continent, she can help you find a way to eradicate them, Chun An sighed, patting Ye Feng on the shoulder. Come, let us enjoy Kazina's dance to alleviate my anxious heart, Ye Feng suggested, and together they strolled toward Kazina's room. However, halfway there, Ye Feng was intercepted by a disheveled woman. Who are you? Ye Feng inquired. Who am I? I am Mei Yi, the one dismissed by the hot spring bank. You, Ye Feng, have schemed against me from the shadows. Now, I will have my revenge. It was then that Ye Feng recognized her as the terminated employee. Step aside, Ye Feng exclaimed, pushing her away. Yet, Mei Yi seemed deranged, clawing and scratching at him, employing the technique known as peach plucking by the immortal. In no time, Ye Feng's face was scratched, and he received a painful blow from her dragon claw technique. Chun An, let's flee. Ye Feng's expression changed as he grasped Chun An and made a hasty retreat. Unrelenting, Mei Yi pursued them to the entrance of Ye Feng's villa, unleashing a torrent of insults. What could Ye Feng do? As a citizen, he could not use spiritual power against her. He could only lock the door and cower inside, trembling, hoping she would tire of her tirade and leave. This farcical drama persisted for 7 days, and ultimately, Ye Feng, succumbing to public pressure, had no choice but to reinstate Mei Yi as a bank employee. Brother Feng, you are too weak. Just expel her from the island. Chun An expressed his discontent. You know nothing. She was elected by 59% of the citizens. If I were to dismiss her, it would be akin to striking the face of those 59%. Would they simply let it go? Ye Feng replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he patrolled before the luminous barrier of Hot Spring Island, with Chun An by his side. With approximately 20 days until the elections on South Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng had refrained from refining pills. As the supply of pills was abundant, he felt no urgency. He could refine them whenever he pleased, letting the crowd outside wait. At that moment, 2 figures approached from beyond the barrier. Island Master Yi, how have you fared? Wei Yiming greeted Ye Feng with a faint smile. It turned out to be Master Wei and Leader Qiao. Do you have business? Ye Feng sensed an ominous premonition. Master Yi, I humbly request your assistance in purifying the elixirs of the Yuguazong in advance. In return, we shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Wei Yiming remarked with a faint smile. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. This fellow, who had previously been rather courteous, now exhibited an unsettling demeanor. Master Yi, I also beseech your help in purifying the waste elixirs of my Axe clan. I too have a generous gift to offer you, Xiao Li interjected. Both of you. I have stated before that matters of elixir purification should be directed to Fairy He. I cannot possibly attend to every individual beyond the curtain, can I? If one comes today and another tomorrow, I would be overwhelmed. Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly frigid. Ha ha ha. Mr. Yi, if I recall correctly, you have 4 pilots outside. Do you not? Currently, they are guests at our Yuguazong, and they hope that Mr. Yi can assist in purifying our elixirs ahead of time, Wei Yiming said nonchalantly. Guests? Ye Feng's eyebrows arched, his breath quickening. Indeed, they are enjoying the comforts of our Yuguazong's grand formation. If you assist in purifying our elixirs, they shall promptly return to reunite with you. Wei Yiming's tone carried a palpable threat. What? Chun An seethed with fury. Are you implying that you have detained our citizens? Detain may be too strong a word. As long as when Spring Island aids in purifying the elixirs, they will naturally return home. I implore you, Mr. Yi, to lend your assistance, Xiao Li replied. Lend assistance? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. I urge you both to release the 4 individuals at once, particularly the chief pilot, for he is a citizen. Otherwise, the consequences shall be beyond your imagination. Ye Feng's voice brimmed with lethal intent. I am aware that when Spring Island holds great regard for its citizens, similar to our Star Mon continent, an affront to a disciple demands immediate retribution from the sect leader, otherwise, they risk being bullied by rival sections. However, I hail from the Star Mon continent. Should I choose to deal with your 4 citizens and flee the Gale Zone, I trust that Mr. Ye's so-called bomber would be powerless against me. Furthermore, with the vastness of Xin County, do you truly believe you could locate the territory of Yuguizong? Wei Yinming replied with a slight smile. At that moment, other practitioners from the Star Mon continent began to gather, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama. In their hearts, they hoped Ye Feng would relent, enabling them to employ a similar tactic to compel him into purifying their elixirs. Ye Feng cast a glance at the onlookers, taking a deep breath. Master Wei, I harbor no intention of becoming adversaries with your Yuguizong. I now hope you will return my people, particularly the citizen. Otherwise, One Spring Island shall no longer assist you in purifying elixirs, nor provide you with vermin-repelling medicines. Ye Feng spoke slowly. Since that is the case, I find myself at an impasse, Wei Yinming declared, clapping his hands. Shortly thereafter, several practitioners from Yuguizong escorted the 4 individuals forward, their faces bruised and battered, one having suffered a grievous injury to his eye. Brother Feng, save us, please. During this period, the members of the Ghost sect have inflicted tremendous suffering upon me, Feng. Please, come forth and rescue me. 3 residents wept bitterly, kneeling on the ground as if they could no longer endure the torment. Yet one citizen remained defiant, bearing the most grievous wounds, with one arm nearly severed, exposing raw flesh. Feng, if Wei Yinming uses my life as leverage against you, do not concern yourself with my fate. Just ensure the well-being of my wife and children, and fulfill your duties. As the citizen pilot finished speaking, a nearby cultivator struck him across the mouth. Wei Yinming, I can disregard the residents, but first, release that citizen. I will willingly refine a batch of elixirs for you. Ye Feng's voice trembled with barely contained rage. Ha ha, Ye Feng, do you take me for a fool? Here, I have a sack full of worthless elixirs, totaling over 40,000. Once you have refined them all, I will naturally release the 4 of them, Wei Yinming sneered. And I possess over 30,000 worthless elixirs here as well. After Qiaoli spoke, he tossed a sack before the shimmering barrier. Ye Feng's expression darkened. 70,000 worthless elixirs. No matter how much he abstained from food and drink, he could never refine them all in a year. Unless, of course, he advanced to the innate realm, at which point the purification speed of the blood-sucking technique would accelerate to approximately 10-fold. Feng, please acquiesce to the demands of these 2 gentlemen. We truly cannot withstand any more of this beating, the 3 residents beseeched, bowing repeatedly before Ye Feng. The citizen, with his mouth damaged, could only emit muffled sounds. Ye Feng understood without needing to hear his words. The citizen would rather perish than submit. At that moment, within the barrier of North Hot Springs Island, more citizens and residents gradually arrived, nearly filling the space. They watched helplessly as their compatriots were humiliated. Very well, Wei Zongzhu. Xiao Bangzhu, I shall refine 100 worthless elixirs for each of you if you release the citizen. Subsequently, I will continue to refine for you, and you will return the other 3 residents. Ye Feng spoke, suppressing his inner fury and lowering his voice. Ha 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 ha, Ye Feng, do you truly believe we would let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? Once the citizen is released, you certainly will not refine elixirs for us again. Since we have seized this opportunity, we implore you to refine all these worthless elixirs, Wei Yinming replied coldly. Once I receive the refined elixirs, I will naturally free the 4 of them. Of course, I hope you do not intentionally delay, as I will slice off a small piece of flesh from them each day. In 3 months, they will be left with nothing. Thus, I hope you can refine all these worthless elixirs within a month. Chapter 11:15. Ye Feng felt a twinge of guilt. You scoundrel, I will fight you. Chenin shouted, preparing to charge out, but was restrained by Attire. Do not go, otherwise, they will have another citizen as a hostage, Attire advised. If the scoundrels of the Ghost sect dare harm citizens, I assure you, we will repay the debt on Hot Springs Island. You vile dogs of the Axe Gang. If you have the courage, release the hostage and let us engage in a contest of men. Within the luminous barrier, the citizens erupted in indignation. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing an unsettling shift. Something was amiss. Wei Yiming had always been composed. Why had he suddenly transformed in such a manner? As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Feng's gaze swept over the gathered crowd. Indeed, he spotted a familiar silhouette, although clad not in purple robes. The aura emanating from the individual unmistakably identified him as one of Li Huoling's purple-clad guards. So it was Li Huoling orchestrating events from the shadows. Master Wei, Leader Qiao, have you been coerced by someone? Ye Feng inquired. Coerced? What do you mean by that? Wei Yiming retorted. Did Li Huoling send you here? Ye Feng pressed further. The two men's expressions shifted, betraying their discomfort. At that moment, a voice reverberated from among the cultivators. Ye Feng, they have undoubtedly come at my behest. What will you do about it? Today, I have you at my mercy. We need not remain within the barrier. Let us see how your bombardiers contend with my royal household. Unless, of course, you are prepared to slaughter everyone outside the barrier. The voice belonged to Li Huoling. Yet, it resonated in an ethereal manner, as if emanating from all directions, leaving Ye Feng uncertain of the source. Consequently, Ye Feng employed both his spiritual sense and keen olfactory abilities, yet he remained unable to discern the direction. True to his reputation as a deity within the realm of cultivation, the disparity in power between them was insurmountable. The onlooking cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a morbid curiosity. They were eager to witness how the island of hot springs would navigate this crisis. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The chief pilot broke free from the cultivator's grasp and lunged violently towards a spirit sword. With a swift motion, the sword grazed his neck. A sickening thud followed as a citizen's head rolled onto the ground. Yiming! A cry of alarm erupted from within the barrier. Wei Yiming's countenance darkened immediately. How outrageous! He kicked Yiming's severed head towards the barrier's forefront. What are you all doing? You can't even control a single citizen. With so many elixirs. Have you forgotten how to purify them? Wei Yiming scolded his disciples. Forgive us, master, they stammered in remorse. Wei Yiming sighed, turning his attention back to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, although a citizen has perished, I still have 3 of your companions in my possession. Therefore, you would do well to obediently assist me in purifying the elixirs. Otherwise, I shall reduce these 3 to mere skeletal remains. Wei Yiming spoke with a chilling nonchalance. Ye Feng clenched his eyes shut, and after 3 tense seconds, he opened them with determination and strode towards the conference room of Northern Hot Springs Island. Summon all senior officials to the conference room. Chinen, also gather the high-ranking military leaders. His voice echoed throughout Northern Hot Springs Island. Before long, the conference room was filled to capacity. The majority were military officers. Chinen, how many bombers does our island currently possess? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, we have a total of 22 bombers. Are we planning to retaliate against the Spirit Ghost sect and the Axe Gang? Chunin replied, a hint of concern in his tone. Retaliate? What form of retaliation? They will undoubtedly not remain within the light barrier, but rather mingle among the victims, rendering our efforts futile. Therefore, I have devised a plan. It is time to pilot the bomber to the opposite end of the Gale Zone to investigate. After speaking, Ye Feng cast his gaze towards the distant north. Are you suggesting that you will fly the bomber to the Starming continent, locate the headquarters of the Axe Gang and the Ghost Sovereign sect, and conduct a heavy water bombardment on their base? Duoyan Hena furrowed her brow slightly. For some reason, she felt that as long as Ye Feng departed from the Great Desert, he would meet his demise. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the Duke's residence. It may take some time to find the Ghost Sovereign sect and the Axe Gang, but the Duke's residence will be quite easy to locate. However, before that, we need a guide. Someone, please fetch He Qingji into the light barrier. Hena, you should also go and place a spell on her. A murderous intent filled Ye Feng's expression. Very well. Duoyan Hena nodded. Regardless of Ye Feng's actions, she would lend her support. By evening, He Qingji had finally evaded the numerous surveillance measures and entered Hot Spring Island. Duoyan Hena promptly placed a sword curse on her. Upon arriving in the conference room, she found Ye Feng and the others waiting for her. Mr. Yi, have you summoned me to assist you as a guide on the Starming continent? He Qingji inquired. She was exceptionally astute, having sensed Ye Feng's intentions as soon as he dispatched someone to find her. Indeed, Miss He, you are a peak, transformative essence practitioner. Allowing you into the light barrier entails significant risk on my part, demonstrating my utmost sincerity. If you assist me as a guide this time, I assure you that in the future, you will have unrestricted access to Hot Spring Island, and all operations of the island will be represented solely by you," Ye Feng stated gravely. The other citizens regarded He Qingji with caution. She was the first peak transformative essence practitioner unbound by the sword curse threads. Her displeasure could easily reduce North Hot Spring Island to rubble. He Qingji's keen gaze swept across everyone in the assembly hall, noting only 2 true martial artists among them. The strength of the others was nearly negligible. Ye Feng's previously calm demeanor vanished. This was indeed a gamble. He Qingji then glanced out the window. "Lord Yi, may I have the opportunity to tour the elixir refinement assembly line on Hot Spring Island?" Ye Feng's expression darkened. "Regrettably, when not in use, that assembly line is disassembled and relocated to other areas of Hot Spring Island. Only one person here knows how to reassemble it. Thus, it would be best to forego the tour for now. Once you become a citizen, you will be able to witness how elixirs are refined on Hot Spring Island." Ye Feng replied, somewhat apprehensively. "Oh," He Qingji pondered, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a while, she suddenly broke into a smile. "Very well. I shall be your guide, and I am also curious to see what kind of bomber can send a godly essence practitioner fleeing in disarray," He Qingji stated. "In that case, we will need 2 days to prepare. Miss He, please remain on Hot Spring Island during this time." Time flew by, and soon the 2 days had elapsed. Beyond the luminous barrier, a throng of cultivators from the starry main continent had gathered, their gazes fixated upon the shimmering screen like vultures awaiting their prey. They yearned for the emergence of a citizen from the warm spring island. Envisioning the opportunity to capture one and leverage their influence over Ye Feng, compelling the island to incessantly provide refined elixirs, thereby rendering it a mere slave to their desires. Chapter 11:16. It is time to shed your gray garments. It appears that Warm Spring Island possesses vulnerabilities, and they are rather feeble. Indeed, the last time a citizen perished, the island exhibited no response whatsoever. True, Warm Spring Island is but a paper tiger, easily toppled. This time, we must ensnare a significant catch. Preferably Ye Feng's legitimate wife. Agreed. If we strip her bare and bind her, Ye Feng will be coerced into refining elixirs for us, subjecting her to indignities 10 times a day. A splendid plan. If the island's refining pace falters, the duration of her humiliation will extend correspondingly. Who knows, with time, Ye Feng's wife may bear my child. How can you be so certain it is yours? After all, there are countless contenders. 3 in 1. The cultivators beyond the barrier grew increasingly brazen, their vile utterances proliferating. They were convinced of Warm Spring Island's inability to retaliate, which only emboldened their audacity. Wei Yiming sat calmly upon a chair, observing Warm Spring Island with an air of composure. His probing 2 days prior had rendered him a hero among many cultivators, as it was he who had ascertained the island's limitations. It became evident that Warm Spring Island was not as formidable as it seemed. When a citizen was slain, they could only retreat behind their barrier like timid turtles. "Master Wei, the prince has decreed a reward for you. Upon our return to the Western County, the prince intends to elevate the ghostly demon sect to the foremost sect in the region," remarked a member of the Purple Guard nearby, donning the purple attire once more. He no longer felt the need to conceal his disdain for Ye Feng, for Warm Spring Island was nothing more than a soft-shelled shrimp, unworthy of fear. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind acknowledgement. Once Qiao and I find the opportunity, we shall eliminate another citizen," Wei Yiming replied with a grin. Qiao Li nodded in agreement. "Previously, I heard Ye Feng extolling the virtues and prowess of his citizens, yet they seem no more impressive than any others. I shall slay one of his citizens. What can he do about it?" He gestured towards the 4 racks behind him, each adorned with a lifeless corpse. Among them lay the headless body of the citizen. While the other 3 had met a similar fate, their skins flayed and displayed as a gruesome spectacle. In northern Warm Spring Island, 22 bombers stood ready for deployment. Ye Feng donned a fitted leather suit, complemented by sunglasses and a pilot's cap. "Chenin, take the back seat. I will pilot the aircraft." "He Qianji, sit in the co-pilot's position and assist me with navigation," Ye Feng stated nonchalantly. "Understood." He Qianji, gazing at the imposing aircraft, nodded with trepidation. It was her first encounter with such a robust flying machine, remarkably advanced. Despite scanning the bomber with her spiritual sense numerous times, she could not decipher its secrets, how it soared through the skies. Inside the first bomber sat Ye Feng, Chunin, He Qianji, and another pilot. As the pilots of the remaining 21 bombers witnessed the unfolding events, they hastily entered the cockpit. The sound of the hatches closing echoed in succession. All the pilots turned their gaze towards Ye Feng's lead bomber. Lacking a communication system, the Air Force could only mimic the actions of the first bomber. Should the first one crash, they would follow the second. If the second fell, they would then pursue the third. Brother Feng, this is the ignition. Chunin pointed to a rotating switch beside Ye Feng. I am aware. I've tested it several times over the past few days, Ye Feng replied, his expression darkening. As a formidable master of the true martial realm, he possessed an extraordinary memory and a learning capacity vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. Boom, boom, boom. The 22 bombers simultaneously belched forth flames from their undersides. The thunderous roar resonated across a 10-kilometer radius. I feel the bomber vibrating rather severely. Is there a loose screw? Ye Feng expressed his anxiety, this being his inaugural flight in a bomber. Previously, he had only been responsible for dropping heavy water, while Chunin had piloted the craft. Honestly, if you can't fly, don't pretend to be a hero. Move to the back. I'll take the front. Chunin unbuckled his seatbelt. Ye Feng, his face flushed with embarrassment, followed suit, and they exchanged positions. True to his reputation as an experienced pilot, under Chunin's control, the vibrations of the lead bomber diminished significantly, dispelling the sense of impending disintegration. Outside the barrier, all cultivators stood, their gazes fixed intently on the 22 colossal machines hovering over Hot Spring Island. Are they about to commence? What should we do? Another bombing? The cultivators grew alarmed, some retreating gradually to the rear. Do not panic, everyone remain calm. Wei Yiming bellowed. Having recently ascended to hero status among the crowd, he was resolute in maintaining his authority, unwilling to withdraw. No sooner had he spoken than the whooshing sounds pierced the air. The 22 bombers soared overhead. Thud. Wei Yiming observed the ice layer beneath him. It had been punctured, and the seawater below erupted like a geyser, shooting up several meters high. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous small holes appeared on the ice, unleashing torrents of seawater. Get back. One cultivator, caught off guard, was drenched from head to toe by the surging water. A gust of frigid wind swept through, instantly freezing his body. However, a protective divine light emanated from within him, effortlessly thawing his encased form. Thud, thud, thud. Ah, my hand. Ouch, my foot. Panic ensued as some cultivators inexplicably collapsed to the ground. Their true martial realm status rendered them defenseless against the penetrating force of the heavy water. Cultivators of the innate realm fared somewhat better, typically requiring 2 drops of heavy water to disperse their protective divine light. Yet, the third drop could very well claim their lives. Chunin, we must return and drop more heavy water for them, Ye Feng commanded coldly from behind. Understood. The bomber executed a sharp turn in midair, continuing its trajectory towards the gathering of practitioners. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. Not only the practitioners, but even the disaster-stricken civilians outside the protective screen were caught in the turmoil. The resolute practitioners could no longer maintain their composure. With a shout, they scattered in all directions. Sect leader, we must. A practitioner from the ghostly control sect had barely finished his sentence when a drop of heavy water fell from above, seeping through his trousers. Without warning, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing in a disordered rhythm. Run. Wei Yiming and Xiao Li also lost their composure, fleeing in haste. In the distance, Li Huoling watched in shock. My lord, quickly remove your gray robe and change into the clothes of a civilian for safety, urged a member of the Purple Guard, offering a tattered garment. How absurd. I am a noble prince. You expect me to wear the rags of a commoner? Li Huoling protested stubbornly. Only by donning the attire of a civilian will you avoid drawing attention from the bomber above. Hurry. The Purple Guard continued to implore. Just then, drops of heavy water splattered against the protective aura surrounding the guard. The light of his aura dimmed instantly. More drops fell, and his protective barrier shattered. My lord, take care. I must flee. The guard yelled in terror, hastily covering his head and darting towards the gale force winds. Everyone rushed towards the wind zone, if necessary. They would escape back to the Starmon continent. How could the bomber penetrate the stormy winds? Amid the chaos, someone attempted to direct the frantic crowd. No sooner had he spoken than 2 drops of heavy water struck his head, bursting it open. 22 bombers unleashed a deluge of heavy water, saturating the icy expanse below, which began to spew seawater outward. The practitioners, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, fled into the refugee area, mingling with the civilians. At least 100 practitioners lay dead on the ground, most of them at the true martial realm, as their protective barriers were the weakest. Additionally, there were over a dozen at the innate realm and one at the transformation realm. For the first time, technology dealt a sweeping blow to the realm of cultivation. Brother Feng, shall we continue the bombardment? The practitioners have mingled with the civilians, Chunin inquired, glancing back. Let them be, there are no citizens out there. Bombard them. Ye Feng replied coldly. As you command, Chunin responded. The first bomber circled around, commencing indiscriminate bombardment on the civilians and practitioners below. In that moment, the air beyond the screen was filled with a cacophony of screams, the roars of practitioners intermingling with the wails of the afflicted, creating a unique symphony. In the elemental box, how much heavy water can we still synthesize? Ye Feng asked Chen, and approximately 1/3 has been consumed, Chunin replied. Then hold off on bombing outside the screen for now. Direct the assault towards the gale force winds instead. The true gift is meant for the prince's estate. Fairy He. Once we pass through the wind zone, I will rely on you to guide us, Ye Feng stated, then turned to He Qingji, who was seated in the co-pilot's seat. Yes, I will lead the way diligently, she assured. He Qingji's face turned pale with shock. This was her first encounter with a bomber capable of executing sweeping strikes against cultivators, and the psychological impact was overwhelming. Previously, she had believed that reaching a high level of cultivation would render her impervious to any low-level cultivators. Yet, she was mistaken. Chunin, merely at the postnatal stage, could, when paired with this bomber, compel even experts in the divine origin realm to flee in disarray. Moments ago, she witnessed Li Huoling don the attire of a disaster victim as he fled towards the wind barrier. With a swift motion, over 20 bombers soared towards the wind barrier, encountering several fleeing cultivators along the way. Ye Feng showed no mercy, unleashing hundreds of drops of heavy water. These cultivators were left flailing like headless flies. They attempted to release their flying swords, but as soon as the swords ventured 100 meters, they collided with the oncoming heavy water. A brief contest ensued between magic and physical assault. Unsurprisingly, their flying swords were reduced to scrap metal, dimly cascading to the ground. In a minute's time, 20 bombers reached the wind barrier. Chunin pulled the control stick, and without hesitation, the first bomber plunged into the wind barrier. Due to the drop in temperature, the wind barrier's potency was reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. Only a few wind blades grazed the aircraft's exterior, leaving behind minor scratches. The 500-kilometer-wide wind barrier was traversed by the 22 bombers in under 2 minutes, though the incessant wind blades struck the fuselage, diminishing their speed considerably. They could have crossed it in a minute under normal conditions. A breath of fresh air filled Ye Feng's nostrils. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, this is the Starmong continent. My goodness, is that star up there really so close? I feel as though with just a touch of the throttle, I could fly this bomber right to that star. Chunin exclaimed exuberantly. Hold on, that star appears close only because of its immense size. In reality, even if you magnified this bomber 1,000-fold and filled it with fuel, it would still be impossible to reach that star, Ye Feng cautioned. All right, it seems I was mistaken, Chunin conceded, and the first bomber surged forward, stirring up a gust of wind along its path. Peering through the window, Ye Feng observed the ground below. Ordinary people were tilling the land, and without exception, they all looked up at the 20-plus bombers soaring through the sky. What kind of beast is that? It's too swift. Could it be a demigod beast? Quick, take cover. No need to hide. Beasts of such caliber typically only target celestial masters and disdain us mere mortals, came the calm reply. The 20 aircraft zipped through 2 towering mountains, each rising 10,000 meters, their gusts swaying the trees atop the peaks as if they were caught in a frenzied dance. Miss He, how long until we reach the Duke's residence? Ye Feng could not help but inquire. Not long now. At this bomber's speed, we can traverse the entirety of Xin County in 2 hours. We should arrive at the Duke's residence in approximately half an hour, He Qingji promptly explained. Very well. Chunin once more yanked the control stick, further accelerating the bomber by 1/3. Simultaneously, the entire aircraft began to tremble. Have you lost your mind? Reduce the speed. Or else at this pace, the aircraft will soon disintegrate, Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. However, the fuel was running low, necessitating a swift pace. Are you foolish? Driving at such speed will not cease the fuel consumption. Ye Feng chastised Chunin, striking his head lightly. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, vast tracts of primeval forest emerged, with some trees towering to great heights, their crowns piercing the heavens. At the same time, Ye Feng observed several small towns, where enormous ballistae were arrayed at the outskirts. Just as he was about to scrutinize further, the bomber had already left the towns far behind. In the Duke's residence, a group of children with the surname Li were engrossed in their studies at the academy. Wild geese flew southward, sometimes forming a straight line, at other times a V shape. Suddenly, one of the Li children glanced skyward. Look, it's the wild geese. They are now arranged in a V formation. What? The others also looked up, astonished at the sky. This is impossible. It appears to be a beast. Quickly, open the city's protective array. My Lord Wei. Activating the protective array will lead to a massive consumption of spirit stones. What does it matter now? Activate the protective array. Look at the speed of those beasts in the sky. They could be demigods. What? Demigods? Quickly, open the protective array. In an instant, the city of Sheen erupted with a dazzling glow from 7,200 array flags. A colossal transparent barrier surged from the city walls, encasing the entire metropolis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, 22 bombers incessantly circled. Where is the Duke's residence? Ye Feng inquired. Fly toward the northern city. The Duke's residence is situated there. He Qingji pointed northward. Chenan, head toward the northern city. This time, the primary target is the Duke's residence. Make every effort not to harm the innocent citizens within the city. Chapter 11:18. We can no longer remain here. Understood. The 24 bombers, after circling the sky, simultaneously sped toward the northern city. The northern city boasted a palace towering 100 meters high, adorned with fluttering banners. Each banner bore a silver character for Li. The personnel of the Duke's residence had long received word, with countless spirit crossbows aimed at the sky. Tens of thousands of black-armored guards stood ready around the palace, collectively targeting the 24 small black dots high in the atmosphere. Brother Feng, may we commence? Chenan asked as they neared the Duke's residence. Let us begin. All right. Chenan pressed the switch. A dozen elemental boxes sprang into action simultaneously. A series of faint whooshing sounds echoed through the air. But upon impacting the city's protective array, the situation escalated. Initially, the more than 100 droplets of heavy water merely caused the protective array to flicker momentarily. At the array's core, a one-eyed man stared in shock at the spirit stones within. What kind of spirit device is this? It has consumed half of the spirit stones in an instant. Quickly, pour more spirit stones into the array core. Do not let it stop. The one-eyed man's voice reverberated throughout the entire Duke's residence. As hundreds of droplets of heavy water cascaded down, the protective city array began to sway ominously. The citizens, who had previously stood with their hands on their hips, now displayed expressions of panic. With another barrage of heavy water falling, the core spirit stones within the array disintegrated into dust, losing all semblance of brilliance. Suddenly, a spirit crossbow shot into the sky, zipping past Ye Feng's line of sight. How formidable is their spirit crossbow? Ye Feng was taken aback. Quick, ascend to the heights. Immediately, 22 bombers executed a swift maneuver, soaring into the clouds. Nevertheless, spirit crossbows continued to dart perilously close to the bombers. One nearly pierced the belly of the third bomber. Below, a one-eyed man gazed upwards, astonishment etched upon his features. What manner of beast is this? It can evade the lock of divine consciousness? It is crucial to note that the spirit crossbow was guided by divine consciousness for targeting. Once a beast in the sky was locked onto, no matter how it attempted to evade, the spirit crossbow would ultimately track it down. Yet the bombers were different. Their speed was astonishingly rapid. Even when identified by divine consciousness, they could elude its grasp with remarkable agility. The fifth wave of heavy water descended upon the protective array once more. The thick, multi-layered barrier began to tremble. Release. More heavy water cascaded down, and the protective array, having exhausted its final reserves of energy, finally crumbled, exposing the entire royal residence and the county city to the merciless onslaught of the bombers. With an onslaught of heavy water, the royal palace erupted into chaos, filled with anguished screams and furious roars. A silver-armored guard had just raised his shield when a droplet of heavy water fell, not only shattering the shield, but also piercing through his skull. A guard clad in purple, after withstanding 7 droplets, found his protective barrier depleted, leaving him vulnerable beneath the technological might of the hot spring island. As for the structures of the county prince's residence, without the protective array, they stood no chance against the relentless assault of heavy water. Each droplet descended from heights exceeding 10,000 meters, each weighing several million pounds. Given equal weight, the smaller the volume, the greater the penetrative force. Ye Feng could assure that a droplet of heavy water falling from such heights could potentially pierce the earth by 10 kilometers, let alone the man-made edifices. Help! Help! Where to run? The inhabitants of the county prince's residence perceived the heavy water as a divine crossbow. All around the royal palace, countless maidens emerged, running frantically without a stitch of clothing, scurrying about in sheer panic. Continue, drain all the heavy water, then return to replenish for the second wave, Ye Feng instructed calmly. Understood. Chunin responded with fervor, promptly opening all elemental containers. As the bombers soared overhead, streams of heavy water rained down. The co-pilot, He Qingji, widened her eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Below lay the royal palace, the very place she had once feared most. She never imagined that before Ye Feng's bombers, the protective array of the palace would prove utterly defenseless. In the palace, many of the running women were disciples of her sect, the Uni sect. To sustain its existence, He Qingji was compelled to provide a monthly quota of high-quality women to serve the offspring of Li Huoling. Isn't that the first eldest son? He Qingji leaned closer to the window. Ye Feng hurriedly joined her. Before them stood a towering man, 2 meters tall, wielding a colossal axe with great fervor, attempting to use it to shield himself from the deluge falling from the sky. Is the first eldest son Li Huoling's firstborn? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed. He has reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. It won't be long before he ascends to the divine origin realm, becoming the third most formidable expert in Xin County. He Qingji replied coldly. She had a profound impression of this first eldest son. After indulging with women, he would cruelly eliminate them. This first eldest son was an extraordinarily selfish individual, fearing that these women might engage with other men in the future. Thus he ensured that any woman he had used met her demise. Chunin, why are you dawdling? Focus on the first eldest son, Ye Feng urged. Understood. Chunin readied himself to hurl the deluge, but He Qingji interjected. May I press this switch? She asked cautiously. Why? Do you harbor a grudge against the first eldest son? Ye Feng questioned. Indeed, it is far more than mere animosity. It is a profound hatred. He Qingji then recounted the heinous deeds of the first eldest son. How despicable. I want to chop him to pieces. Chunin yelled, even contemplating parachuting down to confront the first eldest son, but was fortunately restrained by Ye Feng. Below, the first eldest son, Li Shuiwu, glared at the bombers soaring through the sky. How dare you destroy my princely residence? Who are you? Come down and face me in single combat. A thunderous sound erupted as his colossal axe was struck, creating a small hole. Another thunderclap followed, and Li Shuiwu found himself unable to maintain his grip on the axe. With a flurry of splashes, dozens of droplets fell, instantly shattering the protective divine light surrounding him. Ultimately, 3 droplets of sacred water penetrated his skull. As technology advanced to a certain extent, it became a crushing force against these barbaric individuals. Brother Feng, we can no longer linger here. We must return to replenish our fuel, Chunin urged. Then let us depart. Ye Feng nodded. Whoosh. 22 bombers surged towards the gale zone. Meanwhile, the palace was engulfed in chaos, with even the statue of Li Huoling reduced to fragments. The one-eyed man struggled to rise, clutching his ruined shoulder. The first eldest son. At the entrance of the Li royal residence, a brawny man lay prostrate on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This is dire. The first eldest son is dead. Quickly, go to the gale zone and inform the prince. We must ascertain who is responsible. The one-eyed man's voice resonated throughout the county. Chapter 11:19. We are eager to hear at this moment. Dozens of bombers navigated through verdant mountains and waters. Ye Feng gazed at the splendid scenery outside with rapt attention. Since the great desert had been entirely encased in ice, this was his first encounter with such vibrant life. Now, at last, he had a fleeting moment to appreciate the breathtaking beauty beyond. In the front row, Chunin was engaged in conversation with He Qingji. Fairy, do you think our bombers are so ostentatious that they might attract the attention of those in the void refinement realm, or even the spirit-severing realm? Chunin inquired. He Qingji chuckled. Oh, brethren, you are quite the joker. How many formidable beings exist in our Black Mountain Kingdom? It's improbable that they would happen to notice your bombers. Rest assured, the chances are exceedingly low. Her laughter, however, bore a hint of flattery. After witnessing the cutting-edge technology of Hot Spring Island, she felt compelled to ingratiate herself. If she were to provoke Hot Spring Island, those 22 bombers could effortlessly level her enchantress sect. After all, even the protective array of the Duke's mansion could not withstand those bombers, let alone her. Then I shall rest easy, Chen sighed in relief. The rear passengers, Ye Feng and another pilot, also breathed a sigh of relief. His bombers might stand a chance against those in the divine source realm, or even the void refinement realm, but against someone in the spirit-severing realm, they would stand no chance at all. A single flying sword could reduce the bombers to mere fragments. Whoosh! The 22 bombers swiftly navigated through the gale zone. And in less than 5 minutes, they hovered above Hot Spring Island. Land. Boom. The 22 bombers landed directly within the protective barrier of Hot Spring Island, leaving no opportunity for the external cultivators to launch a surprise attack. Most of them mingled among the refugees, rendering it impossible for Ye Feng to act. After all, he needed to rely on the millions of refugees outside to purify iridium elements. He could not simply eliminate them all, could he? Once the bombers were securely on the ground, Ye Feng was the first to exit the cockpit, quickly surrounded by a throng of people. Feng, did we succeed? Duoyan Hena asked. Of course, we succeeded. The Duke's mansion is in ruins, and even Li Hualing's eldest son perished beneath the heavy water bombs, Chen interjected eagerly. Really? That is fantastic. What is the Starry Dream continent like? Is it all frozen like here? Bai Chushua asked. No, the Starry Dream continent is breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a fairyland, Chen said, his expression one of rapture. Chen, please tell us about the process of bombing the Duke's mansion. We are eager to hear. Another citizen urged. All right, I shall regale you with the tale. Chen began to boast, but Ye Feng interrupted him. Not so fast. Chen, I give you 3 days to conduct maintenance on all the bombers, check for any loose screws, eliminate potential hazards, and refill the element tanks. In 3 days, we must strike the Enchantress sect and the Axe gang. Our revenge is far from complete. For the death of one citizen, I demand a price 1,000-fold. If not, will you dare to step outside the barrier again? Only by showcasing the might of Hot Spring Island will our citizens feel safe to roam beyond the barrier without fear of retaliation. Ye Feng stated calmly. Indeed, Brother Feng is formidable. His foresight is truly admirable. A chorus of engineers quickly set to work inspecting the condition of the bombers. As anticipated, 8 of the aircraft were deemed irreparable and could not fly again without risking disintegration. Some even required complete reconstruction. The cost of high-speed flight is steep. Such aircraft can only endure 2 or 3 missions before they are rendered obsolete. What now? Are we short by 8 planes? Will 14 bombers suffice? Chen Libin turned to Ye Feng. Whoever you are, board this bomber. You have 5 hours to reach South Hot Spring Island and assist me in transferring 16 operational bombers, thus achieving a round number with the 14 intact aircraft. Ye Feng commanded. Understood. The pilot immediately dove into the bomber. With this addition, their communication with South Hot Spring Island would require only a few hours. A significant time saving compared to the month, or even 2 it would take using ground transport for messages. As he watched the communication aircraft depart, Ye Feng directed his gaze towards the expanse beyond Hot Spring Island. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the island, not a soul could be found. Not only were the cultivators absent, but even the disaster victims kept their distance, psychologically scarred by Ye Feng's bombers. Bai Xiong, how many iridium refinement factories do we have operating outside? Ye Feng inquired. There are only a dozen factories, but the one refining seawater employs over 8 million workers. It can be said that approximately 80% of the disaster victims outside are actually working for us at Hot Spring Island, Bai Xiong responded slowly, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. The heavy water bombing from yesterday had claimed the lives of thousands of victims, some of whom were employed by Hot Spring Island. This is troublesome. Old Chong, Charlie, you should return to South Hot Spring Island tomorrow. The current research tools are there. I hope you can develop a material that can withstand heavy water, Ye Feng stated. A material to resist heavy water? Feng Ge, don't jest. What material could withstand heavy water falling from several thousand meters? Cheng Libin shook his head. However, Charlie's expression shifted. Feng Ge, what is the purpose of developing such a material? I believe we cannot always rely on the Air Force. In future battles, we will need to implement joint operations between air and ground forces, known as air-ground cooperation. At that time, this heavy water-resistant material could be worn by the infantry to prevent them from being accidentally harmed by heavy water. After all, our bombers cannot solely be used for destruction. We also need the infantry to search for supplies on the ground, Ye Feng replied calmly. I understand. Creating a heavy water-resistant material is not beyond the realm of possibility. Elements can interact and offset one another. I will revisit the periodic table to see if I can devise a fabric that causes heavy water to dissolve upon contact. Charlie remarked. Excellent, Charlie. Bringing you on board was indeed a wise choice. You'll return tomorrow and leave by Xiang here. Ye Feng patted his shoulder. Yes, Feng Gu. As night fell on the following day, the sound of whooshing filled the air. Ye Feng looked up to see dozens of bombers suspended in the sky. Duoyan Hena immediately stepped out of the light barrier, casting a spell on the pilots, then guided the 16 bombers into the barrier. Shinin, I shall not attend this time. You will lead the team yourself, guided by the Fairy of Lotus. You are to launch an assault on the strongholds of the Yu sect and the Axe Gang. Once the heavy water is expended, return swiftly. Ye Feng stated. Understood. Shinin promptly boarded the bomber, with He Qingji occupying the co-pilot's seat. 30 bombers took to the skies simultaneously, soaring towards the gale zone. Chapter 1120. Who shall we exploit next? On the starry dream continent, in the Black Mountain Kingdom, Pingzhou, Xin County, within the Duke's Manor. Li Huling stepped cautiously into the estate. Once resplendent, the manor now lay in a state of desolation. Corpses littered the ground, and shattered structures were scattered throughout. Ye Feng, Ye Feng, Ye Feng. Li Huling's roar reverberated through the heavens. Your Highness, I am but an incompetent servant. They descended from the heavens, and I scarcely know their sect. The eldest son, He, a one-eyed cultivator, knelt before Li Huling. What? Shui Wu, he too has perished. Li Huling's voice trembled profoundly. Among all his sons, the one he cherished most had fallen to Ye Feng's blade. Now, his most esteemed eldest son had also met his demise at the hands of Ye Feng. For individuals approached, bearing a stretcher upon which lay a lifeless body. With trembling hands, Li Huling unveiled the white cloth. My son, he gasped, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, staining the cloth crimson. Your Highness, you must take care of your health. We must first ascertain who attacked the manor before reporting to the governor. Let us beseech him for justice, the one-eyed cultivator advised. Report? Nonsense. Our enemies do not dwell within the starry dream continent, but rather, Li Huling's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon the direction of the gale zone. In the phantom shadow forest, Yu Yiming, after enduring countless hardships and consuming numerous qi-nourishing pills, finally returned to the stronghold of Yu sect. Hurry! Notify everyone to evacuate immediately. Although Wei Yiming had returned to the Yu sect, he was utterly exhausted. Master, what evacuation? A cultivator inquired. Swoosh. The first bomber appeared in the sky, streaking over the phantom shadow forest. Boom. Wei Yiming rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. After enduring so much toil, consuming countless medicines, and spending 3 days to return to the Yu sect, he found Ye Feng's bombers had already arrived before him. Undoubtedly, the screams of despair echoed from within the Yu sect. Many low-level cultivators perished without ever realizing what had struck them. The bombardment continued for 20 minutes, and the entire phantom shadow forest was nearly reduced to rubble. As for the stronghold of Yu sect, it was even more devastated. Casualties soared to 3/4, and high-level puppets were destroyed on the spot. Even Wei Yiming's only direct descendant met a tragic end amidst the chaos. Upon completing their mission, the 30 bombers did not pause for a moment, returning directly to Hot Spring Island. As for the gale zone, it had all but ceased to exist, as the chilling tide had swept through, rendering it nearly dormant. In other words, from this moment forth, the vast desert and the Starmong continent will no longer witness the celestial insect. In the southern region of Xin County lies a dock, where a variety of sailboats, spirit vessels, and massive ships are anchored. Indeed, this quaint town is known as Axe Town, the stronghold of the Axe Gang. Hurry, gather your belongings and distance yourself from Axe Town as much as possible. Xiao Li is orchestrating the evacuation of everyone. Boss, why must we relocate? Our reputation in Axe Town is renowned. Silence. Just comply. Xiao Li responded, seething with anger. He had already heard that 6 days prior, the county prince's mansion was bombed. 3 days ago, the ghostly shadow forest met the same fate. Naturally, the next target would be the Axe Gang. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Take only the essentials. Now, everyone must leave Axe Town. Xiao Li's voice thundered. Hey, do not cluster together. Disperse and walk alone as much as possible. No gathering. No gathering. His anxious voice echoed incessantly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 24 bombers soared through the sky, Why not 30? Because 6 were rendered inoperable during long-distance flight and required reworking. Boom, boom, boom. The anguished cries erupted in Axe Town. A fortnight later, over 30 counties in Pingzhou were devastated. The Xin County Prince's mansion was obliterated. The ghostly sect was also annihilated. The Axe gang suffered the most, with 90% of its elite perishing, including the gang leader, Xiao Li. Simultaneously, the Gale Zone came to a complete standstill, and some civilians gradually ventured into the vast desert to admire its icy beauty. However, after a brief moment of appreciation, they hurriedly retreated. It was far too cold. An ordinary person could not endure even a minute. Yet, would the cold wave spare Xin County? It was creeping towards the entire Starmong continent at a speed of 1 kilometer per hour. In the desert, some disaster-stricken individuals seemed to glimpse hope, each dragging their families across the Gale Zone in search of a new beginning. This directly resulted in 90% of the factories on North Hot Spring Island ceasing operations, with no one left to purify seawater. Their iridium resources would likely take an eternity to refine. Only a few high-ranking officials were reluctant to leave Hot Spring Island, as they were executives or even owners of various factories. Now, with the Starmong continent fused with the vast desert, the displaced populace migrated towards warmer regions, leaving no laborers for Hot Spring Island. Hey, don't go. Aren't you going to take the insect repellent? Chun called out to a disaster victim preparing to migrate. What a joke. The goo worm disease only spreads in extremely cold conditions. I'm heading towards warmth. The goo worm disease cannot touch me. The victim retorted, forcefully shaking off Chun's grasp. You have guts. I'll remember your face. The cold wave will inevitably spread across the entire Starmong continent. Don't come back seeking my help. I'll remember you well. Chun's voice echoed from afar. Let us talk about it later. I don't even know if I'll survive until tomorrow. The disaster-stricken individuals marched expressionlessly, in orderly lines, toward the Gale Zone, with some even breaking into song, singing their folk melodies. Within the luminous screen, Ye Feng and Bai Xiang exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting considerable concern. What is happening? With such a significant loss of labor, how long will it take us to extract a single ounce of iridium? Bai Xiang was left dumbfounded. Relay this message. Instruct Wang Zhihai to seal off information regarding this area. We must ensure that the victims from South Hot Spring Island remain unaware that the Gale Zone has come to a standstill. Otherwise, the inhabitants of South Hot Spring Island may flee the vast desert and seek refuge in the warm Star Mongolian continent. If that occurs, where shall we find such inexpensive labor? Ye Feng stated, his countenance grim. Brother Feng, however, there are still many individuals in the vast desert who have yet to reach South Hot Spring Island, and some residents have also made their way to North Hot Spring Island. It is only a matter of time before news leaks, Bai Xiang remarked, his brow furrowed with worry. Indeed, one cannot expect paper to contain fire, Ye Feng conceded. We must devise a strategy to ensure they remain in the vast desert indefinitely. Otherwise, who will we exploit in the future? He ordered, notify those who bear flowers on their shoulders to convene in the conference room. Subsequently, several high-ranking officials engaged in a fervent discussion, yet they failed to arrive at any viable conclusions.